He was reborn into the turbulent era of Hong Kong's rise, returning to the age when winds and clouds clashed over the island. Starting with nothing but poverty, he unexpectedly awakened a heaven-defying system. From a nameless street nobody, he would rise step by step to seize control of Hong Kong's entire underworld and commercial order. He gradually built his own powerful clan, forging a new aristocratic family from nothing. Real estate, finance, shipping, and entertainment. He laid out a comprehensive web across them all. His wealth soared madly, and his capital swept across Asia like an unstoppable tide. He moved freely in both the underworld and the upper echelons of society. Black and white, law and crime all bent to his will, and no great family dared provoke him. Subduing ruthless men from every corner, he forged a financial empire that belonged to him alone. While everyone else was still scrambling over patches of territory, his gaze had already turned toward the entire globe. In this life, he would not be satisfied with merely dominating Hong Kong. He intended to establish a century-spanning family dynasty that would stretch across the world. In 1946, Hong Kong's population, only 600,000 in the immediate aftermath of the war, surged in a short time to 1.5 million. Hong Kong had already suffered from a shortage of housing, and with many buildings destroyed by Japanese bombing, countless people were forced to sleep in the open. At first glance, the street sleepers appeared wretched and filthy, yet on closer inspection, one discovered their lives were surprisingly orderly with no sign of despair or surrender. They placed their few possessions on the ground, and against the outer walls, straw mats, bamboo baskets, bamboo brooms, cooking utensils, and tin cans. Every scrap of the environment was put to use, and even in such cramped conditions the children still had a little space left in which to play. This influx of cheap labor awaited only the later flood of capital and technology. When these three streams finally converged, they would give birth to the dazzling industrial glory that Hong Kong would enjoy over the next 3 or 4 decades. In 1946, Hong Kong's tallest building was the third-generation HSBC building, 70 meters high with 13 floors. It was then the largest structure in the Far East and also the first building in Hong Kong to be equipped with air conditioning. During the Japanese occupation, the HSBC building had been used as the government headquarters. Later, as materials grew scarce, the Japanese army even transported the bronze lions at its entrance to Japan, intending to melt them down for copper. After Japan's surrender, the 2 lions were discovered by Allied forces and under MacArthur's orders shipped back to Hong Kong. These bronze lions would continue to stand guard through the generations that followed. In 1946, Hong Kong's laws stipulated that ordinary residential buildings could not exceed 5 stories. Most of the city's dwellings were in the traditional Tong Lao and Chilo styles with arcades and narrow stacked floors. At that time, property transactions were conducted by selling entire buildings as a single unit, a whole block or structure at once. No one had yet proposed selling individual floors or pre-selling unfinished apartments in installments. In 1946, Hong Kong, housing rents began to rise. As waves of tycoons and factory owners poured in, rents would reach an almost grotesquely inflated level by 1949. To rent a dwelling, one first had to pay the landlord a substantial key money, and only then the monthly rent. In just a few short years, landlords could earn back the full value of their properties. In 1946 Hong Kong, the exchange rate fixed £1 at 16 Hong Kong dollars and $1 at 4 Hong Kong dollars. A police officer in Hong Kong earned a salary of $120 a month and an ordinary bank clerk about $100. The vast majority of people earned far less than either of these two professions. 3 cents would buy a ride on the Hong Kong Island tram. 5 cents paid the fare on the Star Ferry crossing between Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. 3 cents could buy a piece of bread. For 30 cents one could eat a bowl of fried rice noodles at Yung Kee restaurant in Central, and a bowl of its congee had already risen to 80 cents. In the currency of the time, a how or 10 cents was 1/10 of a dollar and a san or cent was 1/100th of a dollar. In 1946 Hong Kong, most factory workers labored 16 hours a day without a single day of rest throughout the year. Their wages were meager, ranging from $30 to $100, barely enough to keep hunger at bay. It was precisely on the backs of this cheap labor that entrepreneurs were able to send Hong Kong-made plastic goods, garments, textiles, toys, flashlights, umbrellas, and countless other products out into every corner of the world. Because labor was so cheap, many young people preferred to become police officers, and next to join Triad societies, often working as dockside muscle, with factory work coming only as a last choice. Even young women judged suitors by similar standards. Some would rather become the kept concubines of wealthy men than marry a poor youth. This was an era in which remnants of Qing dynasty law coexisted with British legal codes. Hong Kong was a highly capitalized society where everything was measured by money, and people always looked toward greater profit and thicker wallets. In 1946 Hong Kong, people's clothing on the streets blended Chinese and Western styles. Many women wore white blouses with black trousers, and long braided pigtails, often carrying children on their backs secured with cloth straps. Now and then a young married woman would pass by in a long gown or qipao, her graceful figure outlined, drawing every eye. Men's attire likewise showed two clear straighta. Some wore vests and long trousers sweat-stained from labor, while others sported shirts with pressed slacks, slicked side-parted hair, and wristwatches, their clothing marking them as belonging to a different class. Though the passers-by hurried along with anxious steps, their ceaseless movement was the best proof of Hong Kong's vigorous rebirth after the war. In 1946 Hong Kong, the rickshaw was still one of the most common means of transport, competing for business with the clanging Hong Kong trams and the newly emerging motorbuses. As for taxis, there were fewer than 200 in the entire colony at that time, along with roughly 1,400 licensed private cars and 1,100 trucks. The rickshaw puller was the truest embodiment of the harsh life endured by Hong Kong's Chinese poor in that era. Belonging to the very lowest rung, they thought only of catching passengers. Their muscles were hardened like rope, yet they aged before their time. They wore straw hats, patched clothing, or went bare-chested barefooted with a frayed yellowing sweat towel draped over their sun-darkened shoulders. A single rickshaw ride cost around 5 cents, yet even so this humble trade could not escape being cast aside by the march of the times. In 1946 Hong Kong, the waters of Victoria Harbour were vast and open, its surface seeming almost empty. The coastline was utterly different from later years. Tsim Sha Tsui East had not yet been reclaimed from the sea, and Central and Wan Chai had seen no large-scale reclamation or widening of the shore. In the middle of Victoria Harbour lay a small naval flotilla including patrol vessels and 2 aircraft carriers. Warships were also moored at the nearby Tamar Naval Base. This was one of the era's defining sites. Worried about Hong Kong's future, Britain stationed heavy forces here. In 1946 Hong Kong's Star Ferry Pier stood at the narrowest point of Victoria Harbour, facing the central piers across the water. Green and white star ferries shuttled endlessly between Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, carrying all manner of people across the bay. In the years before the Hung Hom Tunnel opened in the early 1970s and the MTR in the 1980s, the Star Ferry was the only means of regular passage between Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, carrying tens of thousands of people back and forth each day. The Star Ferry fare was 5 cents. The ticket resembled a small booklet, orangered on one side and white on the diagonal, with Chinese and English on opposite faces, marked with year and month, and stamped with words such as "must be presented for inspection to be valid for passage." Later, the Star Ferry raised its fares several times. By the 1960s, the third-class ticket had risen to 20 cents, and one particular 5-cent increase would even spark a major incident. In 1946 Hong Kong, the first Miss Hong Kong pageant was held in late June. Its official title was the International Charity Swimming Competition, organized by the Air Force Club and the Hong Kong Chinese swimming team at the Ritz nightclub in North Point. The Ritz was one of the city's finest entertainment venues and a property of Li Caifa, a green gang boss known as Uncle Judge Li, and the Du Yuesheng of Hong Kong. Beauty contests of that era were simple affairs. A handful of young maidens dressed in daring bikinis walked back and forth before a panel of Chinese and foreign judges. The event aimed to answer the call of the colonial Hong Kong government, which declared that its people urgently needed popular forms of entertainment to divert them from the lingering traumas of war. Thus, under the banner of charity, the Miss Hong Kong pageant was born amid a landscape of desolation, becoming a new outlet for the city's restless spirit. As for Li Caifa himself, he was the head of the Green Gang in Hong Kong. His Ritz nightclub was considered the finest entertainment venue in the city in those years, but he was later deported by the colonial government on suspicion of numerous illegal dealings. In 1946 Hong Kong, it was common to see children looking after children everywhere in the streets with no adults nearby. At a very young age, they had already learned to share their parents' burdens by caring for their younger siblings. Their clothes were ragged and dirty, yet they seemed at least adequately fed. Beside them usually sat an iron pot in which their parents had placed the midday meal. In this way, adults could devote themselves entirely to work, sparing the cost of a caretaker and avoiding the loss of even a single day's wages. In that era, there were no human traffickers lurking in the shadows and no organ-harvesting horrors whispered about. In 1946 Hong Kong, a boy named Lin Jichao arrived from Guangdong province. In his pocket, he carried only 50 Hong Kong dollars given to him by his widowed mother after she sold her jewelry. Before his departure, Lin Jichao had sworn solemnly to his mother and younger sister that within 2 years, he would bring them both to live in Hong Kong. Lin Jichao made no grandiose boasts, for he knew that without background or patrons, rising above the crowd in Hong Kong would take time. Thus he dared promise only that within 2 years, he would bring his mother and sister to Hong Kong, but not that he could grant them a life of wealth. After all, the first pot of gold is often the most crucial and the hardest to earn. In 1946, during the sweltering days of late August at Shihuan on Hong Kong Island, Shihuan and Shengwan on Hong Kong Island were primarily warehouse and wharf districts. In later years, as Hong Kong prospered eastward, the commercial center shifted from Central to Wan Chai and Causeway Bay, leaving Shengwan and Shihuan less developed. Lin Jichao stood beneath the arcade on Bauda Street, dressed immaculately and exuding a dignified aura utterly devoid of any hint of a refugee. He produced a note, verified that the address was correct and that the writing had not been blurred by sweat, then proceeded inside. Below the arcade in the corridor, many refugees resided. hanging their belongings on the walls or placing them in corners, yet maintaining an orderly arrangement that signified they had not given up on life. Children played in the corridor, while some women sat in corners cradling their babies. Such scenes were the inevitable result of Hong Kong's surging population, a situation expected to persist for years with millions more yet to arrive. The refugees looked on with envious expressions as Lin Jichao entered the arcade. Having a shelter that could shield them from the elements was their greatest hope. The corridor beneath the arcade barely offered protection against rain. When storms with violent winds, thunder, and lightning arrived, they could only endure silently clutching their children and praying for the tempest to pass. They merely hoped that their men would soon secure employment and then find a way to obtain proper shelter. Even if many had to cram into a tiny room, it would still be a blessing. Even a wooden house was considered a luxury these days. Arriving on the second floor of the arcade, Lin Jichao discovered that he did not yet know which room his cousin occupied. He had a cousin living in Shangjiang who a few years ago, when Shangjiang fell, had taken his wife and daughter back to his hometown to farm. Last year, with Hong Kong's restoration, his cousin and his family had swiftly returned. Through letters sent by his cousin from his homeland, which contained their parents' address, Lin Jichao learned where to seek shelter and set out to find it. Although they were merely distant relatives, Lin Jichao placed great hope in them. People from Guangdong, when away from home, were known for their solidarity. Being kin and neighbors meant that if taken in, he would not have to sleep rough. Rather than knocking on door after door, why not shout out loud, "Gao Fugue! Gao Fugue!" After just a few calls, several doors swung open, startling Lin Jichao, who momentarily feared he might be treated as refuse. "Young man, what are you shouting for? Are you one of the residents here? What relation are you to Li Gaofu?" The elderly women and aunts questioned him in unison, their eyes filled with caution. Fortunately, Lin Jichao was handsome, dressed smartly, and carried no burdens. It was unlikely he was a refugee, so harsh words were spared. As he was about to answer, he noticed a nearby door swing open, and his heart leapt with joy. Cousin sister-in-law. The young married woman, who was thus addressed, visibly 4 or 5 months pregnant, and accompanied by a little girl of about 5 or 6, was none other than Chen Shufang, the wife of the cousin Lin Jichao was seeking. Chen Shufang was taken aback, and hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" Lin Jichao quickly replied, "I am Gao Fugue's younger cousin Lin Jichao, a scion of the Lin Yun family. My father once served as Gao Fugue's elementary school teacher. A few years ago, when you all fled to the countryside, we met several times and even shared meals." A string of words quickly established both familial and teacher-student connections, leaving Chen Shufang unable to deny or articulate her recognition. Sure enough, Chen Shufang remembered and said, "You are Jichao. You have grown so much these past years that I nearly didn't recognize you." "It's good that you recognized me." Lin Jichao quickly handed over some fruit, which he had bought for just over $1 Hong Kong, to the little girl, saying, "I bought a little fruit for you. By the way, cousin sister-in-law, where is Gao Fugue?" His words carried an intimacy meant not only for Chen Shufang but also for the watchful elderly women. Instinctively, the little girl reached for the fruit the moment she saw it, only to be startled by her mother's stern gaze. By then her hand had already clutched it tightly. Chen Shufang realized that Lin Jichao's visit at this time likely signified that he was seeking refuge, temporary lodging. However, her home was only a little over 200 square feet, hardly enough to accommodate another grown man. "Your Gao Fugue is still working at the trading company. He doesn't finish until very late." Lin Jichao immediately replied, "That's fine. I'll come see him later tonight to catch up. Cousin sister-in-law, please rest well and take care of yourself. You look as though you are about to bear a son." With a silver tongue that charmed everyone, he then turned away without hesitation. He knew clearly that if he lingered in entanglement with Chen Shufang, she might eventually reject him. Thus Lin Jichao found himself at a disadvantage. Rather than remaining passive, he decided it would be better to wait for his cousin Li Gaofu to return home before approaching again. Being both countrymen and kin, Li Gaofu was likely to take Lin Jichao in. In that case, his housing problem would be solved, and then he could focus on finding a job. Step by step, Li Chaoren was nothing more than a street hawker, fading Thai, merely an assistant living by others' charity at his mother's grocery, while fourth uncle and the boat charter king still remained on the mainland. After leaving the corridor, Lin Jichao remarked, "Shufang, it appears that a relative seeking shelter is on his way. You must be cautious, for your home is barely over 200 square feet. "Exactly. But this young fellow is quite handsome. No doubt Gao Fugue is worried about him, haha. Lately more and more people have come to Hong Kong in search of a living. The ground floor is packed with refugees, making it difficult to come and go, and there are even concerns about theft." Immediately Chen Shufang assumed a fierce demeanor, placing her hands on her hips as she confronted the group of women. "What a dump. It can't even accommodate a doghouse. Sister Gao, you fancy him? I'll introduce him to you at once, since your man only gets off work at midnight. Li Po, with that pitiful look of yours, who would dare steal from you? After all, we are all from the same hometown. Mind your manners. In the past, when you came to Shangjiang, if it hadn't been for the help of your kin, you too would have ended up like them." Amid the clamor, the women eventually retreated to their respective homes, In truth, everyone had their own tasks. Washing and mending clothes for others and the like. Gao Fugue. In the early evening past 8 o'clock, Lin Jichao finally managed to catch up with Li Gaofu, his tone suffused with warmth. Jichao. Li Gaofu was initially startled, then leaned in happily to confirm. It's me, Gao Fugue. Indeed it is you. Good. The two soon engaged in a cheerful conversation as they walked together into the arcade. Upon learning that Lin Jichao had already visited his home, Li Gaofu complained that Shufang. Why didn't she have you stay inside, making you wait out here so long? Lin Jichao promptly replied, Gao Fugue, it's not your sister-in-law's fault. I simply wish to take a stroll. Having come to Hong Kong in search of a living, I must first familiarize myself with the surroundings to improve my chances of employment. He made his intention clear, to seek a livelihood, so that later he wouldn't be left without shelter, for that would plainly reveal that he had nowhere to stay. Judging by Li Gaofu's expression, Lin Jichao felt a surge of hope. Haha, indeed. After all, you who have studied so much are clever and adaptable. Rest assured I will help you. Thank you, Gao Fugue. In this era people are unpretentious and sincere. Close can often take one in without hesitation. When away from home, there was no need to fear one countryman deceiving another or to worry over trivial mischief. At last, upon entering Li Gaofu's dwelling, Chan Shufang briefly revealed a hint of unease, though Li Gaofu's warmth quickly prevailed. He was an employee at a trading company, a respectable position, and his manner was exceedingly magnanimous. Once seated, Li Gaofu quickly inquired, you don't have a place to stay, do you? Lin Jichao nodded. Observing his surroundings, he noted that although the space measured only a little over 200 square feet, with some curtains or wooden partitions a bed could be arranged, he preferred not to sleep outdoors where mosquitoes and noise abounded. Sure enough, Li Gaofu pointed to a spot and said, for now stay here. We'll figure something out later. Chen Shufang, however, wore a look of discontent, finding the arrangement rather inconvenient. Yet Lin Jichao acted swiftly, and added, then I trouble you, Gao Fugue and cousin sister-in-law, rest assured once I secure a job, I will share the rent and expenses. Li Gaofu further remarked to Chen Shufang, Jichao has studied extensively, and even knows some English. Finding a job won't be hard. If you can shoulder a bit more, it will ease our hardships when one is away from home. At the news that Lin Jichao knew some English, Chen Shufang in disbelief said, really? English? Well, not very well. I can manage simple conversations and recognize quite a few words. His proficiency in English, derived from the cultural knowledge of his past life, was admittedly somewhat inflated. However, driven by necessity, he vowed to improve it to a useful level within a few months. In truth, Lin Jichao's conviction was to strive for self-improvement, studying diligently even if it meant sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day, to quickly adapt to life in Shangjiang. Who doesn't aspire to become a magnate? He did too. Yet he had an advantage, the insight of the future, but also a drawback. He had no powerful connections. In retrospect, almost all of Shangjiang's later magnates had strong backers. Li Charan's uncle, also his father-in-law, was a watch tycoon. Li Zhaoji was a wealthy second-generation scion. Sha Dan Tong, a rich son-in-law, and the boat charter king, a banking titan of Modu. Guo Desheng was regarded as a grassroots man, whereas others, being older, had already achieved modest success when their time arrived. Lin Jichao did not wish to belittle himself, so he planned to grow gradually, living up to the destiny bestowed upon him. Moved by a softening heart, Chen Shufang rose and said, I'll tidy up your living space. Thank you, cousin sister-in-law. Li Gaofu cheerfully added, no need to thank me. We are all family. Moreover, I'll keep an eye out for job opportunities for you, don't worry. Having lived in Shangjiang for many years, I know many people. Finding you a job won't be a problem. Though his initial aim was merely to get by, Lin Jichao, with a touch of ambition, said, I trouble you, Gao Fugue. I will also diligently seek employment on my own. What kind of job do you want? A job with a lower salary is fine, as long as it allows me to interact with people or offers a chance to learn something. I see. All right, focus on your search, and I will also keep an eye out for you. Li Gaofu abandoned the idea of having Lin Jichao work at the docks. In a short period of observation, he discerned that Lin was both affable and ambitious. Sending him to the docks would have been the worst option. After talking deep into the night, the two finally prepared to rest. Lin Jichao lay on a rather hard floor bed, his mind awash with thoughts, yet he soon consoled himself that he was far luckier than many. Moreover, he carried a light within his heart. Soon enough he fell asleep, quickly planning to rise early the next day to avoid burdening anyone. On his 4th day in Hong Kong, Lin Jichao returned to his lodgings carrying half a roasted chicken and a bottle of white wine. It was not until Li Gaofu finished work that Lin Jichao came downstairs to return with him, for he did not wish to be alone with Chen Shufang, despite the presence of the 6-year-old girl. Deep down, Li Gaofu admired Lin Jichao's manner, even though he insisted it was fine. As they arranged the prepared food and white wine on a small table, Li Gaofu cheerfully asked, have you found a job that suits you? He felt that his cousin was somewhat haughty, having turned down 2 job offers. Well, there is a newsstand on De Fudao in Central selling newspapers and magazines with a monthly salary of 60 yuan. Li Gaofu frowned and remarked, I introduced you to jobs paying 80 to 100 yuan a month. Why would you choose this one? After all, Lin Jichao, being educated and knowing some English, found it easier to secure a job compared to many from rural backgrounds. His grasp of English particularly set him apart. Lin Jichao poured a glass of wine for Li Gaofu and slowly said, although the job pays only 60 yuan a month, it has the advantage of providing access to many foreign magazines and local newspapers. If I work hard, the boss might let me borrow them. Moreover, those who could afford such English magazines, books, or even newspapers were certainly among society's more successful, and even a brief exchange with them might yield valuable information. 60 yuan a month was enough for living. An extra 40 would not make one rich. Only then did Li Gaofu and Chen Shufang truly realize that Lin Jichao was a man unwilling to remain ordinary and remarkably ambitious. Even Chen Shufang's attitude toward Lin Jichao began to warm. Furthermore, though he had bought half a chicken, he scarcely ate any of it. Instead, he offered it to the child and the pregnant Chen Shufang to help nourish them. These small details testified to a maturity in Lin Jichao that belied his years, and in turn the family's attitude towards him grew even more favorable. Lin Jichao's workplace is located at the entrance of Dehua Building on Devo Road Central, where the New Star newsstand is. The owners, an elderly couple from Chaozhou, do not speak English and lack social skills. They need a capable and strong young man, which Lin Jichao perfectly fits. Importantly, they notice that Lin Jichao enjoys this job and has low salary expectations, being able to hire someone like him for just $60. A well-educated individual with English proficiency and eloquence, clearly a worthwhile investment. In addition to Lin Jichao, the New Star newsstand has another employee named Akai, but Akai has not received much education and is not good at sales, so he is generally responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Lin Jichao's duties are numerous. He needs to stand on the street promoting books, magazines, and newspapers, and deliver ordered magazines to customers' homes, among other tasks. In this era, newspapers are not printed with lead, but are inked, causing his face, hands, and body to be stained with ink. Whenever he sweats, resembling a performer in a face-painting act. Magazines are also heavy, requiring physical strength. Lin Jichao does not mind this work at all, as the owners allow him to borrow a magazine or newspaper every night after work, which he can return the next day, a generous benefit. Lin Jichao diligently browses through the information of this era and takes notes solely to acquire more knowledge. He often asks strangers for help with spoken English and does not feel embarrassed when rejected. He is willing to pay the Li family a little extra for electricity to keep the lights on until 11 p.m. every night, and by 4 or 5 in the morning Lin Jichao is already up studying and browsing useful information in the morning light. This life is filled with hope. Lin Jichao, as a mature man at heart, now possesses a youthful brain and body, thus he is full of vigor. Moreover, he discovers a benefit of being a reincarnated individual. His brain is much more intelligent than in his past life, and his physical condition also shows great potential. At the same time, Lin Jichao's agile business mind and excellent sales techniques quickly earn him greater appreciation from the owners. The New Star newsstand sells magazines wholesale from Country M, most of which are old with varying quantities. Popular magazines like Life and Look are provided in limited numbers, sometimes only 3 copies, while slow-selling ones can have 50 to 100. Lin Jichao suggests to the owners to sell the popular magazines at a higher price while selling the larger quantities at a lower price to move them quickly and free up capital. For regular customers who reserve magazines, he proposes a middle price that is neither too expensive to give them face nor too cheap to ensure a certain profit margin. These small suggestions indeed yield excellent results. Lin Jichao works tirelessly. Although he stands all day, he remains spirited and full of energy. He combines his past experience in sales with his current promotional efforts, striving to sell more magazines and newspapers for his boss. Lin Jichao is full of confidence at this time. Although Li Choren had a startup capital of $50,000 in the summer of 1950, thanks to connections with his future father-in-law, Lin Jichao is not worried. He possesses abundant future information that can assist him. 2 months later, shocking news. The Tsingtao Daily reports that government troops have occupied Zhangjiakou, and a major conflict is inevitable. Hong Kong cannot remain unscathed. The latest Look magazine from Country M features a blonde beauty showcasing her charms, though it's still a black and white image, allowing you to experience the allure of a civilized and technologically advanced nation. Every morning, those passing through Devo Road Central can always hear similar calls, many unable to resist stopping to support the business at the New Star newsstand. With Lin Jichao's arrival, the business at the New Star newsstand has increased by over 20. A chow, take a break. You work so hard, but Jean Dia won't give you a raise. They're stingy. A colleague, Akai, quietly said as he stepped out. His gaze seemed to imply that no matter how well Lin Jichao performs, the boss would only pay him 60 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Jichao paused his shouting unconcerned and replied, "It's just practice for my courage and voice. It's only during the peak work hours. If he were unaware of the future and his prospects, he might have been slacking." However, knowing that this job would only last a short 4 months, Lin Jichao strives to do his best while cultivating good habits. As for colleague Akai, he is merely a passerby in Lin Jichao's life and will not discuss life ambitions together. Perhaps 30 years later, he will still be a newspaper seller bragging about once being the richest man in Hong Kong. Akai returns to the newsstand feeling disgruntled. The owners do not pay him much mind after all. With a salary of 60 Hong Kong dollars a month, their expectations are not high, and he is only required to do some menial work. Young man, you have quite the knack for things. You have the makings of a broker. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit approached Lin Jichao joking. Lin Jichao's first reaction is that this person looks wealthy, so he immediately introduces himself saying, I can also work part-time as a broker. Do you have anything to buy or sell, boss? He does not miss any opportunity. This is what Lin Jichao tells himself. After speaking, Lin Jichao seems to have opened a door and thought of a new idea to hustle himself. In fact, in 2 months, he has a high chance of making a windfall. However, he still enjoys challenging himself. He believes that without effort and cultivating his talents, even with abundant information from the future, he may not achieve true greatness. The middle-aged man shows interest. He finds that every time he hears Lin Jichao's calls, he cannot help but want to buy 1 or 2 newspapers or magazines, as the words explosive, shocking, and stunning make him feel like he cannot miss the major news. In fact, he later discovers this was entirely intentional by the young man. Young man, I have a new building for sale on Jiafei Road in Causeway Bay, later referred to as Siefei Road, with 2 units per floor, 4 stories high. If you can sell it, I'll give you a 2% commission. The middle-aged man began to elaborate on the details of his new building. Lin Jichao quickly took out a pen and paper he carried with him, recording everything including the middle-aged man's contact number and address. Gao Shang, rest assured, with such a high-quality property, I will definitely promote it for you as soon as possible. Good, I am a man of my word, you can ask around. What is rightfully yours, I won't take a penny. Gao Shang seems to be an honest person. Unexpectedly, after 2 months of hard work, Lin Jichao opened another door, which is to become a broker. If this deal succeeds, he will spend the remaining 2 months developing his brokerage skills. He thinks that if he is to start a factory, he must be proficient in sales, as the competition in Hong Kong's cottage industry is fierce. Sir, my friend has a new building for sale. Are you interested? Starting the next day, Lin Jichao will pitch to people like this. At first, everyone responds with perfunctory nods before turning away, with no one inquiring. However, in reality, there are still many opportunities. In less than 3 days, a customer retorted, Is that so? Then asked seriously, Where is it? Lin Jichao clearly introduces the property. He has an hour of break time at noon, including lunch. He even made a special trip to Causeway Bay the day before to investigate something the owner Gao Shang might not have considered. Sounds great, the interested customer replied. Seeing the customer's extraordinary demeanor, Lin Jichao felt he was not just wasting his time and added, Yes, I've been to the site several times. The house is indeed very nice. Moreover, property prices in Hong Kong are bound to soar and become scarce due to the war in the mainland. After all, those wealthy individuals from Modu will also choose to seek refuge in Hong Kong. At that time, even the rental prices will skyrocket, making this an excellent time for both investment and residence. Is it possible to take me to see it? The customer asked incredulously. Lin Jichao quickly took out paper and pen to record the customer's phone number or address, planning to take him to see the property during his lunch break or after work the next day. Li Shang, you're in the herbal medicine business, right? Lin Jichao casually remarked as he was leaving. Li Sihao looked surprised and replied, Good eye, young man, Bao Jiwan is indeed my business. Li Shang is too kind. I just noticed a faint herbal scent on you. My nose is quite sensitive. At this moment, Lin Jichao was also quite surprised, not expecting to meet a big shot, the head of Li Zhongxingtang in Hong Kong. Li Sihao nodded, said a polite word, and turned to leave. Lin Jichao joyfully clenched his fist, not only because he might earn 1,000 or 800 in commission, but more importantly, he believes that being a broker could help him meet many people and expand his network, which he needs. The owners not far away do not care about Lin Jichao chatting with customers. They think the customer feels Lin Jichao is too exaggerated and may step in to reason with him. A week later, Lin Jichao is overjoyed because he received a commission of $1,000, as expected. Li Sihao bought that building for 50,000. Therefore, Gao Shang happily paid Lin Jichao the commission, and Lin Jichao not only earned a commission exceeding his annual salary, but also gained the contact information and friendship of 2 wealthy individuals. Although many years later these people may be mere small figures in his eyes, Lin Jichao understands that he is currently the small figure, so he cherishes every relationship. Boss, I would like to take half a day off this afternoon. Lin Jichao's boss Jean Bingwen raised his head and said sternly, If you take half a day off, a whole day's salary will be deducted. After all, I give you an hour off at noon, which could allow you to handle some personal matters. That's fine. The matter on my side is quite important. Just note the deduction. Then you can go. Chow, I don't want to do this, but rules are rules. I understand. Lin Jichao showed no sign of anger, which surprised Jean Bingwen. He actually just wanted to remind Lin Jichao not to assume that because of his outstanding abilities he could take liberties. He felt that allowing Lin Jichao to take magazines or newspapers home to read was already a considerable reward. Leaving the New Star newsstand, Lin Jichao jokingly scolded that stingy Jean Dia. Of course he was merely teasing and not genuinely angry, as it was not worth his anger. Now he considers himself somewhat wealthy, possessing a huge sum of $1,000, but he does not intend to leave the New Star newsstand. He aims to stay until the end of December, using the last 2 months to do some part-time brokerage work. Learning English, understanding various information, and honing his eloquence and abilities are his current tasks. Lin Jichao arrived at the HSBC building in Central, stopping outside, as he cherished the idea of being a witness to history. If he had a camera, he would definitely take some photos. As a person from the future, he felt it was important to preserve memories. The HSBC building occupies a large area, and besides the main body that stands 13 stories high, there are also auxiliary buildings around it, making it quite magnificent and grand compared to the 3-story structures nearby. On the north side of HSBC is the High Court. Although its complex is large, it only stands 3 stories tall with a dome in the center. These buildings are all in a European style. After all, in present-day Hong Kong, the British are the dominant force and the Chinese have yet to rise. With a sense of calm, Lin Jichao stepped through the doors of HSBC, showing no signs of hesitation despite having only 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Sir, how may I assist you?" A Chinese staff member approached, politely, not looking down on him due to his ordinary attire. It is likely that HSBC urgently needed deposits to alleviate post-war financial issues, or perhaps this was simply the traditional style of Hong Kong banks. "I would like to open an account and deposit 800 Hong Kong dollars, Lin Jichao said candidly. He planned to keep 200 Hong Kong dollars to improve his living conditions, as he felt he was still growing and needed to supplement his nutrition, knowing he might have to rely on his body in the future. With a monthly salary of 60 Hong Kong dollars, he could still manage, but he needed to send some living expenses back to his mother and sister. One should not be too selfish. The expression on the staff member's face indeed changed slightly. After all, 800 Hong Kong dollars is a year's salary for many, and this seemingly unremarkable young man could deposit such a sum all at once, indicating he must possess real capability. He didn't seem like a rich second generation, as Lin Jichao was dressed quite cheaply, nor did he appear to be involved in shady dealings, as Lin Jichao carried himself with an open and upright demeanor. "All right, this way, please." Soon Lin Jichao began the process of opening a bank account. At this time, Hong Kong had not yet implemented the Population Registration Ordinance, or the Hong Kong Identity Card System, so not much documentation was required. However, as Lin Jichao knew, in 1949, the Hong Kong government would regulate non-Hong Kong residents coming to the city and implement these two systems. After exiting the HSBC building, Lin Jichao had safely tucked away his bank book and felt much more at ease. Although 800 Hong Kong dollars wouldn't give him the confidence to start a business, at least it provided him with the means to improve his living situation for the time being. Walking along the streets of central, Lin Jichao felt invigorated. Having been in Hong Kong Island for 2 months, he had only thought about making a living and hadn't had time to wander. Now, having not only earned 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, but also found a path to wealth, he undoubtedly felt a sense of leisure and delight. The streets of Central were lined with cobblestone paths with many small Chinese shops in the vicinity, including eateries, tailor shops, and photography stores, where many pedestrians were dressed in traditional tang suits, with rickshaws waiting for passengers beside the stone steps. With a vigorous spirit, this was how Lin Jichao felt inside. Though accustomed to the prosperity of the future, he did not deem the Hong Kong of this time as rural. Evening. After spending the afternoon wandering, Lin Jichao arrived at Yung Ki Restaurant in Central. The founder, Kam Suifai, came from a poor family and entered society at the age of 12 in 1928. Having worked as a vegetable seller, ice maker, newspaper printer, restaurant worker, and roast meat apprentice. During his apprenticeship, he diligently studied the marinating techniques for roast meats and created a secret recipe. 7 years later, Kam Suifai partnered with his friend Mac Young to open a roast meat stall in Central's Kwong Yuen West Street, naming it Yung Ki. In 1942, Kam Suifai used his savings of 4,000 Hong Kong dollars to rent a shop at 32 Wing Lock Street, and Yung Ki Restaurant officially opened. In 1945, after Hong Kong was liberated, Yung Ki moved to Stone Slab Street, and by then Kam Suifai had become well known as Roast Goose Fai. At that time, Yung Ki Restaurant could only be considered a slightly better restaurant, where diners were accustomed to sharing tables during peak meal times. Of course, it was not a place that just anyone could afford. The cheapest plate of fried rice noodles cost 30 cents, while congee was 80 cents, whereas the average person's lunch budget was only about 5 cents, indicating that Yung Ki Restaurant was not inexpensive. However, such restaurants or tea houses would become gathering places for wealthy Chinese businessmen and celebrities in the coming years, where people would discuss the situation in the mainland and the trends of commerce in Hong Kong. Whether familiar or unfamiliar, anyone could sit together and make a friend. The renowned New World 3, Gua Dishing Li Zhaoji and Feng Jingxi, along with the previous Yongye 8, were also introduced in such contexts. Thus, Lin Jichao had already decided to spend a meal daily in such places, seeking opportunities in these restaurants. Although the prices were as high as 30 to 80 cents, they were still acceptable. Today, he ordered a bowl of congee and a plate of fried rice noodles, and also packed half a roast goose to take home. Lin Jichao spent a total of $6 equivalent to what he could afford for 10 meals on his monthly salary. Of course, the roast goose was packed to take back to share with his landlord's family. After all, he was grateful for their hospitality. Sir, what is your surname? Sir, what business do you engage in? I am in brokerage. If you need anything to buy or sell, I can assist you. Thus, while eating, Lin Jichao did not forget to promote himself to the two people sharing the table. Unfortunately, this time, he did not make any gains as the others were even unwilling to acknowledge him. Lin Jichao, however, did not mind. He still had some pride left. Regardless, through observation, he felt that dining here every noon, whether for a bowl of congee or fried rice noodles, while sharing tables would surely yield some business opportunities and connections. Of course, the most important thing was that he needed to train himself and lay a foundation for future entrepreneurship. Why are you buying such expensive things? Li Gaofu chastised Lin Jichao for not understanding the value of thrift. In this era, families at their level were very frugal, especially the Cantonese, who believed that small wealth relies on thrift, great wealth relies on destiny. Lin Jichao knew that Li Gaofu meant well, so he smiled and pushed the roast goose toward Chen Shufang and Li Qianqian, saying, I sold a building for someone and earned a commission of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. What? Li Gaofu and his wife looked at Lin Jichao incredulously. Weren't you selling books and magazines? How could you sell a building? At that moment, Chen Shufang felt that the roast goose in her hand was no longer appetizing and was more concerned about this issue. Lin Jichao explained the details of this transaction, needing to showcase some of his skills, so that when he started a factory in the future, it wouldn't seem awkward to his friends and family. After listening to Lin Jichao's account, Li Gaofu clapped and praised him, saying, Good boy, I knew you would prosper quickly. I didn't expect you to find a path to wealth so soon. He was genuinely happy for Lin Jichao. Chen Shufang, however, said somewhat sourly, Your Gaofu brother has been mixing for so many years and hasn't made such a fortune. Everyone says your Gaofu brother is generous and helpful, but they don't know how to capitalize on opportunities. Li Gaofu's expression darkened and Chen Shufang suddenly felt guilty and focused on eating the roast goose. Lin Jichao smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you have no point. I am merely lucky. If you want your brother to make this money, then let him quit his stable job at the trading firm. How can that be? We are about to add another family member. Everyone relies on that salary. Li Gaofu and Lin Jichao exchanged glances and then laughed as if to say, this is how women are. 60 boxes of milk powder, 12 cans, each $20 per can. 400 barrels of mineral oil, $140 per barrel. One second-hand Ford car, $8,000. Wanchai Lock Road, 3 rooms, $200,000. In the following days, Lin Jichao moved between restaurants and tea houses, handling various brokerage businesses. Not only did he earn quite a bit of money, but he also made many friends and gained some notoriety in the social circle. Of course, he did not give up his job at the New Star newsstand, fully utilizing lunch breaks and his usual time for delivering newspapers. Including when selling newspapers, he was already openly conducting brokerage work. The owner of the New Star newsstand, Jin Bingwen, did not intervene directly as Lin Jichao's work was not affected. Of course, he could tell that Lin Jichao would not stay for long. In mid-December, Lin Jichao formally announced his resignation to the couple Jin Bingwen and his wife, saying, Boss, I plan to work until the end of the month and then leave. He felt very relaxed, envisioning a bright future ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Bingwen and his wife along with Akai were somewhat incredulous as Lin Jichao had only worked for less than 4 months and dared to resign. Jin Bingwen immediately realized Lin Jichao's true value and quickly said, Chaozi, I have treated you well. I know you enjoy reading, so I specifically allowed you to borrow books to take home. Recently you've been taking too long for lunch, yet I haven't penalized you. He played the emotional card because he understood that Lin Jichao's contributions to the New Star newsstand were significant. If Lin Jichao left, his own interests would be affected. As for a raise, it was quite a burden. It wasn't that he couldn't part with 20 Hong Kong dollars, but he was worried that Lin Jichao's appetite would grow larger, making it difficult to accommodate. Lin Jichao calmly replied, The boss has indeed treated me very well, but I can't spend my whole life selling newspapers, so I want to venture out. He didn't feel he owed Jin Bingwen anything. They were merely in an employer-employee relationship, and he had generated substantial profits for Jin Bingwen, while earning only the minimum wage of 60 Hong Kong dollars. Therefore, regarding the borrowing of books, it was merely a form of bonus. Seeing Lin Jichao's resolute attitude, Jin Bingwen thought for a moment, and decided not to play the villain, as he could tell that Lin Jichao would undoubtedly become someone significant in the future, and he couldn't afford to offend him too much. However, he curiously asked, It seems like you're doing some agency business, or have you made some money? The couple Jin Bingwen and his wife were somewhat aware of Lin Jichao's unusual recent behavior, but they didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a young person's folly. Lin Jichao smiled and said, Indeed, I've made quite a bit of money primarily because I've met many friends including some prominent figures such as Li Sifu, the owner of Baojuangan Suihui, the owner of Yongji Restaurant and real estate developers. Jin Bingwen, his wife, and Akai were astonished, not expecting that in just 4 months Lin Jichao had made so many connections. With such networking skills, he would never lack for food in the future. Alright, I should have known you weren't a fish in a pond. I just didn't expect you to become successful so quickly. Boss, you're joking. That hardly counts as success. Ultimately, Jin Bingwen reluctantly let him go without harboring any ill will. After all, if those big bosses truly appreciated this young man, he wouldn't want to offend them. After settling the matter, Lin Jichao felt relaxed. He now had over 2,000 Hong Kong dollars in savings, all accumulated from his agency work. Importantly, if he hadn't encountered that opportunity in January, he could at least continue as an agent. Then save up diligently and enter the plastic industry when the time was right, seizing the opportunity with Li Karen's plastic flower business. If the January opportunity panned out, Lin Jichao would have a significant amount of capital, providing him with many options including real estate, gold trading, plastic factories, and even shipping and trade. It's not that Lin Jichao as a time traveler would definitely succeed immediately, but he believed he had an advantage over others. After a while, colleague Kai took a moment to come over to Lin Jichao, saying sourly, "Ah Chao, congratulations on making big money." Lin Jichao replied with a smile, "It's not big money. I just found a better way to live. You can do it too, just be a bit bolder and reach out to some people. With more friends your path will open up." Akai skeptically replied, "Really? Standing on the street yelling like you do can make money? Wouldn't that just be helping Jin Yuan earn?" This dullard was indeed beyond help. We're employees, so helping the boss make money is just part of the job. The important thing is that in this society one must be open-minded to thrive. Akai chatted absently for a couple of sentences before walking away. He might just be envious of Lin Jichao's success, but he had no intention of changing himself. In fact, Akai had already looked down on Lin Jichao in his heart, thinking, for a few extra dollars he's willing to lose face. He had seen customers showing indifference to Lin Jichao, even growing impatient, so he didn't want to learn from him at all. How embarrassing. Moreover, he didn't think Lin Jichao was earning much. 2 weeks later, "Are you going back to the mainland?" Li Gaofu asked curiously. Lin Jichao nodded and said, "Yes, a friend I know invited me to accompany him to Modu to help him with some property matters, and then develop in Hong Kong." Li Gaofu was somewhat skeptical and asked, "He wouldn't be trying to deceive you, would he? What would a prominent person gain by deceiving a poor person like me? Moreover, he couldn't deceive me." "Alright, just be careful. The mainland isn't peaceful." Lin Jichao nodded, then took out 200 Hong Kong dollars and handed it to Chen Shufang, saying, "Sister-in-law, you're about to give birth, and you'll definitely have many expenses. Take this money for emergencies." Although Chen Shufang was tempted by the 200 Hong Kong dollars, she didn't dare to take it without permission, and instead looked at Li Gaofu. Li Gaofu naturally refused, intending to return the money to Lin Jichao. "Jichao, what are you doing? You owe us nothing. We are just living together." Lin Jichao, however, resolutely stated, "Brother Gaofu, this is for sister-in-law in case of emergencies. Giving birth is a big deal, and you can't be careless. Remember to go to the hospital to give birth. 200 Hong Kong dollars is of no use to me." After a round of persuasion, Lin Jichao ultimately prevailed. Li Gaofu also knew that Lin Jichao had done quite a bit of agency work recently, likely earning around $2,000. Now that he had gained the appreciation of big bosses, he had already surpassed him. He sighed within, thinking that his cousin was indeed talented, or in just 4 months in Hong Kong, he had succeeded more than Li Gaofu had in many years. He earned only $150 a month while supporting many people, including sending money to his parents in the mainland. "I'll keep your bed for you. You're always welcome to stay here." Lin Jichao did not refuse, as he was unsure if that matter was real, so he nodded, leaving himself an escape route. He still had around $1,800 left, assuming that in January 1947, he didn't manage to make a lot of money. He would indeed have to live frugally. To be honest, he learned the diligence of the great predecessors, but not their frugality. His excuse was that he was still growing. Recently he earned over 2,000, and combined with his salary, he should have been able to save more. However, Lin Jichao chose to eat at restaurants and tea houses for lunch and dinner, naturally leading to higher expenses. If he didn't strike it rich in the future, Lin Jichao had already planned to save a little and set aside money to start a business. On the last day of 1946, Lin Jichao finished his shift at the Xinqing newsstand, and without pause the next morning climbed to the northern edge of Geelong to scout the terrain of Bijiashan. He was not there to be a brigand, though his physique was sturdy, nor to build a shack. He had come with the intention of getting rich. In his previous life, Lin Jichao had read a report about Hong Kong in late January 1947. A Philippine airliner called the Air Overlord carrying $14 million worth of gold crashed into the summit of Bijiashan. The aircraft was lost and the crew perished. There was another account claiming Hong Kong police and firefighters sealed the mountain, and when they descended they were awkward on their feet. Only 70 to 80% of the gold was recovered. Rumor had it some of those officers profited handsomely. Days after the closure, the colonial authorities allowed civilians to search the mountain, and more people allegedly grew rich. Whether these tales of sudden fortune were true could not be verified, but the crash itself was factual. This was Lin Jichao's greatest opportunity. As the proverb goes, the first pot of gold is the hardest to earn. Lin Jichao had no patrons, no powerful backers. Getting rich swiftly was difficult. In this chaotic era of blurred law and crime's slow accumulation carried too many uncertainties. Time was his enemy. After all, for a time traveler to spend 5 years earning that initial capital would squander countless opportunities. In his prior life, Li Chaoren had 5,000 Hong Kong dollars of startup funds by 1950. Money he could never have earned by mere labor. It was supposedly provided by relatives and his future mother-in-law's backing. And even so, by the mid-1950s, he nearly went bankrupt. Shoddy goods were returned en masse and banks froze his loans. To succeed, one needed either deep capital or a formidable background, otherwise a single failure could cost years to recover. Alternatively, one might seize a colossal stroke of luck and rise overnight to become a local magnate like Liao Baoshan or Chun Weinan. Bijiashan sits at the northern tip of the Geelong Peninsula, near the later Shixiaowai Wooden House district with Shizishan to its east. Lin Jichao needed to memorize routes across Bijiashan and estimate roughly how long it would take the police and firefighters to arrive. Ordinary people would not reach the scene before the authorities. Shixiaowai still lay some distance from Bijiashan, and civilians would be unaware a plane had crashed. Any noise would not prompt them to rush in blindly. Once a plane went down, Cheetah Airport would likely learn of it first, then triangulate the radar disappearance and notify police and fire services. The entire response would take at least 30 minutes. The nearest police and fire stations would also need time to reach the summit, and crucially they would require time to search. All told, Lin Jichao judged he might have roughly an hour. He did not know the exact crash location, only that it was said to be on the summit. If he spent late January days watching the sky as intently as possible, he could save considerable search time. $15 million worth of gold amounted to around 10 tons. If the plane broke up, much of that gold would likely litter the vicinity of the impact. Lin Jichao was not greedy. He planned to take only about 100 kilograms. Greed could lead to discovery and make escape impossible. 100 kilos would require 2 trips. He would prearrange 2 caches. First, he would stash roughly 50 kilos at the nearest hiding place. On the second trip, he would carry another 50, bury 20 more in the second cache, and finally take the remaining 30 kilos back to Hong Kong Island. He had been plotting these steps for some time, but he still needed an on-site survey and to set his preparations in place. He first stayed near the base of Bijiashan at Shixiaowai, posing as someone building a wooden hut in order to move about the area unnoticed. Shixiaowai would later become the notorious Wooden House district. With the mainland war erupting, many refugees flocked there to build shacks. A catastrophic fire left over 50,000 homeless overnight. To shelter them, the colonial government built 7-story shaped blocks, and by the end of 1954, 8 such buildings were completed, the first generation of public housing. Because he moved about the vicinity plausibly, Lin Jichao raised no suspicions. Refugees were numerous, and the security risks that entailed did not trouble him. Human nature brings both fortune and peril. He carried a small knife, his best weapon. For now, the refugees had not formed organized groups, which worked to his advantage. After 20 days of reconnaissance, Lin Jichao confidently approached a spot near the summit of Bijiashan, and 19 days of mapping the terrain had bolstered his assurance. To avoid crossing paths with police or firefighters, he planned to descend via the neighboring Shizishan after securing the gold. Hong Kong's hills are not very high, around 500 meters, so he had little concern about losing his way or collapsing from exhaustion. His confidence hinged on the plane actually crashing. He packed 10 days' rations and tins, bought a watch, a torch, and warm clothes, and disguised himself as a refugee, deliberately avoiding contact with others. At night, he camped in concealment to sleep. By day, he stationed himself in open ground to watch the sky. Day after day, he kept vigil. Lin Jichao cursed bitterly on Bijiashan. The weather had grown bitterly cold with frequent lingering drizzle. Xiangjiang is southern country, yet that winter chilled to the bone despite being brief. Fortunately, he had prepared, and his constitution was strong, or he might already have fallen ill. He also understood an obvious truth: the crash might simply be the result of foul weather. Around 8 in the morning, he stood in the open, eyes trained on the sky, resting only briefly and never for long. The weather was poor, with mists hanging over Xiangjiang, yet the worse the conditions, the more he expected a crash. Suddenly, he saw an object plummet rapidly and heard an explosion. "Thank heavens I didn't get blown to bits," he muttered, and then sprinted toward the sound. He roughly estimated the blast lay less than a kilometer away, a favorable distance. Within 5 minutes he reached the wreckage and saw scattered sparks. Exhilaration propelled him forward. Before he reached the central impact zone, he found gold strewn across the ground amid bodies. No fear, only the poor are afraid. The dead fear nothing. He steeled himself and began picking up gold bars. Even through his gloves some warmth remained. 1 bar weighed 5 kilograms. He cried in excitement, then composed himself and murmured, I only need 50 bars. I will be a future tycoon. Just lacking seed capital. I won't be greedy. Beside a corpse lay many bars. Fighting down his revulsion, he gathered them and stuffed them into his pack. Today's gift will be repaid to society 10,000-fold. He chanted to himself, a tangle of excitement and fear. Enough. Do not be greedy. After securing 25 bars, a total of 5 kilograms, his adrenaline dulled the sensation of weight. He set off for his first cache, about a 10-minute trek. He left no marks around the spot. Secrecy and concealment were paramount. Returning to the wreck, he felt far calmer. Having taken 25 bars, he began a steady withdrawal. He did not descend directly but took the route past Shizishan. The second cache lay roughly 20 minutes from the Bijiashan crash site, already within Shizishan territory. He buried 10 bars so expertly they were almost undetectable, then continued on. He still carried 15 bars, about 5 kilograms. That weight no longer posed a severe burden. Although he had expended much energy, Lin Jichao felt his reserves tapped into a hidden potential. Much easier now. He did not let fear and greed sway him. If even one cache survived, he could soon climb into wealth. Even if all $15 million worth of gold took years to liquidate, he would not be overly concerned. Back to the city, he said lightly. He still held 15 bars, about 5 kilograms. At the time, gold traded around 280 Hong Kong dollars per tael, 5 G per tael, 16 taels to a gene of 600 G, so the gold on him was worth roughly HK 280000. Of course he was no fool. The stamps on the bars would need to be dealt with before selling, though later tales would claim some who searched the mountain became wealthy by perfectly legal means. Meanwhile, the price of gold in Shangjiang would continue to rise, so in time Lin Jichao's holdings could equate to at least HK 960000. Such immense wealth required laundering, or otherwise people in later years would speculate too wildly about how he had prospered. On the way back he walked with fits of stopping and resting. After such exertion he was fatigued. Thankfully, he had already reached Shizishan and left immediate danger behind. Wanchai Lu Guo Restaurant. Sir, your coffee. The waiter presented the coffee very professionally and politely, his eyes revealing respect and envy. After observing for a few days, the waiter believed that this young man who frequently came here for coffee must be from a prominent family possessing a high level of education and an elite temperament cultivated since childhood, every gesture exuding a sense of status. Lin Jichao slightly lowered the newspaper and told the waiter, 3 pieces of oil, gesturing for him to place it on the table. He was quite the good actor. Please enjoy your meal, the snacks will be ready soon. Lin Jichao continued reading the newspaper, and soon he discovered the news he needed to see. The Hong Kong government decides to lift the blockade of Pic Sha Mountain, attracting a large number of citizens to the mountain in search of gold. This news was very important to him as it meant he could trade gold without encountering any trouble. Because the lifting of the blockade by the Hong Kong government meant that whoever found the gold would own it. There was no concept of turning in for recognition here. Of course, there should not have been any trouble anyway, as gold and silver shops in Hong Kong do not care about the origins of your gold. Once melted down, no one would know where the gold came from. However, for the sake of caution, Lin Jichao chose to wait in the hotel for a few days to observe the situation before making any plans. At this moment, Lin Jichao was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, sporting a slick hairstyle, wearing a watch on his left wrist. His appearance alone had already transformed him into a man among men, a wealthy second-generation heir. Anyone who saw Lin Jichao would not dare to look down on him, for in this era, the wealthy were respected and unattainable by ordinary people. The price of this, of course, was that his savings of over 1,800 Hong Kong dollars were nearly exhausted. Naturally, he currently only had 5 kilograms of gold. He carried 10 kilograms of this gold in his bag, while the remaining 5 kilograms were stored in a concealed location in his hotel room. As far as he knew, Lu Guo Restaurant was also a place favored by thieves, so he had to be cautious. For Lin Jichao, even 10 kilograms of gold could lead to prosperity in the coming years. Thus, although he was careful everywhere, his mind was remarkably calm, showing no signs of tension or anxiety. Putting down the newspaper, Lin Jichao leisurely sipped his coffee and nibbled on snacks. At this moment, he felt very content. The next day, Lin Jichao took a rickshaw to the Hang Seng Silver Shop in Central, carrying a bag in his hand. Upon entering the Hang Seng Silver Shop, he saw a counter surrounded by iron bars, where 3 or 4 employees were busy with customers exchanging gold and silver, and even some selling small yellow fish. Inside the counter area there were scales and burlap sacks. They were all engaged in the gold and silver trading business, with large signs reading buying and selling gold and silver, foreign exchange transactions, etc. At this time, the Hang Seng Silver Shop was not yet the Hang Seng Bank and may not have had savings and loan services. The Hang Seng Silver Shop was not particularly famous in Hong Kong. The East Asia Bank, was the leading financial institution among Chinese-funded enterprises. One of the employees outside, seeing Lin Jichao's impressive demeanor, approached and said, "Sir, what business do you need to handle?" Lin Jichao casually replied, "Is Mr. Shan Hung here? I'm his friend." The employee immediately spoke politely, "Manager, he is usually in Macau for business, and is not here in Hong Kong." Lin Jichao did not feel embarrassed. He merely feigned a look of disappointment. The employee's heart skipped a beat, worried about missing out on something, and quickly said, "Manager, He Tian is here, shall I inform him for you, so as not to delay your important matter?" Seeing Lin Jichao's demeanor, the employee feared missing out on a big deal. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Lin Jichao paused for a moment and said, "All right, they are all founders of the Hang Seng Silver Shop, so it's fine to find him." While the employee went to notify, Lin Jichao observed the hall. The gold and silver trading business was quite busy, and there were quite a few big clients. Everyone was not overly tense, treating it as a normal transaction. Since this year, wealthy individuals from the mainland have been flocking to Hong Kong to settle and establish factories, or to disperse their wealth to mitigate risks. They naturally needed to exchange the gold and silver and foreign currencies they held for local currency. Before long, Lin Jichao was led into the office. After a round of introductions, He Tian said, "I don't know what Mr. Lin is looking for Mr. Shan Hung for. If it's urgent, I can give you a call right away." He was not foolish and knew that Lin Jichao might have business to conduct rather than genuinely seeking He Shan Hung. However, Lin Jichao's demeanor and aura were worth networking with, suggesting he might indeed have a big deal. Lin Jichao handed a bag to He Tian and said, "I want to do something in Hong Kong, so I plan to exchange some gold and would like my friend to give me a fair price." He Tian smiled as he took the bag, but his hands sank a bit, and his expression paused. He didn't expect it to be so heavy. Taking out 10 gold bars, it was indeed quite heavy, nearly 25 kilograms. Lin Jichao was in good physical condition, so he did not feel it, but an average person would find it a bit heavy. "Very pure gold." He Tian lightly scratched the gold, immediately praising it. "This is the art of gold division. Many owners of gold and silver shops are well versed in this skill." According to Lin Jichao's understanding, Li Zhaoji is particularly renowned in this regard. By lightly scratching the gold bar, one can tell its purity. A very few can gain an advantage in front of him. Lin Jichao sat at his place, having no concerns about his gold being in someone else's hands. The Hang Seng Silver Shop's growth into the Hang Seng Bank was a testament to the trustworthiness of these individuals. Moreover, Lin Jichao was only taking out 10 gold bars. There were still 40 bars at Lu Guo Restaurant, Pic Sha Mountain, and Lion Rock. Of course, I wouldn't dare to deceive in front of experts. That would just be embarrassing. He Tian smiled and immediately said, "Mr. Lin is too kind. Since Mr. Lin trusts us so much, I'll exchange it for you at today's market price right away." In no time, the 10 gold bars, 666 taels Hong Kong standard, had been exchanged for 181,000 Hong Kong dollars. These gold bars had some weight shaved off, but the recent gold price had risen to 285 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Naturally, a commission was also due to the Hang Seng Silver Shop. Lin Jichao put the money into his bag and praised. "The Hang Seng Silver Shop indeed has a stellar reputation and robust financial strength. It seems my choice was correct." He Tian replied politely, "Mr. Lin is too kind. If you have more gold next time, feel free to come to me for exchange." After saying that, he handed Lin Jichao a business card. He rarely handed out business cards, but he considered Lin Jichao's one-off transaction of 666 taels of gold, showing no signs of tension, as indicative of a noteworthy person. Lin Jichao carefully kept the business card and said, "The gold is gone, but I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future." "Of course." After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Jichao left the Hang Seng Silver Shop and headed to HSBC, needing to deposit the money into his account. After Lin Jichao left, He Tian took the gold to Liang Jiwei's office to discuss this matter. Liang Jiwei touched the gold and quickly noticed it had been polished. "This gold couldn't have been found at Pic Sha Mountain, could it?" He Tian replied, "I also thought about that, but the young man was calm and collected, so he should not be from an ordinary family background." Liang Jiwei laughed and said, "That would indeed be strange. Would the scions of wealthy families still go hunting for gold?" He Tian smiled and said, "As long as there are no issues with the gold, it's fine." The two discussed Lin Jichao briefly and then set the matter aside. Lin Jichao arrived at Seymour Road in mid-levels, where a landlord received him to view a property. It was a shop house 3 stories high with 1 unit per floor. Entering the second floor of the shop house, the landlord opened a door and led him inside for a tour. "Mr. Lin, this house is surrounded by some prominent buildings of famous families in Xiangjiang with very high security. The rental area of the second floor is a total of over 1,500 square feet." The landlord casually introduced, as if he had no worries about renting it out. Lin Jichao glanced around the room and said with satisfaction, "Mr. He, I really like this place. Please give me a price." The landlord did not seem surprised as properties in Xiangjiang were indeed in high demand. Key money is 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, and the monthly rent is 300 Hong Kong dollars payable annually. The rent would increase each year based on the market. Indeed, there was key money, but it was acceptable. If another 6 months passed, the price might double, and the later it got, the higher it would rise. For Hong Kong people who fled to the mainland during the occupation, being able to find a place to stay upon returning to Hong Kong, even if many families had to squeeze together, was considered a stroke of luck. Many people could only sleep on the streets, under staircases, or in corridors, while some built makeshift shelters at the mercy of typhoons, heavy rain, and the threat of fire. Thus, despite the government's repeated orders to control rent, the severe supply-demand imbalance led to rental transactions moving underground. On the surface, landlords and tenants still adhered to government-prescribed rent standards, but secretly landlords charged tenants key money, with the highest bidder winning. Such transactions were mutually agreeable, and the government had no way to intervene. Currently, the key money was considered cheap. If war broke out in the mainland, the more wealthy individuals fled to Hong Kong, the more expensive the key money would become. The price is not an issue. However, I am paying this key money now. When the rent is due next year, Mr. He, you won't have another key money request, will you? The landlord, Mr. He, was unaware of future market conditions, so he calmly said, I would never do something unethical like that, especially since the Hong Kong government has rental regulations. If Mr. Lin is truly worried, we can note clearly in the rental contract that next year's rent will be adjusted according to the market, but the key money will not be charged again. Lin Jichao smiled and said, That puts my mind at ease. Now let's find a place to sign the contract. Rent can rise, but the landlord cannot just raise it however they want. The Hong Kong government has regulations with a maximum increase of up to 450 Hong Kong dollars per month. As for why Lin Jichao did not buy a house, mainly because he felt there was no need to tie up a large amount of funds in real estate, and this hillside property could better ensure safety. Early February, 25 Seymour Road. On the dining table lay roast goose, seafood, and red wine, alongside a HSBC bank deposit of over HK 170000 and 5 gold ingots, each weighing 2.5 kilograms. As for the 35 gold bars stashed in Beacon Hill and Lion Rock, Lin Jichao had yet to retrieve them. Dangerous individuals might still be prowling nearby. It had been exactly half a year since he arrived in this world. And at last Lin Jichao possessed startup capital, sparing him years of grueling accumulation. Yet this sum was modest. He would need relentless effort, or else his life would amount to little more than modest prosperity. By the time Tycoon Tung Chao-chin docked in Hong Kong, his fortune already stood at USD 100,000 HKD 400,000, plus an extensive collection of jewels. Zhao Tsongyan arrived with a 3500-ton ocean-going vessel. Many mainland tycoons entered Hong Kong bearing fortunes worth several million Hong Kong dollars, or even millions of US dollars. They arrived with entire families as well as machinery and skilled technicians. A truly imposing spectacle. Next, Lin Jichao resolved to launch his formal enterprise. Though not yet 19, born in March 1928, he carried over 50 years of worldly experience. Now endowed with both a robust physique and a sharp intellect, he embodied the quintessential protagonist. His first venture would be real estate. He had originally contemplated plastics manufacturing, but after careful deliberation, he concluded that what he needed most at present was a powerful network of influential connections. Where then could such a network be forged? Through extraordinary achievements, earning the favor of bankers, gaining admission into chambers of commerce, and winning the respect of eminent business magnates. Simultaneously, he needed to cultivate his own loyal following and strengthen his capabilities. Real estate, at this juncture, uniquely satisfied all these requirements. As for the origins of Lin Jichao's capital, let the world speculate. After all, what is a legendary merchant without mystery? Fish swim their own course, shrimp crawl theirs, and frogs, though lacking a path, leap 3 times, and each bound becomes a great stride. Returning once more to westbound Pak Tak Street, Lin Jichao felt a quiet wave of sentiment. This place had granted him his first shelter, spared him from joining the ranks of refugees. Standing before the door of Li Gaofu's home, he already heard an infant's cries within, and a gentle smile spread across his face. Knock, knock. Moments later the door opened, revealing his neighbor Auntie Li. Oh, Chaozi. What brings you back? You've clearly struck it rich. You're even wearing a suit. Lin Jichao smiled warmly. I've come to visit cousin-in-law and brother Gaofu. And you are? Before Auntie Li could reply, Chen Shufang appeared at the doorway, cradling the baby and greeting him enthusiastically. Jichao, coming quickly? Brother Gaofu, concerned for my well-being, invited Auntie Li to keep me company for a while. Her tone implied remuneration. No gratitude, required no need for ceremony. Her attitude toward Lin Jichao had transformed utterly. Not merely because of the 200 Hong Kong dollars he'd given earlier, but because he now seemed to have truly risen in stature. Lin Jichao understood this shift perfectly, yet remained unmoved by it. He deeply appreciated Li Gaofu's kindness in taking him in during those early days. Moreover, as his enterprise began to take shape, he urgently needed people who were trustworthy and loyal, and Li Gaofu fit that role perfectly. In the startup phase, relatives and close friends made ideal early collaborators. But once the business matured, one must act decisively. Those kin who lacked discipline or ambition would have to be removed from the company. That was the true art of leadership. Lin Jichao placed his gift-wrapped provisions and infant formula on the table, prompting quiet astonishment from Auntie Li and unbridled delight from Chan Shufang. This is a full case of infant formula, imported from country M renowned for its quality assurance. Lin Jichao explained, in this era of scarcity, any product brought to market would find eager buyers. Recently, numerous plastic goods had been shipped from country M to Hong Kong, including transparent polystyrene glass belts priced at 240 Hong Kong dollars each and ballpoint pens selling for 100 Hong Kong dollars apiece. Despite their steep prices, these items sold out instantly, testament to the soaring demand for plastic products. In the aftermath of World War II, manufacturers from country M rapidly amassed global wealth through industrial production, the very economic foundation upon which their future hegemony was built. What luck this child has, to drink formula from country M, Chan Shufang exclaimed joyfully to the infant in her arms. She knew the price, nearly 2,030 Hong Kong dollars per tin, so a full case likely cost several hundred. It's a boy. Brother Gaofu will need to work harder than ever. Harder he may work, but never as hard as you earn. After the lively exchange, Chan Shufang politely ushered Auntie Li outside. She had no intention of sharing Lin Jichao's generous offerings with anyone else. Understanding propriety, Lin Jichao handed Auntie Li 2 apples. After sitting a while, Li Gaofu returned home, and the two men fell into warm reminiscence. You've been gone over a month. I worried terribly, yet had no way to reach you, Li Gaofu said sincerely. Had Lin Jichao not sought refuge with them, their relationship would have remained superficial. But living under one roof for over 4 months had naturally fostered genuine affection. Lin Jichao smiled. Thank you for your concern, Brother Gaofu. So long as all is well, that's what matters. It seems you've accomplished your mission. I'm truly delighted for you. They shared a meal and conversation. When the moment felt right, Lin Jichao spoke, by the way, Brother Gaofu, I intend to establish a property development firm, acquiring old buildings and land parcels, redeveloping them, and reselling the completed properties. I'd like to invite you to join me in this endeavor. Li Gaofu and Chan Shufang stared dumbfounded. What precisely had their cousin been doing during that month-long absence? A property firm requires substantial investment. Li Gaofu ventured uncertainly. Lin Jichao smiled reassuringly. We'll proceed step by step, initially constructing only 1 or 2 buildings. I wouldn't jest about something so serious. Li Gaofu steadied himself, then asked, but I'm employed at a trading firm. How much could I possibly contribute? Though he voiced doubt, his heart fluttered with anticipation. His cousin might indeed have ascended. Lin Jichao replied, does it matter? We're all novices. We'll learn together. Without further hesitation, Li Gaofu declared firmly, agreed. I'll follow you. Chan Shufang swiftly kicked him beneath the table, urging him to clarify salary terms before committing. Her anxious expression spoke volumes. After all, Li Gaofu's wages sustained their family of 4, and he regularly sent 2,030 Hong Kong dollars home to his hometown. Their existence was stretched perilously thin. Lin Jichao, perceptive as ever, smiled and said, very well. I trust you and I know your integrity and character. Therefore, I offer you a monthly salary of 180 Hong Kong dollars. Excellent performance will merit year-end bonuses and future raises. Li Gaofu immediately countered, no need to start so high. 150 Hong Kong dollars is sufficient. Raise it only if I prove myself worthy. That figure matched his current salary, placing him among Hong Kong's higher-earning white-collar workers. Chan Shufang, too exhausted to intervene further, buried herself in her meal, yet breathed easier, relieved that her husband wouldn't be working gratis. Lin Jichao insisted, I'm poaching talent. I must offer competitive compensation. And let me be clear, the startup phase will be arduous. Li Gaofu, swept up in the momentum, vowed solemnly, rest assured. I won't disgrace you. Lin Jichao nodded. In these fragile early days of entrepreneurship, even a single trusted assistant was invaluable. Li Gaofu was well-read, possessed functional English skills, and had seen enough of the world to serve ably as a clerk. His future roles would evolve according to his demonstrated abilities. After Lin Jichao departed, Chan Shufang complained, you didn't even ask Jichao how much capital he commands. Yet you agreed to enter real estate. She still found it hard to believe he possessed hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Li Gaofu asserted his authority. What do you understand? Is Jichao the sort who speaks recklessly? If he lacked hundreds of thousands, would he buy infant formula costing hundreds? Or wear a suit worth hundreds? Where on earth did he earn such sums? In just over a month. Chan Shufang gasped, incredulous. Li Gaofu waved it off. That's his affair. Why should we pry into our employer's affairs? Besides, he mentioned helping a Shanghai tycoon with certain matters, perhaps earning admiration and securing a sizable loan in return. Very well. Let's stake everything on this gamble. Should Ji Chao rise to greatness, surely he'll remember the man who stood by him. Nonsense. Never refer to yourself or me as Ji Chao's benefactor, not even in front of him. Doing so only makes you appear contemptible. Understood. But Ji Chao really is. Enough. Fine, don't shout. You'll frighten the baby. Chun Shufang wasn't entirely naive. But constrained by pride, she invoked the baby as shield. Deep down, however, she glowed with quiet elation, already envisioning the day her husband rose alongside his extraordinary cousin. Lin Jichao arrived at the Hueringsing building intending to rent an office and hang up a sign for Changjiang Real Estate. The agent flattered, Mr. Lin, you are truly young and accomplished. Lin Jichao smiled faintly. At just 19 years old, even with a mature appearance, he looked no more than 20. Although many young entrepreneurs start at 20, few have such a high starting point to lease an office in Central. You're overpraising me. Let's go directly to view the property. Sure, please follow me. This Hueringsing building is quite remarkable. Back in the 1920s, our Chinese businessmen couldn't even set foot in Central. The foreigners looked down on us. After this building was completed, our Chinese businessmen gradually gained some wealth and began leasing spaces, which angered the foreign merchants already here. They protested, but in the end they had to leave this building. Thus we Chinese merchants flocked to this building and established our foothold in Central, leading to the owner's renaming of it to Hueringsing. This building holds great significance. Lin Jichao did not mind the agent's chatter. Instead, he listened with great interest. At this time, although the status of Chinese merchants had improved, it would take until the 1970s to reach the level of British capital. Moreover, the Hueringsing building would later take on a very important significance as the venue for the Far East Exchange, which was quietly prepared here before its sudden announcement of establishment. Given the circumstances at the time, people like Li Fujiao worried that the pressure from the Hong Kong Association during the preparatory work could affect the establishment of the Far East Exchange. Without the Far East Exchange, and if there had been no four associations standing together, it would have been extremely difficult for Chinese enterprises to go public, and fundraising would be out of the question. How could Chinese capital surpass British capital in the 1970s? Thus, the commercial history of Hong Kong is essentially the history of the struggle of Chinese capital, and the history within it is highly significant. Are there many office spaces available for rent in the Hueringsing building now? Not many, only about 2, and only one meets your criteria. Moreover, to be honest, many companies have recently moved into Hong Kong from the mainland or open branches. If this trend continues, there will soon be a shortage of office spaces in Central. So renting at this time is truly a great opportunity. The agent was unexpected in his insight. At this moment, it was perhaps only those well-informed that could recognize such trends. Upon arriving at the 6th floor of the Hueringsing building, the two entered an office of about 800 square feet. Mr. Lin, look, this window has a perfect view of Queen's Road with an excellent outlook. Lin Jichao hesitated little, glancing around briefly. Indeed. I like it very much. I won't hesitate further. I'll rent it. At this time, the rent for office spaces on Queen's Road in Central was 0.7 Hong Kong dollars per square foot per month, making the monthly rent $560, which amounts to nearly $7,000 a year. By 1949, prices would likely double, a result of supply not meeting demand. Although he was aware of this, Lin Jichao did not plan to use this information to sign for several more years. First, the landlord wouldn't be that foolish. Second, Lin Jichao's funds were limited. Third, he could still benefit from this price increase. Hearing this, the agent, Hu Xiaoshu, quickly said, Mr. Lin is truly straightforward. No wonder you're such a successful boss. Lin Jichao laughed, haha, noticing that Hu Xiaoshu was quite perceptive. He felt it would be good to establish a rapport, and said, are you willing to work with me? I guarantee you'll earn no less than you do as an agent. How much could a rental agent earn? Hu Xiaoshu was taken aback and immediately replied, Mr. Lin, what business are you in? Lin Jichao saw that if he didn't reveal something, others would likely not be swayed at all, and said, I plan to buy land and old buildings, then build new ones for sale. You know that the number of bosses in Hong Kong is increasing, and you should also be aware of the prospects of real estate. If you're interested, you can come here later to discuss specific terms with me. No pressure, it's just about whether Hu Xiaoshu recognizes the opportunity. Hu Xiaoshu quickly replied, all right, I appreciate Mr. Lin's recognition. I'll think it over. In his heart, he had already begun to stir with thoughts of discussing further. He saw Lin Jichao's extraordinary demeanor and realized that he likely had substantial capital. On February 14th of Valentine's Day, it was auspicious to start a business. Changjiang Real Estate was quietly established that day with a total of 3 employees, including Lin Jichao, Li Gaofu, and Hu Xiaoshu, with plans for further recruitment. However, doing real estate in this era was relatively simple. For legal and procedural issues, finding a cooperating law firm provided a honest-stop service. For construction issues, finding a trustworthy construction company was ideal, allowing for the incorporation of one's own ideas with design and construction outsourced. The remaining issue was sales that could be planned independently. During this time, the real estate market in Hong Kong was not at all developed, primarily limited by many factors. First, the Hong Kong government stipulated that the maximum height for residential buildings could not exceed 5 stories, and typically residential buildings were in the style of Tong Lao. Second, at this time, real estate transactions in Hong Kong were sold by blocks or buildings, significantly raising the threshold for property sales. Those who could afford an entire building were all wealthy merchants. Third, during this period, there were no pre-sale or straight-to-title sales, and property companies faced slow cash flow, making it unfavorable for real estate development. Even if a building was completed, it wouldn't necessarily find buyers immediately. In summary, numerous restrictions severely affected real estate development. On the other hand, there was a significant shortage of residences in Hong Kong. Although the government encouraged capital to rebuild war-damaged buildings, it remained ineffective. Lin Jiqiao dared to enter the Hong Kong real estate market for good reason. Furthermore, the real estate market in Hong Kong would rise over the next 3 years, which was sufficient justification to enter the industry. Zhaoshu, our current task is to seek land or old buildings, aiming to build 2 or 3 Tong Lao as our best target. Sure, boss. He'll immediately scout for news and search for targets, then report back to you. Lin Jiqiao nodded. At 27 or 28, Zhaoshu had been an agent for several years, and was certainly more familiar with the property situation in Hong Kong than he was. Gao Fugo put out recruitment ads. We need an accountant, a cashier, and to recruit construction specialists. Also, we need to purchase office supplies. Li Gaofu noted down Lin Jiqiao's requirements and nodded, saying sure, he'll get on it right away. Lin Jiqiao happily remarked, although Changjiang real estate has just been established, just like its name, the Yangtze River does not reject small streams, thus, it can flow majestically for miles. The source of the Yangtze River starts as a trickle flowing eastward and accommodating countless tributaries, forming a vast ocean. In the future, Changjiang real estate's growth will also mirror that of the Yangtze, expanding from small to large. The Yangtze River is the mother river of Huaxia and a pride of the Huaxia people. The future Changjiang group should also be a source of pride for the Huaxia people. The Yangtze River flows majestically for miles, embodying a broad-minded spirit. A person with ambitions in industry should sail far and advance bravely to create great achievements. Seeing Lin Jiqiao's lofty ambitions, his 2 subordinates were instantly excited, feeling they had found the right boss. Having arranged the tasks for his 2 subordinates, Lin Jiqiao proceeded to handle other matters. He prepared to contact a cooperating law firm to resolve the legal issues of his planned ventures. Otherwise, Lin Jiqiao would not be able to make waves in the real estate industry. Lin Jiqiao arrived at Kowloon law firm, a legal practice with a 60-year history, founded by 2 foreigners. Currently, most well-known law firms in Hong Kong are established by foreigners. Chinese lawyers operate under these law firms, creating a win-win situation where the firm takes a commission from the lawyers, while the lawyers utilize the firm's resources and reputation. Therefore, while it may seem that Chinese lawyers are working for someone, they actually enjoy a significant degree of freedom and initiative. The receptionist stopped Lin Jiqiao and asked, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Lin Jiqiao casually glanced around and then replied calmly, "I would like to discuss a collaboration with lawyer Zhou Jianshuan. Please arrange an appointment for me." Upon hearing there was no appointment, the receptionist continued, "What is your profession? What kind of legal consulting services do you require?" The status of lawyers is quite high in Hong Kong, especially since Zhou Jianshuan is a well-known Chinese lawyer. Typically, one would not have the qualifications to seek his collaboration. Lin Jiqiao replied, "I am the owner of a property company and would like to hire lawyer Zhou Jianshuan as our legal advisor. Here is my business card." He took out a freshly printed business card and handed it to the receptionist. Upon hearing that he was the owner of a property company, and seeing the address listed as Hua Renhang Building, she quickly said, "Let me relay this to him. Please have a seat for a moment." Lin Jiqiao nodded. He was aware that approaching for collaboration without prior notice could be somewhat troublesome. However, he believed he would soon gain the friendship and partnership of lawyer Zhou Jianshuan. Before long, the receptionist approached Lin Jiqiao and said, "Mr. Lin, this way, please." Lin Jiqiao stood up and followed the receptionist into Kowloon law firm. It was normal for the threshold to be high. Law firms of this era were primarily established to serve the powerful. Upon entering Zhou Jiangshan's office, they naturally introduced themselves to each other. Zhou Jianshuan was a lawyer around 40 years old, holding a London solicitor's license, and was quite famous in the Chinese community. Lin Jiqiao sought him out purely due to his reputation and proactively approached for collaboration as he had no better options. "Mr. Lin, at such a young age you are already the owner of a property company. That's impressive," Zhou Jianshuan said politely. He had no doubts about Lin Jiqiao's identity, as there was no benefit to deceiving a lawyer. "The company has just opened, and there are many things I don't quite understand, so I would like to ask Lawyer Zhou for some legal advice. Lin Jichao's youthful face exuded confidence. Upon hearing that it was a newly established company, Zhou Jiangxin's expression remained unchanged, and he said, "No problem, I happen to be free now. You can briefly explain the situation." Lin Jichao nodded and got straight to the point. Currently, property sales are conducted as whole buildings. Can they be sold by individual floors? For subdivided ownership, if a 4-story building has each owner holding 14 of the land rights, then in a 5-story building each owner would hold 15 of the land rights with a separate lease detailing each owner's rights. Do you think this approach would be feasible? Zhou Jianxuan was momentarily stunned. He had initially thought it was a very simple and ordinary question but did not expect it to be one he couldn't answer. After some thought, he candidly admitted, "I have never dealt with such a lease before." Lin Jichao did not give up and continued, "Where can such a lease be made? Which department should I apply to? If selling by floors can be feasible, then property transactions in Hong Kong would not remain stagnant, or active property trading would mean more capital entering the real estate sector, which could significantly contribute to solving the housing shortage in Hong Kong." At this moment, Zhou Jiangxin's expression changed, and he said earnestly, "Mr. Lin, your idea is excellent. I will write to the land office to inquire if registration is possible. If I get a response, I'll inform you immediately to avoid impacting your company's operations." Lin Jichao smiled and said, "So would Lawyer Zhou be willing to serve as our company's legal advisor? Rest assured, I should be able to afford the consultation fee." Zhou Jianxuan smiled back and said, "Coming up with such a solution is also a form of learning for me. As a lawyer, I naturally welcome additional business and clients." Lin Jichao nodded and then explained the situation of Changjiang Properties. After listening, Zhou Jianxuan pondered for a moment and said, "Although the solution you proposed may be feasible, it does carry certain risks. Therefore, I suggest that your company wait for news from the land office before purchasing the land." Lin Jichao replied, "Please rest assured, Lawyer Zhou, I do have some strength. Selling by floors simply means my returns might come quicker. Then I can rest easy. Thank you, Lawyer Zhou." He left Kowloon law firm in a good mood. In this era, as long as you possess true skills, you will undoubtedly earn others' respect. Lin Jichao raised a constructive question which made Zhou Jianxuan regard him more favorably. Coupled with Lin Jichao's impressive demeanor, he was quite likable. 10 days later, Lin Jichao and Hu Xiaoshu arrived at 4648 Shanshan Road, Tsim Sha Sui, to inspect an old building. Boss, the owner of the property at Shanshan Road 4648, is an elderly man from Gold Mountain named Zhang Guanfeng. He plans to sell these 3 dilapidated properties due to a lack of funds to initiate reconstruction. In this month, February 1947, the Hong Kong government implemented new rent control regulations to curb the increasingly severe trend of rent increases and forced evictions, encouraging owners to repair buildings damaged by war. The new regulations impose controls on post-war building rents, stipulating they cannot exceed pre-war rent levels, but 2 exceptions apply: newly constructed buildings post-war and properties rebuilt by owners at a cost equivalent to 100 times the pre-war monthly rent of the area, both of which can be rented at current market value. The introduction of the new regulations significantly promoted the repair and reconstruction of old buildings and the construction of new ones post-war. Wealthier owners have been investing in the repair of buildings to obtain high rents, while owners who became impoverished due to the war have sold their buildings to real estate developers for demolition and reconstruction. Clearly, this elderly man from Gold Mountain, Zhang Guanfeng, lacks the funds for demolition and reconstruction. Lin Jichao examined the site carefully. Although he was not yet a professional in real estate, he still had some knowledge. Recently, he has also been studying real estate. Shanshan Road is located at the northern end of Tsim Sha Sui, south of Austin Road, connecting Nathan Road at its western end, close to the Tsim Sha Sui police station. The geographical location is impeccable, situated in the golden area of Tsim Sha Sui. Based on his estimation, selling at 25-30 Hong Kong dollars per square foot would not be a problem. However, since properties are currently sold as whole buildings, it has resulted in a situation where the prices of land and old buildings are high and rents are high, yet the unit prices per floor cannot rise. In reality, real estate does not have much profit margin, so the Hong Kong property market was still in its infancy. What is the land area stated on the lease? 4,800 square feet, approximately 530 square meters. Lin Jichao immediately began calculating. Assuming he could build 3 5-story tenement buildings on this plot of land, there would be 15 residential units in total. Based on the current property area, he estimated that the floor area per unit could reach around 1,200 square feet, with a selling price of approximately $3.5 million due to large area and favorable timing, yielding a total sales amount of over 500,000. Of course, this is contingent upon selling by floors to achieve that unit price. In this era, compact units and small areas are not favored, and most units exceed 1,000 square feet. The Hong Kong government allows landlords to sublet, so large area is not an issue. This real estate development environment severely restricts the ability of only the wealthy to afford properties, a situation even more severe than in later years. on a broader scale, the housing shortage for so many people in Hong Kong is actually due to these policies. Alright, let's arrange to discuss the price with Mr. Zhang. I have a strong interest in this property. Sure, I will contact him right away. The size of the land is just right. This project is perfect for a model case. Mr. Zhang, could you please lower the price a bit? 220000 for the land is a bit expensive. Lin Jichao's expression was somewhat grim. He did not expect that the 4800 square feet of land at No. 4648 Shanshan Road would cost as much as 220000 Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this might be the market rate throughout Hong Kong. Expensive land prices, high rents, yet the unit price of properties is not high. Zhang Guanfeng was a man in his 60s, a retiree from Jinshan, a term for overseas Chinese returning to retire, and perhaps due to his age, he was not keen on rebuilding the property himself, which is why he wanted to sell his dilapidated assets. He calculated with the meticulousness typical of a Teochew person, presenting an account to Lin Jichao. Xiao Lin, if you buy these 3 rundown buildings from me for 220000, you would only need to spend another 100000 on construction costs and a bit more on taxes, and your total investment would be at most 350000 Hong Kong dollars. With the current high rents outside, you would definitely make a profit. If it weren't for my age and reluctance to toil, I would have rebuilt it myself. Lin Jichao smiled wryly and said, I am a property company. Naturally, I intend to sell it once it's built. Zhang Guanfeng immediately replied that would still be quite a deal. Selling it after construction for 450000 Hong Kong dollars wouldn't be a problem. You'd make a profit of over 100000 in just over a year. Aren't you satisfied with that? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to earn 100000 Hong Kong dollars. It was clear that Zhang Guanfeng was trying to trick Lin Jichao, who was not well versed in the industry. After all, selling an entire building, others might not even be willing to offer $25 per square foot. In an effort to save some money, Lin Jichao resorted to a desperate plea. But the current properties are easier to rent than to sell a building for over 100000. Very few can afford it. Why not lower the price a bit, show some leniency for a younger generation, so I can feel somewhat comforted? This, at least 218000 Hong Kong dollars. The land with old buildings is quite popular. If you don't want it, ill find another buyer. Zhang Guanfeng also played his trump card. Fortunately, the price was reduced by 2000. Alright, let's agree on this. Well, go to Kowloon's law office tomorrow to sign the contract. No problem. You pay the lawyer's fee. That's only natural. Actually, I'm the one paying. I just gave you a discount of 2000. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Haha, you are quite the negotiator. No wonder I unknowingly gave you a discount of 2000. After a round of coaxing and scheming, Lin Jichao managed to save 2000, feeling quite pleased. Recently, he had sold 5 gold bars at another gold shop for 92000 cash. He injected 25880 Hong Kong dollars into Chongjiang properties, and after paying the rent, only about 25000 Hong Kong dollars remained. Now it seemed that the funds for Chongjiang properties would soon decrease to over 3000 Hong Kong dollars, which under normal circumstances would hardly cover the first payment for construction. It was indeed rather meager. As for Lin Jichao, he had only a few thousand Hong Kong dollars left for living expenses. He planned to retrieve the gold from Baijiashan and Shitsi Mountain in March or April. Boss, I didn't expect you to negotiate 2000 off Mr. Zhang's price. That's impressive. After the two left, Hu Zhaoshu remarked. Lin Jichao smiled and replied, I used to sell newspapers. I'm quite good at dealing with these old men. Hu Zhaoshu was dumbfounded. Could a person who could afford 220000 Hong Kong dollars for land really be someone who started from selling newspapers? Of course, he just smiled and did not probe further. What the boss could say, he could not ask. Once in the rickshaw, Lin Jichao suddenly felt inspired and said, Driver, take us for a ride around Tsim Sha Tsui. Since arriving in Hong Kong, Lin Jichao had often been on Hong Kong Island but rarely came to Kowloon, and today was just the right time to take a look. Moreover, since he wanted to engage in real estate, he had to familiarize himself with every street in Hong Kong, even every building and every shop. That was what a qualified real estate agent should do. Alright, please hold on tight. The two rickshaw drivers then began to pull with all their might, as they might encounter wealthy customers today. In this era, the Tsim Sha Tsui area was the old-fashioned dock and warehouses of Kowloon Wharf, not the future commercial center Harbor City. It occupied a significant share of the cargo warehouses of Victoria Harbor. If you were in shipping, you had to pay a hefty sum to the Hong Kong Wharf under the Jardine Matheson Group. Later, due to the high charges of Kowloon Wharf, even the Hong Kong government couldn't overlook it, and Jardine Matheson became detested by Chinese merchants. This foreign firm was probably the most hated by Chinese traders. As they traveled along the coast, there were numerous dock berths between Tsim Sha Tsui and Tai Kok Tsui available for cargo ships and barges. Extending east from Tsim Sha Tsui was the famous Blue Chimney Shipping Company's warehouse belonging to the Swire Group. which would later be acquired by New World Development and transformed into the New World Center. Sim East had not yet been reclaimed. Beyond that was the massive Whampoa Dock, which faced the Swire Dock in Chaiwan on Hong Kong Island. Along the entire coastline, almost all the land belonged to British firms which had amassed untold wealth from these properties. On the streets along these warehouses and docks were various shops serving the shipping industry filled with hemp ropes machinery and various marine supplies, as well as bars and restaurants catering to sailors. Now that Lin Jiqiao had finally settled in Hong Kong, he began to appreciate these places with a sense of leisure, not worried about safety issues. In the Victoria Harbour, wealthy people are often the least troublesome. Who knows if they have a powerful background? No one would take the initiative to provoke them. As he enjoyed the scenery of Tsim Sha Tsui in Kowloon, his mindset was entirely different from when he first arrived in Hong Kong. As the rickshaw passed a certain place, Lin Jiqiao witnessed a dark scene in society. He saw 4 or 5 people surrounding a man engaged in an intense conflict. One person drew a dagger and swung it at the man. Just when Lin Jiqiao thought a tragedy was about to occur, he saw the man actually disarm the attacker at close range and broke his wrist. This scene made Lin Jiqiao feel as if he was looking at himself. No, every man has a martial arts dream. Stop! The rickshaw driver, who had been hoping to go faster, had to stop upon hearing Lin Jiqiao's words. When Lin Jiqiao and Hu Xiaoshu got out of the rickshaw, the man had already knocked down 2 people and was entangled with another 2, surprisingly gaining the upper hand. Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. Lin Jiqiao shouted at the group. They indeed stopped and turned to look at Lin Jiqiao when they saw he was a wealthy man. I'm here to mediate. Let's talk about why you have conflicts or grievances. I'm willing to be a peacemaker. Lin Jiqiao said with an imposing expression, speaking commanding words. Without a gun, he had nothing to fear. It seemed he could fight pretty well. Boss, you come to mediate. This Xue Junshan owes us money and refuses to pay and even wants to hit people. It's absolutely outrageous. The leader holding the knife said angrily, and at this point his grip on the knife was already faltering. Lin Jiqiao looked at the man named Xue Junshan. He wasn't particularly tall but was very sturdy, and his eyes shone with an eagle-like glint indicating he was a fighter. However, he remained silent, possibly due to feeling guilty. Xue Junshan, you're not saying anything and you know you're in the wrong. I know you have practiced martial arts, but you must understand you have a wife and child to care for. You dare. Xue Junshan said angrily, pointing at others with a murderous expression. At this moment Lin Jiqiao spoke a fair word. Paying off debts is only right. Looking at them, they don't seem like good people either. No matter how well you fight, can you always protect your wife and child? Can you withstand a gun? I'm already working 2 jobs to repay, but their interest rates are too high and it's just snowballing. The interest was something you signed for with black and white as proof. At this point Lin Jiqiao had already understood the reason for the dispute. He said to Xue Junshan, I have a job here that could ensure your wife and child live worry-free and have a decent life in Hong Kong, but it requires you to work hard. Do you want to do it? I'll do it, Xue Junshan said without hesitation. Lin Jiqiao nodded and said to the other group, How much does he owe? Show me the contract. The leader immediately became happy, pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, Including principal and interest, it's a total of 2250 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Jiqiao glanced at it and was taken aback by such high interest. Why do you need so much money? The child had a serious illness. Lin Jiqiao nodded, then took out his wallet, counted, and found it was almost enough with some leftover. The money is settled, and he'll also give you $100 for medical expenses. I'll tear up the IOU. The thug leader, seeing the money, immediately said ingratiatingly, Yes, boss, you have the final say. Congratulations to the boss for acquiring a helper. This Xue Junshan is quite a capable fighter and, alright, no need to flatter. I just need a bulletproof shield. Do you think this is an easy job? If not, why don't you do it well yourself? The thug leader awkwardly replied, Boss, you're joking. He might not fear fighting, but he certainly feared bullets. Once the matter was settled and the group dispersed, Lin Jiqiao took out another $300 for Xue Junshan, saying, Take this money to settle down first. Consider it deducted from your salary. I'll write down an address for you. Come dressed appropriately for work later. Xue Junshan declined the $300, saying, Boss, you don't need to give me the money. I'll come to work tomorrow. Take it. It will be deducted from your salary anyway. You need to buy a decent outfit. Thank you, boss. Lin Jiqiao then took out paper and pen and wrote down the address of Huaranxing building for Xue Junshan before getting back into the rickshaw. Congratulations, boss, for acquiring a loyal bodyguard. Hu Xiaoshu congratulated him at the moment. He was quite frightened when getting off the car earlier. Who knows? But I think as a driver he would be more loyal than others. That's how I see it, Lin Jiqiao said. At least there's some gratitude, which is better than the ordinary recruits that make one uneasy. Of course. Boss, Master Huang Zutong has arrived. Excellent. Please show him in. Huang Zutong was the second son of Huang Shun, a veteran architect whose family would later become renowned across Hong Kong, primarily for its extraordinary achievements in architecture. Among them, Huang Zutong attained the greatest prominence, founding the Huang Zutong Architectural Design Office, a distinguished firm widely recognized throughout Hong Kong. Naturally, such architects, then called Ze Shi Design Masters, enjoyed greater demand prior to the 1970s. Afterward, major real estate developers established their own in-house design offices and construction companies. Liu Xiaopei, one of Hong Kong's most celebrated architects, spent his entire life designing buildings, only to realize in his twilight years that property development, not architecture, yielded the greatest profits. Lin Jichao first met Huang Zutong through the introduction of solicitor Zhou Jianxuan. Both hailed from Guangdong province and were already acquainted within professional circles. "Master Huang, please be seated." Lin Jichao rose joyfully to greet him. "Mr. Lin, you're far too kind." Huang Zutong replied warmly. The previous day, Lin Jichao had taken Huang Zutong to inspect the plot at Shanlin Road Nos. 4648. Today, they would discuss architectural planning in detail. Though Lin Jichao was a novice in real estate, he was by no means ignorant. In fact, he possessed profound insight into matters architects seldom considered, such as market demand. "Master Huang, regarding the Shanlin Road site, here is my vision: 3 five-story Tong Lao buildings, each floor spanning approximately 1200 square feet, yielding 15 residential floors in total. Each floor will comprise a self-contained unit with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and 1 servant's quarter. No common area deductions. The 1200 square foot measurement reflects pure usable space. The Shanlin Road plot is exceptionally rare, triangularly fronted by streets, with an extremely high plot ratio and minimal open land." Huang Zutong jotted down the client's requirements in his notebook and asked curiously, "Per your specifications, each floor constitutes an independent household unit. If a single investor purchases an entire building for personal family use, wouldn't that prove inconvenient?" Lin Jichao then revealed his plan for floor-by-floor sales, prompting immediate effusive praise from Huang Zutong. "Brilliant. The lands department has approved it. Legally sound. This innovation will undoubtedly invigorate Hong Kong's property market. A flat priced at HK 200,030,000 is infinitely more marketable than an entire building costing HK 500,000 or HK 100,000. Mr. Lin, you are truly a visionary." Lin Jichao responded modestly, "Precisely because my resources are limited, I devised this housing for all solution." Huang Zutong nodded respectfully. Finally, Lin Jichao made a request. "Master Huang, as a newcomer to real estate, I hold deep fascination for architectural design. Might I occasionally consult you on technical matters?" Huang Zutong beamed, "Of course. Feel free to ask any time, Mr. Lin. We are friends after all. No formalities required." He had no inkling that Lin Jichao was in fact an unusually diligent student, one who intended to absorb his expertise thoroughly and whose aptitude for learning proved nothing short of extraordinary. After Huang Zutong departed, Lin Jichao stepped out into the office lobby. The entire Chung Kong property headquarters occupied just one suite, naturally claimed by Lin Jichao. As both his private office and meeting room, other staff worked from the open-plan reception area. Indeed, Chung Kong Property's current scale, roughly 10 employees, was more than sufficient for its workload. At present, the firm comprised 5 members. "Boss, the job interviews are scheduled for 1 p.m. Li Gaofu reminded him, now serving as Lin Jichao's assistant, effectively the company's sole administrative clerk. His duties mirrored those he'd performed at the trading firm. Let us hope exceptional talent joins our team today." Employees felt deeply honored. Chung Kong Property had only just been founded, yet had immediately invested HK 218,000 in acquiring a prime plot. Clearly, the boss commanded formidable financial strength. Except for accountant Zhou Fuzhao, who harbored quiet concerns with only HK 400,000 remaining in the company's account, he wondered whether this project could possibly proceed. Still, he assumed the boss had simply not yet injected additional capital. Days passed steadily as Chung Kong Property advanced its operations with disciplined precision. Perhaps at this moment, Chung Kong Property was but an obscure name in Hong Kong's vast property landscape, unknown to nearly all. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, it was quietly incubating a revolutionary transformation in the industry. During this period, Lin Jichao studied architectural design under Huang Zutong, not as a passive disciple but through incisive questioning about real estate fundamentals. He also immersed himself in relevant books and periodicals. Huang Zutong grew increasingly astonished. Lin Jichao's grasp was astonishingly rapid, and his ability to extrapolate insights from single examples bordered on uncanny. Moreover, through their exchanges, Huang Zutong discovered he too could glean valuable architectural insights from this real estate novice, a testament to Lin Jichao's remarkably innovative thinking. Once preparations neared completion, Lin Jichao returned to the High Rock Co. law firm. "Mr. Lin, welcome. You must be extraordinarily busy these days. Solicitor Zhou Jianxuan said cheerfully. Though Lin Jichao was young, Zhou sensed immense latent potential. How else could one conceive the ingenious floor-by-floor sales model? Crucially, the Lands Department had issued a swift, unqualified endorsement, feasible. At a time when the Hong Kong government actively encouraged private capital to rebuild or construct housing, alleviating the city's severe housing shortage, the department's prompt, unobstructed approval spoke volumes. Indeed, no legal barriers existed. Hong Kong merely adhered habitually to London-style property transactions, never imagining innovation was possible. Lin Jichao smiled. I've simply been shadowing Master Huang. Learning surreptitiously, as it were. After all, I begin with near total ignorance. Zhou Jianxuan recalled his friend Huang Zutong's amused complaint, chuckled heartily, and added, Thank goodness you didn't pursue law. I'd be unemployed. Master Huang insists you possess extraordinary intellect and razor-sharp responsiveness. Not at all. I merely apply myself diligently. My entire fortune rests upon this plot. Lin Jichao replied humbly. Zhou Jianxuan reassured him, though no property expert myself, I recognize your floor-by-floor sales model permits higher per-unit pricing. This project promises substantial secure profit. Lin Jichao expressed sincere gratitude before continuing, Solicitor Zhou, I've come today with another matter I'd like to discuss with you. Zhou Jianxuan leaned forward, intrigued. When three walk together, one may learn from the others. He genuinely felt Lin Jichao embodied that wisdom, and said earnestly, Please, I'm all ears. A subtle excitement flickered in Lin Jichao's eyes. Composing himself, he spoke calmly. Here is the proposal. Upon commencing construction of the new building, our company will collect a 50% deposit from buyers upfront with the balance paid in installments, akin to rent payments, until final completion, at which point full payment is settled and buyers receive their title deeds. This practice, selling units still under construction, came to be known colloquially as flower and fruit sales. Purchasers acquire unfinished structures during the blossoming phase long before fruition. Hence the term flower units or off-plan sales. The installment-based sales model later became formally known as the flower unit sales system. Zhou Jianxuan's expression turned serious. After a thoughtful pause, he asked, How do you ensure buyers trust your firm enough to purchase an unbuilt property? Or more pointedly, why would they commit financially to something yet unrealized? Lin Jichao replied with unwavering confidence. First, land acquisition blueprint approval and commencement of construction guarantee eventual completion. It is merely a matter of time. Second, our firm will produce comprehensive sales brochures detailing every aspect of the development, including floor plans, construction timelines, and projected completion dates. Third, Hong Kong suffers an acute housing shortage, with wealthy migrants flooding into the city, bringing vast capital yet confined to rentals. Even a well-designed flat priced at HK 300,000 represents irresistible value ownership achievable within roughly 1 year. At this time, most buildings were 3 to 5-story Tong Lao or arcaded structures. Construction from groundbreaking to handover typically took just 12 months. Progress was swift. Finally, Lin Jichao added, Should your firm consent to collaborate, we propose using the Shanlin Road project as our pilot initiative. Zhou Jianxuan now brimmed with excitement. He recognized this as another stroke of genius. Crucially, no governmental approvals were needed. Quite simply, Hong Kong lacked existing legislation governing such arrangements. Agreed. I'll convene my colleagues immediately and deliver a response without delay. Excellent. With High Rock Co., law firm providing legal stewardship, both floor-by-floor sales and installment sales will fundamentally reshape Hong Kong's property landscape, transforming the ideal of housing for all into tangible reality. Zhou Jianxuan nodded solemnly. He noticed Lin Jichao often spoke in terms of civic duty and national welfare, remarkable for one so young yet unmistakably bearing the gravitas of leadership. His rhetoric was noble, and his vision profoundly consequential. Setting aside real estate's future dominance over Hong Kong's economy, the city's overwhelming majority currently suffered acutely from housing deprivation, demanding precisely such bold policy intervention. After Lin Jichao departed, Zhou Jianxuan assembled his colleagues to present the installment sales framework, igniting immediate enthusiasm across the entire law firm. Their unanimous verdict: feasibility confirmed. High Rock Co. law firm formally agreed to participate, not only to safeguard legal integrity, but also to instill buyer confidence. Participation would significantly elevate the firm's public profile, offering manifold strategic advantages. Upon returning to the company, Lin Jichao gathered all the employees to begin assigning tasks. During this time, all departments of Changjiang real estate were basically formed, and though small, they were fully equipped, with a finance department, marketing department, development department, engineering department, and an office totaling 12 employees, including Lin Jichao, the boss. Without a large conference table, the 12 people could only gather around a small meeting table, forming layers inside and outside. Everyone held paper and pens, knowing that the boss was about to assign some tasks. Lin Jichao looked at the team with satisfaction. The head of the office, Li Gaofu, with a secondary school education and knowledge of English, was a trusted person by the boss, humble and steady, making him a good candidate for a steward. The head of the finance department, Zhou Fuzhao, who had worked as an accountant in a bank for 7 or 8 years. The head of the marketing department, Hu Zhaoxiu, who used to be in sales and still was, of course, with more extensive work now. The head of the development department, Chen Su, mainly responsible for various procedures related to projects. The head of the engineering department, Huang Changhong, responsible for project construction progress and quality supervision. As the meeting commenced, Lin Jichao first presented the plans for layered sales and pre-sales, leaving everyone incredulous. Upon hearing that they had received affirmation and support from Kowloon law firm, everyone suddenly became a bit excited. Chan Su said, if implemented smoothly, we can quickly recoup funds for the next real estate project, just like using 10 yuan to generate 20 or even 30 yuan worth of business. Everyone nodded in agreement, as the biggest challenge for the real estate company right now was the heavy funding, which was not flexible at all. After some thought, Hu Zhaoxiu raised a question, but how can we make customers willingly buy a floor of a building that hasn't even been constructed yet? After all, they couldn't see the building and were somewhat uneasy about it. Everyone thought about it, and it was indeed true. At this moment, Lin Jichao wasted no time and said, first, we will make announcements through newspapers to attract potential buyers to inquire about the situation at Changjiang Real Estate and Kowloon law firm. Second, we will create a building brochure that informs buyers in detail about the situation, including floor plans, construction progress, payment methods, and so on. Third, of course, we must have sufficient understanding and confidence ourselves to explain the advantages to customers, such as the design merits of each floor property on Shanlin Road, and that construction will be completed on schedule, and so on. Everyone took notes, their faces beginning to show confidence. Thus Lin Jichao concluded, all right, the task of creating the brochure will be entrusted to the collaboration of your departments. Understood, boss. In no time, Changjiang Real Estate became busier. Lin Jichao, accompanied by his bodyguard Xue Junshan, arrived near the treasure spot at Bijia Mountain. Junshan, wait for me here, Lin Jichao said calmly. Xue Junshan nodded and replied, all right, boss. He then stood still, waiting without moving. He had never been in the military, but came from a family of martial artists, having practiced martial arts since childhood. Lin Jichao left with satisfaction, walking toward the nearby treasure spot, still holding 2 bags, intending to pack the gold later. Bringing Xue Junshan along was mainly for safety on the way, and not letting him see was naturally a precaution. However, although Xue Junshan was skilled, he might not be able to match Lin Jichao's raw strength, especially when neither had weapons. Lin Jichao arrived at the treasure spot and quickly felt at ease, as there were no signs of anyone disturbing the area. He had at least secured 25 small yellow fish from Bijia Mountain. With the appearance of hard objects, Lin Jichao placed the gold covered in dirt into 2 bags. Today, I will only take the gold from Bijia Mountain. The gold from Lion Mountain can wait for another time, as that side is safer. Lin Jichao muttered to himself as he lifted the 2 bags, heading towards Xue Junshan. You carry this bag. He tossed a bag to Xue Junshan. All right. Xue Junshan picked up the bag from the ground and immediately felt its weight, at least 60 or 70 pounds. His first reaction was that the boss truly had immense strength. Just now he saw him carrying 2 bags without a change in expression. The two made their way down Bijia Mountain without encountering any trouble, as the plane crash incident had occurred 2 months prior and had already become a legend. How's your wife and kids? Lin Jichao asked, deliberately walking behind Xue Junshan. Xue Junshan turned his head and smiled, saying, they've settled down. We rented a 130-square-foot room. Lin Jichao nodded and said, that's fine for now. Housing is quite tight in Hong Kong these years. The situation will improve in a year or 2. Xue Junshan believed it wholeheartedly and gratefully said, thank you for taking me in, boss. No need to thank me, just do your job well. Alright, Lin Jichao added, recently go find someone to teach you how to drive, later I'll buy a second-hand car for you to use as a driver. Tuition and anything else, just come to me for it. Okay boss, I'll learn it as soon as possible. Xue Junshan displayed a hearty smile. Lin Jichao nodded with satisfaction. Xue Junshan was a cool person, usually not talkative but very steady in his work. Even if he had not encountered Xue Junshan, he would have hired 2 bodyguards, as Lin Jichao was the type who liked to prepare for the worst. Now with Xue Junshan acting as his bodyguard and driver, combined with his physical condition, his safety could be relatively assured. Upon returning to the house on Seymour Road, Lin Jichao cleaned the gold, and then stored it in hidden places, no longer paying any attention to it. However, after finishing these tasks, Lin Jichao murmured to himself, I need to have Li Gaofu go back home to bring my mother and sister over, otherwise this house lacks liveliness. Moreover, he wasn't entirely at ease with the gold being at home. The next day, Lin Jichao arrived at the company and called for Li Gaofu. Gaofu, arrange work and home, then go back to Shun to bring my mother and sister to Hong Kong. Li Gaofu immediately replied, okay, I'll hand over my work to my colleagues and get this done right away. He was Lin Jichao's assistant and office clerk, and since there was another staff member in the office department, it was necessary to hand over the work. Lin Jichao thought for a moment and added, when you return to Shun, tell them not to bring anything. We have everything here. Come to Hong Kong as quickly as possible. Li Gaofu said, how about you write a letter and I'll take it to them. He couldn't just order his aunt around. It was better for her son to explain things clearly. Lin Jichao thought it was fine, nodded, and quickly wrote the letter, which consisted mostly of straightforward words. After handling this matter, Lin Jichao no longer focused on it. Although he had a mother and sister, he remained the head of the family. Had he had a father, his position might have been a bit lower, but now with only a widow mother, naturally she would have to listen to the words of the only man in the family. On the Guangzhou Railway Kowloon station, Aunt Cousin, we've arrived in Hong Kong. Li Gaofu cheerfully addressed Lin Jichao's mother Wu Weining and sister Lin Shiner. Wu Weining was 40 years old this year, slender in appearance, and it could be faintly seen that she was a beauty in her youth. Lin Jichao's family was a fallen scholar family. His father had read quite a bit, so naturally, he wouldn't marry poorly. Fuzai, you say my son has really succeeded? I can hardly believe it. He used to be like his father, a bookworm without any business talent. Wu Weining said anxiously. Li Gaofu recalled the Lin Jichao he had encountered before, and found it indeed so, but smiled and said, isn't this something forced out? In Hong Kong, to stand out one must make money. Your cousin has the talent, just lacked the opportunity until now. Rest assured, Jichao is now a bona fide big boss living in the best mid-level house in Shangjiang. Wu Weining was somewhat worried and continued, I don't know what's going on. I think of him in Guangdong, but when I arrive in Hong Kong, I'm a bit afraid to see him. Indeed, as children grow up, they stray from their mothers. Li Gaofu understood this feeling of strangeness. To be honest, he felt a bit strange towards his cousin as well. Of course, he couldn't say that. Instead, he said, don't worry, Jichao has long wanted to bring you over. It's just that his business is just starting and he's afraid of changes happening if he leaves Shangjiang, so he had me come back to pick you up. On the other hand, Lin Ziner's thoughts also drifted to her brother Yu. She was somewhat anxious, wondering if her brother was still the one who liked her. However, the gentle girl merely buried this thought in her heart. They rented 3 rickshaws and Li Gaofu sat at the back heading towards the Star Ferry. After more than half an hour, the group arrived at the house on Seymour Road. Lin Jichao handed a key to Li Gaofu, and everyone walked into the spacious residence. Li Gaofu showed a hint of envy, which quickly disappeared. He was very satisfied with his current life and had great expectations. Aunt Cousin, make yourselves at home. Anyway, you're in your own house now. I'll go notify Jichao at the company. Don't notify Jichao. It might disturb him at work. Li Gaofu didn't explain, handed the key to Wu Weining, and then left for Chinese General Chamber of Commerce. Mom, do you think brother will have changed? Lin Shiner asked worriedly. Although Wu Weining also had this concern, she still said, what are you talking about? He's your real brother, my own son. How could he change? Lin Shiner sighed in relief, but Wu Weining in her heart sighed. Her son had suddenly become so successful, she was genuinely worried about the relationship between mother and son. Was he still her son? Recently, Lin Jichao was very busy. The Shanlin Road project of Changjiang real estate was crucial to the success of his career. He needed to rush around and also find time to learn real estate knowledge. But despite being busy, Lin Jichao felt his life was quite fulfilling. When Li Gaofu entered his office to report the situation, he nodded and said, okay, I understand, you can go home first and come back to work tomorrow. All right. Returning to Shund and then back to Hong Kong took less than 3 days, which was quite convenient. After learning that his mother and sister had arrived in Hong Kong, Lin Jichao made orderly arrangements and did not rush home immediately. Only after finishing his work did he take a detour to Yongji restaurant, picking up the food he had just ordered through Shui Junction before finally heading back to his residence on Seymour Road. There was no longer any anxiety. After the time he had spent with Wu Weining and Lin Shiner, which was over a week, he had already adapted. Moreover, now he was the head of the family. In the taxi, Lin Jichao looked out the window at Hong Kong in the 1940s. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the small counties of later generations, it gave Lin Jichao a feeling of being in a land of dragons. Developing from Hong Kong and then looking towards the world, that was the advantage of this land. Had he traversed to any other place, it would be difficult to find a place more suitable than Shangjiang, including the Chinese in M country. Upon returning downstairs and sending his bodyguard Shui Junshan home, Lin Jichao carried the food box and opened the door to his residence. As soon as he returned home, Lin Jichao smiled. Mom, sister, what are you doing? Now that you're back in your own home, you won't just sit on the sofa all afternoon, will you? After placing the food box on the dining table, Lin Jichao approached them and then pulled both of them up. Jichao, bro. The reunion was touching. Lin Jichao felt an extra layer of emotion in his heart, and soon the three cleared any misunderstandings. Lin Jichao arranged for his mother and sister to take a bath to relieve their fatigue from the journey. I have already bought clothes for you, they should fit. All the old clothes, both worn and packed, were thrown away. Now that they were in Hong Kong, there was no need to keep any memories of Guangdong. This child's such a waste. Even if it's wasteful, you must listen to me. I am now the only man in this family, the head of the household. After you two arrive, Mom, you take good care of the house. Eshiner, I will arrange for a tutor, and you can enter a girls' school next semester. Though he was assertive, it made the two women feel very secure. Of course, this was also the reason Lin Jichao did not want to spend too much time dealing with family status and issues. I know you are now the head of the Lin family. This child has become successful. Thank you, brother. Morning. Lin Jichao woke up from bed, immediately getting dressed, as if it were a habit. At this moment, it was only 6 in the morning, which was already an hour later than when he used to wake up in Li Gaofa's rental house. Good morning, Mom. Lin Jichao greeted Wu Weining, who was busy in the kitchen. There must be someone who woke up even earlier than him. Wu Weining had probably been up since 5. Wu Weining turned back, happiness shining through her affectionate expression, as she said to her son, I made chicken soup. I will serve it to you soon. Lin Jichao smiled and said, had I known I would be so lucky to have Mom taking care of me, I should have brought you over earlier. I should still grow a bit taller in these 2 months. Wu Weining joyfully looked at Lin Jichao and said, you have indeed grown quite a bit, but you're only 19, you might grow even more. So I suggest you spend a bit more of the living allowance I give you. I need to grow taller, Xiner needs to grow taller, and you should take care of your health too, Lin Jichao advised. Wu Weining felt a pang at the thought of money, but also thought her son made sense. They were still kids and shouldn't skimp on food. She was not a very traditional housewife, especially since the main support now was her son. Got it? After chatting for a bit, Lin Jichao went to the sofa and picked up a book on architecture to read. After a while, Lin Xiner came out of her bedroom wearing a floral dress and sweetly called, good morning, brother. Good morning, Xiner. The family was harmonious. Lin Xiner attended an English tutoring class in Wanchai every morning, usually picked up and dropped off by her bodyguard Xue Junshan. Wu Weining had also attended a few years of elementary school and could buy groceries around and then return home. Overall, Lin Jichao didn't need to worry too much. Meanwhile, he had already withdrawn the gold from Lion Rock, so now there were a total of 2,333 taels of gold, 87.5 kilograms, at home. He planned to keep this gold for the time being and had no intention of exchanging it yet. After finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to his family, Lin Jichao went downstairs. Xue Junshan had already found a taxi and was waiting at the door, handing him a newspaper. He didn't say much, but his efficiency pleased Lin Jichao. Sitting in the taxi, Lin Jichao began reading the Tsingtao Daily and soon discovered news related to him. The auction of the former site of the Central District Town Hall on Hong Kong Island, covering 14000 square feet, was won by the general manager of Huaxia Bank Zhang Tiejia, who outbid the agent He Dong of Jardine Matheson with a high price of 251.44 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, setting a new record for government land auctions. What does this news signify? It indicates that the real estate environment in Hong Kong is about to become heated, and the Shanlindao 4648 project of Changjiang Properties is set to commence pre-sales at just the right time. Morning. At the Kowloon law firm Changjiang Properties and Huang Shun Construction Company signed a construction contract for the 3 five-story Tang-style buildings at Shanlindao 4648, with a total contract price of 10.68 million Hong Kong dollars and a construction period of 12 months. Signing his name, Lin Jichao extended his hand and said, Uncle Huang, I look forward to a pleasant cooperation. Huang Zutang's father Huang Shun happily extended his hand in response, saying, Boss Lin, rest assured. Although this is our first collaboration, I have been in construction contracting for so many years and guarantee timely and quality completion of this project. Before taking on this project, his son Huang Zutang had repeatedly instructed him to do a good job, as the prospects for Changjiang Properties were limitless, paving the way for long-term cooperation. Although Huang Shun didn't understand why his son praised a young man so much, he decided to complete this project well, drawing upon his experienced hands. All right, we will pay the first construction payment to your company tomorrow. On April 24th, we will hold a groundbreaking ceremony together, and Huang Shun Construction Company will officially take over the Shanlindao 4648 project. Lin Jichao stated. Outsourcing the construction also avoids some social troubles that Lin Jichao currently cannot handle. Huang Shun replied, Boss Lin, I appreciate your straightforwardness. We will ensure we are ready to move onto the site on the 24th. After confirming, both parties were very satisfied. However, upon returning to the company, Lin Jichao was informed by the accountant Zhou Fujiao, boss, after paying the first payment to Huang Shun Construction, only 2,000 Hong Kong dollars remains in the account. After saying that, he showed a hint of worry. Lin Jichao casually replied, I will inject some funds into the company tomorrow. It will be fine until May. Zhou Fujiao nodded and said, okay, I understand. Only the finance department was aware of how much funding the company had. Although Changjiang Properties was preparing for subdivided sales and pre-sales, everyone was unaware that the company was nearly out of money. Fortunately, the boss still had funds to inject. If not, he could suggest the boss take out a loan from the bank, and with a loan rate of 30%, He could probably secure around 70000 to 80000 HKD, which would nearly fund the project. After Zhou Fujiao left, Lin Jichao revealed a faint smile. There were still 2,333 taels of gold at home, and this subordinate thought he was out of money. The reason he didn't sell all the gold outright was that firstly gold would appreciate and secondly the funds were nearly sufficient to last until the day of the house sale. However, feeling a bit anxious now, he decided to sell a small piece of gold, 6 taels, to slightly replenish the finances. April 24th, an auspicious day. At the site of Shanlin Dao 4648, offerings were placed on the table featuring lion and dragon dance performances, and a feng shui master was present marking a grand groundbreaking ceremony. After the series of activities concluded, the entire project officially commenced. Watching the workers from Huangshan Construction Company enter the site, Lin Jichao sighed internally. Construction sites in this era were truly rudimentary with limited equipment and no safety helmets for the workers. If he were to become the chairman of the Hong Kong Real Estate and Construction Association, the first thing he would promote would be safety helmets, while also emphasizing the development of construction technology in Hong Kong. Of course, these matters didn't require his direct involvement. He only needed to push for these initiatives. Manager Huang, let's set up a public notice wall here, building a small wall with bricks to serve as an advertising bulletin board. Then we will publicly display the project overview, construction schedule, floor plans, etc. Meanwhile, let's find a place to hang our Changjiang Properties sign as an advertising promotion. The project manager Huang Changhong immediately responded, okay, I've noted that. Huang Shun beside him curiously asked Boss Lin, who do you intend this notice for? Lin Jichao smiled and said, for the people who come to view the houses, to give them some assurance. Huang Shun was even more puzzled and said, I heard from Zhu Tong that you plan to sell the houses in portions, but the houses won't be completed for another year. Isn't that a bit too early to prepare? Too early. Lin Jichao intended to sell the houses here by early May. Originally, if following the regulations of the later years, selling this early would not be possible, but currently there were no regulations or laws regarding this, so he could sell whenever he wanted. Even if the construction company hadn't been finalized, as long as one had the capability, there would be no issue selling. It's not early. There may be customers wanting to inquire early, so this is for their preparation. Though Huang Shun felt that Lin Jichao was being a bit too calculative, he didn't say much more. Time flies, and it is already May 2nd, Friday. Hu Yanliang is a small businessman from Hong Kong running a grocery store with a monthly profit of 1 to 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. Even so, he can only squeeze into a rented apartment of over 300 square feet with his family of 7. Buying a flat, he does not have that kind of financial strength yet, so he can only hope that his business improves and stabilizes a bit before considering renting a larger place. In the early morning, Hu Yanliang and his wife Zhou Fangfang opened the grocery store early. Hu Yanliang has a habit of reading the newspaper, believing it helps him gather more business information, while Zhou Fangfang is accustomed to it, and diligently goes about her work without complaint. Although she is a woman, she understands that her husband's ability to read the newspaper is impressive and benefits their business. An advertisement quickly caught Hu Yanliang's attention. A flat in Tsim Sha Tsui for just 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Hu Yanliang couldn't help but exclaim, is that for real? A flat in Tsim Sha Tsui for only 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Zhou Fangfang was also drawn into this topic, incredulously asking, are you sure it's Tsim Sha Tsui, not the new territories? Hu Yanliang pointed to the newspaper and said, it's written in black and white. Well, you can't recognize many characters. Zhou Fangfang was now fully fired up and immediately said, I may not recognize many characters, but you seem to understand it well. If it's true that we can buy a flat in Tsim Sha Tsui for 300,000, I'll borrow some money from my family and buy a flat. Well, live on one floor and rent out the others, making a guaranteed profit. Hu Yanliang mumbled, it can't be that easy. Let me see. No, it says here that 4648 Shanshan Road, Tsim Sha Tsui, 3 Tang-style buildings under construction are now on the market. Each floor has an area of 1,200 square feet priced between 32,000 to 36,000. Each floor has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 shower rooms, a kitchen, and a worker's room. Note the land department approved the subdivided sale legally, and the title deed is based on a fraction of the building's floors. This project is in cooperation with Kowloon law firm. Interested buyers can consult Changjiang Real Estate on the 6th floor of the Chinese Bank building or inquire at Kowloon law firm about purchases. The time is limited from May 2nd to May 4th, and the floors are limited, first come, first served. Zhou Fangfang was a bit confused and asked, what does it mean sold by floor? Hu Yanliang was already surprised and said, it is sold by floor. Each floor of 1,200 square feet is priced at 32,000 to 36,000 Hong Kong dollars with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. After repeating it, he realized he was already very excited. Zhou Fangfang frowned and said, but one floor costs over 300,000. Hu Yanliang quickly said, That's Tsim Sha Sui. Besides, house prices are increasing everywhere now and rents have also risen significantly. 30 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, while a bit expensive, is still around the market price. Importantly, for just over 300,000 we can afford it. Just borrow a little money and we can live in a 1,200 square foot house with 2 shower rooms and 3 bedrooms. Zhou Fangfang immediately became excited too. Who wouldn't want to live in their own home, especially such a spacious one? Then you should ask for more details and come back for the family to discuss. Right, there are only 15 floors and many people might buy. I need to hurry and ask. You keep an eye on the store. Go, hurry up, don't let others take the lead. Hu Yanliang took the newspaper and headed towards the Chinese bank in Central. Lin Jichao personally stayed at the company waiting for people to inquire about purchasing houses, while other employees had already received some training to explain things to the inquiries. With only 15 floors, Lin Jichao felt that they could be sold out by tomorrow, but he still felt a bit nervous, not because this project could earn a lot of money, but because he wondered if Changjiang real estate could become a huge success. The project at 4648 Shanshan Road was like a fuse that could ignite his career. Mr. Hu, please come in. Hu Xiaoshu quickly brought Hu Yanliang, the first person to inquire, into the company. Hu Yanliang looked at the company with the sign Changjiang Real Estate and felt somewhat relieved. After all, it was a business operating in Central which had strength. Mr. Hu, this is our brochure which contains detailed information about the floors we are selling. Of course, you can also ask me questions. Hu Yanliang said. Xiao Hu, can you take me to see the house? Hu Xiaoshu smiled and said, Mr. Hu, we are selling pre-sale houses which are currently under construction. Hu Yanliang exclaimed in surprise. The house isn't built yet. Yes, construction just started not long ago, and it will be completed in May next year. Hu Xiaoshu patiently explained. Hu Yanliang frowned, flipping through the brochure seriously, and after a long time he asked, You want us buyers to pay a 50 deposit for a house that isn't built yet? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Hu Xiaoshu replied, Mr. Hu, if the house is built and sold by floor with each floor priced at over 300,000, how popular do you think it would be at that time? I'm afraid that even if there were 15 floors or even 150 floors, they would sell out in just 2 or 3 days. Hu Yanliang couldn't help but nod, for that was indeed the truth. Is it really possible to get a title deed with subdivided sales? The land department has clearly responded that it is allowed, and with Kowloon law firm as legal counsel, there will definitely be no problem. Hu Yanliang skeptically asked, If interested, we really have to pay a 50 deposit right away? Hu Xiaoshu nodded and said, If you really want to buy, you can consult legal issues at Kowloon law firm, then check the construction at 4648 Shanshan Road, and finally come to us to confirm whether to purchase. The payment method is as stated in the brochure. Mr. Hu, we only have 15 floors, and it is expected that someone will confirm the purchase soon. As customers, you only need to pay half of the house price up front, and then pay the remaining 50 in 5 installments, alleviating some financial pressure. Once the house is built, you will receive the title deed. During the conversation, a second person came to inquire, and Li Gaofu received him. In recent days, everyone was in sales. All right, I will go see it immediately and make a decision as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Hu, please take care. Seeing another person coming to inquire, Hu Yanliang immediately rushed towards Kowloon law firm. He wanted to consult about the credibility of the issue, as law firms are indeed very trustworthy. After confirming with Kowloon law firm, he would go to the construction site to take a look and ultimately discuss the results with his family. Of course, he felt anxious, just as Hu Xiaoshu had said the 15 floors would likely sell out in a day or two, and he would miss the opportunity. At 6 o'clock that evening, Lin Jichao and the others were in a meeting. How many people came to inquire today? Hu Xiaoshu immediately replied, About 40 people in total, half of them expressed interest, and we expect to close many deals tomorrow. Lin Jichao nodded and said, As long as one's mindset isn't outdated, everyone probably knows that this is the best time to buy. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door, and everyone had to go open the door to welcome the guest. Where's Xiao Hu? I want to book a flat. Hu Yanliang shouted loudly, while carrying a bag of money. Hu Xiaoshu went out and said, Mr. Hu, booking a flat has to be done at Kowloon law firm tomorrow to sign the contract. Hu Yanliang immediately said, That won't do, I want to leave the deposit today. After returning home and discussing with his family, everyone felt that they should buy it as they could move into the new house in May next year. But they were also worried that with only 15 floors they would soon be taken and miss the opportunity. At this time, Lin Jichao also came out and said, Mr. Hu, how about this? The contract must be signed at the law firm for safety for both parties. But tonight we can take a deposit of 1000 Hong Kong dollars and write you a note, so tomorrow you will definitely have a spot no matter what. Hu Yanliang thought Lin Jichao was young but spoke wisely, so he said, All right, let's do it this way. I'll give you 1000 Hong Kong dollars, and you write me a receipt confirming my spot. After that, it was not easy to calm Hu Yenliang down, and then another couple came in wanting to confirm their purchase. Lin Jichao handled them similarly. By 10 p.m., everyone finally got off work, though this didn't mean much. That night, they had signed 3 deals. The next day, another 30 to 40 people came to inquire, and by 2 p.m., all 15 floors of 4648 Shanshan Road were sold out. As a result, that afternoon Changjiang Real Estate hurriedly asked the newspaper to take down the last day's advertisement and reassured those customers who did not buy a flat. Subsequently, the situation rapidly developed. Hong Kong media competed to report on the grand sale by Changjiang Real Estate. Changjiang Real Estate sets a record with 500,000 in sales by selling flats by floor. Changjiang Real Estate sold all 15 floors of under-construction Tang-style buildings in 2 days. Flats are no longer sold by building but by floor. All of Changjiang Real Estate's apartments were sold out even before construction completion. For a time, the Hong Kong media reported on this sales event, which had clearly become a major event in Hong Kong. The business community, political sphere, and the public all discussed this real estate revolution. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This invigorated the entire real estate industry. In the future, even middle-class families can afford properties, and real estate companies can also flexibly manage funds without being constrained by excessive long-term investments in properties. Real estate companies only need to cover the initial cost of purchasing land, and they can use the sales of pre-sale houses to secure funds for upcoming construction costs. In this way, capital would be willing to invest in properties, and the shortage of housing in Hong Kong would see some improvement. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong government also held a press conference to officially clarify that subdivided sales are feasible and that title deeds can be registered. As for pre-sale houses, it is up to the buyers and sellers, and the government will not interfere, but it warns the public to purchase from reputable real estate companies to ensure better guarantees. The real estate market was surging. Changjiang Real Estate's fame rapidly increased, becoming a star in the business community and a model in the real estate sector. People began to inquire about the owner of Changjiang Real Estate, who could continuously create such good bridges. Truly a genius. On May 6th, Tuesday, in the morning, Lin Jichao held a meeting with 12 employees from Changjiang Real Estate. There was no increase in staff. Instead, Lin Jichao assigned Xue Junshan to Changjiang Real Estate with the position of driver. At this moment, smiles adorned everyone's faces, likely because they believed that if the property sales did not go smoothly, the company might face a crisis affecting their own futures. Regardless, everyone's mental state was very good and optimistic. Lin Jichao first asked, "Has the 250000 Hong Kong dollars been fully credited?" Zhou Fujiao immediately replied, 258200 Hong Kong dollars have been fully credited. The company's funds are currently sufficient. Collecting half of the property fees in one go was clearly remarkable. Lin Jichao continued, "The owners on the 15th floor need to pay the remaining fees on time. Your finance department must do a good job in this regard." Zhou Fujiao nodded seriously, saying, "Okay, we will collect the installment fees on time." Next, Lin Jichao announced a shocking matter. "Currently, our Changjiang Real Estate enjoys a stellar reputation, so obtaining a bank loan will surely pose no problem. Therefore, we should strike while the iron is hot and undertake several projects or one major project. Manager who look for old buildings to reconstruct or land. This time I plan to invest around 400000 Hong Kong dollars in land." Manager Hu Xiaoshu excitedly said, "Okay, I will immediately coordinate with how to look for land and report back to you with our targets." He had another subordinate as well. At this moment, Zhou Fujiao posed a question, "Boss, the estimated asset value of Changjiang Real Estate is just over 400000, and the bank usually provides a mortgage of around 30. Even with our excellent reputation, it might only reach 50, around 200000. Even if we have the money to buy land worth 400000, we might struggle with the follow-up costs. Being able to remind the boss makes one a good employee." However, Lin Jichao confidently said, "I have other funding channels. You don't think I'm putting everything on the line this time, do you?" The crowd stopped persuading him, seeing that the boss likely still had funds. Consequently, everyone altered their views. The boss was not the type to take risks. As for where the boss funds came from, no one dared to ask. Lin Jichao arrived at the headquarters of East Asia Bank on Queens Road Central, presented his business card, and requested to meet the general manager Jian Dongpu. In the past, he might not have had the chance to meet the manager of Hong Kong's largest Chinese-funded bank, but now he was renowned and Jian Dongpu would likely not refuse. "Sure enough, Mr. Lin, this way, please." The staff politely led Lin Jichao to an office where a 60-year-old gentleman rose from his desk, approaching Lin Jichao with a warm smile. Jian Dongpu, the general manager of East Asia Bank, was already 63 years old. Before the war, he had led the banking sector in Hong Kong, having raised funds to assist China in resisting Japanese aggression. In 1945, East Asia Bank resumed operations under his management, with deposits increasing daily, currently estimated at around 40 to 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Jian Dongpu was also exceptionally intelligent, During the fall of Hong Kong, he had transferred the bank's assets to Europe and America, avoiding significant losses. East Asia Bank is now Hong Kong's largest Chinese-funded bank and has begun to support local factory owners. For instance, despite Vitasoy's assets being only 150,000 Hong Kong dollars, Jian Dongpu took the initiative to lend 400,000 Hong Kong dollars to Vitasoy to restore and expand production. Behind East Asia Bank are three prominent families, all well-known old families in Hong Kong with deep-rooted connections, spanning decades, historically referred to as superior Chinese. Mr. Jian Lin Jichao greeted first, maintaining an air of dignity, without appearing subservient, treating him only as an elder. Good. The one who could devise tiered sales and pre-sale of properties, revitalizing the Hong Kong real estate market, is indeed a young and promising individual with remarkable poise. Lin Jichao hurriedly replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Jian. I was merely inspired by the housing plight of Hong Kong citizens, and have been contemplating ways to ensure housing for all. It was a stroke of luck that led to this success. I wouldn't dare to take credit for your praise." Although it seemed humble, he elevated himself as a person concerned for the nation and its people, which was Lin Jichao's true nature. Hypocrisy. However, Jian Dongpu did not see it that way. He felt that Lin Jichao, being so young, yet worried about the housing situation of Hong Kong citizens, and genuinely contemplating housing for all, had accomplished something truly noteworthy. Your success has brought a new paradigm to the Hong Kong real estate sector, and even the government has praised it. It is quite remarkable. Jian Dongpu complimented Lin Jichao right from the start, not merely out of admiration for him, but because tiered sales and pre-sale of properties were indeed revolutionary, and had a tremendous impact on the industry. You are indeed a pride of us shunned people. I heard about banker Jian Dongpu in my hometown, when I was young, leading Hong Kong bankers in raising funds to assist China in resisting Japanese aggression. I didn't expect shunned people still remember me. Jian Dongpu was quite pleased. Who wouldn't want to be a source of pride for their hometown? After a round of pleasantries, they both took a seat. Lin Jichao soon got straight to the point, saying, "Mr. Jian, the Hong Kong real estate market has been revitalized while the situation in the mainland is dire. Conflicts will inevitably arise nationwide, leading many wealthy businessmen to settle or seek refuge in Hong Kong, and property will always be the best choice. Therefore, I would like to request East Asia Bank's strong support for Changjiang real estate." He did not specify the amount of the loan. Instead, he wanted East Asia Bank's robust backing, aiming for long-term cooperation. He knew that East Asia Bank had also supported Chao merchants like Liao Baoshan in acquiring properties post-war, providing financial support. Of course, Liao Baoshan was merely buying properties for rent without any technical expertise. Jian Dongpu's expression remained unchanged as he seriously asked Jichao, "What are your plans? If a descendant from Shund has the capability, why wouldn't he support him?" That was his line of thought. Lin Jichao earnestly stated, "Our Changjiang real estate currently has assets valued over 400,000, and we have established market credibility. Thus, I wish to immediately continue purchasing land and old sites, and through tiered sales and selling pre-sale properties, quickly recoup our funds. I hope East Asia Bank can provide a 60 loan for the land we purchase, while our company contributes 40 of the funds. Afterward, we will repay East Asia Bank's loan through the sale of pre-sale properties." Jian Dongpu began to ponder seriously. Typically, a 50 mortgage indicates a highly trusted relationship, and such treatment is only possible with great trust. However, Lin Jichao's request for 60 was evidently too high. Nevertheless, Changjiang real estate's current reputation is excellent, with a market advantage in selling pre-sale properties. Moreover, supporting Lin Jichao would foster a good relationship with a promising businessman. There is a problem here. You mentioned that wealthy businessmen from the mainland will come to Hong Kong to settle and seek refuge. But have you considered that the mainland might affect Hong Kong as well? Jian Dongpu said gravely. Lin Jichao felt a surge of joy, knowing it was time for him to persuade. "How could that be? Let me analyze Hong Kong's future for you. Thus, Hong Kong is the bridge connecting China to the West." Understanding the big picture, and being adept in business, Jian Dongpu immediately rated Lin Jichao highly. Although the future was uncertain, he felt that Lin Jichao's reasoning was sound. It was hard to imagine that a young person could possess such foresight. "All right, I will come to your company for an inspection later." Although he did not explicitly agree, the fact that he would inspect Changjiang real estate was already self-evident. Lin Jichao happily left East Asia Bank, feeling that securing strong support from East Asia Bank was a done deal. At the same time, he had also opened his first network of connections. Not to mention the three prominent families behind East Asia Bank. Even Jian Dongpu's two sons were influential in the government. Lin Jichao initially planned to make a sensational entrance, and quickly find a powerful backing, thus avoiding many troubles. Of course, he sought powerful backing because he had the capability to be worth supporting. Otherwise, if he just approached people directly, it would be strange if they didn't drive him away. This time, Lin Jichao's implementation of tiered sales and pre-sale of properties had a visible impact. Even the government of Hong Kong stepped forward to support it, indicating the significance of this initiative. Meanwhile, various big shots in Hong Kong were also inquiring about who Lin Jichao was, as he had come up with two remarkable strategies to revitalize the Hong Kong real estate market. The next afternoon, Jian Dongpu brought people to Chongjiang Real Estate. Seeing Lin Jichao covered in dust and dirt, Jian Dongpu smiled and said, "Did you just come back from the construction site?" Lin Jichao nodded and replied, "Since I'm new to real estate, I want to learn as much as possible, so I went to inspect the construction site this morning. I truly apologize for the impertinence." He was speaking the truth. From plans to the construction site, Lin Jichao was stealing lessons, striving to quickly master the knowledge involved. He could not always leave the design and construction to others. Ultimately, Chongjiang Real Estate would need to cover all aspects, becoming a real estate kingdom. Jian Dongpu laughed heartily and said, "You are just doing this line of work. You can understand. I suddenly visited, and I'm afraid it was still your subordinates who brought you back." Next, Jian Dongpu reviewed Chongjiang Real Estate's financial records and inspected the operation of various departments. During this time, he raised a question. "From your financial situation, it appears that you initially had tight funds with less than 280,000 Hong Kong dollars. And the Shanlin Road project requires 350,000 Hong Kong dollars. Are you not worried that if you cannot recoup your funds, this project will be shelved?" Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Actually, I still have some funds on hand. They just haven't been injected yet. Of course, even if our land is here, a 30 loan would almost complete this project. It's just that all my funds are tied up in this project, leaving no room for anything else." Jian Dongpu nodded, noticing that Lin Jichao exuded confidence while speaking, and he speculated that Lin Jichao might not have any funds left. Next, Jian Dongpu discovered many praiseworthy aspects of Chongjiang Real Estate, such as very proper financial handling and regulated project management, instantly raising his opinion of them. As he was leaving, Jian Dongpu said, "If you have real estate projects, you can obtain a 60 loan for the land. Thank you, Mr. Jian." Yao Ma T Magic City Street, A plot 126, 6800 square feet, 245000 HKD, can build 4 five-story tank-style buildings totaling 230000 square feet of floor space. While the real estate market has yet to react, Chongjiang Real Estate quickly took action to acquire a plot for redevelopment. According to Lin Jichao's plan, if the properties are sold as pre-sale units, the sales revenue from this plot could reach about 600,000 to 650,000 HKD, with the total construction costs including taxes and interest around 180,000. The total investment would be 430,000, yielding a profit of approximately 170,000 to 200,000. This return rate is already quite impressive, especially since the cycle is just a year and a half. In the past, such a return rate was impossible, as the price per square foot barely sold for around 30 Hong Kong dollars. And importantly, it also consumed a lot of capital over time. Boss East Asia Bank has disbursed the loan a total of 1500,000 HKD. The accountant Zhou Fuzhao entered Lin Jichao's office to report. Lin Jichao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yes, this fund will stay in the account for company operations and to kickstart the Magic City Street project." After purchasing this plot, Chongjiang Real Estate's account was once again empty, so there was no way to buy another plot worth about 400,000 HKD, unless they first identified a plot, secured the loan from East Asia Bank, and then signed the contract. But clearly this approach was somewhat risky, and Lin Jichao was not inclined to do so. Zhou Fuzhao let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, I will arrange the finances. If the funds from the Shanlin Road project come in sooner, the company can purchase land again." Every 2 months, the 15 property owners of Shanlin Road have to pay a total of a little over 50,000 HKD to Chongjiang Real Estate, divided into 5 installments. Lin Jichao waved his hand and said, "It seems the land prices will rise again, and in the end there won't be much profit. The risks are not worth it. Of course, if there is a suitable opportunity, I won't let it pass." Given that property prices in Hong Kong are already high, and pre-sale units and layered sales can be offered, prices will definitely continue to rise, making profits thinner for developers as time goes on. Only by acquiring land this year or in the coming months can profits be realized. By the second half of 1949, Hong Kong's real estate might start to decline. After all, the troops are right across the way, causing unease among the populace, making gold clearly more suitable as liquid assets. By 1950, the peninsula would be unsettled again, leading to a slump in real estate until 1953. Based on these trends, Lin Jichao would not purchase land to develop real estate at the peak in 1948. At that time, the focus should be on speculating in gold and engaging in shipping. After Zhou Fuzhao left, Lin Jichao couldn't help but pick up the newspaper on the desk. Today's morning news. Hong Kong government cancels the free import and export trade of gold, which marked an important event that initiated a 3-year surge in Hong Kong gold prices. There is a place in Hong Kong for speculating in gold, and that is the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange, which is even admired by people from Country M as a financial hub. Lin Jichao planned to go and take a look, as he knew some useful information that could become a vital cornerstone for his profits. Knock knock. Come in. Hu Xiaoxu walked in with a smile saying, "Boss, there is an old residential site for sale in Causeway Bay, only 3,500 square feet, and can build 2 Tang-style buildings." Lin Jichao replied with little interest saying, "Forget it, this project is simply too small." In truth, the company's finances couldn't support it either. Hu Xiaoxu responded with an "oh," realizing that the boss found the land too small, then casually said, "There is a 4,000 square feet residential plot for sale in Happy Valley owned by the Hedong family, and I've heard that several developers are sharpening their knives. Now that pre-sale units and layered sales can be offered, it is clear that Hong Kong developers have seen the business opportunities here, and they no longer regard real estate as a niche business. So activity is gradually increasing." Lin Jichao's eyelids twitched and he said calmly, "Has this plot been sold yet?" Hu Xiaoxu shook his head and replied, "It should not have been sold yet." Lin Jichao said seriously, "You should inquire about the situation and let me know." Hu Xiaoxu was surprised, thinking that the boss might be prepared to invest millions of HKD in this plot. He certainly did not believe that the boss had the capital to take this plot, for if he did, why not have bought a significant amount of land earlier? "Alright, I'll find out right away." After Hu Xiaoxu left, Lin Jichao tapped on the desk, as he wanted to pursue the Happy Valley project. A few small Tang-style buildings clearly could not showcase much technical quality. However, a 4,000 square feet plot could at least accommodate 25 five-story Tang-style buildings. This is a significant project, and if they can secure it, Changjiang Real Estate would firmly establish itself as the leader in Hong Kong's real estate development, with an influence that cannot be compared. He needs this influence. Meanwhile, Lin Jichao still does not plan to sell his 34 small yellow fish 2265 taels of gold 37.5G per tael. Therefore, he has no money. If it were anyone else, they would surely give up like this. But Lin Jichao, as someone from a future generation, knows that there is a method in real estate called empty-handedly catching a wolf. With this in mind, Lin Jichao decided to give it a try. Lin Jichao and Hu Xiaoxu arrived at Dongxing Building in Wanchai, which is the property of the Hedong family, and also the office location of Hedong Real Estate. For the 4,000 square feet plot in Happy Valley, Hedong opted for a site auction method, with the highest bidder winning. Hedong is currently the leader among Chinese in Hong Kong, the richest man in Hong Kong, and also a baronet in several countries, enjoying a very high status. Hedong is also very fond of investing in properties, with Easting Building in Kowloon, Dongshang Building in Wanchai, Dongshang Building, etc. He is considered a property tycoon. Due to his relationship with the government, he knows some of the government's plans, purchasing some remote plots and properties in advance, and when the government's plans are realized, these plots and properties will soar in value, allowing him to sell at a profit. Hedong is a mixed-race individual. His father, He Sherwin, was a foreigner, while his mother, Sher, was a legendary Chinese woman. He Sherwan was her third husband. In that era, mixed-race individuals were looked down upon by society, so He Sherwan arranged for Hedong and his mother to live in an outer Tang-style building, but He Sherwan was also a responsible man, arranging for his children to receive education and learn English. Hedong worked as a teacher and customs officer in his early years. At 20A, he switched to Jardine Matheson as a comprador, marking the beginning of his rise. A comprador is someone who assists foreigners in conducting business with Chinese, without wanting to deal with them directly out of disdain, selecting the most capable individuals among the Chinese to serve as intermediaries. Compradors were considered upper-class Chinese in Hong Kong. They could speak English and gained recognition from foreigners, not only working for foreign firms, but also earning their own profits. Because of this, Hedong made his fortune as a comprador for Jardine Matheson, seizing the opportunity to sell a plot at a record price of 435,000 HKD, taking a 1 commission from both the buyer and the seller, totaling 8,700 HKD, thus becoming wealthy at the age of 26 in 1890. After that, Hedong began to strike out in various directions, working as a comprador for Jardine Matheson while also running his own business. Because Jardine Matheson valued Hedong's abilities, when many employees complained, the senior management would say Robert Hedong is a business genius. I can't think of anyone better suited for this role. By the time Hedong was 35, his wealth had already reached 2 million Hong Kong dollars, and by 1900, at the age of 38, his wealth had soared to 5 million Hong Kong dollars, making him the richest Chinese businessman in Hong Kong. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Jichao and Hu Xiaoxu arrived at an office where several people were already seated and waiting. "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Manager Li will explain the bidding rules shortly." "Thank you." Lin Jichao observed the groups inside, all of whom were Chinese, but his network was thin, so he did not recognize any of them. A short and plump man stood up, approached Lin Jichao with a beaming smile, and said, "Young man, you are the Mr. Lin Jichao who invented layered sales and pre-sale units, right?" Lin Jichao recognized the person speaking with a Chaos Han accent, and replied, "Indeed, I am Lin Jichao. And you are?" Liao Baoshan replied, "I am Liao Baoshan, engaged in the business of rice, oil, salt, and cloth. And I have also worked in real estate for a few years." "It's you." Lin Jichao pretended to be honored and said, "So it's Mr. Liao. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard Mr. Jian mention you. He said you are an outstanding figure from Chaos Han." He brought up Jian Dongpu to indicate that he also has connections. At this moment, none of these individuals had truly become influential figures or tycoons, including Chun Weinan, the president of the Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce, who had not yet achieved significant accomplishments. To be honest, Lin Jichao did not think of himself as being from the same era as Li Charan, Sha Dan Tong, Li Zhaoji, and Guodeshing, the four great families. He felt more akin to competing with people like Chun Weinan, Liao Baoshan, He Shan Hung Fei Ting Tai, and Su Aizhou. Although his current strength was slim by the 1950s, when these people saw him, they might have to call out Sir Lin, President Lin, or Boss Lin. Liao Baoshan said politely, Mr. Jian is my benefactor. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to receive such personal instruction from him. Mr. Lin, if it weren't for your changes to the Hong Kong real estate landscape, we probably wouldn't dare to obtain land worth millions. However, Mr. Lin, you have formidable strength. Back then, when he was bottom fishing in real estate, Jian Dongpu provided significant support. At this moment, another group of people stood up and approached Lin Jichao, speaking unkindly, Mr. Lin, may I ask which prominent family you come from? This bidding requires at least 1 million HKD. They finished with an expression that seemed to question his wealth. Liao Baoshan stepped in to mediate, saying, we are all partners in development. Oh, Mr. Lin may also have partners. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang Jun, who is in real estate. He did not recognize him. Lin Jichao's first reaction was, I am honored. It was only when I arrived here that I realized this plot is so valuable. I certainly can't come up with 1 million, nor do I have partners, so it seems today I will leave empty-handed. Everyone, please don't view me as a competitor. The crowd, seeing Lin Jichao speak sincerely, immediately burst into laughter. Soon Manager Li from Hidong Real Estate walked into the room, holding a stack of envelopes. Everyone, let me explain the bidding rules for today shortly. I will give each of you an envelope. You will draw a piece of white paper from it, write your bid on it, and then put it back in the envelope and hand it to me. However, the starting price for this plot of land cannot be lower than 2 million Hong Kong dollars. You can bid higher. After all, today it's the highest bidder who wins. The crowd below was suddenly anxious. The starting price was already set at 2 million Hong Kong dollars, which was far beyond their expectations. Manager Li said no more and began handing out the envelopes, each accompanied by a pen. When he reached Lin Jichao, Manager Li smiled and said, you are the boss Lin who invented tiered selling and presale housing, right? Had it not been for the emergence of tiered and presale methods, could this piece of land from Hidong Real Estate be so valuable? Would there be so many participants in the bidding? Lin Jichao quickly replied, that's me. I didn't expect Manager Li has heard of me. I'm extremely honored. Manager Li displayed a friendly expression and said, you're too modest, or everyone in Hong Kong knows you now. However, he internally doubted whether Lin Jichao had the capability to participate in the bidding. Next, everyone found a corner to prepare their bids. Some even ran to the corridor outside, pondering deeply over a good price that would secure the bid while saving money. Only Lin Jichao began writing without hesitation. Not far away, Liao Baoshan thought to himself, why write so much? It's just a number. Could he be trying to plead for mercy? Ignoring the gazes of others, Lin Jichao wrote fervently on the paper, first in Cantonese, then in English, before stuffing it into the envelope and handing it to Manager Li. 15 minutes later, Manager Li opened the envelopes on the spot and directly announced the prices. Zhang's Real Estate, Zhang Jun 25 million Hong Kong dollars. Manager Li revealed a hint of contempt in his smile, shaking his head. Zhang Jun below immediately felt ridiculed, his mood extremely displeased. Liao's Enterprises 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Manager Li nodded slightly, feeling that this price was decent and might win. Next, he opened a few more envelopes, all showing prices below 3 million, indicating that everyone was intimidated by the 2 million price and dared not bid too high. Just then, only one envelope remained. Without thinking, it was Lin Jichao's bid. Congratulations, Liao Shang. Someone had already congratulated Liao Baoshan. Liao Baoshan smiled, yet felt a bit tense, looking seriously at Manager Li's expression. Manager Li opened the envelope, frowned, and then began to read carefully. After a long while, Manager Li raised his head and said to everyone, please wait a moment, I need to consult Sir He, and I will give you a response soon. Having said that, he walked toward the door, leaving everyone in the conference room. Immediately, everyone curiously looked at Lin Jichao, wondering what was written inside the envelope. Liao Baoshan also asked Lin Sheng, I saw you write a lot just now. Could it be some high strategy? Lin Jichao smiled and said, what high strategy? I fear I will be scolded by Sir He later because I have no money. I didn't plan to spend a single cent. Everyone was instantly shocked. Some even said, young people indeed act impulsively. Is Sir He that easy to offend? If you have no money, why not just write 2 million? You wouldn't offend anyone and wouldn't win the bid. Why go to such lengths? Everyone looked at Lin Jichao, their expressions revealing that he was in trouble. Only a few, including Liao Baoshan, understood that the matter was far from simple. If Lin Jichao truly offended someone just with a manager from Sir He, it would be enough to scold Lin Jichao thoroughly, and then kick him out. No need to involve Sir He. Meanwhile, Manager Li knocked on He Dong's office door and walked in. 85 years old this year, He Dong was still striving at the forefront of business. Although he had 3 sons, he currently had no successor by his side. The one he valued most was still in the military. Any results? What's the highest bid? He Dong asked seriously. Although 100,000 is not a large sum for him, he always pays attention to details, and would personally inquire even for businesses worth several tens of thousands. Manager Li handed He Dong Lin Jichao's letter and said this is the Lin Jichao who invented tiered selling and pre-sale housing. He didn't provide a direct bid, but presented a cooperation proposal. I think it's quite thoughtful, so I wanted to bring it to you for review. He Dong became interested and said, let me take a look. It's in both Chinese and English. It seems he put in some effort. At first glance, He Dong praised it. He then began reading seriously, finding it increasingly intriguing but also a bit confusing. Then he directly stood up and said, let's go meet him. All right. Before long, when He Dong arrived at the conference room, everyone respectfully greeted Sir He with very respectful expressions. Lin Jichao merely tasted the atmosphere, neither losing politeness nor being overly humble. He Dong approached Lin Jichao, praising him indeed a remarkable talent exuding charisma, after saying that he displayed an appreciative expression. At this moment everyone was shocked. How did Lin Jichao gain the approval of such a big shot? Lin Jichao quickly said, you flatter me, Sir He, you are the true dragon among men, and the pride of Hong Kong Chinese. Everyone internally despised Lin Jichao, who had just pretended to be neither humble nor arrogant, now flattering without hesitation. He Dong loved hearing others praise him as the pride of Hong Kong Chinese, just as he has always regarded himself as a Chinese since childhood. All right then, you explain your cooperation method here, so that everyone understands, lest they say I am unfair in my dealings. Lin Jichao was overjoyed, for He Dong's words already hinted that the development of this land would be entrusted to him. Yes, Sir He. My plan is for Sir He and I to jointly establish a property company with Sir He taking a 55% stake in the land, while our Changjiang real estate will cover all subsequent construction costs, taxes, and other expenses, taking 45%. This project will be developed by Changjiang Real Estate, and Sir He will only need to sit back and enjoy the dividends. We Changjiang Real Estate promise that Sir He will receive at least 1.8 million in funds, of which 1.3 million is for the land fee, and the remaining 500,000 is profit, all completed within 24 months. At the same time, we are willing to pay Sir He 500,000 in profit within 1 month of the contract signing, and once the houses are officially sold early next year, Sir He will be able to receive continuous dividends. In an instant, there was a dead silence. Many people gasped, as this meant that Lin Jichao was quoting 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars. That was 500,000 Hong Kong dollars higher than Liao Baoshan. But a few individuals understood, and Liao Baoshan immediately said, in this project cooperation, Lin Sheng has no intention of spending money at all. You want the bank to lend you a large sum of money with this plot of land as collateral. Everyone looked at Lin Jichao incredulously, as if he were a monster. Only Lin Jichao sincerely said to He Dong, Sir He, regardless, you selling the land today is just 1.3 million Hong Kong dollars, and I can guarantee you will regain 1.8 million in total over 2 years, which is clearly much higher than the bank interest. After Lin Jichao finished speaking, Sir He had already patted his shoulder and said, you don't need to explain so much. I am a very understanding person. Since I can earn an extra 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, why would I not be happy? Meanwhile, He Dong said to the others, thank you all for participating in this bidding. Please head back now. The Hong Kong real estate market has been revitalized by this young man, and you have many opportunities ahead. Do not dwell on this failure. Yes, Sir He. Goodbye, Sir He. Everyone left the venue, not daring to say much. Naturally, they were all pondering how Lin Jichao managed to secure the partnership. Lin Jichao was invited to He Dong's office, where they chatted about some topics unrelated to real estate for a while. Finally, He Dong even gave him a business card which held significant meaning. As for the cooperation on the 40,000 square feet land in Happy Valley, both parties agreed on a time to formally sign the contract at the lawyer's office. Thus, Lin Jichao achieved another victory. Late May, Changjiang Real Estate and Dong Real Estate signed a contract for the cooperative development of 40,000 square feet of land in Happy Valley, establishing a joint venture company called Dongchang Real Estate. The He Dong family holds 55% equity by contributing the land, while Changjiang Real Estate covers all development project costs, holding 45% equity. The supplementary contract stipulates that Changjiang Real Estate must ensure the He Dong family profits 500,000 HKD plus the land valued at 1.3 million Hong Kong dollars, meaning the He Dong family needs to receive 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars. After signing the contract, He Dong smiled and said, young man, you must not mess up this trick of borrowing a chicken to lay an egg, or you might end up losing everything. At this moment, He Dong clearly understood what Lin Jichao was up to. He was originally prepared to sell the land for 1.3 million Hong Kong dollars. And now he could earn over 1.8 million within 2 years, which he was naturally pleased to see. Moreover, regardless of how Lin Jiqiao played his cards, the contract stipulated that he must receive 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars, or else Lin Jiqiao would owe him. Lin Jiqiao confidently said, "Sir, please rest assured, if I mess this up, I will work for you to repay the debt." Hedong smiled, patted Lin Jiqiao on the shoulder, and then took his leave. In the new company, the Hedong family did not send anyone over, or in fact, they wouldn't even check the accounts before the properties began to sell. The office location of Dongchang Real Estate was set up in the office building of Changjiang Real Estate. Essentially the same company using the same personnel. However, Lin Jiqiao would not rush into construction on the 400,000 square feet of land, as the contract allowed for a development completion time of 30 months. Lin Jiqiao gathered the management team and employees of the company and announced, "Next, each department needs to double its personnel. After all, we are about to develop 3 projects. Manager Li, please prepare for the recruitment." Li Gaofu is currently the office manager and also serves as Lin Jiqiao's assistant, earning a monthly salary of 200 Hong Kong dollars. With a double bonus at the end of the year. Compared to his benefits last year, this is already much better, and more importantly, it has a future. "Okay boss, I will send out the recruitment notice and arrange the interview times right away." Lin Jiqiao continued, "The Happy Valley project is substantial, so there is no need to rush. Let's finalize the project in Yaomati before moving forward." Everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Lin Jiqiao filled with admiration. They hadn't expected their boss to borrow a chicken to lay an egg, allowing the renowned Hedong family to hand over the land in Happy Valley for them to develop. As for the development funds, they had already anticipated that their boss would use bank loans, supplemented by the sale of presold properties, to resolve the issue. Sure enough, later Lin Jiqiao arrived at the office of the general manager of Dongya Bank and found Jian Dongpu. After providing a detailed introduction of the cooperative project, he earnestly said, "Mr. Jian, this project has tremendous prospects, and it is expected to provide 130 residential floors for Hong Kong. For next year's sales, it is estimated that sales could exceed 3.5 million Hong Kong dollars." At this moment, Jian Dongpu looked at Lin Jiqiao with a shocked expression, not expecting this young man to initiate such a large project, and even to collaborate with the Hedong family. Was this really something a 20-year-old could achieve? If Lin Jiqiao knew Jian Dongpu's thoughts, he would surely find them overly dramatic. Such operations were considered basic practices in his previous life. "You don't plan to invest a single cent in this project. And do you have any collateral?" Jian Dongpu said with a laugh. Lin Jiqiao responded, "I do have collateral, the land held by Dongchang Real Estate valued at 1.3 million Hong Kong dollars. Based on a 60 mortgage, I can borrow 780,000 HKD. So I plan to loan 700,000 HKD and repay it within 2 years." He had a large amount of gold in hand, so he was naturally untroubled. Otherwise, he would not have dared to gamble on Jian Dongpu lending him money. Jian Dongpu smiled and said, "Your rapid progress is quite surprising, or are you not worried that if something goes wrong, that splendid start will be wasted? Of course, as long as the real estate environment does not change before 1949, Lin Jiqiao is guaranteed to win." Lin Jiqiao calmly said, "I still have some money, I just don't want to invest it all in real estate." Jian Dongpu understood and nodded. He did not doubt Lin Jiqiao's words because the young man was incredibly composed, showing no signs of bearing heavy debts. Thus, when Lin Jiqiao claimed he still had money, he believed him. In the end, Jian Dongpu used the entire Changjiang Real Estate as collateral and lent Lin Jiqiao 750,000 HKD. With this 750,000 HKD, the Happy Valley project could fully initiate without worrying about funding issues. The interest on this 750,000 HKD, approximately 230,000, would be paid by Dongchang Real Estate. After all, he only needed to ensure that Hedong profited 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars. Of course, the 750,000 loan needs to pay the Hedong family 50,000 HKD, and that must be done within 1 month. The remaining 25,000 HKD alone could not fully leverage this project. However, before construction commenced on the Happy Valley plot, Changjiang Industrial would have already recouped a lot of funds, so there would be no issues. According to reports from the Hong Kong media, Changjiang Real Estate and the Hedong family collaborated to develop 400,000 square feet of land in Happy Valley, with Dongya Bank lending 750,000 HKD to Changjiang Real Estate. This news shook the entire business community in Hong Kong. No one had anticipated that Changjiang Real Estate would pull off such a feat, securing cooperation from 2 prominent business tycoons. At the same time, those who wanted to find trouble with Lin Jiqiao, such as the real estate developers who failed to bid for Happy Valley, quickly backed off. After all, Lin Jiqiao now had connections. Lin Jiqiao began to rise steadily in the Hong Kong business community. Changjiang Real Estate became a revolutionary force in Hong Kong's real estate sector, a model for various real estate developers to learn from. At the New Star newsstand, Jean Bingwen looked at the newspaper in disbelief and exclaimed, "Chowzi has made a fortune. In the 5 months since I left here, he has surprisingly become a real estate tycoon. Now that we meet, I'm afraid I'll have to call him Boss Lin." Just as he finished speaking, Jean Bingwen's wife and Akai came over. "Old man, what are you saying? Chowzi has become rich. Boss, has Chow really become rich?" Jean Bingwen pointed to the news in the newspaper and said, "Look, it says here that Changjiang Real Estate and the Hedong family are collaborating to develop 400,000 square feet of residential land in Happy Valley, expected to build 26 five-story tenements totaling 130 residential units with a total investment exceeding 2 million Hong Kong dollars including land." Akai curiously asked, "What does this have to do with Chow?" Jean Bingwen trembled as he replied, "This Changjiang Real Estate was established 4 months ago, and their boss is Lin Jichao. What do you think? Is there a connection?" Jean Bingwen's wife and Akai were wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Jean Yuan, bring me a copy of the Business Daily." Just then Li Shengtong, the owner of Baijiquan, came to buy a newspaper. Jean Bingwen quickly handed him a copy and said, "Boss Li, do you remember that Chow who used to sell newspapers here?" Li Shengtang smiled and said, "He's not just the newspaper selling Chow anymore. He's now the big boss of a real estate company. When I see him, I'll have to call him Boss Lin. I didn't expect that a real dragon would fly out from your place." Jean Bingwen pointed at the newspaper astonished and said, "Is this the Lin Jichao who used to work for me?" Li Shengtang glanced at the news and said with equal surprise, "Incredible. He just sold a house for 500,000 HKD at the beginning of the month, and now he's investing 2 million in real estate. This must yield 3 to 4 million HKD. A genius. Next time I see him, I must chat with him more." After paying, Li Shengtang looked at the newspaper with interest, leaving Jean Bingwen and his wife along with Akai in shock. Especially Akai, who suddenly remembered Lin Ji Chaos words and murmured, "What he said was true." With that, he ran to the roadside and shouted loudly, "Shocking. The boss of a real estate company came from selling newspapers. Crazy. You, a newspaper seller, think you can become the boss of a real estate company?" Akai's face turned red as he was ridiculed by others, yet he did not dare to retort and could only return to the newspaper stand in shame. "Akai, you're not cut out for this. Stop dreaming." Jean Bingwen did not forget to criticize Akai. "I can tell at a glance if someone will get rich. When Boss Lin worked for me, his demeanor, eloquence, and intellect. If you say he won't succeed, you must be struck by lightning. As for you, Akai, you will always just be a newspaper seller, and you'll need me to take you in," Jean Bingwen's wife said with disdain. Hearing the boss wife's sharp words, Akai felt even more embarrassed and could only work diligently. June 1947. In a shophouse on Seymour Road, Lin Jichao woke and gazed at his Optimus Prime, murmuring soothingly, "Patience. You're still growing. No need to rush." At 19 years and 3 months old, he was not yet ready for the intimacies of married life, though his physical prowess was already extraordinary. Since his transmigration, his body had undergone a second phase of development. Once under 1.7 meters tall, he now stood at 1.75 meters, and continued to grow, his frame growing ever more robust and tightly knit. His Optimus Prime had likewise expanded, from medium to large, commanding in both scale and presence. Lin Jichao thus suspected that transmigrators carried an innate anomaly. When a soul merged with a new vessel, the brain underwent further activation, triggering cellular mutations throughout the body. Such thoughts remained deeply buried within him, a quiet gratitude to heaven for its grace. Over breakfast, Wu Weining said, "Jichao, your sister and I have been in Hong Kong for 2 months now. We've grown somewhat familiar with the island. There's no need to trouble Junshan with our daily transport anymore. Your business is expanding rapidly. Having Junshan accompany you full-time puts my mind at ease." A woman of learning, she possessed keen insight. Her son's meteoric rise had drawn attention, and as the saying went, too much brilliance invites danger. Safety, therefore, was paramount. Ever since mother and daughter arrived in Hong Kong, Lin Jichao had made every effort to accompany them around the neighborhood, helping them acclimate. On ordinary days, when escorting Lin Shiner to her English classes, he always sent Xue Junshan along to accompany both Wu Weining and Lin Shiner. Lin Jichao sipped a spoonful of chicken soup before replying calmly, "I face no real danger. Junshan is merely a driver." He wished to spare his family unnecessary anxiety. Moreover, he himself paid little heed to such matters. The hiring of Xue Junshan had been little more than a fortuitous encounter during a casual stroll. Wu Weining persisted, "Even a driver is vital. What if you suddenly needed the car for official business while Junshan was ferrying us? That would delay your work considerably. We can take rickshaws instead." Seeing her resolve, Lin Jichao yielded. "Very well. I'll hire a dedicated driver and automobile for the family once I've earned enough." Wu Weining paused, momentarily speechless, but observing her son's firm, composed demeanor, she refrained from further admonishment. She reminded herself constantly, he was no longer a boy, overbearing counsel risked straining their bond. In truth, she sensed clearly that her son was no longer the same. Now fiercely independent self-reliant, no longer leaning upon her for guidance or reassurance. Though a pang of wistfulness flickered within her, it was swiftly eclipsed by profound pride. Lin Sheener gazed at her brother with unreserved admiration. How extraordinary my big brother is. Their family had never known true prosperity. Her father, a schoolteacher, had secured only modest comfort, until illness claimed him, leaving the household to survive on her mother's farming and seamstress work. Years of hardship had etched deep into Lin Sheener's consciousness, making her cherish their present life all the more. Brother, once I graduate, I'll work for you. Lin Jichao gently ruffled her hair. Then study diligently, for by the time you finish, my enterprise may be teeming with university graduates and overseas returnees. You'll need real skill to compete with them. Lin Sheener nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, my English has improved dramatically lately. Lin Jichao smiled faintly and nodded in approval. Regarding his younger sister, he believed she held genuine potential, and could well join his company one day. After all, blood ties conferred trustworthiness. She could serve loyally without demanding equity or corporate stake, and might even become a trusted ally to his future heirs. She was worth cultivating. After breakfast, Lin Jichao bid farewell to his family and descended to the shophouse arcade. Xue Junshan stood beside a second-hand Ford, awaiting him, newspaper in hand. Good morning, boss. Mornin'. Here. Take the paper. Lin Jichao settled into the rear seat. Xue Junshan climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine and headed toward Changjiang real estate. The distance was negligible. Seymour Road lay within Central, nestled in the mid-levels. Though semi-mountainous, it sat remarkably close to the ferry piers, and even closer to Queens Road given Central's compact geography. Hong Kong's luxury residences would ascend steadily toward Victoria Peak. Thus mid-levels estates would climb ever higher, eventually reaching the true mid-slopes of Taiping Shan. Arriving at the office, he found staff already immersed in their tasks. Changjiang Real Estate's workforce continued to expand, projected to reach some 20 employees this year. Though 10 might suffice, Lin Jichao preferred nurturing talent, gradually trusting the company's organic growth. Upon entering his office, Lin Jichao did not immediately begin work. Instead, he fell into contemplation. Changjiang Real Estate currently managed 3 projects: 3 Tonglao buildings at 4648, Shaolin Road, 4 Tonglao at 126, Modu Street, and the Bluefield Elegant Garden, a proposed development of 26 Tonglao in Happy Valley. Estimated profit stood at HK 1500000, HK 200000, and HK 500000 respectively, totaling approximately HK 850000. Adding the initial capital of over HK 2500000, projected year-end assets approached $1 million. Now backed fully by the Bank of East Asia, and having revitalized Hong Kong's property market, Lin Jichao knew competitors would not pivot so swiftly. Thus, he reflected, gold held idle rarely doubled within a year, yet real estate investment offered steady, reliable doubling. He resolved to convert his 34 gold bars into just over HK 600000, HK 500000 earmarked for land acquisition and aging properties. The remaining HK 100000 split evenly, half to launch a manual zipper manufacturing venture, half retained as emergency liquidity. Begin with manual zippers, to master the craft and industry intricacies. By year-end, purchase automated zipper machinery, just as real estate cash flows mature. Use zippers as an entry point into the industrial chain. Hong Kong merchants favored diversified conglomerates, and Lin Jichao saw no reason to diverge from that tradition. Moreover, industrial development remained inherently noble. Moments later, his assistant Li Gaofu entered the office. Boss. Lin Jichao nodded. Gaofuge, the mainland's warfare intensifies. It will soon erupt on a massive scale. Your uncle and aunt reside there. You must bring them to Hong Kong without delay. Li Gaofu's heart lurched. Will the conflict reach Guangdong province, boss? Do you believe so? Lin Jichao replied firmly, it is inevitable. Only a matter of time. Decide wisely, then apply for leave to handle the matter promptly. Li Gaofu bowed his head earnestly. Thank you, boss, for your guidance. His monthly salary, now 200 Hong Kong dollars, sufficed comfortably to support his parents, wife, daughter, and son. Lin Jichao paused, then added, with mass migration flooding Hong Kong, many landlords will pressure tenants to vacate. I'm unsure how this affects your own situation. Regardless, your current salary covers your family's needs, and your pay will increase again this autumn. Should difficulties arise, report them to me immediately. I'll provide personal assistance. Li Gaofu nodded vigorously, profoundly grateful, not only for the support but also for the promise of a raise which kindled renewed hope. One's life truly depended on meeting benefactors, he mused. Had he not encountered his cousin, he'd likely remain an ordinary clerk at a foreign trading firm, perhaps rising only to junior management. But now everything had changed. His cousin's enterprise was just beginning, and his own salary had risen repeatedly, his future radiant with promise. At that moment Lin Jichao said, "I intend to establish a zipper factory. As my assistant, you'll oversee the groundwork. First, lease a factory space of roughly 3000 square feet, preferably in Sai Wansheng Wanchai Causeway Bay or North Point. Proximity to central enhanced logistical efficiency. Only if none proved suitable would locations like Shao K1 or Tsuin 1 be considered. This being mid-1947, suitable premises should still be available." Li Gaofu retrieved notebook and pen, jotting down instructions. His heart swelling with quiet elation, his role was expanding. Lin Jichao continued across Asia. Zipper production remains entirely manual. Shanghai employs the largest cohort, reportedly over 1,000 skilled workers. Second, recruit experienced zipper artisans. Begin locally and even dispatch agents to Shanghai to offer premium wages. Above all, assemble a seasoned team of craftsmen and managers. Once ripe, I'll procure automated zipper machines from Europe and America and export our products across Asia and beyond. He too needed to master this industry, understanding every process and technical nuance. Lin Jichao was no mere opportunist relying solely on foreknowledge from his transmigration. Entering any field, he immersed himself in rigorous study, then leveraged vision to drive growth. For now, focus on these two priorities and report progress regularly. Especially once the factory is secured, register the license under Chongjiang Industrial Holdings. Li Gaofu responded, instantly understood. He stood awestruck. His boss planned to import automated zipper machinery from Europe and America. How much faster were those machines? How costly? How superior in quality? These questions remained unanswered. But Li Gaofu understood this was his chance. His cousin's new enterprise was setting sail, and he too must learn, inquire, and prove his value within this nascent organization. Indeed, Lin Jichao added, take time to study, read trade journals, research market trends, familiarize yourself with the zipper industry. Yes, boss. Li Gaofu's joy deepened. He knew his cousin cherished reading, and this directive signaled intentional mentorship. Though nominally office manager at Chongjiang Real Estate, Li Gaofu functioned essentially as a clerical aide, running errands for his boss. Once he departed, Lin Jichao tapped his fingers against the desk, lost in thought. The zipper industry formed a complete industrial chain, spanning metallurgy, aluminum alloys, copper smelting, chemical engineering, nylon synthesis, textiles, the fabric tape, and mechanical engineering, designing or refining automatic zipper machines and punch presses. Once engaged in this chain, Chongjiang Industrial Holdings would inevitably expand into toys and plastics, evolving into a major industrial conglomerate. Granted, Hong Kong's industrial capacity paled beside Japan's. Lin Jichao's zipper venture might struggle to rival YKK. Yet competition need not be zero-sum. Each party held distinct advantages, and he intended to leverage his own while studying theirs. With Western-style trousers surging in popularity across Asia, demand for zippers would soar, ensuring profitability. Moreover, establishing industrial foundations would enable him to enter the toy sector, crafting toys imbued with soul and added value. Lin Jichao's used Ford slowly came to a stop at No. 6, Yongji Street, Central. Looking out through the window, the building with its redwood exterior and signboard, featuring the golden characters Lu Yu Tea House, is indeed a gathering place for merchants. Lu Yu Tea House is divided into 3 floors, and outside the main entrance, an Indian guard with a white cloth wrapped around his head stands watch. There's a story behind this. Most visitors to Lu Yu Tea House are celebrities. The renowned playwright Nanhai Shizenlang, who had gone mad by then, often visited Lu Yu Tea House to see the famous Cantonese opera singer Xue Juexian. To avoid disturbing other distinguished guests, the owner had to hire someone to guard the entrance, thus setting the precedent for employing Indians as guards in Hong Kong tea houses. Lu Yu Tea House is considered one of Hong Kong's time-honored tea houses, established by its owner, who came from the magical city to open this establishment in the 1930s. Therefore, the decor of this tea house retains the old-fashioned style of Shanghai in the 1930s, featuring fine rosewood chairs, large redwood screens, yellowed calligraphy scrolls hanging on the walls, waiters in traditional Tang suits, and a long-sleeved musician ready to perform at any moment, creating an illusion for the patrons that they have stepped back into the opulent era of the magical city. Lin Jichao directly opened the door and walked down, heading towards Lu Yu Tea House, as the Indian guard immediately smiled and opened the door. There are quite a number of Indians in Hong Kong, brought by the British as servants, and the Chinese also prefer using Indians as guards, as if it has become a rule, including at the Peninsula Hotel, where the guards are also Indians with turbans. The driver and bodyguard Xue Junshan parked the car properly. He was already accustomed to his boss style, as the boss claimed he had no enemies and did not need excessive protection for now. This wasn't Lin Jichao's first visit to Lu Yu Tea House. After all, merchants like him have frequented places like Lu Yu Tea House, Jinchang Tea House, Diyun Tea House, Gaoshang Tea House, Lianxiang Tea House, and a Tong restaurant in recent years. These places usually gather financial and business figures from all over who come to Hong Kong to develop their careers mingling and discussing politics. Many friendships are formed in such settings, leading to business collaborations. A middle-aged waiter quickly approached Lin Jichao, bowing slightly as he said, "Mr. Lin, you're here." He may have only served Lin Jichao once, yet he had deeply remembered this young man. That was a fundamental skill of his profession. Lin Jichao nodded and said, "Aliang, take me to see old Jian." Aliang was also surprised, not expecting Lin Jichao to remember him, and felt that it was quite normal for this young man to be successful. Despite being middle-aged, Aliang was still a waiter, but in this era being a waiter in these tea houses was not a job for just anyone. In later years, he would at least be a business manager. Li Choren once worked as a waiter in a small tea house, and accidentally spilled tea on a customer, which left him terrified. For in this era, a customer could easily berate you, and the boss would not sympathize but would promptly fire you. The waiters at Lu Yu Tea House required keen observation and quick wit. Of course, their network was also extensive. Just like Lin Jichao, while they worked, they might also engage in some intermediary business, and the boss did not meddle too much as long as they did not affect the business. "Please, this way, old Jian has reserved a private room, and there's another guest accompanying him." Upon entering the private room, they found Jian Dongpu, a leading figure in Hong Kong banking, and Liao Baoshan, a prominent businessman from Chaozhou. "Sorry to keep you waiting, old Jian and brother Liao," Lin Jichao said politely. Jian Dongpu smiled and replied, "We just arrived as well. Please sit down." Brother Liao also wore a welcoming smile, trying to show goodwill as he said, "Brother Jian Jichao has just defeated me. It seems you truly have a discerning eye for talent." Jian Dongpu displayed a hint of satisfaction, stating, "He is indeed a standout in the real estate sector, a leader who has changed the landscape of Hong Kong's property market, so it is normal for him to defeat you. However, with your extensive business dealings, it's naturally not a problem." Brother Liao said to the seated Lin Jichao, "Young brother, although we met briefly last time, and though we were rivals, I would like to befriend you, so I asked Brother Jian to introduce us. Please forgive my abruptness." Lin Jichao quickly responded humbly, "Brother Liao, you flatter me. It is my honor that you regard me highly. You are a senior in the business world. It is a pleasure for me to receive your guidance." After a round of pleasantries, they began to drink tea, and did not engage in any performances as the three were there to discuss business. Although Lin Jichao was polite to Liao Baoshan, he did not consider him a close confidant, merely treating him as an acquaintance. Brother Liao, on the other hand, took the initiative to reach out to him primarily to seek advice on real estate knowledge, as he used to invest in properties by buying low and renting them out. This time he saw Lin Jichao performing exceptionally well. He quickly invited two friends intending to develop a plot of land from the Hedong family, only to be unexpectedly outmaneuvered by Lin Jichao. Despite being defeated, Lin Jichao evidently had backing, so he proactively sought to meet and learn some real estate knowledge. During the conversation, Jian Dongpu also happily joined the discussion. Lin Jichao answered every question without holding back his knowledge. However, while Hong Kong real estate merchants knew about straight-title sales and off-plan sales, none could maneuver them as skillfully as Lin Jichao. Thus, Brother Liao asked many questions. "Indeed, I wouldn't have known if I hadn't asked. We only learned the basics, but you are truly a master in the real estate sector. You flatter me, brother. Actually, this knowledge becomes second nature once you handle a project or two. With your guidance, I will surely get up to speed much faster. Right now, the property business is profitable, but since land prices are high, the profit margins are not substantial. I heard you established a bank. Are you perhaps trading in gold, which is quite a lucrative business?" Once the topic of gold trading arose, Brother Liao became more talkative, enthusiastically discussing the exciting aspects of gold trading. In fact, he was just that kind of person. According to Lin Jichao, Brother Liao had proudly declared his wealth to be 100 million Hong Kong dollars in the early 1960s. However, shortly after making that announcement, Liao Chuangxing Bank experienced a run, and Brother Liao was so frightened that he suffered a stroke, ultimately passing away due to a burst blood vessel. Fortunately, his two sons were in university at the time and were called back to take over later, disposing of many properties at a discount to prevent the bank's bankruptcy. Lin Jichao concurred indeed. The gold trading in the Magical City and Guangdong province depends on the fluctuations of gold prices, but also on the situation of the war in the mainland and how much gold the Hong Kong Bank can import from Macau. Brother Liao's eyes widened in surprise. "You truly are impressive, young brother. You grasp these crucial points so well. How about one day I take you to gain some insights?" Lin Jichao immediately showed great interest, saying, "Thank you, brother. Honestly, I am someone who has not seen much of the world, and it would be good to broaden my horizons." Lin Jichao was not worried about Brother Liao plotting against him, for if he were to trade in gold, not to mention Brother Liao, even he Shanheng of Hang Seng Bank would not necessarily be his rival. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Lin Jichao was well aware of many things. Firstly, he knew that gold prices would rise from about $200, $300 to $600, $700 per tael over the next 3 years, which meant he was aware of significant events and would not buy above 600. Secondly, he knew that starting in the second quarter of 1948, gold prices in the mainland began to soar, and later in September Zhang Lao too began issuing gold yuan notes to confiscate gold from the public. By the end of 1948, the smuggling gold incident caused the gold yuan notes to devalue significantly. Such events had a substantial impact on gold trading in Hong Kong and could serve as a reference. Lastly, Lin Jiqiao was also aware that Hang Seng Bank essentially controlled gold trading in the Hong Kong gold and silver market from 1948 to 1949, as they collaborated with the likes of Aomen Luobao and Hsien to import large quantities of gold from South Africa and Europe, then smuggled it into Hong Kong. One import could reach as high as 200,000 to 300,000 taels. Just imagine having so much cheap gold on hand. Who would you get to take it off your hands if not the financial tycoons of the magical city? The craziness of Chaozhou businessmen in gold trading included installing shortwave radios on ships for gold smuggling and setting up radio stations in Hong Kong to gain information ahead of many others. Thus, the Gold War over 3 years saw the people of Guangdong extracting wealth from the financial tycoons of the magical city, who upon coming to Hong Kong were drained of their resources, with some even losing their fortunes. Perhaps because of this, the financial sector in Hong Kong later became dominated by people from Guangdong, while the financial tycoons from the original financial city rarely rose to prominence. At this moment, Jian Dongpu remarked, "You two seem to be teaching each other well, but gold trading comes with risks. Jiqiao, you must be careful." He felt that Lin Jiqiao was doing well in real estate, especially since Lin Jiqiao owed a considerable sum to the East Asia Bank. Lin Jiqiao immediately replied earnestly, "Rest assured, old Jian, I prefer to play it safe and steady." Jian Dongpu nodded, very pleased with Lin Jiqiao's attitude. After the three finished their meal, they went their separate ways. As Liao Baoshan got into his car, a strange smile appeared on his face. He's just young and impulsive. Gold trading isn't so easy. Since he wants to enter the field, it's fine to take him along. It all depends on his luck. How long can he afford to lose that money? Brother Liao did not consider Lin Jiqiao to be his true friend. Although this was his initiative to invite him, it was merely to seek advice on real estate knowledge and to test just how much Jian Dongpu valued Lin Jiqiao. With the loss of the land this time, he harbored some resentment, but Lin Jiqiao already had backing. Since Lin Jiqiao wanted to trade in gold, Brother Liao saw no reason not to introduce him to it. He believed that Lin Jiqiao, being young and impulsive, might not always have such good fortune, and losing his entire fortune in gold trading was quite normal. Lin Jiqiao arrived at No. 12, Matza Street, Asheng, Wan, intending to experience the prosperity of Hong Kong's financial industry alongside Liao Baoshan. Matza Street and Wonhung East Street are both located in Shengwan on Hong Kong Island, and these two streets are renowned for their gold trade. Wonhung East Street boasts at least 20 to 30 gold and silver shops, specializing in gold transactions, foreign currency exchange, and remittances. Upon arriving at the gold and silver exchange, the building was rather inconspicuous, but two tall, fully armed Indian police officers stood at the entrance, making it particularly noticeable. "Lin, my younger brother. Liao, my elder brother." Lin Jiqiao met Liao Baoshan. After all, if Lin Jiqiao had come alone, he would have needed an invitation, as the gold and silver exchange was not open to the public. As for their relationship, Lin Jiqiao would naturally not confide in Liao Baoshan. He always kept an eye on friends who took the initiative to reach out. However, he felt more at ease with friends and elders he approached himself. This was merely his personal opinion. The Indian police spoke fluent Cantonese, asking to see their entry passes. Fortunately, Liao Baoshan was the owner of Liao Chuangxing Silver Company, well acquainted with the exchange, allowing Lin Jiqiao to be let in. Upon entering, the noise of gold trading in the hall hit him like a wave of heat from a desert. "Let's head to the second floor. We can get a clearer view of the situation inside." "Okay." On the second floor, leaning against the railing, the view below was indeed unobstructed. Below lay a courtyard of 2,000 square feet with over 100 traders in yellow vests bustling about like Spanish bullfighters searching for their prey. Surrounding the courtyard were walls lined with numerous telephones. Liao Baoshan explained, "Those phones continuously report the on-site gold prices to the owners of our firm. Simultaneously, the owners can convey instructions to the traders inside through the phones." Lin Jiqiao nodded, saying, "In this way, the owners can determine the orders to buy or sell gold based on various external factors combined with the gold prices inside." Brilliant. Although Liao Baoshan didn't elaborate much on the factors influencing gold trading, Lin Jiqiao intuitively understood that in this gold and silver exchange, information was paramount, even the lifeline of gold and silver shop owners. A slight oversight could lead to fatal threats. As far as Lin Jiqiao knew, Chun Beeching of Thailand's Pangobank often came to Hong Kong to trade gold, and he even had the most advanced equipment. Chun Beeching utilized a shortwave station set up by Chaozhou people in Hong Kong to connect to smuggling ships at sea, and then relay that to a command center in Thailand. At the same time, Chun Beeching, who managed the channels for Southeast Asian expatriates to send money to relatives back home, often used these funds within the 3 days he stayed in Hong Kong to engage in gold trading. Suddenly, a trader standing in the middle of the courtyard raised his right hand, bending several fingers outward and gesturing. Soon a dozen traders rushed towards him, tightly grabbing him. He quickly tapped 5 traders on the shoulders, causing the crowd to disperse. Liao Baoshan explained, in trading gold at the exchange 100 taels is the unit of measurement commonly referred to as one hand. Fingers bent outward signify a sale. Fingers bent inward indicate a purchase. Prices are also conveyed through hand signals only indicating the last 2 digits of the price. When a seller taps a buyer's shoulder, the deal is considered done, and both parties record the transaction amount in their notebooks. During the lunch break and afternoon recess, both parties go to the trading office to register. This is merely for registration with no gold transactions happening on the spot, as the official trading occurs 3 days later. Therefore, within these 3 days, if you sell the gold in your hand at a higher price to someone else, or buy someone else's gold at a lower price, you will profit. Lin Jichao, with his excellent comprehension skills, said, "Understood. This really is a financial paradise. But will the people here default on their debts?" Liao Baoshan replied decisively, "Generally, they wouldn't dare. Here the principle is based on trust. Moreover, market participants supervise and track along with a margin requirement." Then Liao Baoshan smiled, saying, "If you want to trade gold, you can either open a silver store or a gold shop, and then apply for membership at the exchange, which requires a margin deposit. However, the exchange's members are mostly fixed. Only when someone loses their qualifications will an opportunity to fill in arise. Of course, if you want to trade, you can also do so through other silver and gold shops by paying a small commission." Lin Jichao responded, "Thank you for your guidance, elder brother Liao. I will definitely give it a try when the opportunity arises. But right now I am penniless, which might make me a laughingstock." Liao Baoshan nodded, saying, "Success will come to you quickly. Once your project gets going, you will surely make a fortune." Upon thinking of this, he felt a pang of pain, and then thought to himself that Lin Jichao should better lose everything here. Lin Jichao laughed, saying, "Thank you for acknowledging that, elder brother. But elder brother, you don't necessarily have to focus on large projects in real estate. Having several small projects can also yield significant profits." Liao Baoshan patted Lin Jichao on the shoulder, generously stating, "Real estate is just a small endeavor. You, my elder brother, are planning to excel here. Then I congratulate elder brother in advance for his great success and abundant profits." "Haha, thank you for your kind words." Liao Baoshan brought Lin Jichao to the gold and silver exchange. Although not entirely sincere, at least he was forming a friendship with Lin Jichao. Thus, apart from not fully trusting Liao Baoshan, Lin Jichao was genuinely engaging in friendship with him. Naturally, Lin Jichao also believed that no one could deceive him. Essentially, Lin Jichao had a backup plan for every business he engaged in. As long as he remained afloat, he could quickly turn things around. Currently, he had 2 cards in hand, one in real estate valued at $1 million, and the other in gold valued at around 600,000. Since receiving a windfall in January, Lin Jichao's wealth had more than doubled in just 5 months. A business prodigy. Returning to the company, Lin Jichao's mood remained stable. He knew that the best time to trade gold was in 1948. Similarly, he would not get involved in gold trading until he had sufficient strength. If he had that strength, it would be a matter of significant gains and losses, a great slaughter. At present, Lin Jichao's real estate business was doing exceptionally well, with approximately 28,000 Hong Kong dollars invested, 16 small yellow croakers. By next year, the 3 real estate projects he had invested in would yield a net asset value of 1 million Hong Kong dollars, increasing the asset value 4-fold. Therefore, he needed to continue managing his real estate business and strategically invest in the zipper industry. He had analyzed the market, and currently the zipper market in Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, and RB was either monopolized by Europe and America, high prices, or comprised of inferior Asian handmade products, poor quality. If he were to introduce automatic zipper machines first, he could quickly open up markets in these 3 areas with affordable, high-quality products and then sell them to Europe and America. As for RB's zipper industry rise, Lin Jichao did not care. Both sides had their advantages in competition. Lin Jichao could also form a machine improvement team to develop automatic punching machines and collaborate with German machinery factories, which might not necessarily lose to the RB zipper industry. On the contrary, Hong Kong had advantages like cheap labor, low material costs, low taxes, and convenient exports. Boss, I found a factory in the West District with over 2800 square feet, an annual rent of 6600 Hong Kong dollars, and a transfer fee of 2000. Li Gaofu walked into his office to report. Lin Jichao couldn't help but exclaim, "So expensive." Li Gaofu replied, "Currently factory spaces in Hong Kong are quite tight. Many factory owners from the mainland are setting up branches in Hong Kong, so landlords are raising their prices quite aggressively." Lin Jichao's thoughts shifted and he replied, "Let's go take a look tomorrow morning. If it's suitable, we'll rent it." The availability of factories for rent here evidently indicates that the peak period has yet to arrive. It is expected that more factories will relocate to Hong Kong or open branches in the next year or 2. So you should recruit skilled workers for zippers in Hong Kong. Alternatively, you can use intermediaries from Modu to recruit there and offer a finder's fee. After all, as a person from Guangdong province, others might not trust you. About 20 skilled technicians would be sufficient. Okay, I understand. Li Gaofu was even more pleased to see Lin Jichao entrust him with this task, as it signified that he was given an important responsibility. After Li Gaofu left, Lin Jichao called in the finance officer Zhou Fuzhao and the market department's Hu Xiaoshu. I will inject another 500,000 Hong Kong dollars into Changjiang Holdings. This fund will be used to continue the development of new real estate projects. You both prepare the finances and search for land and old buildings. The two were immediately astonished, wondering where their boss had secured another 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. It was truly unbelievable. Okay, they said excitedly after their astonishment. Changjiang Holdings had already become a leader in Hong Kong's real estate sector, and naturally they benefited from this surge. Construction site number 4648 in the mountain forest. Lin Jichao brought Huang Chonghong to inspect the construction site. This site had been under construction for 2 months, and Lin Jichao came almost every 3 days. Under the pretext of inspecting the site, he was actually learning from others. Now Lin Jichao had a very good understanding of the construction process, property quality, and building costs, to the point that one might believe he had been in the industry for just 1 or 2 years. He was also well versed in all construction expenses, such as concrete piling, nailing boards, scaffolding, etc. Son, have a cigarette? Upon arriving at the construction site, Lin Jichao directly handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the site foreman. He didn't smoke, so he only distributed cigarettes. Seeing Lin Jichao, foreman's son happily accepted the cigarettes and said, "Boss Lin, you always spoil us every time you come." Lin Jichao patted foreman's son on the shoulder and said amiably, "You are working for me, so I don't pay you wages. I must at least bring you some treats to win your favor." Foreman's son immediately replied, "Boss Lin, rest assured, we will definitely complete it on time and with quality." Lin Jichao wore a trusting expression and said, "I trust everyone with foreman's son. Leading this team must be full of experienced hands." He didn't mention asking for advice, but when he did, he was quite straightforward, and foreman's son, having received benefits, was more than willing to share. In fact, projects in this era are not very complicated. Lin Jichao felt he could undertake a project himself. However, recently Changjiang Real Estate did not plan to enter the construction field. To save costs for the next project, at 126 Modu Street, Changjiang Real Estate planned to hire a foreman and negotiate prices with material suppliers. They would no longer use a general contracting approach and hand it over to a construction company, but instead have Changjiang Real Estate's engineering department manage the project and control building costs. This way they should save quite a bit. Moreover, these 5-story Tang-style buildings would likely be demolished within 20 years to make way for taller structures. Back at Changjiang Real Estate, after brushing off some dust, Hu Xiaoshu walked in. "Boss, the old factory land of China Gas on Yao Ma Ti Ferry Street is a total of 33000 square feet, and they intend to sell it for 550000 HKD. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichao fell into thought. Recently, the prices of old buildings had risen sharply, and the profit from purchasing and rebuilding was no longer high. Coincidentally, when Lin Jichao inspected the land on Modu Street, he noticed a plot on Yao Ma Ti Ferry Street and entertained the idea. Since it was industrial land, the price was relatively cheap. For some property companies, they wouldn't even consider buying this land to convert it into residential land, as the capabilities of property companies in this era were very limited. However, for Lin Jichao, it was an opportunity. The cost to convert it into residential land could be much cheaper than purchasing an equivalent residential plot. At the same time, even if the conversion of this land's nature did not go smoothly, Lin Jichao could still use it to build an industrial factory without incurring losses. Alright, I'll first ask the land office about the price and see if it can be changed, then we can act. Hu Xiaoshu had to admire his boss' whimsical ideas. He was incredibly shrewd in real estate. There should be no problem. The government is currently encouraging capital to build houses to improve the housing shortage, and all aspects are relatively relaxed. It's better to confirm. After all, if China Gas can't sell it, we're the only ones interested. After Hu Xiaoshu left, Lin Jichao quickly sketched a simple diagram on paper. This piece of land on Ferry Street could build 2022 Tang-style buildings, another large project of 100 floors. In Hong Kong, only Changjiang Real Estate would dare to undertake such a large project. At this moment, it had been nearly 2 months since Changjiang Real Estate started selling freehold properties and layered sales, but Hong Kong's property companies still hadn't caught on. According to Lin Jichao's estimation, it would take a year or 2 for these methods to truly become popular in Hong Kong. By then, the trend of a downturn in real estate would likely arrive. This round of price increases in Hong Kong real estate was expected to reach 2,535 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. June 28, Saturday, suitable for opening. A factory in the Western District quietly hung up the sign Changjiang Industrial. This was a factory producing zippers with only 3 formal employees at present. So on the opening day, Lin Jichao did not invite anyone, as everything was still in the early stages. If it failed, it would be a laughingstock. Master Bao, what materials are needed for the handmade zippers? What equipment is required? Lin Jichao inquired. At this time Li Gaofu had found 3 skilled workers in Hong Kong who could produce zippers by hand, and Lin Jichao could only learn about the industry temporarily through them. Master Bao was a 40-year-old man surprisingly from Modu who had even run a zipper workshop before. Originally he planned to settle in Hong Kong and return to work. However, he didn't expect that upon arriving in Hong Kong, the rent was shockingly high, and he had also been cheated out of a considerable sum, leaving him to become a laborer. To get Master Bao to join Changjiang Industrial, Li Gaofu offered a salary 200 Hong Kong dollars higher, matching his previous salary. Lin Jichao naturally had no objections. Having Master Bao was equivalent to having the skills of 20 workers. Boss zippers are made of copper, but I've heard that RB and Europe and America have already adopted aluminum alloy materials. As for tools, we need tweezers, hammers, bench vices, and punch machines. Listening to this, Lin Jichao felt a headache. All these were simple tools. No wonder the quality of handmade zippers was poor and production efficiency was low. As far as he knew, an automatic zipper machine, automatic rice discharging machine, was 100 times more efficient than manual labor, and improved machines could reach over 200 times. However, he didn't understand anything now and still wanted to start with the basics. Master Bao, I appoint you as the factory director, fully responsible for the zipper factory's preparations. If you need money, I'll give it. If you need people, I'll provide them. I know you've been a boss, so your experience must be rich. As long as you prepare everything for me and train some skilled workers in the future, when you open your factory, I won't stop you. I will even lend you money. Okay, boss, you can rest assured. I promise to work hard for you. Lin Jichao smiled and waved his hand, saying, Master Bao, don't worry. I'm not that kind of scheming person. What I said just now was sincere. There's just one condition: you must keep your skills here. Master Bao, feeling excited, replied, all right, boss, you can rest assured, since you said that I will expedite production and train skilled workers for you. He actually knew that as long as he made some money, he would open another zipper workshop again. After all, having been a boss, how could he work for someone else? Moreover, the investment in a zipper workshop was not large. Li Gaofu, who was beside him, secretly laughed, realizing that Master Bao's thoughts had been seen through by the boss. Yet Master Bao was unaware that the boss was calculating him, because he had heard the boss say that once the handmade workshop was established, he would immediately go to Europe and America to purchase automatic zipper machines which could produce zippers at speeds hundreds of times faster than manual methods and with better quality. One might ask, with that machine, what necessity would there be for a handmade factory? The prices and quality would far fall behind. Gaofu, you will serve as the deputy general manager of this factory, assisting Master Bao in completing production. After all, he is not familiar with the Hong Kong environment. Okay, boss. Li Gaofu readily agreed. To him, being a deputy general manager was already a promotion, and moreover, if Master Bao were to resign, he would become the general manager. At the same time, he told himself to seriously follow Master Bao and learn about zipper-related knowledge. Lin Jichao nodded and then thought about how Master Bao asked many questions. He was also learning from others. However, he felt that Master Bao did not have much skill. On the contrary, bringing in the automatic zipper machine would represent true learning. Changjiang Jie. Lin Jichao was signing a construction contract with Huang Shun for the project at Jilong Modu Jiano. 126. 4 Tong Lao buildings. Only now did Huang Shun appreciate how shrewd Lin Jichao was. He said, Boss Lin, you go inspect the site so often. If everyone followed your example, the apprentices would starve the masters. He had recently heard that Lin Jichao was always asking questions on the construction site, and in a rage had given a scolding to Sun Pantu. No sooner had he spoken than comeuppance arrived. For this collaboration, Changjiang Jie required Huang Shun Construction to forego a materials fee and simply take the contract. Even the price had been pushed down. Huang Shun understood that Lin Jichao had already figured out the scheme. He had even heard from his son Huang Zutong that Lin learned with extraordinary speed, almost possessing a photographic memory. Lin Jichao smiled and said, Uncle Huang, Changjiang Jie is now the largest residential developer in Hong Kong. The Payomati site with 26 buildings is ours, and we just secured another plot capable of supporting 22 buildings. With projects of this scale, we must be mindful of economies. Otherwise, there will be no excuse. Huang Shun was dumbfounded and asked in astonishment, You acquired another plot that can build 22 Tong Lao? Lin Jichao nodded with a smile. He would not establish his own construction company for the moment. After all, Huang Shun was an experienced builder, and having him undertake the work would avoid many troubles. But where the price could be squeezed, it should be squeezed hard. At present, developers in Hong Kong willing to build 10 or more Tong Lao complexes were few and far between, so Changjiang Jie was unquestionably the largest residential developer. Residential construction in Hong Kong had increased, yet many owners and developers intended properties for rental income alone. They saw high rents but not the benefits of rapid turnover, so true development proved unlikely. Huang Shun gritted his teeth and said, All right, I will take this project. Boss Lin, please look after me in the future. We have worked together twice now and know each other's ways. Lin Jichao readily agreed, of course. Uncle Huang is a veteran builder, most of the workers under him are skilled craftspeople. For now he would acquiesce, but the next 2 large contracts might not all be handed to Huang Shun Construction. Everything would be decided according to what best served Chang Jiangzai's interests. After signing with Huang Shun Construction, work on Modu Jiano 126 was slated to begin in mid-July. As for sales, Lin Jichao was not particularly eager. The company's funds were sufficient for operations. Soon after Huang Shun departed, his son Huang Zutong arrived at Changjiangjie. Huang Zutong had just established his own Zesher Lu, effectively separating from Huang Shun Construction. This newfound confidence likely owed something to his cooperation with Changjiangjie. Lin Shang, the master plan for Lantianyuan is finished. I brought it to you. Huang Zutong spread several hand-drawn plans on Lin Jichao's desk. Lin Jichao smiled. Master Huang, you were quick. I never rushed you. The Payomati project is not urgent. Huang Zutong bore dark circles beneath his eyes. One could tell he had been drawing through the night. I cannot sleep. Working with Lin Shang has taught me so much. I'm exhilarated. Lin Jichao laughed. You flatter me. You are the master and I the pupil. This praise is misplaced. Huang Zutong replied with a smile. As the ancients said, among 3 there is always a teacher. It makes sense. Your concept of a private estate has pioneered residential development in Hong Kong and benefited us designers immensely. Lin Shang's contributions to the city's real estate are enormous. Lin Jichao merely chuckled. These were basic notions, yet others treated them as scripture. It turned out the 410,000 square foot Payomati site could be designed to host 26 Tong Lao. If other designers had handled it, they would have arranged the Tong Lao in neat regular rows. But Lin Jichao thought otherwise. He intended to create the private estate concept akin to the mainland's residential compound model, known as Xiaoziu. Hong Kongers call them Wutzuan. In simple terms, the plot ratio dictated your allowable floor area, land area multiplied by plot ratio equals the buildable floor area. Other matters only required normal approval. Thus Lin Jichao planned to arrange the 26 Tong Lao tightly in a ring, fence the perimeter with iron railings, and reserve the interior for gardens, pavilions, and recreational facilities for residents to rest and play. In that way, outsiders could not enter without cause. The advantages of such a design were obvious. It would win unanimous praise from buyers. Who would not prefer to live in a secure environment? Everyone here had fled from the mainland, who did not worry about the safety of their property. Consequently, even if prices exceeded 30 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, it would be conceivable. Huang Zutang's participation in designing such an estate would not only elevate his skill, but also raise the reputation of his Zesher Lu. Design for each Tong Lao was largely similar. 1 or 2 weeks might suffice to deliver the drawings. I think it's almost there. I'll review it more slowly and confirm with you. Okay. The project had been in design for a month and now reached the moment of finalization. If all went well, construction would begin in September or October. Regarding sales, Lin Jichao planned to create a spectacle, a show flat, and a sales office. After all, with 130 pre-sale units, without some allure, Lin Jichao truly worried about selling out. Dongya Inhang's general manager's office. Lin Jichao brought the deed for the Duchuan Gerald Gasworks, prepared to apply for a loan. In truth, he was a conservative developer. Later generations of developers would have banks cover 70% of a land purchase up front and pay 30% themselves. At present, Changjiangjie purchased land and then used the deed to borrow from Dongya Inhang about 60%, though in reality they typically received just over 50%. Currently, Changjiangzai's loan balance at Dongya Inhang was HKD 850000, making them a focus of the bank's support. Some said Lin Jichao was a protege of Jian Dongpu. It was in fact a mutually beneficial arrangement. Changjiangzai's reputation was rising and worth investing in. If he lacked the ability or had not delivered the Shanlin Dao project as a hit, no one would pay attention to this country hometown fellow. Mr. Jian, we paid HKD 550000 for this parcel, so we intend to loan HKD 300000. Lin Jichao said, handing Jian Dongpu the deed, the land purchase contract, and other documents. Jian Dongpu was again astonished. Where did this young man find so much capital? You didn't use the previous HKD 700000 loan to buy this land, did you? Lin Jichao smiled. Of course not. We have already paid Sir Hidong his HKD 500000 profit share, and another HKD 200000 sits in the company account ready to start construction on that plot. Jian Dongpu could see at once that such an idea was impossible. He had read the contract between Changjiangjie and Hidongjie, so he ceased further questioning. Lin Jichao himself was legendary. Some said he had stumbled upon gold, others claimed he was the descendant of a warlord. Is it industrial land? Are you planning to invest in a factory? Lin Jichao adopted a showy posture. When persuading others to lend, projecting value was paramount. Not at all. I asked Tiandi Ting, This land can be converted to residential use for an additional land premium of HKD 300,000. That brings our total cost to HKD 850,000. At market rates, a residential plot of similar size and location might cost around $1 million. We save at least HKD to 000,000. Jian Dongpu immediately praised him. Excellent. I did not expect you to know so much about real estate. You intend to use the loan to pay the land premium, and then after Lantianyayuan in Payomati goes on sale, develop the Duchuan Jie plot. Lin Jichao replied, yes. After changing the land use, we can prepare now and break ground next year. Jian Dongpu asked further, aren't you worried about insufficient purchasing power? Is there really a population in Hong Kong with the means to buy HKD 300,000 apartments? He asked the question deliberately. There were some wealthy people in Hong Kong after all. Lin Jichao said, I estimate we can absorb thousands of units. Mainland capital will continue to pour in. In truth, Hong Kong developers still have not broadened their thinking. Many cling to rental strategies, believing that yields are more profitable. They fail to realize that for developers, turnover of inventory is paramount. Jian Dongpu could only think that this young man was simply born for real estate. In the end, Jian Dongpu readily agreed to the loan. After all, they had an understanding to support Lin Jichao's real estate ventures. Loans would be granted up to 60% of asset value. In practice, however, Lin Jichao typically received just over 50% each time. In late July, Lin Jichao arrived at Changjiang Industries to inspect the progress of zipper production. He observed manager Bao Chunlai demonstrating the production process of the zippers, where the zipper components were created by a rice machine bent with a bench vise arranged on textile fabric using tweezers, and then hammered into place. This was merely the rice arrangement, while the zipper heads were almost entirely handmade. What seemed like simple manual production was actually super high-tech, as just arranging the rice tested the worker's eyesight and hand strength. Otherwise, if the positioning was incorrect, the zippers could not be combined, rendering them defective. Therefore, if it was handmade, it required skilled workers. Even so, the zippers produced by hand were far inferior to those made by automatic rice machines, automatic zipper machines, and the cost was significantly higher. Lin Jichao knew that a small zipper had tens of thousands of patents in the future. Even now, there were already many patents in Europe and America, such as no-hook zippers, invisible zippers, and so on. Manager Bao, how many zippers can a skilled worker produce? In a day, the length of a zipper for men's trousers is about 5 zippers per meter. Bao Chunlai replied, a skilled worker like me can produce 20 zippers in a day, and we refer to 40 zippers as a dozen, so a skilled worker's output is half a dozen per day. However, skilled workers capable of achieving this speed were few and far between, and due to the issue of yield rates, there were significant deviations. A more accurate estimate would be about 10 to 15 zippers a day. In reality, this number of 10 to 15 zippers also included other manual labor. Rice arrangement was just one part of the process. Lin Jichao quickly calculated that an external zipper cost around $2 Hong Kong, and a dozen was about $80 Hong Kong, so a skilled worker could generate around $800 Hong Kong in revenue per month. But after deducting wages, materials, and other labor costs, the owners could only say there was a slight profit. After all, the monthly salary for a skilled worker was over $100 Hong Kong. Not to mention the losses from defective products due to quality concerns and the high costs of aluminum and copper materials. Recently, he had also investigated through various channels, finding that industrial zippers from Europe and America had not yet truly entered Asia. This was likely due to the presence of handmade zippers in Asia and the zipper market being relatively small. Of course, the labor costs in Europe and America would also rise significantly. Although the automatic zipper machines were used for production, this only applied to the rice arrangement process, as many areas still required manual labor, including the textile fabric on both sides of the zipper and the zipper heads. Thinking of this, Lin Jichao was actually feeling quite excited. Do not underestimate the small amount of textile fabric used for zippers. As the saying goes, many small amounts make a large sum. It could be a significant business. Importantly, Hong Kong is a paradise for textile to clothing, with low prices and quality gradually catching up to Europe and America. Secondly, the copper and aluminum alloys required for zipper production could be imported, and in the future, they could even produce aluminum alloys themselves, seamlessly entering the doors and windows industry. Lastly, regarding the improvement of the automatic rice machine, as Lin Jichao knew, the improved automatic rice machine could achieve 230 times the output of manual labor, whereas the original could only reach 100 times. At the same time, the production of zipper heads was still not automated, leaving room for innovation and the development of automatic stamping machines. As long as there was money, they could hire mechanical engineers from Europe and America, or even from Japan. It wasn't particularly high-tech, and Hong Kong wasn't devoid of industry. If zippers could be utilized in clothing bags and other products in Asia, the market would see several-fold growth. Understanding this, Lin Jichao felt that this industry was viable. Meanwhile, in terms of competition with Japan, both sides had their advantages. Japan excelled in industrial chains, while Hong Kong had lower costs. Lin Jichao said to Bao Chunlai and Li Gaofu, "All right, you continue to organize production and take the qualified products out for marketing. The company should operate normally." At the same time, I will often set aside time to participate in the production and sales of Changjiang Industries. Understood, boss? Both of them quickly replied. Then Lin Jichao added, Manager Bao, I also hope you can develop aluminum alloy zippers. If successful, I will reward you with 6 months' salary as a bonus. Bao Chunlai quickly responded, Thank you, boss. I will expedite the research and development, you can rest assured. In fact, it wasn't difficult, just a matter of material, but Lin Jichao needed to motivate Bao Chunlai. Lin Jichao then said to Li Gaofu, Manager Li, you are responsible for market promotion and material procurement. Especially for materials, learn more about the overseas market and channels. Li Gaofu naturally understood the implication and immediately said, Understood, boss. Only Bao Chunlai had some doubts, wondering how much material Changjiang Industries would actually need, as they could procure directly from Hong Kong. Thus Lin Jichao's zipper industry began to take off, and he also decided to allocate time to start learning about the entire zipper industry. He had the vision and insight, and with a developed brain it was much easier for him to succeed than for ordinary people. Yet the more it was like this, the more Lin Jichao liked to delve into research, because he demanded of himself to be a leader in the industry. He would strive to familiarize himself with all knowledge of the zipper industry within a month or two, as well as understand the overseas situation. Afterward, he planned to visit Germany and Europe to inspect and purchase automatic zipper machines while seeking long-term cooperation with mechanical factories. The reason for not visiting the United States was that he believed Germany would be cheaper and would give Lin Jichao a certain level of attention. As far as he knew, currently only a few countries like the United States, Germany, and Switzerland could produce automatic zipper machines. In the afternoon, Lin Jichao returned to work at Changjiang Holdings. As the timing was ripe, Lin Jichao still planned to merge Changjiang Industries and Changjiang Holdings, establishing Changjiang Industries Group as the headquarters with manufacturing and real estate as subsidiaries. It can be said that when he chose the name, initially Lin Jichao was thinking of borrowing the East Wind and Luck, and did not hesitate in deciding on the Changjiang brand. To be honest, Lin Jichao was truly afraid of Li Chaoran rising to prominence, so he made sure that Hong Kong's plastic flowers were the first venture he undertook. Even if at that time Lin Jichao's net worth was tens of millions or over $1 billion, he would not let go of plastic flowers. This way, even if Li Chaoran also entered the market, he would at least not be able to earn $1 million a year, thus significantly reducing his strength in real estate. The reason he was determined to prevent others from rising was that Lin Jichao feared HSBC would favor Li Chaoran, resulting in an additional competitor for Changjiang Industries. He summoned the management team of Changjiang Holdings for a meeting. How many companies or contractors have submitted materials showing interest in the construction contract for Lantian Yuan? Lin Jichao asked. The 400,000 square feet of land in Happy Valley was planned to build 26 five-story tank-style buildings, which Lin Jichao intended to subcontract to 3 contractors or construction companies, commanded and coordinated by Changjiang Holdings' engineering department, with building materials also to be negotiated and procured by Changjiang Holdings. The benefit of this approach was that Changjiang Holdings would cultivate its own construction capabilities in preparation for establishing a construction company in the future. Huang Changhong said, a total of 5 companies and contractors have submitted materials expressing a willingness to cooperate sincerely and follow our arrangements. After finishing, he submitted the prepared materials to Lin Jichao. Lin Jichao glanced over them and said, Huang Shun Construction's terms are not bad. They have a good location. I will review these 5 materials first and then finalize the 3 partners later. Huang Changhong nodded and said, All right. Lin Jichao then inquired about the price negotiations for construction materials and the engineering department's plans, almost down to the details. Even for construction materials, Lin Jichao had checked the market and consulted several material suppliers before handing it over to the procurement department of Changjiang Holdings for detailed discussions. Precisely because Lin Jichao attended to every detail, his daily workload was enormous, working around 15 hours a day, as he still made time for learning. This was a necessity. At that time his team was not large, and with the business just starting he naturally had to reach this level. What are the financial arrangements? Are there any issues with the expenses for the 3 projects? Lin Jichao inquired again. Finance manager Zhou Fuzhao immediately replied, No issues. The full amount for the second phase of the project at Shanlin Road 4648 has been collected this month. The construction costs for 126 Modu Street are sufficient, and the startup costs for Lantian Yuan are also adequate. The land at Yao Ma Ti Ferry Street has already entered the design phase, but the drawings are relatively simple, and using the previous drawing suffices. To be honest, Lin Jichao's requirements for construction materials were just moderate. In his view, these houses would likely all be demolished in 20 years. Lin Jichao said with satisfaction, although it's tight, we are actually managing quite well. Zhou Fuzhao thought for a moment and asked, When does the boss plan to sell the 4 Tang buildings on Modu Street 126? In his view, if the 4 Tang buildings on Modu Street 126 were pre-sold, Changjiang Holdings funds would be secure. Lin Jichao did not ask about this question, but instead asked Hu Xiaoshu, Are there any other companies in the market selling pre-sale properties? Hu Xiaoshu immediately replied, None. I believe there are three aspects. First, people have not changed their mindset and think that layered sales are more advantageous. Second, regarding pre-sale properties, they might think that prices will still rise, so they do not plan to sell now but may wait until more wealthy individuals from the mainland arrive, and then they will sell at a high price. Third, many real estate companies may not have grasped the operational methods involved, fearing they would mess things up. Lin Jichao said with a smile, "How much higher can it rise? We are daring to sell at 30 Hong Kong dollars per square foot." Hu Zhaoshu said, "Perhaps everyone is still thinking of selling at 35 Hong Kong dollars per square foot." Lin Jichao shook his head. That price was very difficult to achieve, unless the design and marketing were on point as well as the location and other factors. Ultimately, Lin Jichao concluded, "Then let's also pre-sell the properties on Modu Street in late August. Lantian Yuan in Happy Valley will commence construction in September. Everyone make the necessary plans and preparations." "Yes, boss." At this point, Changjiang Holdings had a total of 21 employees, including him as the boss, which was already at the limit. After all, he needed around 5,000 for salaries each month, amounting to about 7,000 to 8,000 in annual operating costs. It can be said that Changjiang Holdings was one of the largest real estate companies in Hong Kong. That day, Lin Jichao left work on time, a rare occurrence, and returned home to share dinner with his family. Ever since launching his career, he had routinely worked late and attended business banquets. Yet after Wu Weining and Lin Shiner moved to Hong Kong, Lin Jichao made it a point to set aside at least 2 evenings per week for family dinners. "Mr. He here to collect the rent." As his car pulled up beneath the arcade, Lin Jichao stepped out and greeted the landlord. The landlord's name was He Shirong, the eldest son of He Dong, though adopted. Years earlier, when He Dong was in his 30s and his lawful wife remained childless, his younger brother offered his own son for adoption, He Shirong. Later, He Dong's principal wife introduced her cousin as his concubine. This concubine bore 10 children in rapid succession. She was either pregnant or on the verge of pregnancy. Once He Dong fathered biological sons, He Shirong's inheritance prospects dwindled, leaving him dependent solely on rental income. Curiously, He Shirong would later become the paternal uncle of the famed D-God. Years ago, He Shirong and his 3 biological brothers, including D-God's father, speculated heavily in stocks only to suffer total financial ruin. One brother took his own life, another descended into madness, and D-God's father fled to Annam. Only He Shirong escaped catastrophe, rescued by his adoptive father He Dong. The previous tenant has vacated and new tenants have arrived. "I've come to settle arrangements. Mr. Lin, you're truly thriving now. Perhaps soon you'll no longer consider renting from me." He Shirong spoke with a broad, knowing smile, clearly hoping Lin Jichao would voluntarily vacate so he could charge the next tenant an exorbitant premium fee. At present, such a fee for a luxury residence in the mid-levels easily reached 5,000 or 6,000 Hong Kong dollars. In recent years, certain Hong Kong landlords, upon lease expiration, had begun pressuring tenants to leave, then demanded astronomical premium fees from newcomers. Without a formal contract, tenants held little recourse against eviction. For Lin Jichao's current residents, the premium fee due next year would climb to 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, nearly enough to purchase an entire floor. He wondered whether tenants would retain such audacity in this lifetime, given that over 500 to 1,000 additional residential floors would soon emerge. These new buildings catered exclusively to the affluent, inevitably influencing the rental market. "You flatter me, Mr. He. I greatly admire this residence. I anticipate remaining here for at least 2 or 3 years. Should the lease expire, feel free to raise the rent accordingly. Do not grant me special consideration simply because I collaborate with Sir He." Lin Jichao replied with polite, easy grace. "Cunning fox." He Shirong inwardly cursed Lin Jichao. Naturally, he dared not raise the rent. Not when Lin Jichao had recently concluded a major transaction with his father worth 1,800,000 Hong Kong dollars. Though uncertain whether Lin Jichao and his father shared personal ties, the possibility alone was enough to deter him. He would not risk offending his father, or worse, earning his disfavor. "I'm delighted you enjoy the place, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, the rent will remain unchanged," He Shirong said courteously. After all, when someone invoked the prestige of Sir He, deference was non-negotiable. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. As He Shirong walked away, he muttered under his breath, building so many properties himself yet still renting. How miserly. Back home, Wu Weining and Lin Shiner rushed forward, their faces alight with joy. "I'll fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Shiner, bring your elder brother his slippers." Lin Shiner knelt down to retrieve his slippers, her voice sweet and bright. "Elder brother, the first-floor tenants have changed. 2 beautiful young women moved in. One is about your age, the other slightly older than me. Both are stunning and stylish, but I can't understand a word they say." "Yafa Yasang gaining," Lin Jichao teased playfully. Lin Shiner lifted her head, beaming. "Exactly, that's precisely how they speak." Lin Jichao gently lifted his sister and smiled. "They're from Shanghai, And since they dress so cosmopolitan, they likely speak English. Why not greet them in English instead? I'm just a little shy, she confessed softly. Lin Jichao shook his head with gentle exasperation, stroking her hair. Soon you'll begin school, where lessons and conversations are conducted entirely in English. Moreover, English is an official language here in Hong Kong. Fluency signals high social standing, and often a substantial salary. It wasn't that Lin Jichao worshipped foreign culture. It was simply the reality of society, immutable and beyond his power to reshape. Oh, I understand, elder brother, but you're truly remarkable. You speak both English and Shanghainese. Flattered by his sister's adoration, Lin Jichao effortlessly launched into Japanese and German, prompting Lin Shiner to transform instantly into his most devoted fan. His English posed no difficulty. He spoke and wrote it fluently thanks to his exceptional intellect. Lately he had also been mastering Japanese and German, achieving notable proficiency. As for Wu dialect, he'd been born and raised in Jiangsu province in his past life, so comprehension and fluency came naturally. This lifetime, however, his linguistic pursuits served a clear purpose: commerce. Hong Kong was too small. Expansion abroad was inevitable. Whether targeting Japan, Southeast Asia, or even Europe and North America, fluency was indispensable. Laughter and warmth filled the household. Lin Jichao had wholeheartedly embraced his mother and sister and guarded them fiercely. Should he ever travel overseas, he intended to draft a formal testament with Zhou Jianshuan naming them sole beneficiaries. Given the precarious state of air travel in this era, by late August, an increasing number of mainland Chinese tycoons began arriving in Hong Kong with families and fortunes. According to the American magazine Happiness, approximately 50 million US dollars, roughly 200 million Hong Kong dollars, had already flowed into Hong Kong from the mainland. Around 220 Shanghai-based enterprises had relocated and registered there. The human pursuit of peace remains eternal. Chongjiang Property Development. Lin Jichao convened a company-wide meeting in the office area. He flipped through the sales brochure for No. 126, Modu Street, and addressed his staff. This launch is critical. It directly determines our financial stability. Frankly, I harbor no concerns about our upcoming Nantian Elegant Residences project in Happy Valley. I already possess a brilliant strategy. However, these 4 Tong Lao buildings at No. 126 Modu Street face fierce competition. Why do I say fierce competition? Because while properties were once sold floor by floor, today they're marketed unit by unit. Many existing units are being sold individually by owners. Simultaneously, 3 new property developers have entered the pre-sale market. Naturally, Chongjiang Property Development welcomes competition. We are the undisputed leader in real estate with superior, thoughtfully designed floor plans. Therefore, I ask each of you to step forward as dedicated sales professionals. Explain clearly, articulate persuasively, and strive relentlessly to achieve even greater success. The team responded in unison, yes sir. They were intrigued. What was this brilliant strategy? Yet Lin Jichao gave no indication he would reveal it just yet. Even the Nantian Elegant Residences, a towering 130-story development in Happy Valley, would require innovative marketing to avoid complications. Lin Jichao turned to Hu Xiaoshu, follow up immediately with those prospective buyers who previously missed out. We recorded their contact details. Confirm whether they remain interested in purchasing. Hu Xiaoshu replied promptly, understood. I'll arrange it right away. Thereafter, everyone resumed their tasks, beginning as always with placing newspaper advertisements for 3 consecutive days. The next day at 8 a.m., the first clients arrived for consultation. Staff members swiftly assumed their roles as sales representatives, energetically promoting the properties. Mr. Lee, do you know how much it would cost to rent a residence like this today? Premium fee plus monthly rent combined. Approximately 5,000 or 6,000 Hong Kong dollars. And prices are expected to rise further next year. Purchasing now, whether for personal use or future rental income, represents exceptional value. Each floor costs roughly 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. Floors 1 and 2 share one price tier, floor 3 another, and floors 4 and 5 yet another. The average price stands between 28 and 32 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. Rest assured, Chongjiang Property Development pioneered the industry in Hong Kong. We introduced both stratified sales and pre-sales. As the leading real estate developer here, our reputation is impeccable. We sold 15 floors last May. Construction has progressed steadily for 4 months. If you wish, visit the site to observe progress firsthand. Completion of No. 126 Modu Street is scheduled in 11 months. Hong Kong still suffers a severe housing shortage. Many landlords build residences solely for leasing, refusing outright to sell. Consider this: annual rental income reaches 3,000 or 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, supplemented by a steep premium fee. Investment recoups itself within mere years. Where else can one find such extraordinary returns? As these persuasive sales points resonated with visitors' enthusiasm surged rapidly. Crucially, buyers needed only to pay an initial sum of approximately 15,000 Hong Kong dollars, with the remaining 15,000 payable over 10 months, easing financial pressure significantly. Upon full payment, title deeds would be issued without delay. At 10 p.m., Lin Jichao gathered his team for a daily review. Hu Xiaoshu, head of marketing and sales, reported cheerfully, "Sir, the outlook is exceptionally promising. Today around 50 prospects visited, 8 committed on the spot, and at least 10 others expressed strong interest. At this pace, tomorrow may well see another sellout, requiring us to withdraw our third-day advertisement." Cheers erupted across the room. Lin Jichao nodded approvingly. "It appears I vastly underestimated demand. Hong Kong's housing shortage is far more acute than I imagined." Hu Xiaoshu added, "Many recent arrivals from Shanghai are settling here. Today nearly half our inquiries came from Woodielect speakers, though they remain somewhat hesitant." Lin Jichao smiled. "No matter. These individuals represent prime prospects for our next project. Once they reside here a while, they'll fully grasp its advantages." Laughter rippled through the room, and the atmosphere brimmed with lively optimism. In the morning, Lin Jichao walked down the stairs and encountered the male owner of the new tenant greeting him amicably in Mandarin. "Sir, you must be the new neighbor. I live on the second floor." He was a middle-aged man, probably in his 40s, with a dignified appearance and an air of a businessman, shrewd and capable. "You must be Mr. Lin. I've heard about you from the landlord. He said you are a prominent real estate developer. I never expected you to be so young. By the way, I am Tang Zhongyuan, just arrived from the Magic City." The two extended their right hands in a friendly gesture of their first meeting. Lin Jichao then said, "The landlord greatly exaggerates. I am merely someone in the property business. You also seem to be in business. May I ask what industry you are engaged in?" Tang Zhongyuan immediately replied, "I used to be in the textile business and plan to resume my old trade in Hong Kong, but I haven't adapted to the environment yet, so I haven't taken action." Lin Jichao nodded and said, "Hong Kong indeed lacks water and skilled workers. Otherwise, it is quite suitable for the textile industry. However, I believe the difficulties can be overcome, and Mr. Tang will surely revive your business. Thank you for your kind words." After a brief exchange, they bid each other farewell. As Lin Jichao turned, he noticed a gaze coming from the window on the first floor, and soon discovered it was a very beautiful little girl. After their eyes met for a brief moment, the little girl quickly drew the curtains, presumably shy. Lin Jichao paid no heed. Judging by her appearance, she looked to be about the same age as his younger sister, and he wasn't that desperate. In the room on the first floor, "Sister, I saw Baba talking to the tenant upstairs. He's a 20-year-old young man and quite handsome. The other day I saw his sister, who is also very pretty." Tang Kaiying jumped in front of her sister, chattering excitedly. Tang Kaiyun gently tapped her sister's forehead and said, "You adapting to the environment so quickly, don't you miss the Magic City?" After saying this, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. Seeing her sister's mood decline, Tang Kaiying immediately hugged her waist and comforted her, saying, "Sister, although there are no garden villas, no traditional courtyards, no cars, and only a few servants here, at least there is no war and Baba does not have to live in fear every day." The Tang family is a prominent family in Wuxi. Although Tang Zhongyuan is not the most outstanding businessman in the Tang family, he lived in a large Western-style house in the Magic City with over a dozen servants at his service. Now that they have arrived in Hong Kong, their current residence is not as spacious as the house in the Magic City, which naturally creates a sense of disparity. Moreover, the rent is frighteningly expensive. Even if Tang Zhongyuan has some wealth, he dares not spend recklessly, especially since he is looking forward to resuming his old trade. Hearing her sister's optimistic words, Tang Kaiyun felt a bit better and said, "All right, after you said that I feel much better. However, I really can't understand what the people here are saying." Tang Kaiying began to talk about the interesting things here. She was naturally optimistic, and being a 14-year-old girl did not have many worries. Meanwhile, Tang Kaiyun, having been forced to interrupt her studies and come to an unfamiliar place, found it hard to adapt and was not as optimistic as her sister. The 6-member family arrived in Hong Kong, plus one servant, totaling 7 people, living in a 1,500-square-foot house, which is a significant contrast for those accustomed to several thousand square feet of Western-style houses. During breakfast, the hostess Song Chaoling curiously inquired, "Who were you chatting with just now?" Tang Zhongyuan replied, "Mr. Lin upstairs. He is in the real estate business. There is no way a real estate boss would still be renting a place. He must be a real estate agent," Song Chaoling said with a smile. Tang Zhongyuan took out Lin Jichao's business card and handed a newspaper to his wife, saying, "He is a legitimate big boss. Look at his company, which has recently acquired 20 floors in one go. Perhaps he enjoys the environment here." Song Chaoling began to take a serious look, and suddenly found herself very interested in Lin Jichao, asking, "How old is he? Is he married?" Tang Kaiyin's face immediately flushed, and she buried her head in her food. Tang Kaiying excitedly said, He looks about 20. He has a beautiful sister, but I didn't see a female owner. You little rascal, you've only been here for less than a month, yet you've gathered quite a bit of information, Song Chaoling teased. Tang Zhongwen changed the topic saying, let's not talk about others. We don't know each other well yet. As the head of the family, he naturally has more considerations. Not knowing Lin Jichao's character, he wouldn't develop a deep relationship. The Magic City Street No. 126 project of Changjiang Realty was successfully sold out after 3 days of sales, generating 31.5 million Hong Kong dollars in funds with subsequent collections of over 600,000 every 2 months. Lin Jichao let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew beforehand that buyers wouldn't be a problem, he still felt a bit anxious. Now, with the success of Shanlin Road No. 4648 and Magic City Street No. 126A, Changjiang Realty has established an unassailable position, and Lin Jichao's career is becoming more stable. As for the Nantian Elegant Garden project with 130 floors in Happy Valley scheduled for the end of this year or early next year, Lin Jichao is even more confident, as it will not only feature innovations like model homes and private estates, but also benefit from stronger purchasing power in Hong Kong at that time, with construction lasting about 3 months. Lin Jichao calculated that the net assets of Changjiang Realty in the second half of next year should reach around 2.6 million Hong Kong dollars. He had invested a total of 760,000 Hong Kong dollars across 4 projects: Shanlin Road, Magic City Street at Happy Valley, and Ferry Street, are earning approximately 150,000, 200,000, 500,000, and 1 million respectively. Thus, Lin Jichao can be considered to have accumulated some wealth. Why does he not dare to take big risks? Because wealth is often acquired over a year or two, and the subsequent Peninsula War will bring forth many wealthy individuals, such as those profiting from transporting strategic materials via airships, making millions of dollars. Exchange rate 1:4. The Zhang Yuliang family profiting from selling Western medicine, making several million Hong Kong dollars. Zhao Zongyan and Chao Wenjin making money from shipping, charging $150 per ton of goods on the peninsula, while Bao Yugong engages in trade and Guodeshing transports goods to Macau. Not to mention the last 3 years of the gold rush, businesses like Hang Seng Bank, Liao Chuangxing Bank, and Chaozhou merchants have made substantial profits. Therefore, next year a mere few million in assets is nothing significant. Lin Jichao still needs to work harder. In Lin Jichao's office, several management members gathered around a table for a meeting. Regarding the land at Ferry Street, if construction starts in December, can the funds be arranged? Lin Jichao inquired. He actually had an idea in mind, but wanted to cultivate the abilities of these subordinates. The work of the finance officer Zhou Fuzhao is not just about simple financial expenditure. He must also make financial arrangements to avoid putting the company's finances in jeopardy, and should remind the boss of various potential difficulties. Clearly, starting 2 major construction sites simultaneously requires proper financial planning. Zhou Fuzhao replied, starting construction is not an issue. With both major projects underway, the company's funds can last until the second quarter of next year, assuming we do not consider selling the properties. Lin Jichao nodded. He would definitely sell the properties for the Lantian Elegant Garden at the beginning of next year, and plan to sell the properties for the Ferry Street project in the 3rd and 4th quarters. However, he may consider dividing each project into 2 phases to alleviate market digestion pressure and achieve higher selling prices. The engineering department must ensure proper scheduling and supervision for the construction of Lantian Elegant Garden, manage the relationships among the 3 judges, and ensure the quality and timeliness of the material suppliers. All these must be strictly controlled to avoid any mistakes. Huang Changhong quickly nodded and said, rest assured, boss, the engineering department has the most personnel, and with our experience from Magic City Street No. 126, we will definitely advance the project steadily. The engineering department comprises 6 people, the largest team among all departments, and they are all professionals, with Lin Jichao often participating in their work. With all arrangements in place, Lin Jichao finally said, all right, after the construction of Lantian Elegant Garden begins in early September, I will be going abroad, so I hope you all manage your departments well and coordinate closely. Yes, boss. Meeting adjourned. This trip abroad, Lin Jichao had almost arranged all the work for Changjiang Realty, and this model would become the norm. Because Lin Jichao is not satisfied with just 1 or 2 businesses, he plans to involve numerous industries in the future, and since he does not have sons or brothers to assist him, he can only rely on the management team to work hard. Lin Jichao invited Jian Dongpu to visit his Changjiang Industries, which puzzled him. This young man had achieved sales in the millions with his real estate business, yet he was interested in zipper manufacturing handmade. However, the two were not only business partners, but had also developed a relationship akin to that of fellow townsmen, and elder to junior, so Jian Dongpu graciously took the time to visit Changjiang Industries. Old Jian, do you think this business is too small? Lin Jichao asked with a smile. Jian Dongpu, fiddling with the copper zipper in his hand, countered, just look at how many people in Hong Kong wear zippered clothing. This type of zipper is typically used in dress pants, jeans, bags, and military uniforms. The market capacity in Hong Kong is probably only about 200,000 units a year. The important thing is that such handmade zipper factories can spring up at any time, and exporting to Southeast Asia is not very realistic as others can also manufacture them. Lin Jichao also picked up an aluminum zipper and began to test it casually, saying, if I were to rely on handmade production, I wouldn't dare to trouble you to come in person. But if I switch to automatic zipper machines from Europe and America, wouldn't I be able to flood the Asian market with zipper products? As far as I know, most zippers in Asia are handmade, resulting in extremely low efficiency and poor quality. Jian Dongpu immediately perked up and asked, are you sure there's a market in Asia? If you buy automatic zipper machines, they should be cheaper than handmade ones, but how much does Hong Kong use in a year and how much does Southeast Asia use? It's a perfectly normal question. After all, not everyone is a prophet or has the courage to take that step. Lin Jichao began to analyze specifics. First, I plan to purchase 2 automatic zipper machines and sell to regions and countries in Asia, such as Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, and RB. The market capacity in those areas should be at least several 100,000 units. Secondly, with the improvement of economic standards or social progress, the demand for dress pants, jeans, and zippered clothing will surely grow rapidly. Finally, from a long-term development perspective, entering the zipper industry at this time allows for later improvements in machinery and materials, and we could even export zipper products to Europe and America, especially since we have a labor advantage. Jian Dongpu, hearing Lin Jichao's enthusiastic pitch, stopped questioning further and asked, how much do you want to borrow? What will you use as collateral? Lin Jichao, with immense confidence, replied, I want to borrow 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. I heard that Vitasoy only has an asset value of 1500,000, yet you're willing to lend 400,000 Hong Kong dollars, so I'll use Changjiang Industries as collateral. After all, the machines will also be assets. Jian Dongpu laughed and said, you really see our East Asia Bank as a cash machine? I think the current valuation of Changjiang Industries is probably less than 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Zuhui smiled awkwardly. Jian Dongpu was astute, as the investment in Changjiang Industries was indeed less than 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, he always liked to tell bankers about the future and continued, old Jian, this is the manufacturing industry. The potential is limitless. In the future, it could become a factory worth tens of millions, and in turn it would benefit East Asia Bank. Jian Dongpu's heart raced. Although he considered himself quite astute, he couldn't help but be swayed by this young man. All right, 400,000 Hong Kong dollars is no problem. But to be honest, it's not because of Changjiang Industries. It's because you, Lin Jichao, can definitely repay 400,000 Hong Kong dollars since you've made a fortune in real estate. Old Jian, you flatter me. According to Jian Dongpu's thoughts, Lin Jichao should make at least a profit of over $1 million in real estate within 2 years, thanks to his inventions of layered selling and pre-sale selling, along with his astuteness in real estate and many smart ideas. To be honest, if Lin Jichao had sufficient capital, he could have made 3 to 5 million in real estate in these 2 years. After all, the previous life of fighting Tai earned 10 million within 2 years after entering real estate. At that time, the housing prices should not have been as high as they are now because the Peninsula War had just ended, leading to a drop in prices for several years before they began to recover. Thus, at that time, a house in Sifang Street cost only a little over 20,000. Back at Changjiang Industries, the project manager Huang Changhong came to Lin Jichao's office. Boss, someone has threatened to make a scene at the opening ceremony of Nantian Yayuan, and I'm worried someone might cause trouble. Huang Changhong said with a serious expression. Lin Jichao was taken aback and curiously asked, I haven't offended anyone. Who wants to make trouble for us? Despite saying this, he felt no panic. The reasoning was simple: the more such threats arose, the weaker the enemy was. This only meant that it was likely just some small-time thugs looking for trouble, a minor hassle. Huang Changhong pondered a moment and said, it's probably the 2 judges who lost last time. They seemed disgruntled based on their tone. Lin Jichao nodded, as it seemed that last time when he invited others to bid and didn't let them participate, it might have caused discontent. Or perhaps someone was envious of his profits and sought to create some unpleasantness. Regardless, Lin Jichao remained unflustered. Having money in Hong Kong equated to having power which could dictate everything. If one still cannot dictate everything, it only indicates that one isn't wealthy enough. All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. Focus on your engineering department and I'll handle the rest. Huang Changhong nodded, reassured by his boss's confidence. After he left, Lin Jichao contemplated a question. Previously, Huang Shun could handle engineering matters with ease. However, in this project, Huang Shun only contracted a third, and costs for materials also wouldn't be cheap, estimating that he wouldn't put in much effort, at most just acting as a mediator. But clearly Lin Jichao would not compromise with third-rate individuals. At the summit, Xiaolu. Sir, Lin Jichao is at the door wishing to see you. The butler of the He family walked over to He Dong. He Dong smiled and said, let him in. He's quite an interesting young man. Sure. Having given Lin Jichao a business card last time indicated that He Dong had high hopes for him, as He Dong would not usually hand out cards for mere business relations. Before long, Lin Jichao arrived beside He Dong, respectfully saying, I hope I'm not disturbing you, sir. He He Dong waved his hand saying if it weren't for something important how would this interesting young man take the initiative to come to me. Indeed he was perceptive enough to see that Lin Jichao had something to discuss. Lin Jichao quickly said, "Sir, you're busy with many affairs, how could I dare to disturb you?" He Dong curiously asked, "So what is it this time?" After speaking, he pointed to a nearby chair, gesturing for Lin Jichao to sit. The butler also happened to be pouring tea and Lin Jichao politely thanked him. Lin Jichao said Governor Gu Lianghong will arrive in June, and I believe he will certainly meet with Sir He. Gu Lianghong is a representative of capitalists, and he holds great respect for the wealthy families of foreign businesses and Chinese tycoons. He Dong, being a leader among Hong Kong Chinese, would certainly meet him upon his appointment. He Dong smiled and interrupted, "You're not asking me to introduce you to the governor, are you?" Lin Jichao quickly shook his head and said no. It's just that the land in Happy Valley comprises a total of 26 layers of 5-story Tong Lao, totaling 130 residences. It is also Hong Kong's first private estate. I believe this project holds significant meaning for Hong Kong's current housing situation. Therefore, I wish to invite Sir He to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. If I can persuade the governor to attend, it would surely have a substantial impact on improving housing in Hong Kong, essentially encouraging capital to enter into housing reconstruction and development. This is not just to intimidate certain individuals. After all, such troubles do not necessarily require the involvement of Sir He or the governor, as Lin Jichao has ways to handle them. Rather, Lin Jichao aims to gain some real estate capital to enhance his reputation and influence. As the founder of layered selling and pre-sale selling, he has made significant contributions to improving housing in Hong Kong, and now he needs a person of weight to validate this matter and recognize his outstanding contributions. On September 10th, Wednesday, it is a favorable day for groundbreaking. The construction site of Nantian Elegant Garden in Happy Valley is preparing for the grand opening ceremony at an auspicious time this morning. Chongjiang Real Estate has specially laid out a red carpet and built a podium, making it quite a grand affair. Everyone received notice that distinguished guests would be arriving today. Not far away, 7 or 8 gang members are eyeing everything as they are here at the behest of a ringleader to stir up trouble. Looks like a grand affair. They'll make it even livelier later. A scar-faced leader scoffed. "Bro Leopard, with just this few of us will we be able to intimidate them? You don't understand, we have weapons. As long as we show some ferocity, they'll surely be scared. At that time we will humiliate that boss with the surname Lin thoroughly. Damn it, they called us to bid but won't give us any work. How can that be good for us?" Bro Leopard is right. But Bro Leopard, isn't that old guy Huang Shun attending the opening ceremony today? Will he come to meddle? We're not here to fight, or we're just here to scare that guy Lin and make him lose face. Understand? It's not that I want you to go cut people, but to follow me and create a scene before leaving. Got it? Just follow Bro Leopard. As time passed, Bro Leopard's group did not notice that more unidentified individuals, plainclothes officers, had appeared at the construction site. Around 8 in the morning, a young thug accidentally dropped a weapon, instantly attracting the attention of Chinese plainclothes police. Upon seeing it was a knife, several officers quickly surrounded him. "Don't move. Who the hell are you?" Before Bro Leopard could finish his sentence, he was intimidated by several dark gun muzzles, and other young thugs were so scared that they dropped their knives. With a clatter, even the British police arrived to check the situation. "Quick, arrest them, the governor is about to arrive," the police officer said anxiously. If the security forces around the governor saw them, there would definitely be severe repercussions. This was something the British officer did not wish to witness, as it was his jurisdiction. Thus Bro Leopard and his men met their demise before even starting their scheme. Thankfully, if they had waited until the governor arrived, they might have ended up dead in jail. Of course, even so, if the British officer saw their knives, they wouldn't escape a major charge. The British wouldn't believe they were there to cause trouble for the organizers. On the other side, with the arrival of Sir He Dong, the atmosphere had already become lively. Subsequently, when Governor Gu Lianghong arrived with a large entourage, including journalists, the atmosphere became even more grand. Therefore, the entire opening ceremony was not merely a matter for Chongjiang Real Estate, but had escalated into a political event. As expected, the activity quickly turned into a stage for the governor to showcase his efforts and promote various government measures. Only after achieving his objective did Gu Lianghong remember to say a few words to Lin Jichao, the protagonist. "Mr. Lin, you are quite young." Gu Lianghong was also very surprised. From a distance, Lin Jichao looked to be in his 20s, though dressed older, and now upon closer inspection, he appeared even younger than his actual age. Lin Jichao immediately replied respectfully, "Hello, Governor Gu." He still doesn't have the strength to confront the governor, nor has he even had the chance to meet the big shots of the foreign firms. Although he doesn't take it to heart, in reality, to get by in Hong Kong, one must heed the British. At least that was the case before 1978. Gu Lianghong smiled and said, "I've heard that due to your initiatives, the real estate industry in Hong Kong is seeing a turnaround and capital is willing to invest in real estate, thus improving the housing environment in Hong Kong. Indeed, Lin Jichao has made quite a stir in recent months. Although people have yet to fully grasp it, layered selling has already firmly become a trend. As a businessman, from my perspective, the most crucial thing is to mobilize funds and encourage capital to invest in real estate. This is the only way to achieve the possibility of housing for the people. Gulianghong did not expect Lin Jichao to speak with such insight. However, he still said, although there are many people in Hong Kong today without housing, many of those coming to Hong Kong are merely temporary refugees and will eventually return to the mainland. So there is no need to worry about housing issues. He directed this statement towards the journalists. Click, click, click. The reporters captured the moment, documenting Gu Lianghong's words. Lin Jichao secretly cursed Gu Lianghong for being a fool, but outwardly, he smiled in agreement. The governor and his entourage stayed for a very short time, about 15 minutes, as if it was merely a performance. Gu Lianghong spoke about two matters: first, encouraging capital to rebuild and develop housing, praising layered selling as a significant improvement. Second, the housing shortage in Hong Kong is temporary. Those refugees will soon return to the mainland, so everyone need not be troubled. Of course, Gu Lianghong also casually praised Lin Jichao for his contributions to Hong Kong's real estate, but it was evidently just surface-level talk. Rather, he dong after the governor left, patted Lin Jichao on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, your future is limitless." He then got into the car and left. Regardless, Lin Jichao stole the limelight today. Tomorrow, Hong Kong media will report on the governor attending the groundbreaking ceremony of the Happy Valley Residential Complex and Changjiang Real Estate, and Lin Jichao will surely be mentioned. The next day, English newspapers published articles on Governor Gu Lianghong inspecting residential construction projects, expressing concern over housing issues in Hong Kong. The black and white photos did not feature Lin Jichao's face, but rather Governor Gu Lianghong. However, a Chinese newspaper published a photo of Lin Jichao meeting Gu Lianghong, which immediately sparked significant sensation. Chinese business figures lamented that Lin Jichao's background is substantial. Not only did he invite Sir Hidong personally, but he also managed to have the governor attend the groundbreaking ceremony. This Lin Jichao is quite a character. He is already a key supported businessman by East Asia Bank, and now has also gained the favor of Sir Hidong, even having the governor attend his site opening. He is truly an impressive young man. Which prominent family does he belong to that he receives such attention and respect from the big shots? As the news spread, Lin Jichao was surprisingly even more astonishing to the media and the public than when he first pioneered layered and installment sales. In their eyes, it seemed as though the governor was like a deity. It was truly a tragedy of the times. If Lin Jichao's invention of layered and installment sales merely stirred up some waves in the real estate sector, now with the governor attending his groundbreaking ceremony, it was evident that Lin Jichao had created quite a stir throughout Hong Kong, at least among the literate newspaper readers. At Changjiang Real Estate, the staff and management have yet to recover from the fact that the governor attended the groundbreaking ceremony. They simply couldn't understand how their boss could be so formidable, not only inviting Sir Hidong, but also managing to get the governor himself. Of course, from their perspective, they didn't understand that Gu Lianghong viewed this groundbreaking ceremony as an opportunity for a performance coinciding with Hong Kong's housing crisis and high rents needing to step up and reassure everyone. Lin Jichao called Huang Changhong into his office and said, "The trouble has been handled. You need to tighten up on the site. Don't let any mistakes occur. Also, the show unit must be done well. This is the key part of the project." Huang Changhong immediately promised earnestly, "Boss, don't worry, I will be at the construction site to ensure there are no mistakes. The show unit must be completed beautifully, so that when buyers visit, they will be full of praise." Lin Jichao nodded. This so-called show unit is actually just the first 2 floors of 2 buildings at the entrance. After that, they would take down the scaffolding, and once the houses are sold, they would put up the scaffolding again and continue building the upper 4 floors of the Tang-style building. One of these 2 first-floor buildings will serve as the show unit, while the other will serve as the sales office, just to cater to a week or 2 of sales. Since the date is set for New Year's Day, 1948, Lin Jichao is not worried about Hong Kong's purchasing power. "Alright, I will inspect the site at any time." "Sure, boss." The boss enjoys inspecting the construction sites, and Huang Changhong understands this. What surprises him the most is the boss' impressive learning ability in construction, which now feels quite remarkable. In mid-September, Lin Jichao bid farewell to his family, and after arranging matters concerning his company, officially embarked on his journey to Europe. He was heading to Germany to purchase automatic zipper machines, having learned through various channels that there were 2 or 3 factories capable of producing such machines. This information should be quite accurate, as zippers are essential for the military. Due to the ease of donning and doffing zipper-equipped clothing and footwear, the European military has a significant demand. Moreover, as the instigator of World War II, it would be unreasonable for Germany not to have automatic zipper machines. Otherwise, where would they procure such a large quantity of zippers? However, there is a certain level of uncertainty, as it is unknown whether these factories have resumed production after Germany's defeat in the war. Nonetheless, Lin Jichao decided to investigate the situation in Germany rather than in the United States. The reasoning was simple: if the German factories could produce, he planned to establish a long-term partnership, not only because the prices would be lower, but also because German factories might be more willing to participate in improvements. If he were to seek cooperation with factories in the United States, they might not regard a Hong Kong businessman highly, and the prices would surely be higher. Lin Jichao would only consider going to the United States if he found nothing in Germany. Upon boarding the Douglas aircraft of Imperial Airways, Lin Jichao felt anxious. In this era, traveling meant entrusting one's life to others. After the war, there were only 3 airlines operating flights to and from Hong Kong: Imperial Airways, Pan American Airways, and China National Aviation Corporation, which had American investment. At this time, Cathay Pacific only had 1 aircraft providing charter services for both passenger and cargo flights to Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, and mainland routes. Furthermore, the current owner of Cathay Pacific was not Swire Group, but rather 2 Americans and an Austrian. According to Lin Jichao's understanding, Cathay Pacific became a subsidiary of Swire Group due to the accidents of Pan American Airways flights from Macau to Hong Kong and China Airlines flights from Shanghai to Hong Kong in 1948, which resulted in no passengers, allowing Swire to take advantage of the situation and gain control over Cathay Pacific. Sitting in his seat on the plane surrounded by foreigners, with only a few fellow Chinese passengers, the Westerners nearby were religious and immediately gestured God bless. However, Lin Jichao's mood had calmed down, for as someone determined to become a global businessman, he would inevitably be traveling abroad frequently. Thus, if he lacked this little bit of courage, he might as well develop a local business in Hong Kong. Surrounded by foreign passengers who looked down upon each other and did not engage in conversation, Lin Jichao took out a book to study, which was an English textbook on machinery. Lin Jichao was like a learning machine. Whenever he had free time, he would not waste it. Moreover, with no women around, what else could he do? After 2 layovers, he finally arrived in London, and after another transfer, he reached Germany. Lin Jichao stood outside Bern Machinery Factory and began negotiations in his newly learned clumsy German. "I am a businessman from Hong Kong, and I wish to purchase the automatic zipper machines produced by your company. Please let me meet your person in charge, sir." The old man at the gate listened to Lin Jichao's unfamiliar German and replied, "Our factory no longer produces that. We now manufacture textile machinery." Lin Jichao was taken aback, glancing at the somewhat dilapidated factory that had yet to recover from the war, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. Due to the information blockade, purchasing a machine was exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, Lin Jichao blurted out, "Did Bern Machinery Factory used to produce automatic zipper machines?" He then remembered that the old man's statement about not producing that anymore indicated they had produced it before. Sure enough, the old man nodded and said, "Congratulations, you are correct. However, we stopped production after the war and switched to manufacturing the more marketable textile machines." Lin Jichao immediately replied, "I also need to purchase textile machines. Please take me to discuss with your person in charge." The old gatekeeper looked left and right at Lin Jichao, seeing that although he was a Chinese, he could speak clumsy German and was dressed quite impressively, so he hesitated no longer. He led Lin Jichao to an office. "Mr. Gauss, this guest wants to purchase textile machines. I've brought him to you." Gauss was a young man in his 30s, currently troubled by a difficult business situation with his father in prison for 3 years for producing war weapons. Upon seeing Lin Jichao was Chinese, he stood up amicably to greet him. "Sir, where are you from?" Lin Jichao confidently replied, "I am a businessman from Hong Kong. I heard that Bern Machinery Factory used to produce automatic zipper machines. I wonder if there are any in stock. I am quite interested." Gauss was taken aback initially, but then he was overjoyed and quickly said, "Yes, we do have some." However, Lin Jichao deliberately said, "The old man mentioned that you have switched production to textile machines. Could it be that those automatic zipper machines are war relics?" Gauss secretly cursed the old man for being meddlesome, but still replied, "Honestly, indeed. But I can assure you that these machines are fully operational. I remember there are 3 in total. Although they are over 3 years old, they are almost like new." Lin Jichao was not in a hurry to inspect the machines. Instead, he continued to ask, "Does your company still have engineers for the automatic zipper machines? This is quite important. If there are any problems, Lin Jichao would definitely need Bern Machinery's personnel to come to Hong Kong for repairs." Gauss replied, "Of course. In fact, we still possess the capability to produce automatic zipper machines, but to be honest, they are not easy to sell at present, which is why we switched to textile machines." Upon realizing this, Lin Jichao was filled with joy, thinking he had encountered a great opportunity, despite initially believing he had faced setbacks. He then asked Gauss to take him to see the machines, and Gauss arranged for an engineer to accompany them. When he saw the operational state of the machines, Lin Jichao felt immensely pleased, though he maintained a calm exterior. "Manager Gauss, how much is this machine?" Gauss was a sincere young man whose father had been sentenced to 3 years for producing war weapons, but the government needed to restore production, and after much effort the machinery factory was returned to Gauss, albeit without the weapons production business. Such circumstances were common in Germany. For instance, the largest weapon manufacturer during World War II, Krupp, had its owner sentenced to 4 years, yet parts of the machinery company's business were returned to the family, Within 10 years it became one of the top 10 machinery manufacturers in Europe specializing in shipbuilding trucks and other sectors. Mr. Lin, I can sell you these 3 automatic zipper machines at a price of 300,000, each totaling 900,000. This price is roughly equivalent to that of second-hand machines. I know you have come from afar and must hope to take them with you. Lin Jichao immediately exclaimed in exaggerated shock, goodness, is this America? At this price one could buy brand new machines in the United States. Mr. Gauss, you need to reconsider. Gauss was startled. He was actually worried about these 3 machines, and had even placed their information in a magazine, yet no one had come to negotiate a purchase. How about 28,000? This price is really very reasonable. We Germans do not intentionally quote exorbitant prices, Mr. Lin, you need to understand this. Lin Jichao then said, Mr. Gauss, I will spend a few days inspecting your factory. First, I need your engineers to teach me how to operate and perform basic repairs. Second, I will need a large quantity of textile machines in the future, so I want to conduct an assessment here. You may not know, but due to the war, many textile factories in China have relocated to Hong Kong, where there is a significant demand. Gauss was immediately delighted and said, of course, no problem. I feel like I have known Mr. Lin for ages. If your time allows, you can inspect my factory for as long as you wish. Lin Jichao extended his right hand and said, pleasure doing business with you. In truth, Lin Jichao's intention was to thoroughly understand the operation and working principles of the automatic zipper machines, as this place had the best teachers. At the same time, he intended to learn from the experiences of others' factories, ensuring he could return with abundant knowledge. As for assessing the textile machines, Lin Jichao was not making empty claims. He was already involved in the zipper industry, which inherently included textile production. Although he may not delve into it at the outset, he would undoubtedly pursue comprehensive development in the future. Mr. Ian, if my zipper business expands significantly, I plan to upgrade the automatic zipper machines. Would you consider relocating to Hong Kong to join me? Of course your salary will double. Lin Jichao extended the invitation while receiving technical guidance from Ian, an engineer at Burn Machinery. Ian, a 40-year-old married engineer, was offered precisely double his current salary. A direct and pragmatic enticement. Over these 3 days, Lin Jichao had observed Ian's exceptional rigor and profound expertise as a mechanical engineer. Meanwhile, Ian marveled at Lin Jichao's natural aptitude. In just 72 hours, he had mastered the automatic zipper machine inside out, its principles, mechanisms, and troubleshooting, all with the fluency of a seasoned mid-level technician. That, I'm not quite prepared to answer yet. Though your offer of double pay is generous, I must consider the stability of your enterprise. That said, I truly believe in your success, Mr. Lin. Ian replied. Lin Jichao immediately grasped his meaning and refrained from pressing further. Should his Hong Kong zipper venture flourish, a more concrete discussion could await them then. In his strategic vision, he would fully utilize the 3 automatic zipper machines within 6 months. Thereafter, he would begin upgrading them and develop an automated slider stamping press, eventually establishing a dedicated R&D center. His ambition was to become an industrial magnate, ensuring a self-sustaining financial engine for his growing empire. 2 days later, Lin Jichao stood in Gauss's office to bid farewell. The total price for the 3 automatic zipper machines, including freight, was 85000 USD, approximately HK 360000, with sea shipment to Hong Kong expected to take roughly 1 month contingent upon vessel schedules. Payment would be processed via a bank in the United States. Mr. Gauss, in about 6 months, I intend to upgrade these automatic zipper machines to enhance both operational speed and product quality. At that point, I'll likely require dozens of new units. Would you be open to a long-term partnership? Lin Jichao cast his lure. Gauss remained unflustered and responded calmly, Mr. Lin, are you planning to export zippers back into Europe and North America? Lin Jichao replied with unwavering confidence, precisely. Naturally, I also see tremendous growth potential in Asia's zipper market. Still, establishing a factory in Hong Kong would substantially reduce production costs. Gauss chose not to undermine Lin Jichao's confidence. In his estimation, even with the machines in hand, Lin might still struggle to match Western standards of precision and consistency. Should that day truly arrive, we'd be pleased to manufacture new automatic zipper machines for you. Privately, he added, but producing just a few units wouldn't justify launching an entire production line. Lin Jichao smiled faintly, saying no more. He'd only floated the idea after all and held no absolute certainty himself. Yet he was confident these 3 machines would generate substantial profit given Asia's vast and underserved market. Simply put, once shipped to Hong Kong and deployed, these machines would compete directly against artisanal workshops, giving Yangtze River wire zippers from Chongjiang Industry an undeniable edge, affordability, and superior quality. The next evolutionary leap would be competing head-on with European and Japanese zipper manufacturers, where beyond cost advantage Lin Jichao would need to achieve near parity in quality. In truth, the humble zipper conceals remarkable technological sophistication. Gauss, however, was more intrigued by whether Lin Jichao intended to purchase his textile looms. I'm not yet positioned to enter the textile industry, but once my zipper business scales, I certainly will. And I wouldn't mind promoting your machinery in Hong Kong. You may not know this, but many textile merchants from Shanghai have already relocated there to incorporate. Gauss's face lit up. Then many thanks, Mr. Lin. From Lin Jichao's words, Gauss gleaned a valuable insight. Eastern textile manufacturing was shifting toward Hong Kong, and thus he could explore appointing local agents to distribute his equipment there. Back in Hong Kong by late September, Lin Jichao went straight to Changjiang Industry and convened an urgent meeting with its two managers. Effective immediately, I will assume the role of general manager. Changjiang Industry is entering a phase of rapid expansion. Bao Chunlai was taken aback. Lin Jichao's real estate firm had already reached $1 million valuation, yet he still chose to invest deeply in the zipper industry. Still, Bao harbored no resistance. He planned to launch his own zipper workshop by year-end. Lately, Bao had not only earned bonuses and steady wages from Changjiang Industry, but also successfully raised capital from family and friends, solidifying his entrepreneurial resolve. Li Gaofu, by contrast, was elated. He knew Lin Jichao had secured the automatic zipper machines, signaling imminent explosive growth for Changjiang Industry. Lin Jichao continued. Manager Bao will serve as deputy general manager overseeing production operations. Manager Li will also serve as deputy general manager responsible for sales, procurement, and materials management. Together you'll support me from left and right, propelling Changjiang Industry to new heights. Bao Chunlai hesitated, mouth half open, then sighed inwardly. With 3 months until Chinese New Year, he'd fulfill his duty and help scale production. As for future competition, he felt no anxiety. Even if his boss learned swiftly, Bao's decades of Hansen experience gave him irreplaceable mastery. Even if Changjiang Industry grew several-fold, still reliant on manual labor, his own workshop would retain ample room to thrive. Yes, sir. Understood, boss. Lin Jichao then tasked Li Gaofu with recruiting workers and managerial talent, building out departments for sales, procurement, and technical support. Simultaneously, raw material procurement began, aluminum alloys and copper. To fund this, Lin Jichao injected his last HK40000 into Changjiang Industry. If necessary, he could withdraw several tens of thousands more from Changjiang Industry's reserves. Bao Chunlai, utterly bewildered by the pace and scope of these arrangements, paused repeatedly, yet ultimately complied without protest. With Lin Jichao now serving as general manager of Changjiang Industry, he divided his professional life between the two enterprises, neither subordinate nor dominant. Indeed, since Changjiang property had stabilized, Lin Jichao increasingly devoted his time and energy to Changjiang Industry. Mr. Tang. Lin Jichao arrived home punctually, just as the Tang family returned, prompting him to greet them warmly. In fact, the Tangs had moved in over a month earlier. Lin Jichao had encountered Mr. Tang only twice, and his family members for the first time ever. It was a household of 6: Mr. and Mrs. Tang, their 2 daughters, 2 sons, and a maid trailing behind. Mr. Tang beamed. Mr. Lin, you're truly a man of ceaseless industry, always leaving before dawn and returning after dusk. Not long ago, I even saw the governor attend the groundbreaking ceremony for one of your developments. Who would have imagined your empire had grown so vast? Though startled by the sisters' striking beauty, Lin Jichao remained composed and replied, You flatter me excessively. Everyone calls me Debt King. My bank practically assigns escorts whenever I travel abroad. What you see is mere surface glitter. A silvery bell-like laugh rang out. It was the younger sister, Tang Kaiying, who couldn't suppress her mirth. Lithe and radiant, she possessed captivating charm. Though barely 14 or 15, close in age to Lin's own sister, her elder sister Tang Tsayun likewise restrained her amusement, yet did so with effortless grace and a quiet, melancholic poise. Though less dazzling than her sister, she was undeniably exquisite, a true beauty in her own right. Kaiying. Mrs. Tang gently chided her daughter's impromptu outburst. Mr. Tang meanwhile smiled warmly, impressed by Lin Jichao's rare blend of veteran composure and youthful vigor. He thus introduced his family. Mr. Lin, this is my wife Song Chaoling. Mrs. Tang, it's an honor. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lin. These are my daughters, Sayun the elder and Kaiying the younger. A pleasure, Miss Tangs. How do you do, Mr. Lin? Hello, big brother Lin. And these are my sons, Jichuan the elder and Jiyue the younger. Hello, big brother Lin. Very well, very well. After introductions concluded, Lin Jichao and Mr. Tang lingered downstairs for conversation while Mrs. Song led the rest of the family indoors. Under the arcade, Lin Jichao and Tang Zhongyuan, 2 neighbors, took a moment to chat. Mr. Lin, your trip abroad for inspection must have brought you many rewards, right? Tang Zhongyuan felt curious about what a real estate developer would do abroad. so he rephrased his question to probe a little deeper. At this moment Lin Jichao felt a surge of goodwill towards Tang Zhongyuan, and the reason was evident. After all, he had 2 beautiful daughters. He took the initiative to say, indeed, just experiencing it abroad has greatly broadened my horizons. Moreover, I successfully ordered 3 automatic zipper machines. When my zipper industry takes a leap forward, I will definitely prioritize cooperation with Mr. Tang's textile factory. Tang Zhongyuan was very surprised and replied, I am humbled, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect you to be in the zipper industry. However, what is this automatic zipper machine like? Is it much faster than manual work? Lin Jichao confidently replied, it is about 100 times faster, and importantly the quality of the zippers produced is superior. Tang Zhongyuan, seeing Lin Jichao's confident side, Mr. Lin truly is a bold businessman. Unlike me, who has been in Hong Kong for over a month, and still hasn't made a decision on where to open a factory. Being in an unfamiliar place surrounded by Cantonese, and with the current scarcity of factories in Hong Kong, Tang Zhongyuan found it difficult to make progress. Meanwhile, he was also preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the Magic City, dreaming of developing there once peace was restored. Lin Jichao then suggested, if Mr. Tang is interested, let's schedule a time for dinner later. I can offer you some advice. After all, I've been in Hong Kong a year longer than you. Naturally, Tang Zhongyuan would not refuse. At this point, he was already convinced that Lin Jichao was not a treacherous person. First of all, his demeanor did not suggest so, and secondly, through the media, he understood that Lin Jichao was a self-made millionaire with a straightforward background. How about I treat you tomorrow night? Sounds good. The two agreed on a location and returned home, as important discussions should not be held in public. Back at home, Tang Zhongyuan told his family, tomorrow night I'm inviting Mr. Lin to discuss some matters. Don't wait up for me. Song Chaoling nodded and praised this young man is truly capable. The media says he is this year's rising star in the real estate sector, almost starting from scratch. It's a pity he's from Guangdong. The latter part of her sentence trailed off as she glanced at her eldest daughter. At this moment, Tang Kaiying jumped in, saying, what's wrong with being from Guangdong? Others can speak Wu dialect too. The entire family looked at her expression, asking how she knew that. Tang Kaiying stuck out her tongue and said, I talked to her sister. Her sister really admires her brother, saying he can speak English, Japanese, German, Cantonese, Wu dialect and Mandarin, and learns quickly. The family was secretly amazed. Tang Kaiyun pretended not to hear and did not participate, but she was also quite curious about Lin Jichao, though merely out of curiosity. At night, Song Chaoling said to Tang Zhongyuan in bed, this young man is so friendly with you. It may not be unrelated to our daughter, so you should be discerning about people. Having money is not enough, at least their character must be decent. Tang Zhongyuan was taken aback and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry about Kaiyun. She's just over 18. Besides, we might return to the Magic City. Song Chaoling said, but you also need to pay attention to his character. Since you are getting to know him, these things are crucial. Right, you're right. The next day, Lin Jichao arrived at the Nantian Garden Estate in Happy Valley to inspect the construction site. Boss Lin, there's something I need to tell you. The speaker was one of the 3 foremen on the site named Sun Jian, who was an experienced foreman. His tone carried a hint of flattery, likely because he saw limitless potential in Lin Jichao and desired to receive his long-term support. Lin Jichao politely said, Uncle Jian, go ahead. Sun Jian looked around and then said, last time a foreman named Yang Gui was dissatisfied with you because you didn't assign work to him. Lin Jichao smiled and replied, that's normal. I met him once and found him careless and prone to boasting, so I already sentenced him to death. Sun Jian admired and said, Boss Lin really knows how to judge people. Later, he made another stupid move, trying to stir up trouble by asking people from behind the scenes organizations to disrupt the opening ceremony. Unexpectedly that day, the governor and Sir Ho were coming, and undercover officers caught them all claiming they were carrying weapons. Lin Jichao immediately chuckled and remarked, well, that really was bad luck for them. No, it should be considered good luck. If they had rushed in, they might have been shot. Sun Jian nodded and said, exactly. However, those people were also tortured by the undercover officers. I heard the foreign inspector personally supervised it. Lin Jichao patted Sun Jian's shoulder and said, thank you for the information, Uncle Jian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known such a thing happened. After saying this, he intended to move on from the matter. To be honest, as long as there was no deep-seated hatred or gun threats against Lin Jichao, he hardly took it to heart. After all, they were just a few knives. They couldn't get close to him or harm him. Sun Jian, seeing Lin Jichao's indifference, quickly said, Boss Lin, I want to seek your support. Lin Jichao was taken aback and quickly lifted Sun Jian's shoulders, which were in a fist salute, and said, Uncle Jian, what are you doing? I always treat people fairly. As long as you work hard, we can continue to cooperate in the future. Sun Jian looked at Lin Jichao and said, seriously, Boss Lin, to be honest, I've noticed that Manager Huang's team is already familiar with the matters at the construction site, knowing that you will establish your own construction company in the future. Actually, I also have a group behind me with many people willing to work hard and fight. After all, you are a big company and some things are inconvenient to handle. Therefore, I want to find a powerful and active supporter. He knew that Changjiang Real Estate had completed 3 projects in just half a year. If this continued, there would definitely be more projects in the future. He had a group of people to feed, and it was not a loss to recognize a wealthy person. Moreover, Lin Jichao could bring in the governor and Sir Ho as endorsements, so one could imagine his background and influence. Lin Jichao immediately grew serious and said, Uncle Jin, I chose you because I see that you are upright and down-to-earth. As for what organization you belong to, I have no interest whatsoever. Sun Jian's face turned red instantly. He hadn't expected that others would look down on his allegiance. I'm sorry for bothering you, Boss Lin. Sun Jian instantly felt disappointed and prepared to leave. Wait. Lin Jichao called out to him again. He was somewhat hypocritical, appearing to look down on organizations, but in reality he did not wish to get too involved, as he would become a permanent fixture in Hong Kong, naturally wanting to avoid leaving too many handles. However, if it did not involve him directly, then providing indirect support was not an issue. Uncle Jin, I definitely have many projects here. Can your people handle hard work? Sun Jian quickly nodded and said, Boss Lin, everyone here can endure hardship, but we are just more united when we go out together. Lin Jichao waved his hand and said, as long as there are no disturbances on my site, that's fine. So do this project well. We indeed have many projects coming up, and I will pay special attention to yours in the future. But you must do your job well. No problem, Boss Lin. Sun Jian left happily. He felt that Boss Lin misunderstood the organizations, thinking they were all idlers. In reality, they were all hardworking individuals from the lower strata of society. The organization behind him consisted of people who had been engaged in the construction industry for a long time. Today, he actively sought Lin Jichao's support because Lin Jichao was the largest real estate developer in Hong Kong, and also a businessman with limitless potential and a solid background. If he could gain Lin Jichao's appreciation, then his people would have endless construction work in the future. He also thought that construction sites would have some minor troubles which he could resolve, as Lin Jichao would naturally not be convenient, and it was impossible for him to encounter the governor every time. After Lin Jichao left, he was also pondering this matter. His involvement in construction and shipping would inevitably support many people, making it impossible to avoid organizations seeking work under him. There was essentially no problem as long as he did not intervene directly. As for interfering with people like JC and Chief Investigator Zonghua, it was completely unnecessary. By the time those people jumped out, Lin Jichao would already be a Justice of the Peace, a Sir, the President of the Real Estate and Construction Association, an advisor to the Puliang Kuk and Tung Hua Group of Hospitals, and an outstanding member of the Shun Chamber of Commerce Association. In the evening, at the Datong Hotel, Lin Jichao and Tang Zhongyuan were having dinner together. During the meal, Lin Jichao remarked, if Tang Shang wants to establish himself in Hong Kong, he must act quickly, otherwise more factory owners will come to Hong Kong next year and the year after, and by then not only will factory land be expensive, but there will also be fewer options for locations. At that moment, Lin Jichao also realized that Tang Zhongyuan was actually a cousin of Tang Bingyuan. Tang Zhongyuan was not well known in his past life, but Tang Bingyuan was a famous textile tycoon and a political figure. Tang Zhongyuan seized on Lin Jichao's words and immediately asked, Mr. Lin, do you not have confidence in the situation in the mainland? Lin Jichao smiled and replied, wars do not cease suddenly, and no matter who is in power, the situation remains tense. Thus, Hong Kong's stable environment and its role as a hub connecting to the West provide an excellent setting for manufacturing. Although the hot weather, water shortages, and lack of skilled workers present challenges, they are not fatal. Tang Zhongyuan listened intently, unsure why a young person could speak so persuasively. He could only comfort himself in his heart that this young man was exceptional, otherwise he wouldn't have built a successful business from scratch. So where do you think is the most suitable place to open a factory in Hong Kong? Without hesitation, Lin Jichao replied, the ideal location for a textile factory is Tsuen Wan in the New Territories, which is still undeveloped but close to Kowloon. After contemplating, Tang Zhongyuan nodded and said, you make a valid point. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your insights. Starting tomorrow, I will focus on preparing for the textile factory. Lin Jichao finally understood why this individual lacked fame in his past life. It was likely due to his indecisiveness, which prevented him from making a mark in Hong Kong's textile industry. Furthermore, he might have returned to Modu with his family in 1950. As similar situations occurred with other wealthy individuals. The real large-scale factory construction in Tsuen Wan began in 1950. But Lin Jichao planned to acquire a large piece of land there next year to establish the factory building of Changjiang Industries. Lin Jichao said, if Mr. Tang's factory gets underway, we can collaborate whenever there is an opportunity. My zipper factory will require a substantial amount of fabric. Tang Zhongyuan paid no mind to this, merely expressing polite gratitude, as he was unaware of the potential scale of Lin Jichao's zipper business, which did not require much fabric. After this, Tang Zhongyuan grew interested in Lin Jichao's family. Lin Jichao knew he was preparing for the future. Tang Zhongyuan even suspected that Lin Jichao's kindness might be aimed at his daughter. Of course Lin Jichao did not think of himself in such a way. Although Tang Kaiyun and Tang Kaiying were both very beautiful, he could not simply pursue a girl just because he found her attractive. Character and quality are very important, especially for a legitimate wife or a concubine, otherwise the family will be in disarray. The two had a pleasant conversation and Tang Zhongyuan offered Lin Jichao a ride home. Jichao Kaiyun has been in Hong Kong for a while now. She always misses Mo and isn't accustomed to life here. You are both young, so you should have some topics to discuss. Having had a few drinks, Tang Zhongyuan was less guarded than Lin Jichao. Naturally, it was Lin Jichao's ability and character that made Tang Zhongyuan lower his defenses. Lin Jichao said earnestly, "All right, Uncle Tang, if I have time I will take Kaiyun out for a stroll just to clear our minds." Tang Zhongyuan happily replied, "That would be great. I trust your character, there is no harm in young people getting to know each other." Thus Lin Jichao had already secured the approval of a prospective father-in-law after just 2 meetings. Why do I say prospective? It is because Lin Jichao did not know what kind of personality or character Tang Kaiyun had, which was very important. As for her appearance, having seen her only once, Lin Jichao found her impressive with a graceful and beautiful demeanor. There was no doubt about that. When it came to choosing the children of prominent families with backgrounds in Hong Kong, Lin Jichao would not consider it at all because he was concerned about being labeled as relying on his father-in-law, which he could not tolerate. Although the Tang family was a prestigious family from Wuxi, Lin Jichao had already become successful, and they had just arrived in Hong Kong this year, so such talk did not apply. With Lin Jichao's current achievements and status, he naturally sought a beautiful woman of good character, making family background insignificant. Upon returning home, Tang Zhongyuan formally announced to his family, "I have decided to no longer return to Mo, but to open a factory in Hong Kong. Starting tomorrow I will be busy with these matters, and I might even return to Mo to gather some manpower to come to Hong Kong." Song Qiaoling grew curious. Her husband had been unable to make a decision lately, and after dining with Lin Jichao tonight, he was finally resolute. "This young man is quite impressive." Tang Kaiyun said unhappily, "Dad, Mo is so great. The place is spacious and people understand what you say. It's much more prosperous than Hong Kong." Tang Zhongyuan looked at his eldest daughter and explained Lin Jichao's analysis of the mainland situation, concluding, "Do you think in such a dangerous situation I would risk taking you and my business into danger?" After hearing this, Tang Kaiyun fell silent, as if her last hope had been shattered. Tang Zhongyuan quickly comforted her. "Tsayun, you and Jichao are both young people. If he invites you out, just consider it a chance to relax." Tang Kaiyun's face turned red, and she lowered her head saying, "But I'm not familiar with him." Tang Zhongyuan laughed and said, "Having received so many years of modern education, what's the problem? Jichao is capable and his character is sound. It's perfectly fine for you to get to know each other and make friends." In his view, young men like Lin Jichao were rare. Business geniuses with an excellent grasp of trends, immensely talented. It would not hurt for his daughter to make acquaintance. Moreover, he felt that Lin Jichao could be of considerable help to his career. Tang Kaiying with her lively eyes playfully teased her sister, making faces which led to a playful scuffle that resulted in the two sisters running into the bedroom. As for the two younger brothers, they were still at an age of play and showed no interest in the adult world. That night, Song Qiaoling kept asking Tang Zhongyuan about Lin Jichao. That night, Tang Kaiyun found it hard to sleep, recalling her brief encounter with Lin Jichao. Though it was only a few minutes long, it left her with some impressions, and she had also heard about him from the newspaper and through gossip. What kind of man is he? The next morning, Lin Jichao found himself knocking on the door of Tang Zhongyuan's house without knowing why. "Mr. Lin," the maid opened the door looking quite surprised. Meanwhile, Tang Zhongyuan, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, immediately got up and came to the door. "Jichao, come in. This is your first visit to our home." Lin Jichao did not step inside. Instead he said, "Uncle Tang, if you decide to open a factory, we have people familiar with the terrain who can help build it, so you won't be at a loss." Tang Zhongyuan was instantly delighted, saying that would be fantastic. After chatting briefly, Lin Jichao noticed Tang Kaiyun coming out with a hint of shyness, and he took the initiative to say, "Miss Tsayun, would you like to go out to explore Hong Kong Island this weekend?" Unexpectedly, Tang Kaiyun found Lin Jichao quite bold, but instinctively nodded her head. "I want to go too," came Tang Kaiying's voice from behind. Song Qiaoling immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" Lin Jichao smiled and said, "It's just right to bring my sister along." As for the two little boys, he chose to ignore them. It was simple, they were too young and needed supervision which he couldn't manage. And so Lin Jichao left the Tang family's doorstep with satisfaction. He was a straightforward person who wanted to understand others quickly. If someone fit, he would embrace it, but he would never covet someone else's beauty if they did not. After all, in this era, especially for girls from wealthy families, chastity was highly valued. September 28th, weekend. Today marks Lin Jichao's second holiday since the establishment of Changjiang Real Estate. The first was spent taking his mother and sister to explore Hong Kong Island. Today, he is cruising around the island with 3 beautiful women. In the morning, Lin Jichao personally drove the car with Tang Kaiyun in the front seat and Tang Kaiying and Lin Shiner in the back, beginning their tour of Hong Kong Island. "Mr. Lin, where are you taking us to play?" Tang Kaiyun asked after getting in the car. Her tone was gentle and soft, yet it did not come across as pretentious. "Call me Jichao Gu, addressing me as Mr. Lin spoils the fun." Lin Jichao replied jokingly. Tang Kaiyun was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Tang Kaiying in the back seat chimed in like a kingfisher, followed by a tinkling laugh. Tang Kaiyun turned back, shooting her sister a ferocious glance before softly calling out, "Jichao Go." Lin Jichao continued driving while speaking. Hong Kong may not be large, but it is destined to become a hub connecting the mainland and the West. It is also a free trade port with enormous development potential. Settling in Hong Kong is the best choice if you want to travel abroad or immigrate. Today we will explore Hong Kong Island, starting with Victoria Peak, where we can overlook Victoria Harbour Central and Wan Chai. Then we'll head to Repulse Bay, nestled between the mountains and the sea with a crescent-shaped bay, known as the world's finest bay. It is also famously dubbed the Hawaii of the East. The Repulse Bay Hotel is where the two romantic leads by Lu Shu and Fan Liuyuan duel in Eileen Chang's novel Love in a Fallen City. We can experience that later. If we have time, we can also visit Sheko, where the scenery is enchanting. Tang Kaiyun was touched. She did not expect the Hong Kong she looked down upon to sound so wonderful from Lin Jichao's lips. This thought piqued her interest in today's itinerary. "Jichao Gu, I heard from Baba that you have only been in Hong Kong for a year. How come you know it so well?" Tang Kaiyun asked curiously. From the side, Lin Jichao's features were strikingly handsome, and she found herself unconsciously feeling quite fond of him. Just as Lin Jichao turned his head, Tang Kaiyun quickly averted her gaze, her beautiful face tinged with a hint of shyness. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "I really like this land. I believe it is suitable for business, and will soon surpass Shanghai to become the most modern city in the Far East because it offers great freedom. So naturally, I must understand it well." Tang Kaiyun immediately countered. "But Hong Kong is currently under British rule, with Chinese people being treated as inferior." Lin Jichao replied meaningfully, "Isn't it like that everywhere? However, in Hong Kong, doing business is relatively free and flexible. The key is that strength must be earned by oneself. If you have enough strength, the British will also seek to ally with you. If you lack strength, even Chinese will scheme against you and keep you in check." Tang Kaiyun fell into deep thought. She wanted to refute him, but found it hard to come up with a reason. In the backseat, Tang Kaiying and Lin Shiner were also chatting animatedly, mostly in English, occasionally asking Lin Jichao for help with words they didn't know. From their conversation, Tang Kaiyun learned that she was only 18, 1 year younger than Lin Jichao. Tang Kaiying was 14, the same age as Lin Shiner, but due to better nutrition she looked slightly older. The car slowly climbed to Victoria Peak, where Lin Jichao parked, and led the three girls to the observation deck. This Victoria Peak used to prohibit Chinese residents, reflecting the discrimination against us. The first Chinese resident was Sir Ho Tung, the wealthiest Chinese in Hong Kong now. However, this year the Hong Kong government has lifted the ban on Chinese living on the peak. After all, the Chinese population has increased and excessive discrimination could lead to unrest. There is Central, where we live. Central is the commercial center of Hong Kong, where land is as precious as gold. There is Victoria Harbour, and over there is Tsim Sha Tsui in Kowloon. Standing at the peak, the view is stunning. Although Hong Kong still cannot compare to Shanghai, it has immense potential. Jichao Gu, you're saying all this is what men like to hear. We're girls after all. Tang Kaiyun looked at Lin Jichao, deliberately saying she didn't dislike these topics. After all, they represented a kind of charm in men, strong ambition. Lin Jichao, quick to react, said, "I'm just showcasing myself to you. We're out for the first time. Let's get to know each other better. Just right, the next place is one that girls love. Repulse Bay, known as the Hawaii of the East." Tang Kaiyun immediately laughed and said, "But I want to play here a little longer. Is she a spoiled girl?" He soon realized it was just Tang Kaiyun opening her heart a bit, being a little playful. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl. No matter how much of a lady she appeared, her nature was still that of a young girl. In contrast, Tang Kaiying was truly lively, frequently interjecting between Lin Jichao and herself. If Lin Jichao hadn't seen her as a super cute girl, he might have regretted bringing this light bulb along. Tang Kaiying's liveliness also brought out Lin Ziner's nature, and the two chattered happily. Then he started driving around the peak with everyone. The four arrived at Repulse Bay. Although it was the weekend, there were not many vacationers. This is because Hong Kong people are busy making a living. Who has the time to enjoy the scenery of Repulse Bay? On the beach, several young Western mothers clad in revealing swimsuits seemed out of place among the nearby Chinese. "How shameless!" Lin Shiner murmured. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "This is a cultural difference between East and West. In a few decades, we Chinese will have to learn from them. I will send you for Western education. I don't want you to be so conservative. Your horizons must broaden. You should embrace diversity. Of course you can choose not to learn from them, but you cannot think that others are wrong. Lin Shiner listened to her brother's words closely and softly replied, Brother. The Tang sisters noticed that Lin Jichao was quite accustomed to such matters. Even when looking at Western women, his gaze was very normal and unobtrusive, yet not offensive. This made them feel that Lin Jichao was an open-minded gentleman. The group strolled along the beach, taking in the scenery as a gentle sea breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Jichao Gu, that building over there looks beautiful. Tang Kaiyun pointed to a nearby structure on the beach curiously, saying. Lin Jichao glanced at the building and replied, That is the Repulse Bay Hotel from Eileen Chang's novel Love in a Fallen City. Beside it is the mansion of Nanyang tycoon Yu Dongxuan, but this mansion was a site where many patriots were imprisoned during the Japanese occupation and over 50 people were brutally murdered by the Japanese, so it can be considered a haunted house. Mentioning the cruelty of the Japanese startled Tang Kaiyun, making her instinctively grab Lin Jichao's arm. Then Tang Kaiyun quickly released her hand, feigning anger as she said, Jichao Gu, you just like to scare people? Tang Kaiyun chimed in playfully. No, Jichao Gu explained it very well. It's not scary at all. After saying that, she playfully grabbed Lin Ziner's arm, indicating how her sister had just acted. Tang Kaiyun, annoyed, chased after her sister, and the two soon started playfully tussling. After exploring the beach, Lin Jichao brought everyone to the Repulse Bay Hotel, later known as Ingwan Garden, for dinner. In the evening, he sent the Tang sisters home early to avoid worrying their parents. Song Qiaoling immediately pulled her daughter Tang Kaiyun close and asked, How was it? Tang Kaiyun blushed and replied, What do you mean, how was it? Then she added, Mom, we just went out to play. Aren't you being too nosy? I'm ignoring you. Song Qiaoling saw her daughter like this and thought that they had probably gotten along very well. Alright, I won't ask you anymore. You are still young, go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Despite saying this, she had a very good impression of this son-in-law, so she pulled her younger daughter aside, avoiding the elder one, and directly inquired. Tang Kaiying straightforwardly said, Jichao Gu is great. Looking at my sister's expression, it must be right. Hehe. Song Qiaoling left satisfied. A new week began and Lin Jichao quickly immersed himself in work, becoming busy. He was not one to be distracted by romance. Making money was his greatest motivation, and what was rightfully his could not be taken away. In the morning, Lin Jichao was at the Changjiang Industrial Factory directing workers to rearrange the workshop and clean it thoroughly. He aimed to implement the 4S management model throughout the factory, laying the foundation for future zipper quality. Seeing that Lin Jichao had left a large area, Bao Chunlai could no longer hold back and asked, Boss, what machines are you planning to put here? Lin Jichao casually replied, That's right, I imported 3 automatic zipper machines. I plan to eliminate the manual workshop of Changjiang Industrial. Bao Chunlai was taken aback and hurriedly asked, Automatic zipper machines. Lin Jichao glanced at Bao Chunlai, deciding to crush his hopes. Bao Chunlai was talented, but he was only useful for the early stages of his career. In Lin Jichao's vision, the zipper business was merely one link in his entire industrial chain. He ultimately aimed to establish a large industrial chain in Hong Kong, Singapore, and even globally. Therefore, whether it was Bao Chunlai or Li Gaofu, they would eventually only grow into middle management given their limited educational background. A single machine could produce approximately over 100 times the output of a skilled worker, meaning it could produce at least 50 dozen zippers daily. Importantly, the zippers produced by the machines would be of superior quality and at a lower price. Once our machines start production, the manual zipper workshops throughout Asia will suffer devastating blows. Manager Bao, you'll see what is meant by science is the primary productive force. Bao Chunlai was left speechless, and all his beautiful aspirations were shattered. Deep down, he had always harbored thoughts of competing fairly with the boss next year, but now those thoughts lay in ruins. He even felt that the current boss was no match for him. However, with just a few words, Bao Chunlai could already envision the machines at Changjiang Industrial continuously producing high-quality and low-cost zippers, leaving no space for handmade zippers to survive. Lin Jichao paid him no mind. He decided to train the workers in advance, and use a blackboard to explain the principles and usage processes of the automatic zipper machines. The information he brought back from Hong Kong was just in time to train a batch of qualified zipper workers. With the automatic zipper machines expected to arrive, Changjiang Industrial had expanded to a small to medium-sized factory with about 60 to 70 workers. Although referred to as automatic zipper machines, they only solved the most complex and lengthy step of picking. Other processes still required workers, but the requirements were not as high. Meanwhile, the machines still required operators, so the zipper factory remained a major employer. Chongqing Zipper Factory is a well-established handmade zipper factory in Hong Kong owned by a man named Feng Hong. This factory has nearly 20 skilled workers who can produce 8 dozen zippers daily, with products sold not only locally in Hong Kong but also in Guangdong province. Recently, Feng Hong felt increased pressure as he discovered that a zipper factory called Changjiang Industrial was stealing quite a bit of Chongqing Zipper's business. At the same time, merchants from the Magic City flocked to Hong Kong, which made him feel uneasy. After all, from what he understood, there were far more zipper factories in the Magic City than in Hong Kong. It was said that nearly 1,000 people were engaged in the zipper industry in the Magic City, and the workers there were much more skilled than those in Hong Kong. "Brother-in-law, I heard a piece of news outside," his brother-in-law Gao Ming said mysteriously. Fang Hong impatiently replied, "If you have nothing to do, stay in the factory and supervise those workers instead of running around all day. If Gao Ming were not my brother-in-law, I would have fired him long ago. He barely works and takes too many breaks." However, Gao Ming didn't mind and continued, "This time, I actually found out some useful news for you, brother-in-law." He quickly added, but he wasn't in a hurry to elaborate. Fang Hong felt his curiosity piqued and said, "Spit it out." Gao Ming then said, "I found out that Changjiang Industrial is hiring a lot of people. Worker sales finance. It's quite a big endeavor, and it looks like they plan to expand by a factor of 2. Fang Hong immediately became anxious and said, "Where will Hong Kong find so many skilled zipper workers? The market is only so big. At most, they can handle 200,000 zippers a year. That's crazy. They have the money but nowhere to spend it." Gao Ming nodded and said, "Who says otherwise? They don't have many requirements for workers. I heard they're even hiring people who have never worked with zippers before." Fang Hong was utterly confused about what Changjiang Industrial was up to. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will talk to those clients. After all, the zippers we produce have quality assurance, all crafted by skilled workers. If worst comes to worst, we can lower our prices a bit. You supervise them well in the factory. Making money is tough these days, and if everyone produces 1 or 2 more zippers a day, we can offset other losses." Gao Ming nodded and said, "Got it, brother-in-law. You can count on me to make everyone speed up. You finally have some use." He chuckled. "Who told you I'm your most trusted person?" Fang Hong patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder. Although this brother-in-law slacked off, he sometimes played the bad cop with the workers. He was indeed worth his salt. In late October, the 3 automatic zipper machines Lin Jichao purchased in Germany arrived at the port, and engineer Ian also rushed from Germany to Hong Kong to supervise the installation. After all, the automatic zipper machines were quite large and had to be disassembled for shipping to Hong Kong, limited to the parts that could be easily dismantled. "Mr. Lin, your factory is quite small, but your ambition is great," Ian remarked with a smile. "Changjiang Industrial only occupies about 3,000 square feet, which is already considered a medium-sized factory in Hong Kong, as most factories in Hong Kong are family-run workshops or small factories." Lin Jichao casually responded, "Mr. Ian, you must understand these 3 machines could bring me 3,000,000 in wealth each year. More importantly, they can make me the dominant force in the Asian zipper market. You can be humble in life, but in business you cannot shy away from boasting." However, Lin Jichao might not have been wrong. If the 3 automatic zipper machines ran at full power, they could produce about 3 million zippers a year based on the length of men's pants operating day and night. If he made 30 to 40 cents per zipper, that would yield a profit of $1 million Hong Kong dollars. As for the wear and tear on the automatic zipper machines, Lin Jichao didn't worry at all. As long as the business took off, he could replace any machinery every 2 to 3 years. This was because prolonged use of the automatic zipper machines would eventually lower the quality of the zippers. Ian was taken aback by Lin Jichao's boasting and asked, "There are no mechanical zippers produced in Asia?" Lin Jichao shook his head with a smile, saying, "I'm not too sure about that, but there are definitely none in Hong Kong and none on the mainland." He didn't reveal everything owing to his knowledge. RB didn't have any, nor did Southeast Asia. In short, none in Asia. In this era, the most lucrative industries are the undeveloped virgin lands, such as real estate. If he did not take the lead in layering and staging, he wouldn't earn much unless he could seize the opportunity right after the war. And the automatic zipper machines represented the undeveloped virgin land, since all zipper manufacturing in Asia was done manually. Even in the powerful small RB during World War II, their zipper industry was still handmade. It was precisely because of such an opportunity that Lin Jichao dared to enter this technologically advanced industry. After all, his current business needed quick wealth and had no time for long-term development. Ian believed in Lin Jichao's confidence, but he didn't take it to heart. He would only stay in Hong Kong for 3 to 4 days, install the machines, teach them how to operate, and then leave. On the 3rd day, workers poured the aluminum alloy zipper particles, semi-finished products, into the inlet of the automatic zipper machine, while other workers sent the fabric into the machine. As the machine operated, zipper particles were neatly arranged on the textile fabric, making a clack-clack sound symbolizing that the zipper particles were being compacted. As the zipper strips emerged steadily from the machine, Changjiang Industrial erupted with an unbelievable sound. "Oh my, this speed is probably 50 times that of manual labor, or even 100 times. It must be 100 times faster. A single machine could produce 50 dozen zippers a day. I could only manage about 15 by hand in a day." Workers whispered to each other, their faces revealing expressions of shock. Although they had recently undergone theoretical training on the machinery from their boss, they were still astonished when they actually saw the automatic zipper machines. At that moment, Bao Chunlai wore a bitter expression. He no longer dared to resign, and could only stick it out at Chongjiang Industrial, praying that the boss wouldn't hold anything against him. The reason was simple: with the production speed of these 3 machines, 1 month would be enough to supply Hong Kong for a year. There was no market left for handmade zippers. Watching the continuous output of zippers, Lin Jichao couldn't help but feel grandiose. This industry would be the mother of his industrial endeavors. Next, Lin Jichao and Ian began to guide the workers in production. "Boss Li, I want to show you something." Wang Mingyang, a salesperson from Chongjiang Industrial, approached the owner of a clothing factory and directly presented his company's products. Li Mingnan, the owner of Hongfa Clothing Factory, casually picked up a zipper and said, "It's you again, Yang Zi, here to sell something? But I must tell you, your zippers are not as good as others, and the price is high, so there's no hope of getting our order." He didn't mind the salesperson. As long as the price was cheap and the quality good, it didn't matter whose product it was, and he could save money. "Oh, this quality is quite good. You must have hired skilled workers from Modu." As soon as Li Mingnan held it, he could feel that the zipper in his hand was made with excellent craftsmanship. Wang Mingyang had been working at Chongjiang Industrial for more than a month, constantly on the road for sales, enduring hardships, and receiving many scoldings, however being trained by the boss personally. He knew the boss also had a sales background, so he always held the belief of becoming the best salesperson and earning more money. At this moment, Wang Mingyang had long lost his previous self-doubt. He was full of confidence. He even felt a bit resentful, wondering why the boss, knowing the machines could produce such high quality and cheap zippers, still had everyone sell those handmade ones. "Boss Li, pull it a bit more and feel its quality. It's okay to be a bit rough." Wang Mingyang knew exactly how to demonstrate that their zippers were different from others. Li Mingnan, upon hearing this, immediately began to pull it back and forth with force. "It's smooth." After a while, he looked up and smiled, saying, "The quality is indeed good. If the price were a bit cheaper, I would consider your company. You also know we need about 2,000 zippers each month, which is definitely a big client." In reality, he only ordered slightly over 1,000 each month, but Hongfa Clothing Factory was one of the larger clothing factories in Hong Kong. How could a salesperson dare to question that? He was already overjoyed. Such high-quality zippers would significantly enhance their own products. Wang Mingyang smiled and asked, "What price are you planning to offer, Boss Li?" At this moment, he felt inexplicably pleased, thinking he didn't even need to sell. Just presenting the product and giving a quote would surely lead every boss to cooperate. Seeing a chance, Li Mingnan immediately said, "Copper zippers are 2.5 Hong Kong dollars each. Aluminum alloy zippers are 1.85 Hong Kong dollars each. Can you do this price? If you can, I'll purchase from you regularly in the future. But the prerequisite is that every zipper must be of this quality." Wang Mingyang took a handful of aluminum and copper zippers from his bag and placed them on Li Mingnan's desk. "Boss Li, we now produce zippers using automatic machines, and each one can guarantee better quality than handmade ones." Li Mingnan was instantly surprised and asked, "What kind of machine is the automatic zipper machine?" Wang Mingyang explained, and Li Mingnan continued to express his amazement, clapping his hands in approval. "With such high-quality zippers, it's hard for your boss not to make a fortune." This was his flattery, but then he immediately nervously asked, "How is the pricing calculated?" "You haven't mentioned that yet." Wang Mingyang produced a quotation sheet and said, "Our factory uses a tiered pricing system. We salespeople cannot set the prices, so everything is on this paper." Li Mingnan immediately looked at it, and his expression turned to one of surprise. Even at the lowest quantity, an aluminum alloy zipper costs only 1.3 Hong Kong dollars. With increasing quantities, the price can drop to 1 Hong Kong dollar, which is nearly half the price of handmade ones. In fact, the quote Li Mingnan received was not the most comprehensive, as Lin Jichao knew the volumes in Hong Kong were not high. Currently, the cost of a zipper is 0.6 Hong Kong dollars, and he had set the lowest price at 0.9 Hong Kong dollars, which was naturally for super clients likely not present in Hong Kong. At the same time, the cost of zippers was still relatively high due to materials and other labor, but it could be significantly reduced later on, and the selling price would naturally drop. "Is this the monthly quantity?" "That's right. Later we will also assess the annual demand of each cooperative unit to provide a more accurate cooperation price." "Can it be cheaper?" Li Mingnan tentatively asked. "People are always greedy." Wang Mingyang smiled and said, "This price is the unified supply market price. We salespeople have no authority to change it. If Boss Li wants it cheaper, he can order a few months' worth at once. That way it could be a bit cheaper." This was a little clever, but Chongjiang Industrial wouldn't take it seriously. After all, having money in hand could also generate more money. Li Mingnan's eyes lit up, but then he smiled bitterly and said, "Who would want to put their money down in advance? How about this? I'll order based on a quantity of 2,000 zippers each month, and the price will be 1.2 Hong Kong dollars each." "No problem." It was easy to negotiate with one of the largest factories in Hong Kong, and Wang Mingyang was extremely pleased. Chongqing Zipper Factory. Gao Ming rushed back to the factory exclaiming, "Sister-in-law not good." Fang Hong was flirting with a female worker who he planned to marry as a concubine. Startled by his younger brother, he quickly withdrew his hand and resumed normalcy. "Yang Yan, this zipper is not very well made. You should learn more from the experienced workers as quality is very important to us." "All right, boss Fang." Gao Ming looked at the two suspiciously, knowing that he came to this factory with his sister's mission to keep an eye on his brother-in-law and report any situation. "What are you looking at? This worker has only just arrived and her product is simply too poor. I'll call her in to talk." Gao Ming naturally didn't believe it. The two of them did not look like that. Furious, he said, "Fang, I advise you to give up on the idea of marrying a concubine." Fang Hong looked at Gao Ming incredulously, pointing at him in anger, unable to speak for a long time. "You! Don't forget who is feeding you." In the past, Gao Ming naturally wouldn't dare, but today he had witnessed his brother-in-law flirting with a female worker and received shocking news. "I can no longer rely on your support. You won't be able to marry a concubine in the future. Here, take this." Gao Ming handed Fang Hong a zipper. Fang Hong was furious and swatted the zipper away, saying, "You little brat, you're crossing the line. Even if I offend your sister today, I will fire you." Gao Ming picked up the zipper and tossed it onto Fang Hong's desk, saying, "Zippers produced by other companies cost only 1.2 Hong Kong dollars each. Take a good look. You can't even take care of your own business now." Fang Hong was taken aback, then skeptically picked up the zipper, immediately feeling its superior quality. After trying it several times, he trembled and said, "What did you just say?" "Only 1.2 Hong Kong dollars each." At this moment, Gao Ming had also calmed down and stopped bickering with his brother-in-law, saying, "I inquired for you. I've heard that a land tycoon named Lin Jichao borrowed 600,000 HKD from Dongya Bank to buy 4 automatic zipper machines made in Europe and America. This machine produces zippers at a speed 100 times that of a worker and can operate without brakes." These messages were all from clothing factory bosses, so while the accuracy was generally low, there was some truth to it. Fang Hong couldn't believe it, muttering to himself, 100 times. 100 times. Suddenly there was a wail. Jian Dongpu came to Changjiang Real Estate for an inspection since Dongya Bank had lent a hefty 400,000 HKD, which was a significant amount. However, when he saw the automatic zipper machine continuously spitting out zipper teeth, he couldn't help but be amazed. Lin Jichao said, "We've calculated that the annual demand for zippers in Hong Kong is only enough for us to produce in a month. However, for the Southeast Asian and RB markets, we have already sent people to promote. Even in the mainland, we plan to seek agents. The Southeast Asian market alone is several times that of Hong Kong, while the RB market is virtually limitless. Of course, once RB zipper manufacturers catch on, the advantage of Hong Kong zippers will diminish, and the RB government may even intervene to protect its domestic zipper industry." But Lin Jichao wasn't overly concerned about that. He intended to profit as much as possible while he could. Jian Dongpu nodded and said, "You've found another way to get rich, not simple." After receiving satisfactory answers, Jian Dongpu left Changjiang Industrial feeling relieved. It should be noted that Lin Jichao owed Dongya Bank nearly 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars, making him the largest debtor, while Dongya Bank only had deposits of 50 million Hong Kong dollars. "Boss, I'd like to become your distributor in mainland China. I'm committed to introducing your company's products into that market." Bao Chunlai approached Lin Jichao with this proposal. Lin Jichao was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Bao Chunlai had abandoned his ambition of becoming an entrepreneur. Yet here he was eyeing the role of mainland distributor instead. Manager Bao, securing a distributorship in mainland China is no easy feat. From what I understand, currency depreciation poses a serious risk there. Foreign exchange reserves are scarce, and the lingering effects of war further complicate matters. I share these concerns not to dissuade you from entrepreneurship, but out of genuine regard for our months-long professional rapport, urging you to weigh the risks carefully. By now, Lin Jichao had already assembled the full management team across all departments of Yangtze Industrial Co. Ltd. 2 deputy general managers were fully operational, no longer dependent on his direct oversight, and Lin himself actively participated in daily managerial affairs. Even his cousin Li Gaofu had been dispatched to Japan to promote Yangtze Industrial's zipper products. Naturally, for the Japanese market, Yangtze Industrial intended to enter via a distributorship model, seeking local partners. Cooperation would commence at a wholesale price of 0 Hong Kong dollars 999 per zipper, with adjustments later made as production costs decreased. Bao Chunlai clearly came prepared. "Boss, all these factors are accounted for in my plan. As for capital, I intend to bring gold into Hong Kong. I know Shanghai intimately, and I'm certain this zipper product will be immensely popular there." Lin Jichao suspected Bao Chunlai planned to smuggle zippers into Shanghai. Still, so long as he managed to sell them, profit would follow. Very well. I'll offer you a wholesale rate of 0 Hong Kong dollars. 95. Should you achieve sales of 1,000,000 units, I'll reduce it further by 5 cents to 0 Hong Kong dollars. 90 per unit. However, given my high assessment of risk in the mainland market, payment must precede shipment. Bao Chuanlai's heart leapt. He had already secured sufficient capital to launch his venture, and replied instantly, no problem. Thank you for your mentorship, boss. Lin Jichao nodded silently. His counsel had been offered. If Bao Chunlai suffered total losses, it would be by his own choosing. At this point, Lin Jichao had already assigned representatives to Southeast Asia and Japan, while Bao Chunlai handled mainland China. A quiet anticipation stirred within him. He longed for all 3 automatic zipper machines to run 24 hours a day, like printing presses churning out banknotes. Yangtze Industrial now employed over 60 staff, and recruitment continued. Though rice pasting steps were automated, other processes, including slider production, still relied on rudimentary hydraulic stamping equipment, requiring substantial manual labor to keep pace with machine output. Meanwhile, Lin Jichao had also hired 4 capable security personnel to guard the factory around the clock. Even some workers slept on site to protect machinery and premises. After all, envy breeds opportunism. A vigilance was non-negotiable. Moreover, Lin Jichao found himself vexed. The Hong Kong monthly order could be fulfilled in just 4 or 5 days, even with deliberately slowed production. Feedback from Southeast Asia and Japan remained pending, but Lin Jichao remained supremely confident. Li Gaofu strode through Tokyo's streets carrying a briefcase, his mission to locate a zipper distributor in Japan. Before departure, he'd urgently studied Japanese for 10 days and printed business cards in Japanese. Yet linguistic barriers plagued him relentlessly upon arrival. Though fluent in English, few Japanese spoke it, forcing him repeatedly to rely on gestures. His target clients included owners of general stores, retail shops, and garment factories. Advertising in Japan was impractical. It risked attracting unwanted attention from authorities and industry players. Nor could he approach zipper manufacturers directly. His outreach was thus narrowly confined to specific demographics. Consequently, his efforts felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After 3 days, results remained meager, and the fate of distributed business cards uncertain. That day, guided by a passerby, he located a general store, and immediately brightened. It dealt extensively in textiles, and its scale kindled fresh hope. Excuse me, is the owner available? He first tried in English. If someone understood English, communication would ease dramatically. His Japanese, though purpose-built, remained painfully limited, often reducing dialogue to pantomime. I am the proprietor, Yakakawa Hiroto. How may I assist you? Replied a courteous man in his 30s. English. Li Gaofu thought, elated. He quickly asked, do you wholesale zippers? Yakakawa responded, yes. We carry both brass and aluminum varieties. Li Gaofu then placed one of Yangtze Industrial's zippers before Yakakawa and asked, do you stock zippers of this quality? Machine-manufactured zippers differed markedly from handcrafted ones. At least to trained eyes, the distinction was immediate and unmistakable. Yakakawa picked up the zipper, curiously inspecting it closely before asking, may I ask, who are you? By now suspicion had crystallized. This was clearly a sales pitch. Li Gaofu promptly presented his Japanese business card, bearing Yangtze Industrial's contact details on the front and a price list on the reverse. Sir, I am manager of a Hong Kong zipper factory. Our zippers combine superior craftsmanship with significantly lower prices than hand-forged alternatives. Would you consider becoming our authorized distributor? Yakakawa glanced briefly, then swiftly gestured, please come this way. We shall discuss this seated. Success. Li Gaofu's heart soared. After 3 grueling days, his feet blistered. He stood at last on the cusp of reward. Yet, even with this breakthrough, he intended to continue promoting Yangtze Industrial across Japan's major cities. This mission was pivotal, not only to secure his position within Yangtze Industrial's leadership, but to prove his worth beyond familial ties. Though his salary had risen to 260 Hong Kong dollars, he knew mere remuneration couldn't justify a deputy general manager's title without demonstrable capability. Negotiations with Yakakawa proceeded smoothly thereafter. Yakakawa, fluent in English and young, forward-thinking, enthusiastically embraced the prospect of distributing Yangtze Industrial zippers. Their competitive wholesale pricing promised rapid dominance over Tokyo's zipper market. Manager Li, I wish to depart immediately for your factory to conduct an inspection and finalize the distribution agreement. Li Gaofu concealed his delight, replying, of course, that presents no difficulty. However, our company policy mandates advance payment for overseas distributors, and a deposit of USD 2000 is required. Yakakawa considered briefly, then affirmed, agreed. So long as product quality and pricing meet expectations, these terms pose no obstacle. Pleasure doing business. Stepping out of the shop, Li Gaofu exhaled deeply. Yakakawa struck him as the most earnest collaborator yet, and success now seemed assured. His confidence surged. He resolved next to travel to Osaka for further promotion, and already envisioned the satisfaction of having unlocked Japan's market for his boss. Simultaneously, he would validate his competence, not as a beneficiary of nepotism but as a man of substance. Though fortunate to have such a capable cousin, his employer, he recognized his elevated salary stemmed more from luck than merit. Thus he labored diligently and loyally, not merely to earn wages but to affirm his intrinsic value. This assignment in Japan represented his finest opportunity to demonstrate that value. Meanwhile, Yakakawa contacted Yangtze Industrial using the card, and coincidentally Lin Jichao happened to be on-site receiving him personally. Though Yakakawa was Japanese, and Lin Jichao harbored deep personal antipathy toward the Japanese, profit outweighed prejudice. A pragmatist at heart, Lin knew he might spend decades transacting, and even cultivating friendships, with Japanese counterparts. Old enmities would remain buried beneath layers of currency, should power ever fall into his hands. Miss Cho. No. Better left unspoken. He was cut from different cloth entirely. Hence he bore no moral qualms. Profiting from Japanese commerce was simply another form of economic warfare. Mr. Lin, your factory management is exemplary. Though modest in size, it reflects outstanding operational discipline. I am convinced that with such rigorous oversight, and these 3 automatic zipper machines, your products will thrive in Japan. Thus I wish to serve as your exclusive distributor there. Lin Jichao smiled warmly. Absolutely, Mr. Yakakawa. I welcome your partnership with great enthusiasm. Yakakawa understood introducing these zippers into Japan would effectively dismantle the domestic zipper industry. Yet destruction also heralded opportunity. If Japanese manufacturers imported automatic chain-tooth machinery, the entire sector could ascend to new heights. Still, his sole objective remained profit. Broader implications held no sway. Might I secure exclusive distribution rights for all of Japan, or at least for Tokyo's commercial district? Lin Jichao shook his head gently. I regret to inform you we do not currently offer exclusive distributorships. However, should you deliver exceptional performance, we would gladly grant regional exclusivity in due course. How could he entrust regional exclusivity, let alone national monopoly, without first verifying capability? Yakakawa pressed. Mr. Lin, your machines appear underutilized. Sales clearly haven't yet scaled. I, however, can open Japan's market wide for you. Lin Jichao smiled. These machines have operated for less than 20 days. Yet overseas orders are already arriving steadily. Having studied Asia's zipper market closely, I know it relies entirely on costly, inconsistent handcrafting. Our products, I assure you, will soon sweep the continent. Yakakawa realized persuasion was futile and shifted focus to concrete pricing. Lin Jichao held firm. His margin per zipper hovered narrowly between $0 30 and $0 40. Should we reduce production costs, I will pass savings along. But for now, profits remain slender. You'll observe this yourself. Very well, Mr. Lin conducts business with admirable candor. I greatly enjoy working with you. Yakakawa sensed no room for negotiation. Lin had quoted fair, transparent pricing from the outset. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Kong's labor costs, and even imported raw materials, were far cheaper than Japan's. When conditions matured, Lin Jichao planned further cost reductions, potentially having current production expenses bringing per unit costs down to $0 230. With Yakakawa's signed distributorship, additional orders flooded in. Yangtze Industrial finally unleashed its latent potential, transforming into Lin Jichao's veritable cash cow. Lin Jichao projected that by year-end production would reach capacity. 3 machines operating 12 to 15 hours daily. $1 million annual profits lay tantalizingly within reach. The end of November began. In the morning, Lin Jichao arrived at the factory of Changjiang Industrial. At this time, Changjiang Industrial was divided into an office area and a production area, with the office area mainly consisting of sales, finance, and procurement departments, while the production area housed a factory of about 3,000 square feet. Boss, we caught 2 suspicious individuals last night, and we plan to send them to the police station. As soon as he arrived at the factory, the security personnel stepped forward to report. Changjiang Industrial had 4 dedicated security personnel, all from Lin Jichao's hometown Shunpanyu, and about 10 workers stayed overnight at the factory. The factory was stocked with numerous buckets filled with water, and security patrolled 24 hours a day, making it a heavily guarded place. Lin Jichao knew that some people wouldn't dare to come openly, so they would resort to underhanded tactics. If someone were to damage his machines, it would be a serious issue. Changjiang Industrial was utilizing automatic zipper machines, monopolizing the zipper market in Hong Kong, naturally inciting resentment from the owners of handmade zipper workshops. Therefore, how could he not be on guard? Let's go and see the situation first. Upon entering the factory, he immediately saw 2 individuals battered and bruised, tied up, and thrown into a corner. At this moment, the workers at Changjiang Industrial couldn't help but mock the two with some, even stepping forward to kick them. It should be noted that the workers at Changjiang Industrial were mostly from Lin Jichao's hometown. Even those who weren't had a deep emotional connection to the factory and were definitely willing to fight. After all, if the factory were to disappear, they would lose their livelihood, which is quite different from later generations. Alright, stop hitting them. They are just pitiful people trying to make a living. Lin Jichao quickly stopped a worker who wanted to show off in front of him, speaking kindly. Boss, these kinds of people should be sent to the police station and locked away for life. You all go back to work. The orders are important. After calming the workers, Lin Jichao directed the 4 security personnel. First, untie them and bring them outside. I have questions to ask. After saying this, he first went outside the factory. The 4 security personnel thought there was no need to worry about the 2 escaping and complied. Outside the factory, the 2 individuals, once untied, immediately knelt before Lin Jichao, begging for mercy. Lin Jichao continued kindly. As long as you tell me who sent you, I will let you go immediately. But if you say anything out of line, I will send you straight to the police station, and you will likely be framed for the crime. At that time, your wives might end up with someone else and your daughters. I believe that a boss who can come up with such despicable tricks will definitely not show any compassion or care for your families. Upon hearing Lin Jichao's threats, the 2 immediately lost their mental defenses and quickly revealed the mastermind, Fang Hong, the owner of Chongqing Zipper Factory. At this moment, Lin Jichao quickly asked the security personnel, "How did you catch them?" One of the security personnel replied, "While patrolling, we noticed suspicious behavior, so we called the workers, and everyone rushed in to catch these 2, but 2 others managed to escape. Seeing these individuals, it was clear they intended to commit arson and cause damage. Boss, we have both witnesses and physical evidence. We should send them to the police station right away." There's no evidence. Lin Jichao felt that handling this matter in such a way wouldn't be ideal. Sending them in would only escalate enmity. Lin Jichao then asked the 2 on the ground, "You are just workers risking your lives for your boss. How much does your boss pay you to take such risks?" "Boss Lin, we were also incited by Boss Fang saying that your machines have left all the handmade zipper workers in Hong Kong without food." "So?" One of the workers pleaded while explaining the situation. Lin Jichao then asked, "How many workers are there at your Chongqing Zipper Factory? How many participated last night?" "We have a total of 20 workers and only 4 participated last night." They even provided a list of accomplices, showing that these individuals were not hardened criminals. Lin Jichao had a plan for how to handle the situation and said, "In that case, as long as you write a confession, I will let you go immediately, but you also have to help me with one thing. I can't read." "No problem, a mark will do. What do you want us to do?" Lin Jichao personally helped the 2 up from the ground, speaking kindly. "After you go back, invite all the workers from your Chongqing Zipper Factory to our company. I plan to offer them jobs. However, I don't want any of your boss relatives." The 2 were immediately taken aback and exclaimed, "Boss Lin, are you going to take us in?" Lin Jichao hadn't originally intended to take in the 2 today, but considering they had evidence in his hands, he said, "Since this matter arose because of me, this handling method is the best. That's right, our factory happens to be hiring. You should gather all of them to come work for us. Tell them that Chongqing Zipper Factory will soon have no orders left and I can provide jobs here." "Alright, Boss Lin, you are truly a kind-hearted person. We will listen to you. You don't know, if it weren't for that scoundrel Fang Hong inciting us, we wouldn't have done such unethical things." Lin Jichao outwardly appeared to understand and comfort the 2, but internally he had other plans. By recruiting workers from Chongqing Zipper Factory, he was effectively resolving the biggest conflict and preventing further escalation. Moreover, he would directly deliver a fatal blow to Fang Hong, leaving him with no workers at all, taking care of the planner directly. The evidence in his hands would be the final strike against Fang Hong. There was also another approach, recently relying on his contact Sun Jian, who had connections to a gang. However, Lin Jichao despised resorting to such methods. After all, once he got used to such tactics, Lin Jichao's prospects would be limited to Hong Kong. Besides, if he could achieve his goals through open means, he would certainly choose to do so. Chongqing Zipper Factory. Fang Hong looked at his 2 disheveled subordinates returning and immediately scolded. "Useless things, you can't even outrun others. Did you say anything out of line?" He was used to being high and mighty, so even though he was worried about his subordinates betraying him, he still spoke with a domineering tone. Moreover, he hadn't left any incriminating evidence for others, so he wasn't worried. This time, when 4 workers went to commit arson, he merely incited them and did not directly dispatch them, so he had already planned his escape. "No, they just beat us up and let us go." Fang Hong sighed in relief and said, "It's your own fault for running slowly. Get out of here. I will find work for you." The 2 workers secretly cursed Fang Hong for being inhumane. They were severely injured, and he didn't even say a kind word or give them any money for medical expenses. You are unkind. Don't blame us for being ungrateful. After leaving, the two read this message in each other's eyes. Thus they began to incite the workers to jump ship, as they wouldn't be able to make ends meet here anyway. Meanwhile, Feng Hong was cursing in his office. Changjiang Industrial had adopted machine production, and Changxing's orders quickly shifted, leaving only a few small clothing stores still placing orders. Moreover, under this trend, it would only get worse. Damn it, I was planning to marry a concubine, and now everything is ruined. After complaining for a while, his brother-in-law, Gao Ming, rushed in a panic. Brother-in-law, it's bad. All the workers are gathered together and are about to cause trouble. Feng Hong was startled and stood up abruptly, saying, "How dare they?" Before he could finish speaking, the office door had already been opened. "Boss Feng, we want to resign." Feng Hong immediately replied, "What? Are you trying to scare me?" At this moment someone stood up and said, "Boss Feng, you have been deducting our wages for no reason recently. In fact, you have no orders here at all. Therefore today all of us here are resigning, and please settle our wages. Otherwise you won't be able to leave today. Do you dare?" A worker who participated in the arson grabbed Feng Hong's collar and said, "What is there to be afraid of? You sent us to commit arson yesterday, and we have already written a confession implicating you. As long as Boss Lin takes you to court, Feng, you won't just be in trouble. You'll be in deep trouble." "Nonsense, who said I ordered you to commit arson?" Feng Hong was taken aback. "It doesn't matter if you did or not. Anyway, we have written the confession. Boss Lin knows the governor of Hong Kong, and sir, dealing with you is a piece of cake." Feng Hong was instantly terrified. His brother-in-law Gao Ming said, "Everyone, we are all acquaintances. Let's not be so impulsive. We will settle the wages immediately, and everyone don't cause trouble." After saying this, he hurriedly had Feng Hong pay the wages and whispered, "Let's get through this first, brother-in-law." Feng Hong finally relented and then distributed the wages. Looking at the empty factory, he felt like crying. Moreover, the matter of the confession weighed heavily on his mind, making him even more anxious. "Brother-in-law, things may not be as serious as they seem. After all, you didn't order them to do it yourselves, and there is no evidence." At this moment, Gao Ming was actually more clear-headed than Feng Hong. Feng Hong was already frightened, mumbling, "But that Lin Jichao has a powerful backer. Even without evidence, my life will be difficult." Gao Ming said a heart-wrenching comment. "Your factory is gone. How much worse can it get?" Upon hearing this, Feng Hong nearly fainted. A career is the most important thing for a man, even more important than a wife. Changjiang Industrial recruited 20 employees at once. Lin Jichao did not go back on his word, but instead scattered them across various positions, training and working simultaneously. Although Changjiang Industrial already had over 90 employees, Lin Jichao felt he could still afford them. Of course, he was not being overly charitable. The 20 newly recruited skilled zipper workers were all paid only 60 yuan. However, he promised that if they performed well, they would receive raises soon. In plain terms, everyone was still in a probationary period. The 3000 square foot factory was nearly full, with about 70 people working, clearly very crowded. Changjiang Industrial rented another factory not far away to handle zipper head production. This temporarily alleviated the issue of the factory's small size. However, this was only a temporary fix. To truly solve the problem, a new factory would need to be built in Suanwan or Shatin. Lin Jichao calculated that it would take about half a year to complete everything from site selection to putting a factory into operation. "Mr. Feng, please accompany us. You are accused of conspiracy to commit arson." Several officers approached Feng Hong, who was still dazed and disoriented, speaking with solemn authority. "Arson is a grave offense. Especially in Hong Kong, where buildings stand densely packed, the slightest negligence could trigger a human catastrophe." All officers present treated the matter with utmost gravity, as senior authorities had placed intense pressure on the precinct to handle it decisively. Feng Hong immediately protested, "That's absurd. I'm innocent." The officers replied sternly, "For individuals involved in the arson have already confessed in writing, and each names you as the mastermind. Moreover, every worker at your factory has corroborated that you incited them to participate in the act. Thus both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence now stand irrefutably against you, and a lawyer has formally filed charges. Please come quietly. Don't force us to use restraint." Feng Hong collapsed instantly, then was escorted away by the officers. Meanwhile, at Yangtze Industrial's factory, police also arrived and detained 4 workers implicated in the attempted arson. Lin Jichao dared not retain such notorious employees. He required only those with spotless records. Accordingly, he entrusted Jian Yueqiang, son of Jian Dongpu, to represent him in court. It was in essence a demonstration meant to deter the entire industry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not about settling old scores. Rather, these 4 individuals acted with egregious malice. Why did you all remain steadfast and upright while they chose to conspire in arson? Therefore, please rest assured, the matter is now fully resolved. I sincerely invite you all to join our workforce. What a benevolent man, Mr. Lin. Indeed, those four deserved their fate. They brought it upon themselves. Swiftly the crowd distanced themselves from the accused and settled into obedient silence. Ultimately, Lin Jichao opted for conventional means to intimidate potential adversaries, though certain subtle tactics were employed, including the strategic guidance that led the four implicated workers to sign confessions. Yet they had reaped precisely what they deserved. In Yangtze Industrial's office, Lin Jichao summoned Li Gaofu and said, "Brother Gaofu, your recent trip to Japan yielded exceptional results. We've already secured agency agreements with 3 distributors generating substantial orders. Just from Japan alone, we've received an order for 80,000 zippers." This confirmed that Li Gaofu's mission to Japan had been extraordinarily successful. Li Gaofu responded promptly, "Boss, this was merely my duty. Alas, the American businessman I met did not travel to Hong Kong. Otherwise our order volume would have exploded." The American businessman Li Gaofu referenced had been encountered serendipitously in Japan. During their conversation, the man identified himself as one of the procurement agents supplying the U.S. military. Li Gaofu had seized the moment to vigorously promote his company, and the American businessman expressed interest in visiting for an inspection. Lin Jichao smiled and remarked, "Such fortune is too good to be true. Moreover, in principle, zipper procurement for uniforms worn by U.S. forces is reserved exclusively for American or Japanese-made products. How could such an order possibly be awarded to us?" Li Gaofu reflected and agreed, then added earnestly, "Still, I hope he does visit. Even if we secure only a modest share of the contract, the order volume would be immense." "Let us hope so." Beyond Japan, several sales representatives had successfully broken into Southeast Asian markets, securing orders for 40,000 zippers. Combined with orders from mainland China and Hong Kong, Yangtze Industrial had amassed a total of 150,000 zipper orders by November. A truly spectacular debut. Yangtze Industrial's zipper manufacturing machines surged forward with unstoppable momentum, rapidly capturing dominance across the Asian market. The unmistakable advantage of being the first to seize opportunity. Next, Lin Jichao declared, "From now on you will serve as Deputy General Manager of Yangtze Industrial, assisting me directly in corporate management. Simultaneously, your monthly salary will increase to 300 Hong Kong dollars, with additional year-end performance-based dividends tied to sales figures." Li Gaofu hastily replied, "Boss, my salary is rising far too quickly." Lin Jichao waved his hand dismissively and insisted, "It shall be as I say. By the way, use your spare time to study diligently. The zipper industry spans vast domains. Our rapid market penetration stems solely from seizing the initiative early. Once competitors emerge, our current advantages will swiftly erode. Hence, I plan to establish a dedicated research institute to bolster our long-term competitiveness. In the meantime, focus your efforts on cost reduction, particularly raw material procurement and enhancing worker efficiency, both of which can yield swift, tangible results." Li Gaofu then offered a suggestion, "Boss, to maximize raw material cost savings, and given our enormous consumption volume, I recommend establishing a dedicated trading company to procure materials directly from source regions." Lin Jichao's eyes lit up. Realizing Li Gaofu's background lay precisely in trade, he said without hesitation, "Excellent. Launching this trading company falls entirely under your purview. Funds, I'll provide them. Personnel, you recruit them yourself. So long as your team delivers results, I will never withhold dividends or bonuses." What then is the most vital asset in trading? Talent. If Li Gaofu truly proved capable of building a thriving trading enterprise, Lin Jichao would allocate annual profits as team dividends, a model akin to Hengchang Trading Company whose staff remained fiercely loyal. Li Gaofu nodded firmly. "Understood, boss," he replied, his gaze alight with determination. He well understood that his title of Deputy General Manager was largely symbolic. Lin Jichao served as General Manager, and department heads managed their respective divisions with clear authority. His appointment stemmed less from formal hierarchy than from Lin Jichao's profound trust. An impression further reinforced by his success in Japan, though that achievement revealed competence in only one domain. Thus, assuming independent responsibility, though still serving the boss, offered a fundamentally different role. Crucially, it marked a return to his original expertise, trade, a field in which he possessed 10 years of seasoned mastery. After Li Gaofu departed, Lin Jichao suddenly recalled something. Suppose Li Gaofu truly possessed exceptional trading acumen, and succeeded in building a flourishing trading firm for him. At the right moment, Lin Jichao would support him in becoming its independent owner. For many tasks Lin Jichao could not undertake personally, Li Gaofu could execute unimpeded. Lin Jichao's constraints arose from his ambition to become a global merchant, one who avoided unnecessary risks. Li Gaofu, however, faced no such hesitations. Where profit beckoned, he followed without overthinking. At a Western restaurant in central, Lin Jichao sat opposite Tang Kaiyun. Though the past 2 months had kept him exceptionally busy, He made it a point to spend every weekend exploring the city with the Tang sisters and Lin Shiner. Naturally, his relationship with Tang Kowloon had deepened significantly. Though no formal declaration had yet been made, their mutual affection hung palpably in the air. After ordering, Lin Jichao leaned back in his chair, gazing thoughtfully at the woman who would one day be his wife. A flowing gown accentuated her graceful figure, a soft sweater draped elegantly over her upper body. As a wealthy Shanghai lady, she embodied the pinnacle of Chinese feminine fashion sensibility, her bearing both dignified and radiant, refined yet vividly captivating. Brother Jichao. Perhaps his gaze had grown too boldly penetrating. Tang Kowloon playfully protested. Ah, her smile is enchanting, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, Lin Jichao quoted admiringly. Tang Kowloon's eyes sparkled, her delicate hand cradling her cheek as she asked, Brother Jichao. Baba says you've been overwhelmed lately, consumed entirely by the zipper factory. Lin Jichao leaned forward instinctively, lightly pinching her delicate nose before retreating just as swiftly. Instantly she flushed with charming embarrassment. Overwhelmed? I've spent every weekend with you. All evidence points to composure, not chaos. He deftly changed the subject. Tang Kowloon, her heart fluttering sweetly, replied, No, not at all. Precisely. Baba simply doesn't know me well enough. Tang Kowloon pressed gently. So, the zipper factory is now running smoothly. Lin Jichao nodded confidently. From the outset I held unwavering faith in the venture. And indeed, over the past 10 days overseas orders have poured in steadily. It is now firmly on course. At this pace, earning 700,000 or 800,000 Hong Kong dollars annually appears entirely achievable. In truth, Lin Jichao believed that with an initial investment of 500,000 HKD, 1 million HKD in profit next year would be perfectly reasonable. After all, this business represented the rare privilege of being the first to dare. The rewards were inevitable. Tang Kowloon's eyes shimmered with admiration. Brother Jichao, you're extraordinary. You always face every endeavor with unshakable confidence. And indeed, confidence in a man was the most magnetic quality a woman could desire. Lin Jichao then recounted amusing anecdotes and tales of foreign lands, drawing Tang Kowloon ever deeper into delighted fascination. Though she had completed her first year of university in Shanghai and received a Western-style education, her knowledge paled beside Lin Jichao's. Next year I'll take you on a tour of America. He issued the promise lightly, yet it posed no difficulty for him. He had already planned a trip to America next year, likely to purchase a vessel. Truly, Tang Kowloon exclaimed, elated. It's a small matter. Each year I'll take you traveling somewhere new, Lin Jichao replied with a warm smile. She suddenly sensed the impropriety. Their relationship remained unofficial, yet such promises verged on a private betrothal. Flustered, she lowered her gaze and ate quietly, her heart brimming with quiet joy. To her, Lin Jichao was astonishingly brilliant. Not only fluent in Wu dialect surpassing even her own command, but also proficient in English, Japanese, and German, possessing a photographic memory. A man of intellect, capability, and influence, truly unparalleled in the world. In mid-December, Lin Jichao arrived at the construction site of Lantianyayu in Happy Valley to inspect the work. Lantianyayu consists of 26 Tang-style buildings totaling 130 floors, which are set to partially launch on New Year's Day in 1948. The reason for a partial launch is due to Lin Jichao's concern that releasing all 130 floors at once might overwhelm the market's purchasing power, especially since a single unit costs between 25000 to 32000 Hong Kong dollars. Therefore, he plans to first release 16 buildings, 80 floors, reserving the remaining 10 for a few months later. They will definitely sell. In fact, it's certain that everything will be sold out by 1948. It's worth noting that during the 3-year war, the wealth flowing into Hong Kong from the mainland reached several billion Hong Kong dollars. Once Lantianyayu is completed, it will be highly sought after. After all, the handover fee for a single floor in the mid-levels at the end of 1948 was already 20000 Hong Kong dollars, highlighting the scarcity of housing. Boss, the sales office and show units are all ready. Huang Changhong, the engineering department manager, came before Lin Jichao, speaking with excitement. The continuous good sales strategies made him deeply impressed and very confident that they could sell out everything at once, shocking the industry. Let's go, take me to see. Sure, this way please. The sales office is a temporary building that won't be dismantled. Once the units are sold out, they will continue to build upward until 5 stories are completed Tang-style. The first floor of this building is intended for commercial use, as it is located at the entrance of the community. Overall, Lantianyayu has 2 commercial units, the first floors of 2 buildings, one as a daily necessities store, and the other as a restaurant. This arrangement is naturally convenient for the residents. The show units have already been built up to 2 floors with the surrounding bamboo scaffolding still in place. Only a passageway has been opened for customers to enter and inspect. Inside these 2 floors, doors have already been installed and basic finishing work has been done. Although everything is still quite rough, it is undoubtedly a pioneering effort in this era. Upon arriving at the sales office, Lin Jichao immediately spotted the central model of Lantian Yayu, made of clay. After examining the model, Lin Jichao said with satisfaction, "The craftsmanship is quite good. I can intuitively feel the overall layout of Lantian Yayu. I believe that customers will be even more determined to purchase after seeing this." Huang Chonghong smiled and replied, "Of course. Everything we do is to reassure our customers, while many real estate companies have done almost nothing and still managed to sell their buildings." Lin Jichao nodded but remarked, "While they have sold, the market will eventually tire, and moreover our development is larger, so to sell out quickly we need to make more preparations. After all, it's not like we spent too much money." Huang Chonghong seriously replied, "Yes, what matters is that we put in the effort." After a brief tour, Lin Jichao felt confident knowing that New Year's Day next year would be the time to test their success. He was eager to sell quickly because he believed it demonstrated the strength of a real estate company and could enhance the reputation of Changjiang Real Estate. He then asked Huang Chonghong, "How is the progress of Boss Tang's factory?" The factory site for Tang Zhongyuan had been chosen in Suanwan since October, and now 2.5 months had passed. Changjiang Real Estate had been involved in everything from site selection to construction. Particularly in the construction aspect, it was a hands-on experience for the engineering department using Sun Jian's crew. Huang Chonghong said, "We've been working for almost a month, and it can be operational by April next year, with a total construction period of just 5 months. In that era, factories were typically 2 stories and 5 months was sufficient. It could be done even faster, but there was no need to compress the timeline too much, especially since Tang Zhongyuan needed to order machines from abroad and recruit former colleagues from Shanghai. Even if everything is ready, they could find a temporary factory to start working first." Lin Jichao nodded and said, "I've also been looking for a factory location and I want to start next month. You guys in the engineering department will have a lot to do." Huang Chonghong, upon hearing that the boss was entering the zipper business and had spent a fortune on automatic zipper machines, did not expect such a large factory to open so soon. He couldn't help but feel deep admiration for his boss. "Don't worry, we have enough time and we can ensure quality." "Good, with your word I can relax." In fact, in real estate companies during the 50s and 60s, having a dozen or 20 people was the norm, and completing many projects in a year was common. After all, during this period, external contractors played a significant role. However, as time went on, real estate companies began to develop across the entire industry chain, and with improvements in construction technology, naturally the workforce increased. Huixin Real Estate. Zhang Jun asked his subordinate Sun Ligua seriously, "Are you certain that Changjiang Real Estate's Happy Valley project will launch on New Year's Day next year?" Sun Ligua firmly assured, "Boss, I have very reliable information. I went to their construction site to investigate." Originally, Zhang Jun noticed that after Lin Jichao sold presale units and tiered sales, he quickly realized the trick behind it. That is to complete real estate projects with minimal investment. At the same time, he could quickly recover funds and reinvest them into the next project. Although he later failed in the bidding for the Happy Valley land, Zhang Jun and his partners still found another plot of land suitable for building 15 Tang-style buildings, albeit at a higher price. But this is not a problem. As long as they can sell in tiers and phases, they can not only set a higher price but also invest less money while recovering it faster. "Good. Then let's prepare right away. We need to sell all 75 floors in the days around Christmas. In this way, the market will definitely see a temporary lack of purchasing power, and their 130 floors will certainly not sell out completely. But if we sell after them, the pressure will be on us." Sun Ligua immediately said, "I understand. I'll go have them prepare the brochures and advertising right away. We will certainly catch Changjiang Real Estate off guard. Let Lin Jichao understand that he is not the only one capable of developing large projects." This thought made Zhang Jun pleased. Since the last bidding failure, Zhang Jun had been somewhat unwilling to accept Lin Jichao's success, as Lin was engaging in a hands-off approach rather than real competition. Of course, his failure was not just to Lin Jichao but also to Liao Baoshan. Therefore, Zhang Jun later searched all over Hong Kong and finally bought a piece of land at a high price, spending a full 850000. Even so, Zhang Jun believed he could still make a profit of 7000000. What mattered was the quick recovery of funds. "Lin, don't blame me for being ruthless. If anyone is to blame, it's the business world being like a battlefield. If I don't sell in advance, I'll be the one in trouble later, especially since your development has 130 floors, Zhang Jun murmured. December 25th, Christmas Day. In the morning, Lin Jichao, as usual, drove to the company. In the back seat of the car, he browsed through that day's newspaper. Suddenly his eyelid twitched and he was drawn to an advertisement. Wangjiao has a 75-story building for sale, with each floor priced at only 30000 HKD. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jichao quickly realized that a real estate company aimed to catch Changjiang Real Estate off guard. He seemed to remember that the owner of this company was someone named Zhang Jun. "I can't let this go on." Lin Jichao's first thought was, after all, at this moment, the wealthy elites from the mainland had not yet arrived in Hong Kong, so the overall purchasing power in Hong Kong might not be very high. If Hui Xian Real Estate takes the lead, then the sales for Changjiang Real Estate during the new year could be in jeopardy. Is it a coincidence or is it intentional? Lin Jichao murmured to himself. Soon a resolute expression appeared on his face. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or intentional, Changjiang Real Estate must respond promptly. This concerns his own interests. Moreover, this project is in collaboration with the Hedong family. He cannot let them look down on him. Changjiang Real Estate. Lin Jichao gathered several executives in his office and showed them the newspaper. Have you seen this morning's newspaper? The marketing manager Hu Xiaoshu immediately said yes. This Hui Xian Real Estate does not come in peace. Releasing a 75-story building for sale at this time will greatly impact us. Moreover, I know this company, their boss is named Zhang Jun, who along with several friends invested 850000 HKD to acquire a piece of land apparently for this 75-story project. However, as far as I know, this land should have just begun construction. For such a large project, their urgency could either be a direct shot at us or Zhang Jun being overly optimistic about the market. Lin Jichao said seriously, regardless of their intentions, the key is how we respond. Everyone began to ponder. Huang Changhong was the first to speak. We are prepared in all aspects. We can place an advertisement in the newspaper today and hold the launch tomorrow. His proposal received unanimous agreement. Hu Xiaoshu added, that's right. According to market principles, typically only a few contracts are signed on the first day, so Hui Xian Real Estate will likely only sell a few units today. And once our advertisement is out tomorrow, their customers will immediately turn to us, because we are thoroughly prepared. Hui Xian Real Estate's units are 1000 square feet per floor, priced around 30000 HKD each, averaging about 30000 per floor. The units in Lantian Yayuan come in two sizes. One is 920 square feet, and the other is 980 square feet. However, the lowest price per square foot Lin Jichao offered is already 30 Hong Kong dollars. And the highest is as much as 35 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. Prices vary by floor. He dared to sell at this price because Lantian Yayuan is worth it. At this moment, Lin Jichao spoke up, let's launch on New Year's Day. However, our advertisement needs to be done immediately and published tomorrow. First, we will not buy ad space today. Instead, we will buy the front page news positions in 3 newspapers, starting to buy ad space tomorrow. Secondly, our advertising period will be from the 26th to the 31st, with the official launch still set for New Year's Day. After that, we need our advertisement to be large enough to clearly introduce the advantages of a private housing estate, the credibility and advantages of Changjiang Real Estate, and detailed information about our innovative model homes. Lastly, the newspaper will announce that on the opening day of Lantian Yayuan, there will be a gold draw for customers purchasing units. Each purchase will enter a lottery for a chance to win 5 taels of gold with a 1 in 15 chance. Since we're playing, let's make it big and let Changjiang Real Estate become the pioneer of real estate in Hong Kong. Several executives quickly took notes, their expressions vibrant and their hearts astonished. They never expected their boss to be so playful. Boss is brilliant. In countless words, only this phrase stood out. Later that evening, Zhang Jun and several shareholders at Hui Xian Real Estate were waiting for the statistical results. Don't worry, although we are selling 75 floors, 15 blocks of Tong Lu, this is indeed the largest residential sale since Hong Kong's opening. After saying this, Zhang Jun felt a bit smug and continued, however, many wealthy individuals from the mainland have come to Hong Kong this year, and their purchasing power is still quite strong. So I dare to bet that within 3 to 5 days we will be completely sold out. A shareholder and friend laughed and said, 75 floors, even if we only collect half the money, that's still 15 million Hong Kong dollars. All the initial investment costs will be recouped, and subsequently we can receive 230000 HKD every 2 months. I never thought real estate could be done like this. This project, although the land cost 850000, the construction and tax fees are less than 75000 HKD. Thus Zhang Jun and others believe they can profit by 70000 HKD. And the cycle is just under 15 months. One could even say the investment cycle is only half a year, as the initial funds have already been recouped, especially the first 50. Zhang Jun said that Lin Jichao kid does indeed have some skills. He has changed the landscape of Hong Kong real estate, and even the governor stands behind him. But this time we will let him suffer a silent loss. It's just the right time to tell him that it's good for young people to have ideas, but we seasoned businessmen are not to be trifled with. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. The business world is like a battlefield. Shortly after, Sun Ligua entered the office, greeted a few people, and then said, we've already tallied the results. Today 4 households signed contracts. In other aspects there were about 40 to 50 inquiries, and roughly 20 were interested. A few were taken aback, and Zhang Jun said, why are the signings so few? Aren't the inquiries a bit low too? The 3 shareholders became anxious. Sun Ligua reassured his boss, today is only the first day of our advertisement, so this is naturally the result. We still have 6 more days of advertising. At this rate, at least 15 to 20 households will sign contracts tomorrow. This is a normal occurrence. Zhang Jun thought it made sense. The inquiries he gathered from others were indeed similar. As I think of the friends and shareholders present, he immediately said, the later it gets, the more people there will be. It spreads far and wide. Makes sense. The next day, the Tsingtao Daily Changjiang Real Estate launches another deepwater bomb. Private housing estate. The Hong Kong Economic Journal, there are units for sale. Buy a unit and win gold. The overseas Chinese Daily Changjiang Real Estate launches an 80-story private housing estate for sale. Chen Endi is a businessman who has just arrived in Hong Kong from the mainland. He was recently shocked by the rental prices in Hong Kong. The deposit for a 1000 square feet unit costs as much as 6000 HKD Tsim Sha Sui, and the monthly rent is also 3000 HKD. In total, the annual rental cost would be nearly 10000 HKD, and after the contract expires, he still doesn't know how the situation will develop. However, he had no choice to escape the war and provide a living space for a family of 14. He could only force himself to rent. In more remote areas rents are cheaper, but he worries about safety, as he is not very familiar with Hong Kong, only having visited for business 2 or 3 times before. Yesterday Chen Endi saw a house sale advertisement and went to inquire. After all, buying a house only requires 30000 HKD. Why wouldn't he buy it? However, when he went, he discovered that the house was not yet built. It had only just begun construction, which made him hesitate. Although the sales team repeatedly assured him that the house would be completed on time, many properties in Hong Kong are sold as off-plan, commonly known as selling floor flowers. Is Hong Kong really like this? If it is indeed like this, I might as well sign the contract. After all, I can get the title deed and move in by November next year, and I won't need to pay a year's rent anymore. He bought several newspapers wanting to see if there were any other houses for sale and to inquire a bit. However, upon glancing at them, he was surprised. Changjiang Real Estate launches another deepwater bomb. Private housing estate. It is a real estate company, but what is this private housing estate? With this thought, Chen Endi began to read word by word. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now that's what I call sensible. The main wife heard Chen Endi's words and quickly came over to ask Master what is so joyful. At this moment Chen Endi was in high spirits and said, you few women, come and listen. He had 1 main wife and 2 concubines. Although not legally recognized during the Republic, concubines did indeed exist. The Republic of China explained concubines or mistresses are not wives, so taking concubines and marrying mistresses is not considered marriage. Since it is not considered marriage, it naturally does not constitute bigamy. Although they are not recognized as wives, they are acknowledged as family members. The 3 women gathered around and Chen Endi shared the news from the newspaper. The private housing estate of Lantian Yayuan consists of all homeowners in the area with shared gardens and pavilions. The entire private housing estate is surrounded like a courtyard with a security guard at the front gate. Non-owners cannot enter without permission, ensuring a high level of safety. The private housing estate of Lantian Yayuan has shops and public facilities, making life convenient. How about that? 28000 to 35000 per unit with delivery in November next year. The main wife immediately said, this is much better than yesterday. Yesterday's place had nothing, and this one even has a chance to win gold. Everyone immediately echoed in agreement. Even though they lived in garden-style villas in the mainland, they realized in Hong Kong that money does not come easy. The important thing is that Hong Kong teaches people that money should be saved and spent wisely, or else it can easily disappear. Boss, something bad has happened. Sun Ligua rushed into Zhang Jun's office only to find his boss face ashen. You know it? Zhang Jun slammed the desk angrily and said, this Changjiang Real Estate is truly relentless, following us wherever we go. What nonsense, private housing estates. Aren't they all just houses? Sun Ligua trembled as his boss looked like he was ready to devour someone. I have already notified the staff to push hard for sales, aiming to secure as many contracts as possible today. I see that the Changjiang Real Estate project is set to launch on New Year's Day, so we might have a chance to sell out early. Zhang Jun said loudly, is that possible? With their private housing estates and the gold lottery, they seem to be targeting us directly. After finishing his rant, he realized it was futile and had to calm down to solve the problem. You keep an eye on sales, sell as much as you can. As long as the funds recovered are enough for the upcoming construction costs, this deal won't be a loss. After all, houses in Hong Kong will only become scarcer. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After Sun Ligua left, Zhang Jun immediately felt a headache. They needed to invest 1.6 million Hong Kong dollars in this project. If the funds did not come back smoothly, he would have to borrow money to cover the subsequent costs. Of course, it's not that Zhang Jun only had this much wealth, but his cash flow was depleted. After all, wealth is one thing and cash flow is another. This Lin Jichao is both smart and ruthless. I should keep my distance from him. Zhang Jun muttered to himself. Although he was angry, he wasn't foolish. Lin Jichao's project is in cooperation with Sir Ho Tung, and he even invited the governor to the groundbreaking ceremony, which indicates that Lin Jichao has a good relationship with Sir Ho Tung. Meanwhile, everyone knows that the Bank of East Asia is supporting Lin Jichao, this emerging shunned businessman. Thus, Lin Jichao has a strong background. Moreover, with Lin Jichao's cleverness and ruthless side, how could Zhang Jun entertain any underhanded ideas? That would be seeking death. The effects of the advertising were evident. Starting from the 26th, every day, there were many people going to the Lantian Yayuan construction site to gather information and linger near the announcement board. Meanwhile, a few customers found the office of Changjiang Real Estate through previous information every day. In the office of Changjiang Real Estate, Lin Jichao was explaining important points to the management team. For the marketing department, I'll hand over a few sales staff and employees from Changjiang Real Estate to you, manager, who take advantage of their off-duty time for a brief training session, and then starting from New Year's Day, we will use 3 days to welcome customers. Manager Hu Zhaoshu said happily, "This is great. It alleviates the manpower shortage. Given the recent 6 days of advertising bombardment, we can expect over 200 people on the morning of New Year's Day. If we have Changjiang Real Estate staff to help, we can almost form a team of 15 people to seriously welcome every customer." The marketing department of Changjiang Real Estate only had 3 people. This time they temporarily called up employees from various departments. Even Lin Jichao might have to take on roles himself. Lin Jichao added, "We also need to consider an unexpected event. If the 80 floors sell out, we will need to release the remaining floors accordingly. I'm not trying to hoard prices. After all, the unit price is already at its peak. Instead, it's a form of hunger marketing to create a sense of scarcity for customers, breaking their psychological barriers and prompting quick action." Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Their boss truly knew how to play the game. In fact, the unit price was indeed high. Even the 5th floor required 30 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, and the highest was 35 Hong Kong dollars per square foot for the first 2 floors. Of course, there's a reason for high prices. The manager of the development department, Chen Su, immediately said the brochures for the remaining floors are already prepared and can be produced at any time. Lin Jichao said with satisfaction, "No rush. We first need to create a hot sales atmosphere and then widely announce the news of the additional releases. This way, the credibility of our Changjiang Real Estate will reach its peak. You must understand that the company's credibility is very important for this type of pre-sale. As competitors join the fray, customers will choose real estate companies with good reputations." It was as if he was teaching an apprentice. If any of these people were poached, they could sustain the management of a real estate company. However, in this era, everyone still held onto their principles, especially since Lin Jichao's offered salary was not low. Next, everyone discussed the details of the arrangements, especially how to maintain order. In the evening, Lin Jichao's family came to have dinner at Tang Zongyuan's house. Lin Jichao and Tang Kaiyan's relationship was already well known. Moreover, Lin Jichao had helped Tang Zhongyuan with his career, so the two neighbors began formal interactions. Lin Jichao sat on the sofa chatting with his future father-in-law Tang Zhongyuan while waiting for dinner. "Jichao, I also plan to buy a unit at Lantian Yayuan. The rent in Hong Kong is getting more and more expensive. It's more cost-effective to buy a house," Tang Zhongyuan said. Lin Jichao replied, "Just so happens I plan to buy a unit as well. Let's have our families be neighbors." Tang Zhongyuan naturally agreed happily. He was 1,000 times satisfied with this future son-in-law. This way, Lantian Yayuan effectively retained 5 floors. 2 floors would serve as retail spaces, while 2 floors would be purchased by the Lin and Tang families. For the restaurant's 2nd floor, Lin Jichao planned to let Changjiang Real Estate buy it as the Changjiang Property Management Company. Indeed, since Lantian Yayuan has security patrols 24 hours a day and workers maintaining the public environment, they would naturally charge a property management fee. On the other side, Tang Kaiyun chatted with her future mother-in-law Wu Weining. Upon hearing that the two families were neighbors, she immediately felt joy and showed a shy side. Wu Weining was certainly very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. The Tang family was a prominent family in Wuxi, and piling oi, if it weren't for her son being outstanding enough, how could a family like theirs marry into a young lattice family? Thus Wu Weining had a very good attitude toward Tang Tsayun, without any airs of a mother-in-law. On the other hand, Tang Kaiyun found Lin Jichao very exceptional, so she naturally respected her future mother-in-law. What neither of them knew was that Lin Jichao was already eyeing both the bowl and the pot. "Dinner is ready, sister," Weining Jichao exiner. Song Chaoling greeted cheerfully. She was also very satisfied with this son-in-law who was capable and outstanding. Although he didn't have a strong family influence, that was actually a good thing for her daughter. Oh, of course, this had a prerequisite. Lin Jichao had to be a self-sufficient businessman. At the dining table, the two families chatted and laughed, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. When talking about the Lantian Yayuan building, Song Chaoling said, "It's great to be neighbors. The land in Hong Kong is still small, and the houses we lived in Shanghai were all over 1,000 square meters of villas." Recalling non-stop, Tang Zhongyuan interrupted, saying, "All right, that's all in the past. Shanghai has now become an unsafe place. No matter how big the house is, if it can't protect property and family safety, what's the use? Song Qiaoling immediately fell silent. Lin Jichao naturally understood his mother-in-law and quickly reassured Aunt Song. We also have places in Hong Kong like Deepwater Bay, Repulse Bay, the Peak Sheko, and Shizone Hill where garden-style villas can be built in the future. Uncle Tang, if you don't build one, I promise to build you a garden-style villa of over 1,000 square meters. Song Qiaoling instantly beamed with joy looking at this son-in-law in every way possible. Jichao really knows how to sweet-talk. After saying this, she looked at old Tang defiantly, implying that he couldn't compare to this son-in-law. Tang Zhongyuan, unwilling to be outdone, said, once the business takes off, I can have everything. Would I still be short of yours? Song Qiaoling proudly said, at this moment, that's more like it. A happy family. However, Tang Zhongyuan soon brought up the situation in the mainland. Although he had decided to settle in Hong Kong for his career, he was still looking northward. Lin Jichao decisively cut off his fantasies and analyzed slightly, leaving Tang Zhongyuan drenched in cold sweat. Upon waking, Lin Jichao discovered it was already 1948. A smile crept onto his lips as he reflected on the achievements of the past year. At the beginning of the year, he risked his life to retrieve gold that had fallen from the sky, thus securing the startup capital for his business and becoming a pioneer among the 4 great families of his past life. Subsequently, Lin Jichao entered the Hong Kong real estate sector starting with 260000 Hong Kong dollars, shocking the entire industry. From fractional sales and pre-sale apartments to later cooperative development models and private housing estates, he directly transformed the real estate model in Hong Kong, accelerating the historical process of the Hong Kong property market. In mid-year, Lin Jichao ventured into the industrial sector, zipper manufacturing, investing 50000 Hong Kong dollars in handmade zippers, aiming to familiarize himself with the zipper supply chain. Later, he purchased 3 automated zipper machines for about 360000 Hong Kong dollars, revolutionizing the Asian zipper industry and delivering a devastating blow to traditional handmade zipper production, thereby capturing a significant portion of the Asian market. The events of the past year were vivid in his mind. Lin Jichao had finally established a foothold in Hong Kong. Though there were minor obstacles along the way, he managed to resolve them effortlessly. One might even say he perfectly handled the troubles. On a personal level, he was not in a hurry. His relationship with Tang Kaiyun was developing gradually, and he anticipated breakthroughs in the new year. Happy New Year, Mom. Happy New Year, son. Lin Jichao was an early riser, getting up promptly at 6 a.m., but Wu Weining was evidently up even earlier, possibly around 5 a.m., preparing breakfast for him. Lin Jichao's appetite was different from others. He generally ate more at each meal, so breakfast was quite nutritious. Although Wu Weining found her son's increased appetite strange, she expressed no complaints and carefully prepared breakfast every morning. I'll definitely be working late tonight, so don't wait for me for dinner. While having breakfast, Lin Jichao mentioned, today is the opening of Lantian Yayu, so working late is inevitable. Wu Weining first responded with a soft "oh," then cautiously said, son, you're so busy with work, but you should also prioritize personal matters. Lin Jichao, understanding her concerns, smiled and replied, Mom, no need to worry. Such matters will naturally resolve themselves in due time. Moreover, my career is just beginning, and this year will see significant developments. Wu Weining, upon hearing this, ceased to interfere, hoping to avoid causing her son to rebel. After all, with his career expanding so greatly, he had already become quite independent and needed less restriction. If his father were around, he would likely impose even more discipline, as Lin Jichao had always feared his father since childhood. At 7:15 a.m., Lin Jichao's car arrived at the Lantian Yayu site. At that moment, Lantian Yayu was festively decorated with a red carpet leading to the sales office, and employees of the Changjiang Group were all dressed in suits, appearing in good spirits. Boss, everything is ready, and we assure you there will be no mistakes, Hu Xiaoshu pledged confidently. He was the person in charge of this opening, or if a major incident occurred, his position might be at risk, as the sales of this property were crucial to Changjiang real estate. At the same time, Hu Xiaoshu felt very confident, because as far as he knew, Hui Xian real estate had not sold many units, indicating that many people were waiting for the opening of Lantian Yayu. Good, I trust you. Lin Jichao then inspected the site and personally provided final guidance. This opening also featured several activities, such as lion and dragon dances, speeches from the organizers, and a lucky draw after signing contracts. Customers are arriving. Before 7:30 a.m., a couple had already come to inquire about the property, and the sales staff immediately approached to assist them. By around 8 a.m., nearly 100 people had gathered at the site. Subsequently, some of Lin Jichao's network of friends also came to congratulate him, including Jian Dongpu from East Asia Bank, Liao Baoshan from Liao Chuangxing Bank, Liang Qiujuan from the Shund Association of Hong Kong, He Xiangmian and Tang Zhongyuan, who brought his wife and eldest daughter to show support. These individuals were not only there to congratulate, but also to observe how the real estate business operated. So many people have come so quickly. If you put out 80 floors, they might sell out in no time. Jian Dongpu said with a smile. The East Asia Bank had lent a substantial 700,000 Hong Kong dollars for this project, and just in interest they could earn nearly 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, marking a significant deal. Liao Baoshan chimed in with a smile, saying your idea must be to sell the remaining 50 floors in the second half of the year, possibly at even higher prices. Lin Jichao and his friends gathered together chatting, as they awaited the opening activities at 8:30 a.m. Haha, I'm just worried that if too many are released at once it might backfire. If I can sell out these 80 floors within 3 days, I plan to launch a few more buildings. Jian Dongpu nodded, recognizing Lin Jichao's swift turnover development philosophy in real estate as the best strategy. Liao Baoshan immediately remarked, this time you're in for a big win. Zhang Jun of Hui Xian Real Estate has dozens of units, and he hasn't sold more than 10, and is currently scrambling to raise funds for subsequent construction costs. Lin Jichao feigned ignorance and replied, the longer it goes the scarcer the houses will become and the higher the prices will rise. He won't end up in a loss. Those around him were aware that Lin Jichao was intentionally targeting Hui Xian Real Estate, but this was simply the nature of the business. Moreover, how could Hui Xian Real Estate not be intentionally targeting Changjiang Real Estate as well? Oh sir, he has arrived. I'll go greet him. Upon seeing Hidong's car arrive, Lin Jichao immediately said. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at how Lin Jichao had caught Sir He's attention with this collaboration. I'm here to learn and observe. Hidong said cheerfully as he got out of the car, leaning on his cane. Where would I dare? Please be careful. It's quite crowded today. Don't worry. I'm not old yet. You go about your business and I'll stroll around myself. Lin Jichao, seeing this, decisively went to handle work and no longer accompanied him. After all, today, he was the host, needing to address many matters, including dealing with reporters. At the sales office, many clients were gathered around the sand table, examining the overall layout of Lantianyayu. Is this gazebo and garden for communal use? Yes, Mr. Li. 130 households share this nearly 100,000 square feet of public area, where children can play freely and the elderly can rest in the gazebo. Moreover, our estate is a gated community where outsiders generally cannot enter, so there's no need to worry about safety issues. What if guests come to visit me at home? Mr. Li, that won't be a problem. The security at the entrance will verify and inquire, monitoring any suspicious individuals, so it's not that outsiders are entirely prohibited, it's more about protecting everyone's privacy and security. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that it sounded quite appealing. However, the unit price here is considerably higher than Hui Xian Real Estate's in Mongkok. Someone raised a question. Mr. Gao, we are positioning ourselves as a high-end residence, and this is on the main island with a better location than Kowloon. In terms of price, we are not much more expensive. You could say it's worth more than what you pay. This is also why properties in the mid-levels rent for more than those in other areas. Many people prefer the tranquility and security there. And our Lantianyayu is evidently worth this price. That makes sense. A slight increase is acceptable. Security is very important. This garden and gazebo are also nice, suitable for children and the elderly to play and rest. Those viewing the property expressed their opinions, undoubtedly praising it highly. At 9 a.m., a customer loudly stated, I want to buy 2 floors, one for myself and one for rent. Have the contract ready, I've brought the money. The salesperson was overjoyed and quickly said, Sir, this way, please. In an instant, the crowd stirred with someone saying there are only 80 floors in total. Could he be mistaken for wanting 2 at once? Forget it, I won't hesitate any longer. Take me to sign the contract. The staff from Changjiang Real Estate and Kowloon law firm began to get busy, starting to sign pre-sale contracts. That night at 9 p.m., Lin Jichao was still summarizing with the management team of Changjiang Real Estate. Zhou Fuzhao was the first to report today. We sold a total of 36 floors, collecting funds of 58.2 million Hong Kong dollars, 50 of the property price, which has all been deposited in East Asia Bank. Everyone displayed expressions of surprise, as the first day typically saw few contracts signed. After all, many clients needed to go back and think it over for a night. Moreover, they wouldn't carry large sums of cash during the viewing. Lin Jichao, however, smiled and said, Don't forget, we've already advertised for 6 days plus today. Everyone has seen what they wanted to see. And if I were a customer, seeing hundreds of people at the site would naturally make me anxious. What if the houses sold out? Everyone laughed heartily. Hu Zhaoshu remarked, tomorrow will be the day of explosive contract signings. We should be able to sell out completely. After all, many customers have already made their decisions today. Right, many customers keep reminding the sales team to reserve a floor for them, saying they'll go home to gather funds. They probably want to discuss it at home and will come back to book rooms tomorrow. Everyone was filled with optimism for the next day, and Lin Jichao was no exception. On the afternoon of the second day of 1948, What? Your houses are sold out. Did I not tell that person to reserve a unit for me while I gathered the money? You sold my house to someone else. No, bring your boss here. This is not how business is done, shouted a customer named Mr. Gao loudly at the sales office. Mr. Gao's actions also drew the support of other customers at the sales office. A reporter quickly gathered news materials preparing to take them back to the company for tomorrow's publication, knowing full well that this was popular news. Just as the sales office was in chaos with the crowd in an uproar, Hu Xiaoshu stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down and listen to me. I am Hu Xiaoshu, the marketing manager of Changjiang Real Estate. To be honest, we did not expect Lan Tianyuan to sell so well. Mr. Gao immediately retorted, don't give us excuses. We have been looking at houses for 2 days, and just when we were about to sign the contract you told us there were no houses left. What kind of nonsense is this? He was starting to lose his composure, only knowing that the houses in Lan Tianyuan were desperately needed by his family. However, he had not considered that if he had not hesitated for so long going back and forth discussing with his family, he would not have missed the opportunity. In any case, he was determined to buy a house and move his family into Lan Tianyuan. Hu Xiaoshu feigned a troubled expression but then said, everyone please take a seat and calm down. I will report the situation to the boss. Rest assured, we actually have a few more buildings available that our boss intends to sell at a higher price later. I will apply to see if we can add a few more buildings to the offer. What? They will be sold at a higher price. It seems the price will only go up in the future. In an instant someone excitedly said, Manager, who we have so many people here today, hurry, and let your boss release a few more buildings, do not offend us. Unlike other developments, missing out on Lan Tianyuan is something everyone cannot bear. Moreover, hearing that there are a few more buildings available only strengthens everyone's resolve to buy. All right, I will ask right away. After understanding the situation, Lin Jichao inquired, how many more people are interested in purchasing? Hu Xiaoshu immediately replied, as soon as we said there were no houses left, the number of interested buyers increased. There are about 20 households at the sales office wanting to buy, and they are very eager. Lin Jichao nodded. With 130 floors, it's neither a lot nor a little. Given the current market purchasing power, it should be just right. If it were over 200 units, it would hardly sell in a short time unless they were ready-built. The reason is simple: many wealthy buyers have not yet arrived. Because of this, Changjiang Real Estate's project at Geelong Ferry Street, 20 buildings, will remain for a launch in the second half of the year. So go and reassure them, have them register first. Tell them we plan to add 50 more floors, and that they should pay attention to tomorrow's or the day after's business daily, where we will prioritize giving them half a day's notice. If they miss this opportunity, we won't have any houses to offer. Okay, I will take care of it right away. After Hu Xiaoshu left, Lin Jichao showed a slight smile, realizing that this kind of hunger marketing was indeed effective. Without this tactic, perhaps these 20 households would not have made up their minds. Subsequently, Lin Jichao arranged for someone to place an advertisement in the newspaper for just 1 day. If they couldn't sell out, he would just wait until the second half of the year, as they wouldn't have trouble selling the houses anyway. Boss, good news. The houses of Changjiang Real Estate are sold out. Sun Ligua rushed into Zhang Jun's office, speaking excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun almost threw a teacup at Sun Liguo's head, but he held back his temper, considering he was his trusted assistant. Is this good news? Seeing the boss' displeased expression, Sun Ligua hurriedly said, the sales office still has many customers who haven't bought houses, and they are currently in an uproar. If those people come to buy our houses, wouldn't we sell a lot in one go? Zhang Jun suddenly understood, realizing he had misunderstood Sun Liguo's meaning. He then said amicably, did you tell these customers that we also have houses for sale? Sun Ligua replied, I left 2 people at their sales office and they are now on their way here. There should be some visitors shortly. Zhang Jun stood up and said, good, let everyone get ready. Since we have no major competitors right now and our houses are a bit cheaper, even if we sell 20 more units, I won't need to borrow money. In an instant, Huixin Real Estate was in disarray. However, after waiting for a long time, no customers arrived until 2 employees returned to the company that evening. What happened? Why didn't you bring anyone to our company? Sun Ligua said excitedly, and boss Zhang Jun also looked grim. Boss manager, those customers just won't come. Moreover, they said Changjiang Real Estate has already promised to add a few more buildings, and they are sure to buy houses in Lan Tianyuan. Zhang Jun almost fainted. If this continued, the market would definitely be saturated in a short time, and he would have to borrow money to keep his business running. Sun Ligua was immediately trembling. He had already predicted that his days would be tough in the coming days. The next day, Hong Kong's media reported extensively on the sales success of Lan Tianyuan. All 80 floors sold out in 2 days, and Changjiang Real Estate urgently adds 50 more floors. These reports incurred no advertising costs, as they had already become news in themselves, especially the business daily of the Ho family, which always promoted news materials for free. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Changjiang Real Estate had successfully sold out Lan Tianyuan's 130 floors without any major issues. One can imagine that if Huaxin Real Estate had sold out first Changjiang Real Estate's 130 floors, might not have gone as smoothly. The market had reached saturation in a short time, and there would not be such substantial purchasing power again for at least 3 months. Lin Jichao arrived at the Eastchang building in Wanchai handing a check for 80,000 HKD to He Dong. Sir He, we have sold out all the properties today. I am here to deliver a check and report the situation to you. He Dong smiled as he accepted the check from Manager Li, and said to Lin Jichao, "It seems you made quite a profit." Lin Jichao detailed the situation saying, "This time Dongchang Real Estate sold 130 floors for a total of 183 million Hong Kong dollars, with actual funds returned at 20915 million HKD. Today I will temporarily deliver 80,000 HKD to you, and the subsequent funds will be handed over in the middle of the year with 50,000 HKD, and the rest will be settled by the end of the year." He Dong curiously asked, "So I earned more than 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars?" Lin Jichao nodded and replied, "Yes. Currently we can estimate the cost to be around 2.7 million Hong Kong dollars including interest from Bank of East Asia, so the profit from this project should be around 1.48 million Hong Kong dollars. Based on this situation you should have earned a profit of 80,000 HKD plus the principal of 1.3 million Hong Kong dollars, which totals 2.1 million Hong Kong dollars. He Dong's eyes lit up. More than 2 million is definitely a significant amount for him. He began to clap his hands. Then he said, "Impressive. You do business better than I do." Lin Jichao quickly humbly replied, "You flatter me. I just had a stroke of luck. You have been in business for a long time and have succeeded in every battle. Haha, let's not flatter each other anymore. In any case, I am very satisfied with this cooperation." Lin Jichao was also very pleased as Changjiang Real Estate had also made a profit of over 650,000 exceeding expectations by over 150,000. The fundamental reason was that Lin Jichao had slightly increased the unit price because he believed Lantian Yuan was worth 30 to 35 Hong Kong dollars. After leaving the Eastchang building, Lin Jichao felt relieved. Having already given He Dong 1.3 million Hong Kong dollars, it felt as if he had settled a significant debt. With the successful sale of Lantian Yuan, Changjiang Real Estate was left with only the undeveloped land at Geelong Ferry Street. The preliminary work for this parcel of land had already been prepared, just waiting for the startup capital to commence work, and it was time to move forward with that. Before the new year, Lin Jichao personally handed out double pay, 2 months' wages, to more than 100 employees across his 2 companies as a year-end bonus. Those who received the double pay were deeply moved and vowed to work harder in the coming year. After all, so many refugees in Xinjiang could not find work and had to rely on relief rations at welfare centers, while countless others slept on the streets. In Lin Jichao's 2 firms, the minimum wage was already 50 Hong Kong dollars. Skilled technicians earned up to 100 Hong Kong dollars, and managers of course received more. Year-end double pay was something only a few benevolent employers in Hong Kong afforded. Lin Jichao could be generous because his 2 companies were prospering. The more he earned, the more he could distribute. "Gaofu, this is your bonus plus sales commission, 3,000 Hong Kong dollars in total," Lin Jichao said as he called Li Gaofu into his office and handed him a sizable sum. The generous amount was in recognition of Li Gaofu's role in helping Changjiang Shirya open the zipper market in RB. Li Gaofu was astonished and hurriedly protested, "Boss, this is far too much. You are giving me too much." He had long been content with his pay. A salary of 300 Hong Kong dollars represented a doubling compared with a year earlier. Living conditions at home had improved considerably, though they remained cramped. Many other aspects of life had gotten better. Lin Jichao smiled. "This is your share for the RB trip, the sales commission you earned. A few of the other salesmen have also received additional bonuses. That's the nature of sales. If you can bring in more, you ought to earn more." Seeing this, Li Gaofu accepted the 3,000 Hong Kong dollars and expressed his gratitude at once. Lin Jichao had also noticed that Li Gaofu was the sort of man who could handle major undertakings. Beyond his success selling zippers in RB, his foreign procurement achievements had driven down Changjiang Shirya's raw material costs significantly. Reflecting on this, Lin Jichao asked Gaofu, "Would you be interested in starting your own trading company sometime?" Li Gaofu was taken aback and replied quickly, "No. I'm fine with my job. Why would I think of that?" Sensing the misunderstanding, Lin Jichao clarified, "I mean, if you ever want to run some trade business yourself, I can support you. I may buy a ship in the future and enter the shipping business," he added, "but I am a novice in shipping. Even if I buy a vessel, I'd likely charter it out to others. I've watched you work in trade for so many years. You must understand a thing or two about the business." So he proposed a cooperation. You establish a trading company and import tires, cement, gasoline, and other supplies from Hong Kong, transport them to Lu Province's Weihaiwai for sale, then import mung beans, soybeans, peanuts, and other agricultural products from Weihaiwai and trade them to RB. Wei Haiwei is in G District and lacks strategic supplies. RB, in the aftermath of war, is short on agricultural produce, while strategic goods like steel are in surplus. Convinced by the plan, Li Gaofu earnestly said, "If you believe this trade route is profitable, boss, I can continue working for you and manage the business on your behalf." He had only modest capital. How could he run so large an operation? Lin Jichao, however, was resolute in cultivating a trading concern for future plans. So Lin Jichao explained, "If I buy a ship, it will be to take things easy for a while, charter it out, and collect rent with little trouble. As for the trade route, I mentioned it should indeed be profitable, but I do not want the hassle. I speak sincerely, not to test you." He continued, "If you want to proceed, find partners you know and set up a trading company. As for capital, I can lend you the money. Of course, you must investigate whether Wei Haiwei has opened a trade port and do your homework." Li Gaofu became serious and after some thought asked, "What about Changjiang trading?" He was already considerably tempted. He had not expected his cousin to support him, so, deeply moved, Lin Jichao smiled, "You can serve concurrently at first, or in any case the work has already been formalized. Moreover, if you can open trade between Wei Haiwei Hong Kong and RB Changjiang trading will also take a share." Hearing this, Li Gaofu hesitated. The risks were substantial, and he had only just entered a better life. What if disaster struck? Yet the exceptional opportunity lay before him. In the end, he bit his lip and said, "I'll first look for partners. If someone truly joins, I'll undertake the trade." Lin Jichao smiled, "All right. When you form the company, tell me. I can lend you funds up to 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. As for the ship, I may not buy it until next year, but you can charter a small vessel for now." Although he was investing in Li Gaofu, the immediate outlay was only HKD 100,000. But once Li Gaofu matured, he could become a discreet channel for Lin Jichao and yield returns many times over. "Very well, thank you for your patronage, boss. From now on I will learn these details and seek partners," Li Gaofu said earnestly. He never thought that taking in Lin Jichao before had been such a remarkable favor. After all, even if Lin had once been homeless, it would not have prevented his rise. Nevertheless, Lin Jichao's present assistance was his one true opportunity. Without him, he might spend his life working at the trading firm, perhaps advancing only to supervisor with age. There was a vast difference between those two paths. He also understood the risks of trade and shipping, so he resolved to prepare diligently. Back at their lodgings, Li Gaofu handed the 3,000 to Chen Shufang. A cry of surprise rose in the room as Li's father and mother crowded around. "Keep your voice down," Li Gaofu warned. Chen Shufang nodded hurriedly and asked, "That much?" He teased his wife. "Weren't you worried the boss would give me too little?" He had told his wife that because he did sales in RB, the boss had promised an annual bonus and commissions. Chen Shufang naturally pressed for details. When Li Gaofu described the RB zipper orders, she began to daydream and to fret, worried that Lin Jichao might give too little, and had even been scolded by Li Gaofu. Seeing so much money now, Chen Shufang could only smile and say, "Not at all. I knew Jichao would not shortchange you. With your loyalty and ability, why would he deny you your bonus? You always have something to say." Li Gaofu grumbled, preoccupied. Watching his family happily count the money, he felt his mind wandering. Chen Shufang, not noticing his distraction, continued, "You earned 5,400 this year, so you can probably save about 4,000. Unfortunately, buying a floor in a building was still far off. The buildings Jichao developed cost at least 27,000 per floor. But if they saved for 6 or 7 years, they might own one. A hopeful prospect." Li's mother quickly added, "Gaofu works so hard. Perhaps his wage will be raised. Jichao will not overlook that." Chen Shufang beamed, "Mother is right, wages do rise slowly over time. Isn't that so, Gaofu?" Li Gaofu retorted irritably, "What rise? This is already 300 a month. Have you ever seen wages for laborers that high?" Over the past year, Chen Shufang's status had not improved, because she bore a son. On the contrary, because Li Gaofu now earned money, her position within the household had diminished. She murmured, "That is not certain. If Jichao's business grows, you will rise with him." He snapped, "Rise with him? You can't even speak properly." Li Gaofu's mood grew irritable and his tone sharper. The family noticed, and his father asked, "How come after receiving such a big bonus your temper has worsened?" Li Gaofu dared not contradict his father and fell silent. After a long pause, he said, "Jichao said he would support my venture, lend me 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and let me return to my old trade. Trading? That would mean importing tires, gasoline, and other goods from Hong Kong and transporting them to Lu Province's Wei Haiwei for sale, then importing agricultural products from Wei Haiwei and selling them in RB. I'm undecided, so I'm anxious," he admitted. 100,000. Chen Shufang's voice trembled as she asked, "So much? What if?" She could not bring herself to finish the sentence. Li's father, seasoned by life, said, "If this business can be done, why doesn't Jichao do it himself?" Li Gaofu replied, "He wouldn't necessarily take it on himself. Besides, he intends to cultivate me as an owner. When he buys a ship, he'll lease it to me to run the trade." His father thought for a moment and said, "Since he intends to train you, how bad can the outcome be?" At worst you sell back to him and work for life. He would not stand by and watch our family starve. Startled awake by his father's words, Li Gaofu looked at him. Yes, father, you are right. I know what to do now, he said, having resolved his doubts. After all, his father had reminded him that even if he lost the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, his cousin would not drive him to ruin. At worst, he would quietly work for his cousin thereafter. Indeed, his father's reasoning was sound. Lin Jichao's loan of HKD 100000 was given with the expectation of success and repayment, and it would also cultivate a commercial ally. If due to unforeseen circumstances Li Gaofu suffered losses, Lin Jichao would at most recoup the amount gradually from his wages later. He would not cut off Li Gaofu's means of living. A new week begins as Lin Jichao gathers the management team of Chongjiang Real Estate to arrange work. Next, we will launch the gas factory site project at Kowloon Ferry Street, which consists of 20 Tang-style buildings, 5 stories subcontracted to 2 foremen with the engineering department of Chongjiang Real Estate managing and coordinating. Manager Huang, do you have any issues in your engineering department? The engineering department of Chongjiang Real Estate is the largest department with the strongest technical expertise, comprising 6 staff members. Meanwhile, Lin Jichao is also part of this department as he usually enjoys the work here. Huang Chonghong confidently replied, no problem. The projects at Shanlin Road, Modu Street, and Happy Valley are all on track, and our department can ensure simultaneous construction on 4 projects. Even the factory construction by Boss Tang will not be affected. It's a normal situation after all. Although there are many projects, they are still supervised and organized by foremen, and the engineering department of Chongjiang Real Estate mainly acts as overseers and assistants. Lin Jichao smiled and said, I might also need to build a factory over here. You all have no issues, right? Huang Chonghong replied, no problem, many foremen are eager to cooperate with us, and we have ample manpower. Although Lin Jichao intended to support the foreman Sun Jian, he wouldn't entrust all projects to him. Chongjiang Real Estate needs to maintain multiple foremen available. Lin Jichao nodded and said, all right, this should be a matter of the next couple of months. Next, everyone discussed the arrangements for the gas factory site project, which is also a private housing estate consisting of 20 Tang-style buildings, 5 stories high, totaling 100 floors. The preliminary work has been completed. The original plan was to start construction in December, but it has been waiting for a very sufficient fund, so it is expected to commence in early February and be completed in the first half of 1949. As for sales, it will definitely be placed in the second half of this year, 1948, when the market's purchasing power is stronger. By then, there will be many wealthy people and warlord descendants coming to Hong Kong who are all quality clients. Therefore, for this project, Lin Jichao felt that making a profit of 1 million Hong Kong dollars would not be a problem, and there would be no need to share it with others. As a result, the net asset value of Chongjiang Real Estate will reach 2.8 to 3 million in the second half of this year. Lin Jichao invested only 760000 Hong Kong dollars, and in 2 years it appreciated fourfold, which is quite a profit. Without the right timing, location, and people, it would not be possible. Of course, Lin Jichao will definitely invest the money. He cannot leave it idle in the account as he has too many investment directions. Lin Jichao arrived at the production factory of Chongjiang Industrial, observing the production area attentively, occasionally pausing to think about how to improve the machines. What are the directions for improvement? Although he is not a professional mechanical engineer, many machines are indeed improved, based on real conditions guided by the owners. After all, mechanical engineers only know about mechanical production and research and development, but may not necessarily know the direction of improvements. Boss, this Mr. Smith has our business card and says he wants to inspect our factory. The production manager Wang Liang brought in a tall foreigner and said. Lin Jichao smiled and greeted him, saying in English, Mr. Smith, hello, I am the boss here, you can call me Lin. The foreigner would not investigate the factory without reason, especially with his own company's business card. He was likely a zipper businessman that Li Gaofu met last time in RB. Smith surveyed the small Chongjiang industrial factory and remarked, Boss Lin, your factory seems a bit small. Lin Jichao, however, was unhurried and replied, the new factory is still under construction, and it will be many times the size of this one. Smith did not pursue this topic, but asked, may I take a look around? Of course, I will show you. Soon Smith's impression changed, and he said, although your factory is small, it is very orderly and clean, which impresses me. Lin Jichao confidently introduced our factory implements 4S Management Series Sort Seat and Set, in order Saizo Shine and Saiketsu Standardize. Smith was immediately intrigued and continued to inspect in detail. What about your zipper manufacturing process? Is it outsourced? Of course not. Due to the limited space, we rented a nearby factory, and I can take you there for a visit. He was confident that this foreigner might bring some changes to the company, and introduced it very enthusiastically. An hour later, Lin Jichao took Smith back to the office in the office building. Mr. Smith, you have a demand for zippers, right? Smith smiled and replied, a little over a month ago, a gentleman named Lee from your company happened to be promoting your zippers, and I ran into him. I saw that your zippers are produced by automatic zipper machines, which piqued my interest, so I left my contact information. Lin Jichao pretended to suddenly realize and said, I have heard Manager Li mention you. I didn't expect you to really come to our company, which is quite delightful. Smith took out a zipper from his bag, which was indeed produced by Changjiang Industrial. After trying it several times, he said, I had my staff pull this zipper over 1,000 times to confirm that it matches the quality of the zippers produced in M country before I felt assured to come to your factory for inspection. And I was very satisfied with the inspection just now. I think Mr. Lin, you are a capable manager, so the products you produce must be reliable. Thank you. Lin Jichao was somewhat surprised at this M country zipper businessman actually had his subordinates pull the zipper for over a month before coming for an inspection. Of course, he quickly became excited. Inside this indicated that Smith would place a large order with Changjiang Industrial. Smith continued, I inspected an RB zipper factory last year and found that they all used manual production, which was expensive and of poor quality. I was very disappointed. I didn't expect that soon you in Hong Kong would adopt automatic zipper machines, and the products have met my requirements. Mr. Lin, you are very clever. Once automatic zipper machines are adopted, you will quickly capture the Asian market. Lin Jichao replied, I learned from a magazine that zippers produced in Europe and America have already adopted automatic zipper machines. So I thought that products produced by machines would definitely be cheaper and of better quality. The two engaged in an enthusiastic conversation, and upon learning that Lin Jichao intended to improve the automatic zipper machines and even develop a zipper automatic stamping machine, Smith was even more impressed by Lin Jichao's ambitiousness. Finally, Smith returned to the main topic. I need 12000 meters of copper zippers. How much do you plan to wholesale them to me? Lin Jichao suppressed his inner excitement and quickly calculated in his mind. 1 meter of zipper counts as 5 pairs of pants zippers, and copper zippers are mainly used for military denim and luggage. Aluminum alloy zippers are generally used for pant zippers, though this is not absolute. The cost of 1 meter of copper zippers is about 3.2 Hong Kong dollars, which is already the reduced cost. At the same time, the cost of 1 meter of aluminum alloy zippers has been reduced to about 2.5 Hong Kong dollars, or less than 50 cents each. The cost can be reduced even more, but Changjiang Industrial cannot achieve that at present. 1 US dollars per meter, 4 Hong Kong dollars. Smith was naturally ecstatic. This price was a full 25 cheaper than what he imported from M country. However, he continued to negotiate. Lin Jichao did not give in, as he was certain that Smith had already gained a significant advantage. Meanwhile, Changjiang Industrial currently does not lack orders. Last month, December 1947, they completed an order of 180,000 zippers, 36000 meters. Alright, let's proceed with this price for the first transaction. I need your delivery in 20 days. Do you have enough raw materials? Yes, we procure raw materials in bulk, so we have enough. Smith nodded, seeing that Changjiang Industrial was busy with orders, so he did not continue to haggle. He understood that this young man had found a path to wealth. Seeing that this order was finalized, Lin Jichao hoped for continued cooperation in the future, so he said, currently we are building a new factory, and later we will definitely lower the cost price, and at that time, while ensuring better quality, we will also lower the price we offer to you. Smith smiled and said, okay, rest assured we will cooperate for the long term. Thus, Changjiang Industrial gained a major client. Although Smith did not mention the use of this batch of zippers, Lin Jichao guessed that it should be an order for the stationed M troops in Japan, otherwise they wouldn't use copper zippers. As for long-term cooperation, Lin Jichao felt a bit uncertain, because once local zipper manufacturers in RB adopt automatic zipper machines, the RB government will support domestic enterprises. By then, it would already be good if Changjiang Industrial could share a piece of the pie in the civilian sector in RB. Otherwise, the RB market would be very difficult. It is important to know that wages in RB during this era were not high. Post-war RB was even worse than Hong Kong. Therefore, while there is a chance to earn, one should seize the opportunity. Without the RB market, there are still markets in Europe, America, and Southeast Asia. Even if one cannot compete with YKK, at least they should open up the mid to low-end market. In short, making money is not a problem. Lin Jichao brought his team to Tsuanwan to inspect the site of Changjiang Industrial Factory. Looking at the fields and mudflats before him, he was filled with questions. It's too desolate. Currently, how many people live in Tsuanwan? How many factories are there? Lin Jichao asked Hu Xiaoshu beside him. Hu Xiaoshu is the marketing manager of Changjiang Real Estate, and his primary job is to scout properties and land in Hong Kong, as well as sell properties of Changjiang Real Estate. He was also involved in the site selection for Lin Jichao's future father-in-law Tang Binjiu's factory, albeit only providing advisory opinions. After all, Hu Xiaoshu knows little about the factors to consider for a textile factory. According to recent statistics from the Hong Kong government, Tsuanwan should have a population of 6,000. As for factories, they are quite rare. I found one liquor factory, the Lichuan Distillery, the Qingshan Ceramics Factory, the Desegu Company, the Maya Weaving Factory, the Far East Iron Pipe Company, and the South China Weaving Factory as the more famous ones, and then there is Mr. Tang's factory under construction. With only 6,000 people, it is expected to accommodate 6,000,000 in the future. And with fewer than 10 factories, it's exceedingly scarce. Of course, in the future Tsuinwan will undergo multiple land reclamations, and the current city center of Tsuinwan is only 0.5 square kilometers. Only counting the city center, the entire Tsuinwan is about 50 square kilometers. Lin Jichao suddenly had a thought and asked, how much does it cost per square foot of land to build a factory here? He recalled that Tsuinwan truly became a paradise for factory owners starting in 1950. Because from the spring of 1949, everyone finally abandoned their fantasies and came to Hong Kong with capital and technology. At that time, there were no factories available for rent in places like Sai Wan Sheng, Wan Wan Chai, Causeway Bay, and North Point. Thus, factory owners could only choose places like Shu Sai Wan Chai Wan and Tsuinwan close to Kowloon. So it means that the price for land in Tsuinwan is bound to soar. Hu Xiaoshu immediately replied, it is estimated to be in the range of 3 to 5 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, with Yenggu Road by the sea being more expensive near the dock, followed by the area around Qingshan Road, a major road from the new territories to Kowloon. This side is quite desolate with almost no factory sites available here, unless there are absolutely no other options. Lin Jichao was delighted such cheap land would at least double in price in 2 years. Thus he said to Hu Xiaoshu, in that case, please start searching for suitable industrial land for me in Tsuinwan at Qingshan Road would be best. I need about 1,000,000 square feet of land, 16.6 acres, about the size of 1.5 football fields, to build the Changjiang Industrial Factory. After this is settled, I will consider acquiring other lands in Tsuinwan. This place is quite good and has great potential. Hu Xiaoshu marveled at Lin Jichao's boldness, noting that it seemed like an investment of hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars in land. Okay, I will act immediately. Rest assured, boss, I am already quite familiar with this area, and will definitely find suitable targets for you. Lin Jichao nodded. He certainly would not search for land himself. Once Hu Xiaoshu finds a suitable target, he will then confirm its feasibility, thus saving him energy. Land can be mortgaged for loans, and the funds from the loan can be reinvested, much like rolling a snowball. However, even though he knows that the price of land in Tsuinwan is bound to soar, Lin Jichao is sure to only invest a portion of the funds. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket. He plans to invest in the land in Tsuinwan through 2 companies. Changjiang Industrial will invest in about 1,000,000 square feet of land, subsequently dividing this land into 2 phases. The first phase will involve building a single-story factory quick construction, while the second phase will entail constructing a 5-story industrial building larger area. In terms of funding, he will seek a loan from the Bank of East Asia, as Changjiang Industrial currently earns 7,000 to 8,000 Hong Kong dollars in profit each month, allowing for further loans. Changjiang Real Estate only began investing officially in the second half of 1948, investing in nearly 2,000 square feet of land, multiple plots, and by 1958, they quickly sold it off for other investments. Although it is said that these lands will appreciate many times in the future, Lin Jichao understands the principle of goods circulate. He needs to keep the funds moving. Moreover, the real rise in Hong Kong properties and land began after 1967, so there is currently no need to hold onto too much land and property for the long term. Lin Jichao once again invited Jian Dongpu from the Bank of East Asia to visit Changjiang Industrial for an inspection. As the largest debt king of the Bank of East Asia, Jian Dongpu was naturally very accommodating. A medium-sized bank in Hong Kong has an annual profit of about 4,000,000 Hong Kong dollars, while smaller banks only have profits of 2,000,000 to 3,000,000. Lin Jichao can provide over 2,000,000 in profit for the Bank of East Asia each year. In other words, he can also be considered the god of wealth for the Bank of East Asia. Of course, it might be more reasonable to say the reverse. When the time is right, Lin Jichao will definitely reach out to HSBC to increase his banking partners. It's not about abandoning the Bank of East Asia, but rather that his business is so large that he needs more options. Incredible! These 3 machines have only been in Hong Kong for less than 3 months, and you are able to operate for 16 hours a day. It feels like a money-printing machine. Jian Dongpu exclaimed. Lin Jichao handed over last December's financial report to him and said, last month we produced 18,000 zippers with a profit of 55,000 Hong Kong dollars. This month we received a large order from a zipper merchant from Country M for 12,000 meters of copper zippers, which will net a profit of 15,000 Hong Kong dollars. Importantly, he has already agreed to a long-term partnership with us. Jian Dongpu was astonished, realizing that Lin Jichao's zipper factory profits were almost comparable to that of the Bank of East Asia. What a speed of making money! He felt a sense of disbelief. Opening the financial report, Jian Dongpu was not just shocked but still shocked. After a long time he sighed. With just 3 machines you've entered the ranks of large factories in Hong Kong. A factory that can earn 8,000 Hong Kong dollars a year is truly rare in Changjiang. Lin Jichao's mind was very rational as he analyzed. I have the advantage of being the first to take the plunge, but I cannot be the only one benefiting. Therefore, to maintain this level of profitability, I must expand the factory and order more machines to ensure better quality and reduce larger costs. In the future, even with 6 machines, we might only earn this much. After all, competition pressure is high. Jian Dongpu nodded and said, actually, during my inspection of your 2 factories, I found that it is not just about the 3 machines. Changjiang Industrial success is also due to your effective leadership. So how much do you plan to borrow? Lin Jichao immediately asked for a substantial amount, 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Jian Dongpu was surprised, saying, building a factory requires that much money. Lin Jichao nodded and replied, I plan to invest in a large factory in Suan, one requiring at least 100,000 square feet of land. The market for zippers will inevitably increase exponentially, and even if more competitors join, I believe Changjiang Industrial can achieve an annual profit of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. In his past life, Guodesheng represented YKK Zipper selling products in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, and he was able to earn 1 million a year. It makes no sense for Changjiang Industrial to open a factory and earn less than him, a mere agent. Not to mention Changjiang Industrial is at least the first to take the plunge, and Lin Jichao's intellect is not inferior to Yoshida Tadao. After some thought, Jian Dongpu said, your zipper factory has stable profits, and with the land as collateral I can lend Changjiang Industrial a total of 900,000 Hong Kong dollars without worrying about repayment. Moreover, Changjiang Real Estate has sufficient cash. By the way, why don't you use the funds from Changjiang Real Estate? Lin Jichao smiled and said, these are 2 companies. Moreover, I believe that a 900,000 debt for Changjiang Industrial is not much. It is just a year's profit. Jian Dongpu did not waste any more words. In his mind, Lin Jichao was very trustworthy. Lending to Lin Jichao was as safe as keeping money in the Bank of East Asia. All right, I will release the funds to you in the next few days. According to the rules, Changjiang Industrial will mortgage to us, including the land you purchase with the funds. No problem. His assets are all mortgaged, yet he does not feel anxious. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, one must move forward bravely because there is not much to lose and it is easy to rise again. In the midstage of entrepreneurship, development must not forget stability. During this period, development is still crucial, but stability must be considered. In the later stages of entrepreneurship, one must maintain stability without forgetting development. Stability is paramount, and only when there is excess capital should one consider developing other businesses. Upon hearing that a client had cancelled their order, Yoshida Tadao from the YKK zipper factory hurriedly went to understand the situation in person. President Yoshida, it's not that I don't value our past relationship, but business is business. You should understand this as a fellow businessman, replied the clothing factory owner Kamida Eru. Yoshida Tadao quickly responded, President Kamida, I understand this principle. I just want to ask, which company's product did you choose? I would like to see where our product falls short. He said this while bowing sincerely. Kamida Eru then took a zipper from his drawer, handed it to Yoshida Tadao and said, we also source from a zipper wholesaler, but the quality is indeed very good, and the price is a bit cheaper. Yoshida Tadao quickly took the zipper and felt an eerie familiarity as he earnestly examined it, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. Is this a zipper made in M country? Yoshida Tadao exclaimed in shock. Because last autumn, a zipper wholesaler from M country had shown him zippers produced by an automatic zipper machine, which were of excellent quality at a low price, leading Yoshida Tadao to be ridiculed. At that time, he had a thought: if zippers from M country were to flood the RB market, the handmade zipper factories in RB would suffer a devastating blow. This is bad. I don't know about that. A zipper like this costs only 70% of your price, yet the quality is much better, Kamida Eru said. Yoshida Tadao recalled a terrifying fact, growing more anxious with each thought, and he inquired of Kamida Eru about which wholesaler provided the zippers. Seeing Yoshida Tadao's demeanor, Kamida Eru did not make it difficult for him, but rather told him. A day later, at Hiroshi Yakakawa's place, Yoshida Tadao finally gleaned some useful information. The machine-made zippers on the market were coming from Hong Kong, a place he had never expected. Yoshida Tadao muttered to himself in dismay, Hong Kong, such a small place, actually has such far-sighted businessmen. What should I do? An automatic zipper machine costs around $30,000 to $40,000, while my capital is only $10,000, which is simply not enough to buy one. Should I just watch as Hong Kong's zippers invade the RB market? In 1945, just before the surrender of RB, Yoshida Tadao's factory was reduced to rubble. He salvaged some usable items from the ruins, hoping for a comeback. However, after World War II ended, his newly opened factory was stripped of everything by workers due to unpaid wages. It wasn't until early last year that Yoshida Tadao's zipper business finally got on the right track. The post-war RB was economically depressed with a severe shortage of goods, and there was no concern for selling what little was available. At that time, Yoshida's equipment was rudimentary, relying solely on manual labor to produce zippers. Although the quality was poor, they were still in high demand in the market. He had just managed to make a bit of profit when suddenly zippers produced by machines in Hong Kong began to flood into RB. The manufacturers in Hong Kong probably don't have many machines. After all, a single machine is too expensive. Since I can't afford to buy a machine, I should invite fellow industry members to jointly purchase one and establish a joint venture. We must drive Hong Kong's zippers out of the market. With these thoughts, Yoshida Tadao finally rekindled his confidence. Through some investigations, he learned. First, the market share of zippers exported from Hong Kong to RB is not particularly large, which indicates that there aren't many automatic zipper machines in Hong Kong, and there is still space for RB's handmade zipper workshops to survive. Second, the zippers from Hong Kong enter the RB market through agents who set the prices at relatively higher levels, almost at 1.3 to 1.5 Hong Kong dollars per piece aluminum alloy, which indicates that as long as one can purchase an automatic zipper machine, they can defeat the manufacturers from Hong Kong in one fell swoop. What? Hong Kong has already started using automatic zipper machines and is exporting zippers to RB. An RB zipper merchant exclaimed in surprise. At this point, Yoshida Tadao invited several acquaintances who made handmade zippers to discuss the situation. Indeed, there are already many zippers produced by automatic machines on the market, occupying a significant share of RB's market. If this continues, our handmade zipper factories will gradually be replaced. In an instant, all the zipper merchants were taken aback. What should we do? At this moment, Yoshida Tadao suggested. Therefore, I propose that we all invest together to establish a joint venture company to import automatic zipper machines from M country to cope with the current situation. He thought that everyone would readily agree to his proposal. Little did he know, this is too risky. Our handmade zippers are still selling well. Exactly, an automatic zipper machine costs 30 to 40,000 US dollars. How long do we need to work to recoup that cost? I think we should take it step by step to avoid losing everything. These people are all small handmade zipper manufacturers, so who would dare take risks? Moreover, at this time RB is even more backward than Hong Kong, with people lacking food and shelter, making the situation dire, and thus workers' wages are extremely low. They hire dozens of workers and produce slowly, ensuring a steady profit. Yoshida Tadao was dumbfounded and quickly said, as long as we buy the machine, we can immediately make a huge profit. Who knows? What if we incur losses? Wouldn't that waste more than 2 years of hard work? I think so too. Let's stick to handmade production for now and talk about making money later. The outcome was predictable. Faced with an automatic zipper machine costing 30 to 40,000 US dollars, everyone unanimously declined. Yoshida Tadao returned home disappointed. But he did not give up on the idea of purchasing an automatic zipper machine. Returning to the factory, he gathered the workers for a mobilization. Everyone, the factory is in trouble. So I hope everyone will work harder to produce more and better zippers. In doing so, I plan to use a bank loan to purchase an automatic zipper machine. At that time, I will definitely share bonuses with everyone. He understood that banks are not philanthropists. If he wanted to borrow 12 million yen, he needed at least 5 million yen in assets. Currently, $1 equals 270 yen, and in the second half of the year, it will stabilize at 1360. At this time, many people in RB were starving, far from the wealthy of later generations, as they had suffered greatly from M country's bombings, with agriculture nearly in ruins and many people going hungry. Thus, the workers did not think too much, quickly becoming motivated, driven by the need for food or meager wages. After the mobilization of company employees, Yoshida Tadao's eyes revealed a determined gaze. I will quickly find a bank loan, and even if it's just one automatic zipper machine, I can soon turn it into 2 or 3. I plan to establish a trading company to prepare for importing machines. At this moment, Yoshida Tadao was filled with even more confidence. He realized that the Hong Kong manufacturers entered RB through agents, and the prices must have been marked up only slightly lower than handmade zippers. Therefore, as long as he had an automatic zipper machine, he could quickly grow. I'm very curious about that businessman in Hong Kong who seems so far-sighted. I must meet him if the opportunity arises. Although he is a competitor, I believe he will be my subordinate in the end. At the end of January, Lin Jichao brought people to a piece of land on Qingshan Road in Suanwan. This land is located at the foot of Furong Mountain, nestled between Qingshan Road and the Kowloon Canton Railway, covering an area of 120000 square feet, equivalent to the size of 2 football fields, 20 acres. For this, Chung Kong Holdings spent a total of 450000 Hong Kong dollars, including all expenses. Boss, if you want to invest in Suanwan's land, you could also buy the land on the east and west sides together, which would amount to about 300000 to 400000 square feet. Hu Zhaoshu pointed to the land on both sides and said. Lin Jichao looked over and nodded, saying, that's a very good suggestion. In that case, let's wait until Chung Kong Holdings has made enough profit, and then find opportunities to purchase the surrounding land. I believe that setting up a large factory here is a good choice. What he didn't know was that the land he purchased was the site of the Huaxia dyeing factory owned by the Cha Jimin family in his past life. Now that Lin Jichao had seized it, it seemed that the beloved son-in-law of the national entrepreneur Lu Guojun would have to look for land elsewhere. Hu Xiaoshu said, "What about Chung Kong Holdings' investment in Tsuan Wan's land?" Lin Jichao immediately replied, "Let's not look for more. Acquiring too much land would have a negative impact. Moreover, I have more profitable projects, and do not need to focus on Tsuan Wan's land. Since he already had such a large goal, there was no need to continue acquiring land." All right. Lin Jichao calculated that by the end of this year, 1948 Chung Kong Holdings would have the funds to continue purchasing land. At that time, he would consider acquiring the surrounding land as well. In this way, he would already have approximately 400,000 square feet of land in Tsuan Wan. All this land would be used to build factories, as he planned to invest not only in a zipper factory, but also in toy and plastic factories, making 70 to 80 acres just right for his needs. In the future, when the factories relocate, this land could also serve as good residential land for building large housing estates. Next, Lin Jichao directed Huang Changhong from Chung Kong Holdings Engineering Department and the newly promoted Deputy General Manager and Production Department Manager Wang Liang. This 120,000 square feet of industrial land will be developed in 3 phases. We can allocate about 30,000 square feet of land here to quickly build a single-story factory that should be ready for use in the second half of the year, right? Huang Changhong immediately replied, "No problem. Building a single-story factory is not difficult, 5 months is enough time." Lin Jichao nodded and continued, "And over here I want to construct 2 industrial buildings in phases. Is it possible to build 5 stories tall?" Huang Changhong was taken aback and then said, "That might be difficult. The technology and approvals are quite challenging. The tallest factory in Hong Kong is probably the Swire Sugar Factory in Chaiwan, which is only 3 stories high." Lin Jichao was not very surprised. He had some understanding of this. However, he also knew that by the late 1950s, factories in Hong Kong reached heights of 12 to 16 stories. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jichao said, "Then let's put that on hold for now and decide based on the circumstances later. First, build me a single-story factory covering 30,000 square feet. Currently, Chung Kong Holdings' 2 factories only total about 50,000 square feet. If they could build a 30,000 square feet single-story factory in a short time, it would be sufficient for a long while." Moreover, he also planned to invest in building factories in Singapore. Huang Changhong nodded and said, "No problem, we will start designing and constructing right away." Lin Jichao then said to Wang Liang, "Manager Wang, you should also join the design team, as you are quite familiar with the production needs for zippers." With Li Gaofu preoccupied with the affairs of Chung Kong Trading Company, Lin Jichao had no hesitation in promoting Wang Liang to Deputy General Manager. Wang Liang was indeed a talent, having worked as a supervisor in a foreign factory, and was proficient in English. "All right, I will do my best," Wang Liang said. He had joined Chung Kong Holdings not long ago, but he could feel that the boss was a fast-paced leader who delegated power while keeping everything under control. For example, the boss entrusted him with production tasks, yet the boss was fully aware of the entire production process and was even more knowledgeable in technical fields than he was. With the issue of factory land resolved, Lin Jichao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chung Kong Holdings would certainly not stop with just 3 machines. They might add more machines in the second half of the year, quickly seizing the zipper market in Asia, ensuring that every opportunity to profit would not be missed. Tang Zhongyuan and Song Chaoling, accompanied by a pair of daughters and a pair of sons, visited Tang Bingyuan's residence. Tang Zhongyuan and Tang Bingyuan are cousins, both being grandchildren of their grandfather Tang Hongpei. The Tang family holds significant power in industry, rivaling the prestigious Rong family from Wuxi. The Tang family's Qingfeng textile factory had become one of the 7 major textile enterprises in Wuxi before the War of Resistance, and the Tang family also had other industrial factories. However, Tang Zhongyuan is not a true owner of the textile factory. He is merely a minor shareholder and manager of the family business, while Tang Bingyuan is the authority in the family's enterprises. This led to Tang Zhongyuan's status in the Tang family being relatively low, as since his father's generation he had already become a mere supporting character to Tang Bingyuan's father. Therefore, when Tang Zhongyuan came to Hong Kong, he treated starting a business as merely a talking point. He was not only thinking of returning to the mainland, but also felt that he lacked the strength. However, after being persuaded by Lin Jichao, he mustered his courage to prepare for a factory in Tsuan Wan, mainly because there was a ready market. "Brother Zhong, I didn't expect that after coming to Hong Kong you would become much bolder and dare to open a factory on your own," said Tang Bingyuan. His tone carried a hint of surprise, knowing that this cousin didn't have much strength and lacked great ambition. At this moment, Tang Zhongyuan was full of confidence. With Lin Jichao, his future son-in-law, supporting him, once his textile factory was established, he could potentially receive a large number of orders from Chung Kong Holdings. Of course, the prerequisite was that the quality must pass, but after years of experience in textiles, these were not problems. Brother Bing, you've been in Hong Kong for a while now, have you not made up your mind yet? Tang Zhongyuan casually asked. At this moment, Tang Bingyuan's wife, when Jinmei interjected, Hong Kong is not as good as Shanghai. The conditions in all aspects are lacking. Your cousin is now in Hong Kong but is observing the situation in the mainland and also examining the environment in Hong Kong. Zhongyuan, you have never led a textile enterprise. Why are you so eager to open a textile factory in Hong Kong? What if it fails? Shouldn't you consider Xiaoling and the others? When Jinmai's words carried significant implications. Tang Bingyuan was the leader of Wuxi's textile industry, while Tang Zhongyuan had only been a supervisor in the factory. It was unexpected that he would take the lead upon arriving in Hong Kong, which made Jinmei somewhat uncomfortable. Thus her words first portrayed her husband as steady, while categorizing Tang Zhongyuan's actions as reckless. Tang Zhongyuan and his wife dared not express their anger at Jinmai's remarks and could only listen. The reason is simple. Tang Bingyuan represented the ruling lineage of the Tang family, while Jinmei had a deep background as the eldest daughter of Binzhong, the deputy minister of foreign affairs during the Republic of China. Binzhong was the uncle of the Song sisters, and he accompanied them to the United States for school. Thus Tang Zhongyuan appeared more like a senior manager in front of Tang Bingyuan. The factory is small, but we have already found a sales channel, so we plan to start a business, Tang Zhongyuan said. His factory covers more than 300,000 square feet, with a total investment of around 400,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is nearly half of his assets. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Jichao's encouragement, Tang Zhongyuan would not have dared to invest so much. Tang Bingyuan smiled and said, "All right, since you've already taken action, you need to work hard." At this point, he also needed to consider family ties. Tang Zhongyuan nodded, feeling a sense of relief and vaguely excited. He hoped to break away from his cousin and carve out his own path. By the way, Brother Bing's sister-in-law, this weekend is Kaiyan's 19th birthday. We are holding a dinner at the Lugua Hotel. I wonder if you have time to come. Before Tang Bingyuan could respond, Jinmei immediately said, "You all are really something. It's not even an 18th birthday, why go through so much trouble? We came to Hong Kong, everything requires funds and should be kept simple." Her tone was educational, reminiscent of her previous demeanor in Shanghai. Tang Kowloon blushed on the side, feeling angry but unable to speak. At this moment, Song Xiaoling, both pained for her daughter and wanting to show off, immediately said, "It was Kaiyan's boyfriend who insisted on holding it. We couldn't persuade him, so we can only go along. It's just a meal together." When Jinmei seemed uninterested in Kaiyan's boyfriend, showing a hint of disdain on her face. A mere Lugua hotel, even if it's the most luxurious peninsula hotel in Hong Kong, what's the big deal? The large hotels in Shanghai are not inferior, and she certainly wouldn't think much of it. On the contrary, Tang Bingyuan showed concern, saying, "Oh, Kowloon has a boyfriend now. Which talented person from Shanghai is it? His niece has great conditions. If the marriage is good, it would definitely benefit the entire family." Tang Zhongyuan replied, "He's from Guangdong, met in Hong Kong. He has no background and has built his career from scratch." At this moment, when Jinmei became interested and said, "What's going on with you guys? Not finding someone from Jiangnan is one thing. Why choose a Guangdong person with no background? Kowloon is quite charming and comes from the Tang family." Song Xiaoling could no longer hold back and immediately said, "Lin Jichao may be from Guangdong, but he speaks Wu dialect and has a remarkable language ability. Moreover, although he is not from a prestigious family, he is a well-known businessman in Hong Kong. Even the governor gives him face and participates in the commencement of his real estate projects." She couldn't help but disparage when Jinmei, who was just a refugee seeking shelter now, what was so impressive about that? Tang Bingyuan immediately became attentive and asked, "Lin Jichao, is he the boss of Chung Kong Properties?" At this moment, Song Xiaoling felt proud, because seeing Tang Bingyuan's reaction, her future son-in-law was quite a remarkable figure. Tang Zhongyuan also said proudly, "That's him, but they just met not long ago, and are still in the observation and understanding phase." When Jinmei clearly knew Lin Jichao and couldn't help but ask, "I heard that Lin Jichao started a property company and made over 1 million Hong Kong dollars in just a year. This amount may not seem like much, but he has already established a solid foundation in the Hong Kong market and is quite well connected." In the private room of the Lugua Hotel, Lin Jichao prepared a birthday banquet for Tang Kowloon as a way to express his feelings. Since the beginning of their acquaintance, Lin Jichao had been busy with work, almost only accompanying her on weekends and occasionally having dinner together at the Tang or Lin family. Therefore, he wanted to show some earnestness to make the girl happy. Today, Tang Kowloon was indeed beautifully dressed, radiating a style that surpassed that of a Hong Kong young lady. Seeing Lin Jichao openly sizing her up, she mustered her courage and said, "Jichao, do you think this outfit is pretty?" Lin Jichao, naturally knowing how to compliment, replied, "Of course, it's the person who's even prettier, so anything you wear looks good. But today, both you and your outfit are stunning." Tang Kaiyun immediately felt a bit shy from the compliment, especially since both families were present, but inside her heart was filled with sweetness. Lin Jichao's excellence made Tang Kaiyun feel quite fortunate. After chatting for a while, Tang Bingyuan and his wife Wen Jinmei along with their eldest son Tang Jiqian walked in. At this moment Lin Jichao seemed to remember that Tang Bingyuan and Tang Zhongyuan had a formidable nephew Tang Xiangqian, who was also a well-known textile magnate in Hong Kong, though he had not yet arrived there. Moreover, this Tang Xiangqian later had a son who became the secretary for the Hong Kong government and once ran for a leadership position. At the same time, the Tang family had placed bets on both sides. Tang Xiangqian's father Tang Xingyuan shared the same great-grandfather as Tang Bingyuan and Tang Zhongyuan. This Tang Xingyuan remained in the mainland and later became a high official. In fact, there were too many people betting on both sides. According to Lin Jichao, Cha Jiming was the son-in-law of Lu Guojun, who stayed in the mainland and sent his son-in-law to develop in Hong Kong. The Guo family from Yangon also left 2 brothers in the Magic City, as did the Rong family. Perhaps everyone initially didn't think about betting on both sides, but after some persuasion they made such a choice. After a round of introductions, everyone took their seats and Lin Jichao arranged for the dishes to be served. Immediately Tang Bingyuan praised Mr. Lin, in just over a year your business has grown so large, truly a business prodigy. What surprised him even more was that Lin Jichao's demeanor and handling of affairs appeared very seasoned, not at all befitting his age. He even felt that he was not as capable as Lin Jichao in these aspects. Even the usually proud Wen Jinmei had to admit that Song Qiaoling had found a treasure in her son-in-law. Mr. Tang, you flatter me. Compared to the achievements of the Tang family in industry, I have merely taken my first step with a long way to go. Lin Jichao humbly said. Although he seemed modest, his words revealed a sharpness, yet the impression he left was quite pleasant. At this moment Tang Kaiyun felt a sense of pride. She was experiencing for the first time the benefits that her future husband's business achievements could bring her. For a long time she had somewhat resented Lin Jichao for being too busy thinking that his career was more important than pursuing her. Haha, then I shall be bold and call you Jichao, Tang Bingyuan said with a smile, then curiously asked, I heard from Zhongdi that the reason he decided to open a factory in Tsuen Wan, Hong Kong, was because he listened to your advice. Lin Jichao immediately replied seriously, actually this was merely a rhetorical strategy of mine. Please don't take it seriously, Mr. Tang. Everyone was momentarily stunned. But soon Tang Bingyuan understood. This was precisely Lin Jichao's cunning nature, as he did not fully trust himself and was unwilling to discuss political matters. Tang Zhongyuan felt a bit embarrassed, sensing that his depth of character did not match that of his future son-in-law. Haha, it seems Jichao truly hopes for our family's Kaiyun and wishes for Zongdi's family to remain in Hong Kong. Tang Bingyuan immediately laughed heartily. Tang Kaiyun's face flushed a bit and she looked down to eat. Only Lin Jichao with a thick skin said, Uncle Tang, I apologize. However, most of your wealth is already invested in the factory in Tsuen Wan, so even if you wanted to backtrack it would be too late. Tang Zhongyuan laughed and said, backtrack? I think opening a factory in Tsuen Wan is quite good. Perhaps in the future we can penetrate the European and American markets with our textiles. The conversation then became much more relaxed as everyone engaged in a discussion about industry where they truly spoke as experts. Before long a waiter pushed in a large birthday cake into the private room, and Lin Jichao stood up to invite Tang Kaiyun to make a wish, blow out the candles, and cut the cake, presenting her with his birthday gift, creating a sense of ceremony. In Tang Bingyuan's eyes, his performance exhibited both the shrewdness of a businessman and the romance of youth, truly a prodigy. Tang Kaiyun's younger sister Tang Kaiying watched this scene, her youthful heart instantly touched, thinking brother-in-law is so romantic. Tang Kaiyun was completely conquered by Lin Jichao, and her wishes were all about their future together. After making her wish, she shyly glanced at Lin Jichao. Blow out the candles, extinguish them all in one breath. As she blew out the candles with a breath as fragrant as orchids, Lin Jichao helped extinguish the unextinguished candles, and immediately all the candles went out, bringing good fortune. That evening everyone chatted happily. The protagonist Tang Kaiyun was treated like a princess by Lin Jichao, her heart as sweet as honey. Returning to their residence, Tang Bingyuan's side, now Zhongdi has struck gold. His textile factory is likely to grow immensely. When Jinmei, puzzled, said, the factory hasn't even started yet. How do you know? Moreover, Tang Zhongyuan has always lacked decisiveness. Tang Bingyuan felt a bit displeased that his cousin was ahead of him in Hong Kong. After all, this cousin used to be merely his helper. However, he managed to control himself and calmly said, it's simple, Chung Kong Holdings will provide him with a large number of textile orders. Others manage with just 3 machines but have already achieved such a scale, pioneering the production of automatic zipper machines in Asia and rapidly occupying the Asian market. Do you think they will remain stagnant in the future? Although zippers use relatively less fabric, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. When Jinmei immediately felt jealous, saying only to encounter a good son-in-law. Tang Bingyuan did not refute, or after all he too thought Tang Zhongyuan was lucky. However, today's conversation has given me useful information. I plan to acquire a large amount of land in Tsuen Wan for investment. When Jean Mei was taken aback and said that area is so desolate, how could land prices appreciate? Tang Bingyuan replied with so many business owners relocating from the mainland to Hong Kong Island will soon become overcrowded. Suanwan is bound to become the best location for textiles and ready-made garments. So investing in land at this time is a surefire profit. February 8, 1948, Sunday. Today is the day before the Lunar New Year's Eve. Lin Jichao is strolling through Central with Tang Saiyun, accompanied by two third wheels, Tang Kaiying and Lin Shiner. Fortunately, these two third wheels are quite considerate and rarely disturb Lin Jichao and Tang Kaiyin's date. At this moment, even in Central, the streets of Hong Kong are still visible with many refugees. People have become accustomed to it and do not drive them away. A closer observation reveals that at this time in Hong Kong society, street vendors can freely sell on the streets and shop owners do not maliciously drive away the refugees at their door. The entire Hong Kong is relatively tolerant. Wealthy individuals do not hesitate to enter shops just because there are refugees at the entrance. They simply continue their shopping as if it is the norm. In the spontaneous market on Queen's Road, it is a scene of throngs of people. There are little girls selling dried fish, elderly women selling newspapers, possibly just older-looking women, and numerous Royal Navy soldiers making purchases along with British soldiers patrolling with guns. The citizens have grown accustomed to it. At first glance, most of the people are poor, struggling for survival. Those refugees are so pitiful. It's so cold, and they can only sleep under eaves at night, Tang Kaiyun said with a compassionate heart. Lin Jichao smiled and replied, "There's no need to worry. They can eat enough and do not have to worry about the war. The difficulties are temporary as soon those who arrive first in Hong Kong will live in wooden houses." The population in Hong Kong has indeed surged, creating a significant demand for housing. In a 3-story old Tong Lao in Wan Chai, as many as 90 people live with several residents sleeping on 6-tier bunk beds. This situation is already considered good. A large number of forcibly displaced Hong Kong residents, landlords raising rents to evict them, seeking exorbitant compensation, and new refugees have been forced to build numerous shanties and wooden houses on rooftops along the streets and around the urban area, creating densely populated wooden house districts. These wooden houses were built tightly together, extending from one end of the street to the other, forming a spectacular sight known as Rooftop Wooden House Street. Since building wooden houses at that time required dozens of dollars to purchase wood and iron sheets, some impoverished individuals resorted to collecting cardboard boxes from the streets to construct cardboard houses. These cardboard houses typically use a few wooden strips as a frame, cover the roof with asphalt paper, and nail cardboard around, forming another unique phenomenon in the wooden house district, cardboard houses. Due to the complex demographics and the historical context at that time, these wooden house districts, rooftop wooden house areas, and cardboard houses often became zones for criminal activities and hiding dirt, leading to numerous social problems. Thus, it is said that social darkness often resides in slums, invisible and bothersome to those in higher social classes. Originally, during this period, real estate developers in Hong Kong operated on a small scale, usually building 2 to 4 houses for sale, a practice commonly referred to as speculating on 4 hot dishes. Among this group, there was an unwritten rule that houses could not exceed 5 stories, otherwise approval from the governor and the executive council would be required. Lin Jichao pioneered the concepts of floor sales and installment sales, making significant contributions to the residential real estate market. However, this did not change the housing shortage in Hong Kong in one fell swoop, but rather alleviated it somewhat. After all, even in another 10 years, the proportion of private housing in Hong Kong is unlikely to exceed 35. To enable more people to afford housing, Hong Kong must first industrialize to a certain level of prosperity, thus generating a substantial purchasing power. Otherwise, even if capital enters the real estate market, unsellable houses are of no use. Tang Kaiyun suggested, "Jichao, should we buy some things to distribute to these refugees?" Lin Jichao immediately shook his head and said, "It's not very safe. If the items are all distributed and some people do not receive anything, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Saiyun, it's not that I'm stingy with that bit of money, but I believe this is not a good idea. You must understand I have over 100 workers in my factory, and I would prefer to distribute supplies to them, benefiting their families. By the way, in the afternoon, Chung Kong Industries will distribute rice and oil to the workers. I will take you along to experience it." Tang Saiyun, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and happily said, "Yes, I think what Jichao said makes a lot of sense. You are supporting so many workers now, and those workers have many families behind them. Distributing supplies to them is far more meaningful than giving things to those on the streets." Lin Jichao looked at Tang Kaiyun in surprise, not expecting this woman to be so unpretentious. Tang Kaiyun stuck out her tongue cutely and said, "Jichao, you don't think I'm being pretentious, do you?" She cleverly sensed the message conveyed by Lin Jichao's gaze. In fact, she just wanted to do something with Lin Jichao, and even if he refused for no reason, she would not be truly angry. Now she realizes how well Lin Jichao treats the workers, and she understands the true meaning of charity. Of course, Lin Jichao does not think charity is unnecessary. Rather, he feels his current capabilities are limited, and he can only take good care of his workers for now. If he has greater strength in the future, he will naturally be willing to invest more funds and do wider charity work. In the afternoon, Lin Jichao brought Tang Kaiyun to the factory of Chungkong Industries. When the workers saw Lin Jichao bringing a beautiful girl, they all shouted, "Boss Mrs. Lin." This made Tang Kaiyun both happy and shy. Lin Jichao did not correct the workers, simply introducing Tang Kaiyun to a few members of the management, asking everyone to call her Miss Tang. "How is the production schedule for the Spring Festival? Does anyone have any opinions?" Lin Jichao inquired. Wang Liang immediately replied, "I've already communicated with everyone, and there are no objections. After all, the boss is giving everyone double rations and distributing New Year goods. Everyone understands the heavy production tasks and expresses their willingness to comply with the arrangements. On New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival, Chungkong Industries will still operate, but half of the workers will finish work at 5 on New Year's Eve, while the other half will finish at 5 on the first day of the new year. This arrangement allows each worker to have a meal time with their family, while the entire Chungkong Industries still operates for 18 hours. Workers generally work 14 to 16 hours. Factories in Hong Kong are like this. Workers almost always have to work for 16 hours or even longer. After all, there are too many people outside without jobs. Many factories even offer new workers a salary of 30 or 25 Hong Kong dollars, depending on education and skill level. The bosses calculate that for these workers who have just arrived in Hong Kong, finding a job that pays wages is already very difficult, so they exploit them as much as possible. Chungkong Industries is relatively better. Even new workers earn 40 Hong Kong dollars a month. And once they get the hang of it, they almost always earn 60 to 100 Hong Kong dollars depending on their proficiency. Not to mention, at the end of this year, Lin Jichao had distributed double rations and New Year goods to everyone. Next, Lin Jichao distributed rice and oil supplies to each worker, encouraging everyone to keep up the good work in the new year, so that the boss can soon live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. The workers all smiled broadly, quickly expressing their gratitude. "Boss, you are truly the best boss. Among all the bosses in Hong Kong, you are the best. The boss gave us double rations and distributed rice and oil. I haven't even worked for half a year yet. The boss is such a good person. Boss, wishing you prosperity and wishing you and your wife have a child soon." The simple words of the workers quickly filled the factory area of Chungkong Industries, moving Lin Jichao. He has a goal in mind, which is to engage only in high value-added manufacturing to escape from sweatshops, and to ensure that the welfare of his workers belongs to the top echelon of the manufacturing industry. His zipper industry is of course a high value-added industry, at least higher than the value added of textiles and ready-made garments in Hong Kong. After distributing the benefits, Lin Jichao instructed the management, and then actively held Tang Kaiyun's small hand, preparing to return home. Tang Kaiyun's heart raced, but she did not pull away from Lin Jichao's hand. Back in the car, Lin Jichao smiled and said, "The workers' words are all sincere. You shouldn't think they are crude." Remembering the words about having a child soon, Tang Kaiyun immediately lowered her head and said shyly, "Jichao." Her tone was full of a playful tone. Lin Jichao, still holding her little hand, said with a smile, "Where are your thoughts wandering?" Knowing that Lin Jichao was teasing her, Tang Kaiyun became even more shy and said, "I'm not thinking about anything. You're the one who is thinking too much." Lin Jichao laughed, causing Tang Kaiyun to playfully punch him, and it was their first time being so close. He was about to turn 20 years old, and Tang Kaiyun was already 19. However, Lin Jichao did not want to marry too early, likely considering it next year, 1949. Fortunately, their relationship has already gained the approval of both parents, which is a settled matter, so Lin Jichao's slight advantage is not an issue. The main reason is that Lin Jichao's career is very important, or, in addition, he currently cannot provide a new house, which is clearly not acceptable. During the Spring Festival, Lin Jichao and Tang Kaiyun's families had a meal together, reaffirming their relationship, and once the timing is right, they will marry. Lin Jichao also visited two elders who had helped him, Jian Dongpu and Hidong, both of whom were very pleased with Lin Jichao's visit, as his achievements are already remarkable. Mentoring such juniors is equivalent to providing a good fortune for their descendants. Afterward, Lin Jichao quickly immersed himself in work. On February 12th, the third day of the Lunar New Year, it was a good day for groundbreaking. At the site of the Gasold factory on Ferry Street in Kowloon, the groundbreaking ceremony commenced. This land occupies an area of 30,000 square feet. It will consist of 20 five-story tank-style buildings originally planned for 22 stories, with smaller floors, each floor covering an area of 1000 to 1080 square feet. The entire project is named Defu Garden, yet another private housing estate, despite only having 100 floors. Lin Jichao knew that during this period the clients purchasing the apartments would only be wealthy merchants. After all, a single floor costs over 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is not affordable for the average person. Therefore, Chongjiang Real Estate had to fully consider the needs of their clientele. safety privacy along with public gardens, pavilions, and recreational facilities, which certainly catered to the psychology of the customers. Lin Shang, congratulations. Another private housing project. Friends who came to support congratulated Lin Jichao, many of whom were members of the Shun Chamber of Commerce and the Shun Association, as Lin Jichao had been invited as a member early on and had also donated funds. Thus, he knew many businessmen from Shun. These businessmen might not be well known in later years, but at this time they were prominent figures in Hong Kong, such as He Xiangmian, the owner of the Zhenchang dye factory. Lin Jichao also knew some big shots from Shun like Jian Dongpu and He Tian, but he did not initiate invitations, having already done so once or twice before. Thank you all for coming and for your congratulations. I am deeply honored. Lin Jichao then engaged in casual conversation with everyone. He Xiangmian remarked, now Lin Shang is the model businessman from Shun. I see your business is thriving in every aspect. I heard you opened a zipper factory, and the business is booming. Zippers from Southeast Asia, Japan, and Hong Kong are all sourced from you. Everyone began to inquire about the details of Changjiang Industrial. Lin Jichao quickly replied, He Laoj, you flatter me. My zipper factory only occupies a small portion of the market in Japan. It is true that I am making money, but currently Changjiang Industrial owes East Asia Bank 900,000 Hong Kong dollars, and I wake up every day startled by the debts. Haha, you Lin Jichao are taking advantage and still acting coy. Why would Jian Laojun lend you money? Isn't it because he sees the potential of your zipper factory? Paying off the debt is a trivial matter for you. He Xiangmian had a knowing expression and everyone nodded. Lin Jichao had unknowingly become the model outstanding figure among shunned businessmen, and his influence was starting to expand. Now the problem is that shunned businessmen in Hong Kong have 3 associations, Chamber of Commerce Association and Mianyu Hall, without a strong figure making them scattered. Of course Lin Jichao would not take the lead, although he might have the strength to consolidate later. However, he believed that taking on the presidency of any association would consume a lot of energy, thereby affecting his ability to focus. He aspired to become a world-class businessman, naturally avoiding spending too much energy on such matters. He could join many associations and charitable organizations, but would not invest too much energy in them. Jian Laojun is a banker. I have mortgaged all my assets to him, which is why I can borrow money. Lin Jichao continued to downplay his success. He could let others know what kind of assets he has and that he is making money, but he cannot let others know that he is making a fortune. Haha, if you borrow money so fiercely, why not just open a bank yourself? Someone suggested. Lin Jichao jokingly said, that's a good suggestion. However, if I really open one, you all must support me. Lin Jichao did not doubt everyone's sincerity. If he opened a bank, these shunned businessmen would definitely support him by depositing some funds in his bank. However, this was out of the bonds of fellow townsmen, so they would only deposit a small portion of their funds in his bank, preferring to trust major banks like HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Bank of America. In fact, Lin Jichao could replicate Liao Baoshan's success by borrowing funds from fellow townsmen and small depositors to speculate in gold and develop real estate. As long as he withdrew funds at the right time, he could do so. This way, his development speed would accelerate significantly. However, Lin Jichao did not wish to do this. He wanted to keep HSBC as his backing, so he would not establish a bank. At least until he could free himself from HSBC or British capital before 1980, he would not enter the banking sector. After some polite exchanges with everyone, Tang Bingyuan also brought Wen Jinmei to show support, while Lin Jichao's future father-in-law Tang Zhongyuan also arrived with his future mother-in-law Song Chaoling. Lin Jichao took the initiative to greet them. Tang Bingyuan sighed, we are still renting. I didn't expect Jichao to have already built over 100 buildings. It's quite impressive. In reality, it was not that Tang Bingyuan could not afford a house, but that he wanted to live in a luxury home in the mid-levels. But homeowners in the mid-levels are unlikely to sell their properties, at least not in the next few years, as they can collect high rents and transfer fees. Lin Jichao humbly said, I am building homes for others. I am also renting. Everyone laughed. After a while, the groundbreaking ceremony officially commenced. After the ceremony concluded, everyone began to take their leave. Lin Jichao called over 2 foremen, Huang Shun and Sun Jian, saying, Uncle Huang, Uncle Jian, the construction site is in your hands now. You must keep a close watch on it. Real estate is not a matter of a few years, but rather decades, and reputation is paramount. Once damaged, it will be difficult to recover. The 2 foremen were each responsible for the construction of 10 Tang-style buildings. Of course, they were essentially subcontractors, while Changjiang Real Estate's engineering department was the general contractor. Huang Shun and Sun Jian immediately became serious. They understood that Lin Jichao meant that Changjiang Real Estate would become a brand in Hong Kong's real estate sector. If they did not do a good job, they would not only lose out on Changjiang Real Estate's projects, but might also ruin their reputation in the entire construction industry. The influence of Changjiang Real Estate was indisputable, and Lin Jichao was rising as a prominent figure in the industry, so both nodded earnestly. Huang Shun said, Don't worry, Boss Lin. After so many years in construction, I will never do anything unethical. Sun Jian also stated, Boss Lin, I have been in this industry for a long time. I will definitely not do anything that tarnishes the reputation. Lin Jichao immediately smiled and said, haha, Uncle Huang, Uncle Jian. I trust you both, otherwise we wouldn't have collaborated so many times. The two men in their 50s were genuinely impressed by Lin Jichao's seasoned demeanor. Changjiang Real Estate's announcement of another 20-building site was quite a sensational news in Hong Kong's real estate sector. While most property developers were playing Hotan cold, Changjiang Real Estate had already commenced 2 major projects of more than 20 buildings in succession and even sold one of the large sites. Everyone was pondering one question: is this model really profitable? If it is profitable, then why is boss Zhang Jun of Huixin Real Estate scrambling for funds to start construction? Everyone finally understood that selling building flowers also requires skill, and undoubtedly Lin Jichao was the skilled one while Zhang Jun was the unskilled one. However, now that Lin Jichao's skills had been learned by everyone, they too became skilled. However, land prices and the prices of old buildings have already soared too high and profits have become increasingly thin. Considering the market risks, almost all property developers still adopted the Hotan cold approach. Everyone preferred to do small-scale developments and engage in layered sales and selling building flowers, selling out before starting to purchase land and old buildings to continue projects. This way it was much more flexible than before, and Hong Kong began to see an increase in new buildings, making real estate somewhat prosperous. However, real estate was still not a hot money-making sector. Huixin Real Estate's Zhang Jun, upon hearing that Changjiang Real Estate was launching another 100-story project, suddenly showed a bitter expression. To be honest, he was already short on funds for his current project of 15 buildings, and not only invited partners but also planned to use selling building flowers to quickly recoup funds. Now he had barely sold 15 out of the 75-story building, with a full 60 stories still waiting to be sold. Zhang Jun could only borrow funds while trying to sell presold properties. For now, he managed to get through a tight financial situation. I must sell quickly in the first half of the year. If I wait until the second half, I will inevitably clash with Defu Garden. With Lin Jichao's methods, I simply cannot compete with him, Zhang Jun muttered to himself. He was intimidated by Lin Jichao, having nearly been ruined between last Christmas and New Year's Day, so now he had a phobia of Lin. Unbeknownst to him, the purchasing power in Hong Kong in the second half of the year was strong, and prices might even rise higher. Of course, these matters no longer concerned Zhang Jun. He only wanted to sell the remaining 60 stories in the first half of the year. Even if he couldn't make 700,000, he could still earn over 600,000. The reason for the lower profit was that he had borrowed some high-interest loans. Hang Seng Silver Company. He Tian arrived at He Shanheng's office and said, Boss Shan, do you remember Lin Jichao whom I mentioned? He Shanheng raised his head, a look of interest appearing on his face, and replied, I remember you mentioned that Lin Jichao exchanged gold twice with you last year, obtaining over 270,000 Hong Kong dollars. With this wealth, he founded Yangtze Properties, making a remarkable splash in the real estate industry last year, and now he probably has a fortune exceeding 1 million Hong Kong dollars, a real estate prodigy. Currently, it is widely circulated that Lin Jichao started with just over 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, as the initial investment for his first real estate project was almost exactly that amount, covering land costs and the first construction fee. As for the later developments, they are all exciting tales of playing tricks with empty hands. Almost no one knows that Lin Jichao invested another 500,000 Hong Kong dollars into real estate, specifically into Fu Garden on Ferry Street. Many believe he is merely circulating funds from the Lan Tianya Yuan project. He Tian nodded and said, Interestingly, others sold gold for the first time using Boss Shan's name. Coincidentally, he wants to invite us for tea. He Shanheng fell into thought. Lin Jichao certainly had the qualifications to invite both of them, but what was his purpose? Soon he said, It must be about speculating in gold. He probably wants to become a member of the gold and silver trading market. He Tian suddenly realized, since selling gold, Lin Jichao had invited him for tea several times, but they had not intersected in business. Now, using his name to invite He Shanheng for tea, his intentions were clear. It must be. This young man is not simple. Seeing the profit in speculating on gold, he is likely eyeing it. He Shanheng smiled and said, Having him become a member of the gold and silver trading market is not a bad idea. After all, his strength is sufficient, having 2 hens that lay golden eggs. However, he is neither a Chaozhou businessman with United Compatriots, nor does he have access to channels for importing gold in Macau. If he rashly joins in speculating on gold, it may not go as he wishes. If he suffers significant losses in the future, you, my friend, might be in serious trouble. He knew that He Tian had some private connections with Lin Jichao, hence he said this. He Tian replied, We can just explain this risk to him. After all, he is also a figure in the business world, and he bears the consequences of his successes and failures. Soon He Shanheng said, All right, I am quite curious about this young talent, let's meet him together. He Shanheng was the chairman of the gold and silver trading market, and also presided over the gold trading at Hang Seng Silver Company. Hang Seng Bank has strong allies in Macau. He Xian and Luo Bao, among whom He Xian and He Shanhang were once colleagues, and He Xian is also He Tian's half-brother. Luo Bao is a Chinese son raised by Portuguese in Macau, holding a position as the director of the Economic Bureau, a man of real power in Macau. These deep connections mean that Hang Seng Bank can import a large amount of cheap gold from Europe and South Africa through Macau. Subsequently, they smuggle this gold to Hong Kong, cashing out at high prices on the Hong Kong gold and silver trading market. At the same time, Chaozhou businessmen also have channels for importing gold in Macau. They are closely united, forming a powerful force in gold speculation. This led both groups to coincidentally drive up the gold prices on the gold and silver trading market, enticing gold merchants and the financial sector in the Magic City to take over. In a private room of the Lu Yu tea house, Lin Jichao invited He Shanhang and He Tian to have tea together. He is now also a leader in his industry and a prominent businessman from Shund, so he already possesses ample connections and status. It is a great honor for me to have both seniors here, Lin Jichao said as he stood to greet them. Upon seeing Lin Jichao, He Shanhang evaluated him in his heart. A handsome talent with impressive demeanor. Impressive, truly better to meet than to hear of one's fame. I have long heard that a prodigy has emerged in the real estate sector, and meeting him now is indeed overdue. You flatter me. Please have a seat. After a round of polite exchanges, everyone sat down. The attendant served a decade-old pure tea, and then excused himself, knowing they had business to discuss. After some casual chatting, Lin Jichao got straight to the point. I recently have some idle money and plan to enter the gold and silver trading market to speculate on gold, so I want to find a shortcut and seek a membership unit through Boss Shan. Indeed, He Shanhang and He Tian thought simultaneously. He Shanhang first advised, I have heard that Lin Shang has been doing exceptionally well in real estate and has also made a fortune with a zipper factory. Why bother wading into these murky waters? Speculating on gold is essentially gambling on price fluctuations, which carries high risks. He felt a sense of appreciation for talent and thought that if he were Lin Jichao, he would certainly not take such a risk. He Tian also said, what Boss Shan said makes sense. Oh Jichao, you are busy with your career and may not have time to worry about these matters. After all, speculating on gold requires understanding external information, which is very labor-intensive. Lin Jichao quickly replied respectfully, I would never forget the teachings of both seniors. But this gold speculation is merely me using idle money to bet on the rise of gold, so my mindset is more of a trader than that of a gambler. He Shanhang was taken aback and asked, you mean you want to cash out gold from the gold and silver trading market, and then bet on the price rise? Lin Jichao responded, that is one part of my investment. I will also hire professional traders to make medium and small investments. I provide market analysis and the traders handle the specific transactions while I reward them with bonuses based on profits similar to stock traders in Europe and America. Introducing the theory of European and American stock traders suddenly made He Shanhang and He Tian feel enlightened. He Shanhang immediately asked, aren't you worried they might lose your money? Lin Jichao smiled and said, traders will surely put in their best effort for performance and bonuses. If they still incur losses, I can conclude that they are not excellent traders. If I encounter outstanding traders, I will support them vigorously. In fact, I derived this insight from the European and American stock industry. He Shanhang sighed, wonderful. To come up with tiered sales and installment sales, and to be the first in Asia to automate zipper machine production, you are indeed remarkable. It seems we were overthinking it. Lin Jichao quickly became humble. Afterwards, He Shanhang said, if you wish to enter the gold and silver trading market and become a member, you definitely meet the conditions. You just need to pay the deposit for registration. But under what company name do you plan to register? Lin Jichao immediately replied, I plan to establish a silver company, first rent a storefront, and also engage in foreign exchange trading and gold transactions. Of course, I do not expect to make much money from these businesses, just seeking to earn some commission to maintain the storefront. Good, it seems you are well prepared. Once you are ready, submit your application formally, and I will act as your guarantor, ensuring smooth approval from the board of the gold and silver trading market. He Shanhang said. Lin Jichao expressed his gratitude once again. Afterwards, under Lin Jichao's lively engagement, the three quickly spoke freely. Lin Jichao also took the opportunity to inquire about the experience of setting up a silver company, and both seniors were happy to offer their guidance. The atmosphere of this era is such that as long as one helps someone, even if they are competitors, they will offer advice. For instance, Jian Dongpu advised Liao Baoshan to start a bank. First establish a silver company to gain experience, and when the time is right, transition to a bank. Similarly, in later years, Bao Yu, just entering the shipping industry, sought advice from Dong Chuanwang. The younger generation is formidable. It seems you might become an outstanding banker in the future. Seeing Lin Jichao's strong comprehension ability, and often being able to draw inferences from one instance, He Shanhang sighed. Lin Jichao replied calmly, I could never open a bank because I enjoy borrowing from banks. If I opened a bank, wouldn't it be inconvenient for me to borrow from banks? He Shanhang intentionally laughed and said, once you open a bank, you can naturally lend to yourself. Lin Jichao chuckled and said, While this behavior is not illegal, it is destined for that bank to not grow large, burying potential trouble. If one day the depositors find out that the bank lent their money to the bank's owner himself, would they still trust that bank? Clearly not. Once there is any whisper of trouble, a massive run on the bank would break out. If the bank has lent out all its money, how many days could it hold out before running out of cash? Then that bank would be done for. He Shan Hung and He Tian were shocked. They had not expected Lin Jichao to so easily articulate the pros and cons, and his words reflected such foresight and insight. He Shan Hung sighed. There must be a teacher among three people. Hearing Lin Shang's words today has indeed given me much to ponder. Lin Jichao hurriedly said, Boss Shan, you flatter me. I was just speaking casually. After the group parted ways, He Shan Hung said, his skills are indeed impressive. However, making big money in gold is likely very difficult. It depends on whether he can control himself. He Tian nodded and said, the true essence of speculating in gold lies in importing gold from overseas and profiting from the price differences. That is the real way to ensure profits. Although both men recognize Lin Jichao as a person of stature, they do not believe he can make significant profits in gold speculation. Once Lin Jichao becomes a gambler, he will inevitably face losses and be eliminated. Wenham East Street, located in Shengwan, is a famous golden street in Hong Kong, boasting around 20 to 30 gold and silver shops that specialize in gold trading, foreign currency exchange, and remittance. However, Wenham East Street and Wenham West Street are not completely connected. The eastern end of Wenham East Street connects to Queen's Road Central near Suong Street and Wellington Street, while the western end connects to Shui Hang Street, and the intersection of Queen's Road Central West, Wenham West Street, begins near Shui Hang Street and connects to Devo Road West at its western end. The road is named after the third governor of Hong Kong, Wenham. Boss, this is the landlord, Mr. Wang. Oh, you are both from the same hometown. Hu Zhaosu introduced Lin Jichao. Hong Kong is a city in Guangdong province, so encountering fellow townsmen is not uncommon. Lin Jichao plans to open a silver shop to engage in gold trading, foreign currency exchange, and remittance. He does not seek to get rich. He only wants a storefront on Wenham Street. Therefore, he asked Hu Zhaosu to help find a suitable location. Lin boss, I didn't expect you, a real estate tycoon, to come to Wenham East Street to lease a storefront. Landlord Mr. Wang said with a smile. Lin Jichao casually looked around the environment and replied to the landlord, everyone says I'm a real estate tycoon, but little do they know the house I live in is rented, the office is rented, and now I'm also renting a shop. I don't own a single property yet. Mr. Wang, by that logic you are better than I am. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang immediately burst into laughter and said Lin Shang is truly an outstanding businessman from Shund. He calculates precisely, enters and exits quickly, and makes a great profit. After some pleasantries, the landlord began to show Lin Jichao around. Lin Shang, you are quite lucky. The previous landlord ran the store but could not afford the rent and withdrew. In fact, he raised the rent and drove away the tenant. I suggested he consider opening a silver and gold shop here on Wenham East Street, which would certainly be profitable, but unfortunately, he did not have the courage. Lin Jichao examined the storefront, which was only about 350 square feet with 2 floors. Opening a gold and silver shop seems a bit small. Clearly, the landlord was making a reckless suggestion. Moreover, if someone without experience rashly entered this industry, they would be swindled out of their money in just a few days. Although he himself was not experienced, he had substantial capital and was not particularly concerned. It's a bit small, Lin Jichao muttered. Mr. Wang, being very shrewd, immediately responded, Lin boss, I'm not trying to deceive you. This Wenham East Street hardly has storefronts available for rent throughout the year. You are indeed lucky to encounter one. Lin Jichao stopped wasting time as he had none and said, all right, what's the price? Mr. Wang thought for a moment and said, as just mentioned by Asu, we are from the same hometown, and you are an outstanding person from Shund. I must give some face. So you pay a fee of 2,000 plus 100,000 for a year's rent and it's settled. This price was reasonable and did not cheat Lin Jichao. It was a market rate and he seemed to be a notable figure. All right, when can we sign the contract? I need to decorate the place and open as soon as possible. Mr. Wang smiled and said, Lin boss is straightforward. No wonder your business is so successful. By the way, what do you plan to do? Lin Jichao looked at the landlord and said, as if it were obvious, Mr. Wang said that opening a silver and gold shop here would be profitable. I have no reason not to listen to you. Therefore, I will open a silver and gold shop. The landlord was taken aback, and then incredulously asked, are you really going to open a gold and silver shop? Of course. Definitely. The landlord was suddenly speechless. It seemed that this person had probably intended to open a gold and silver shop from the beginning. Then, congratulations on your prosperity. Yet he couldn't understand why such a big boss would even consider such a small storefront. Soon both parties agreed to sign the contract the next day. In opening the silver shop, Lin Jichao plans to establish a subsidiary in the name of Chongjiang Real Estate. This way it will facilitate accounting arrangements and inquiries. Moreover, the silver shop can later become an affiliated financial company or securities company of the real estate firm. After discussing with the landlord, Lin Jichao took Hu Zhaosu to stroll around Wenham East Street, occasionally checking out other shops. Boss, since you are planning to open a silver and gold shop, you might need to find trustworthy employees. I heard that in this business there are gold thieves and silver thieves. Without trust it's easy to be taken advantage of by goldsmiths. Hu Zhaosu suggested. Lin Jichao nodded and said, I have heard of this as well. Do you happen to know anyone who has worked in this field? If so, you can introduce them to me. Hu Zhaosu was greatly touched, thinking that the boss trusted him, and so did the person he introduced. However, he shook his head and said, I don't know any skilled workers in the gold and silver industry, otherwise I would have introduced them to you. Lin Jichao replied nonchalantly, no worries. I see this silver shop isn't really about engaging in gold trading or foreign exchange. Rather, I'm just planning to trade gold at the gold and silver trading market. As for the storefront business, we can take it slowly. There will surely be suitable people to help me. Hu Zhaosu nodded, marveling at his boss' boundless energy. As for Hu Zhaosu, Lin Jichao naturally trusted him and recognized his abilities. The key was that he was willing to learn and improve. Just as Lin Jichao was about to head back, he spotted an acquaintance in a store named Baoshang Silver Shop. He saw this acquaintance lightly scratch the gold of a customer, confirming it several times before saying, Sir, the purity of your gold is only about 94.5. It contains a couple of taels of silver C. The customer, skeptical, replied, How is that possible? I exchanged this at a major silver shop in the mainland. Are you even skilled enough to appraise gold? Li Zhaoji confidently replied, Sir, I started learning this trade at 6 years old, and I absolutely cannot be mistaken. If you are doubtful, you can try over there again. After the customer tried again at the counter and found the same answer, he returned to Li Zhaoji and completed the transaction. Li Zhaoji received the gold and was about to leave. Sir, please wait. Lin Jichao quickly called out to Li Zhaoji and approached him. Li Zhaoji was initially a bit nervous, but seeing Lin Jichao and Hu Zhaosu dressed well, and knowing this was a familiar silver shop, he felt relieved. Hello, who are you? Lin Jichao smiled and said, Sir, I just saw you had an excellent skill in appraising gold. The entire transaction was executed with great ease. To be honest, I am preparing to open a silver shop and need a manager. I would like to invite you to sit down and chat. By the way, my name is Lin Jichao. Oh, here is my business card. After saying that, he handed the business card to Li Zhaoji. Li Zhaoji was taken aback and then picked up the card to take a look, realizing it was the owner of a real estate company and a zipper company, so he understood that Lin Jichao was involved in cross-industry business. However, he awkwardly said, Well, I haven't thought about looking for a job yet. I came to Hong Kong with some cash and am staying at my aunt's house, so I have no expenses. I only need to do some small trading on Wenham East Street to earn a decent profit, which is better than working for someone else. Moreover, his brother Li Zhaolin also worked at the Macau Baochang Silver Shop, which had a long-standing partnership with the owner of Hong Kong Baoshang Silver Shop, the future predecessor of Baoshang Bank, being fellow townsmen and close friends. Therefore, if Li Zhaoji were to trade gold, it would be quite convenient. Lin Jichao immediately threw out a bait, saying, You can only make a small profit doing minor trades, but if you come to my silver shop as a manager, I will give you enough freedom. You can also do your own trading business. You can use my storefront for your own business, and I don't mind. To be honest, opening the silver shop is just a front. I plan to trade gold at the gold and silver market and engage in bigger business, so I need a skilled person to manage the storefront, and I assure you the compensation will be fair. If you decide to consider it, you can call me and we can discuss it in detail. Upon hearing this, Li Zhaoji's heart was already stirred, but he still had some concerns, so he said, All right, boss Lin. Lin Jichao then asked for Li Zhaoji's name, and after getting the answer, he left satisfied. On the way, Hu Zhaosu was dumbfounded, thinking the boss was quite opportunistic. Boss, is this person trustworthy? Lin Jichao smiled and said, Whether he is trustworthy or not is not important. I only need to know one thing: he just came to Hong Kong, and he can't compete with me. Moreover, he just spoke with a shunned accent and mentioned he entered this field at 6 years old, so he probably comes from a family of gold and silver merchants and should have decent skills. Hu Zhaosu nodded and said, Boss is brilliant. He understood that with the boss' sharpness, if he found any illegal behavior from Li Zhaoji, he could simply dismiss him. Meanwhile, Li Zhaoji found the manager of Baoshang Silver Shop and asked, Uncle Shi, do you know the owner on this business card? The manager took a look and exclaimed in surprise, How do you have this person's business card? He is no ordinary person. He is an outstanding businessman from shunned-running Chongjiang Real Estate, and also Chongjiang Industries. In short, he is even more impressive than the outstanding businessman from Chaozhou. He is a commercial genius. By the way, how do you know him? Li Zhaoji was astonished. How could such an impressive figure be interested in him, just because he saw him trading gold? However, he was very interested in that job for 3 reasons. First, since Boss Lin is an outsider to the silver shop, he would certainly rely on him. A second boss Lin gives him enough freedom to continue doing small trades buying and selling gold as long as he uses his own capital. Third, the manager seems to hold significant power. Boss Lin appears not to care much about the storefront business, treating it as a mere facade. If he can achieve results, it would be a way to repay the trust placed in him. Fourth, he could work for a while, and when the timing is right, he could resign. By then, he would have organized Boss Lin's silver shop, ending on a pleasant note. He wants me to work for him, so he gave me a business card. The manager immediately said, Zhao Ji, I also have a job for you here. Your brother is in Macau, and you are in Hong Kong, and our two silver shops are quite compatible. He knew that Li Zhaoji had the talent of a silver shop prodigy. Li Zhaoji apologetically replied, Uncle Sure, I'm really sorry, but I'm a bit unfocused and worry about causing you trouble. But that boss Lin mentioned, he doesn't care much about the storefront business and just wants me to mess around with it. His main plan is to trade gold at the gold and silver market, so he only needs the storefront business to cover the rent while I can do my own trading. The manager was taken aback and said that might actually be true. He is a wealthy man, and indeed wouldn't care about the commissions from the storefront. Alright then, since that's the case, I won't persuade you otherwise, especially since you will be the manager in the future. Uncle Sure, you are joking. Haha, Zhao Ji, you are lucky. In the office of Yangtze Property Development, Lin Jichao received Li Chaoqi. He had never imagined that Li Chaoqi, the future Asian stock god and one of the four great families, would soon be working for him. Of course he understood this arrangement was only temporary. Li Chaoqi would never remain an employee for long, so Lin Jichao gave it little further thought. Zhaoji, I will pay you 200 Hong Kong dollars per month plus performance-based bonuses. Your sole responsibility is to establish our Yangtze Bank. Recruit whatever talent you need. As for your personal trading in foreign exchange and gold, I shall impose no restrictions. Your freedom is absolute. The terms were exceptionally generous, yet Li Chaoqi immediately replied, Mr. Lin, there is one matter I must raise. Should I wish to resign in the future, I hope you will understand. Lin Jichao smiled and said, Rest assured. Even if you trade flexibly on Wan Chai East Street, you'll live quite comfortably. So feel free to tender your resignation at any time. I shall neither obstruct nor reproach you. Hearing this, Li Chaoqi felt deeply gratified, for indeed his skill alone guaranteed prosperity on Wan Chai East Street. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lin. The two quickly reached agreement. Li Chaoqi began work immediately, overseeing the bank's interior design and staff recruitment. Nearly all responsibilities entrusted entirely to him. Lin Jichao held firm confidence in Li Chaoqi's integrity. While cunning men might profit briefly, they could never achieve extraordinary success. Moreover, Yangtze Bank operated as a subsidiary of Yangtze Property Development. Its finances remained under the supervision of Zhou Fuzhao's department. Basic renovations fell under the engineering division of Yangtze Property Development, with Li Chaoqi offering only advisory input. March arrived, the springtime of Hong Kong, and Lin Jichao took Tang Kowloon aboard the newly inaugurated Peak Tram to Victoria Peak. First launched in 1888, the Peak Tram begins at Garden Road in Central, passing through Kennedy Road Station, McDonald Road Station, May Road Station, and Barker Road Station before arriving at the Peak Terminus. In practice, few passengers board or alight at the four intermediate stations, so many trams bypass them entirely. May Road Station sits at an elevation of 180 meters. Barker Road Station rises to 363 meters. Mere steps from the Peak Terminus at 397 meters. Oh, they've replaced the tram. Tang Kowloon exclaimed with delight. She wore the refined elegance of a Shanghai socialite, a form-fitting embroidered gown, accentuating her graceful figure, her arms bare and luminous as lotus roots. Why did Lin Jichao not seek a wealthy fiancé from Guangdong? Because in beauty alone, Shanghai's young ladies and aristocratic women surpassed all others across China, and their minds were equally progressive. After all, as a modern man, he could scarcely accept a Qing dynasty woman. What meaning would polygamy hold for him? Yes, it was upgraded this year. There was even news coverage just days ago. Lin Jichao replied with a smile. This year, the Peak Tram adopted new fully metallic carriages, powered by electric traction gears, accommodating 62 passengers. Lin Jichao had read about it in the newspaper and decided to experience it firsthand. Otherwise, he would have simply driven up himself. They boarded the tram and secured window seats, affording panoramic views of the passing scenery. The ascent lasted barely 8 to 10 minutes before they arrived at the Peak Terminus. Stepping onto the observation deck, the entire harbor unfolded beneath them like a living poem. Hong Kong's harbor shimmered limpid and serene. Its hills glowed emerald and pristine. Indeed, the city at that moment was simply purely a tranquil expanse of verdant green. Only two thoroughfares truly bustled with urban vitality: Devoe Road and King's Road. Yet to Lin Jichao the impression was astonishingly vivid, immaculate, beautiful, spirited, and full of youthful vigor. Brother Jichao, I'm beginning to fall in love with Hong Kong too. Tang Kowloon declared, sensing his deepening enchantment with the city. Her affection required no explanation. Lin Jichao withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon and turned toward the woman beside him. Thank you, Kowloon. Brother Ji Chao, what do you love most about Hong Kong? She asked, earnestly, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Compared with Shanghai, Hong Kong lagged behind economically, culturally, and in daily life, or its urban development paled in comparison. Even according to her father, falling short of Hangzhou. Lin Ji Chao responded instinctively, I love you, because you are here in Hong Kong. Though habitually glib with flattery, he had tempered his words somewhat, but his nature remained unchanged. A faint blush rose to Tang Tsayun's cheeks as she lowered her head. Why do you steal my lines? Ha ha. Let's go. Dinner and tea at the Peak restaurant. Originally built in 1888 for British engineers operating the Peak tram, the site later passed to government control. In 1901, it was demolished and rebuilt as a shelter for sedan chairs and resting quarters for bearers, enabling residents to transfer from the tram to sedan chairs for the final leg home. The structure housed both public and private sedan chairs. As sedan chair usage declined, the building was repurposed in 1947 into an open-air tea house and Western restaurant, renamed the Peak Restaurant. If Lin Ji Chao had three favorite places in Hong Kong, they were Victoria Peak, Deepwater Bay, and Repulse Bay. Victoria Peak offered the majestic vantage of overlooking all lesser peaks, while Deepwater Bay promised auspicious feng shui and enduring prosperity. Repulse Bay embodied poetic romance and breathtaking beauty. All along the way, Lin Ji Chao and Tang Kowloon, a striking pair, drew admiring glances, unmistakably the affluent elite couple they appeared to be. At the Peak Restaurant's Western dining room, they sat facing each other. Brother Ji Chao, I won't continue university, Tang Kowloon announced suddenly. She had studied for 1 year in Shanghai. Only her father Tang Zhongyuan's urgent evacuation order had brought her to Hong Kong. Initially she opposed abandoning her studies to flee, but Tang Zhongyuan had deceived her, claiming Hong Kong also hosted the University of Hong Kong. In truth, admission requirements differed significantly between the two institutions. Continuing her education would demand extensive retraining. Now, however, revealing this to Lin Ji Chao carried profound significance. He was neither foolish nor feigning ignorance. I'll marry you next January. Tang Tsayun's face flushed with joy and modesty as she murmured softly, Lin Ji Chao added, this year I'll consolidate our business. Then next year we'll be worry-free. And I plan to travel to Europe and America to buy you a diamond engagement ring. Tang Kowloon nodded happily. This man possessed both capability and romance, the very embodiment of a maiden's white knight. That evening, Wu Weiniang invited Tang Zhongyuan's family for dinner. During the meal, Tang Zhongyuan handed Lin Ji Chao a swatch of newly manufactured fabric. Our latest textile, what do you think? He asked, hopeful anticipation brightening his face. At that moment he bore no resemblance to Lin Ji Chao's future father-in-law. He looked more like a textile factory owner pitching his wares. It was true, he burned with the desire to prove himself, to build a legacy independent of Tang Bingyuan. And having relocated his family to Hong Kong, he urgently needed to establish a foothold, for idle dependence was unsustainable. Lin Ji Chao examined the fabric carefully, first by touch, then with meticulous visual scrutiny, before replying, it appears satisfactory, though final confirmation must come from our factory team. Uncle Tang, please don't worry. With decades of textile expertise, you're certain to succeed. He maintained strict professional boundaries. If Tang Zhongyuan's products proved substandard, he would grant time for correction, but never compromise on quality. Tang Zhongyuan nodded. Very well. Tomorrow we'll submit it for inspection. Honestly, though, I've managed textile factories for years. Working within your enterprise has revealed the true nature of Western-style modern management. It's been immensely instructive. Lin Ji Chao had invited Tang Zhongyuan to inspect Yangtze Enterprise several times, precisely to foster mutual growth. Tang Zhongyuan's Tsuin-1 factory, however, had yet to commence formal operations. Its official launch was scheduled for month-end. Nonetheless, Tang Zhongyuan had leased an additional workshop, temporarily serving as both equipment storage and training ground for new workers. Uncle Tang, you flatter me. We advance together. Once your textile mill opens, we'll place orders with you. Additional contracts will target Southeast Asian export markets. Penetrating Europe and America will require patience. It cannot be rushed. Indeed, you're absolutely right. Tang Zhongyuan was no magnate of Shanghai. His net worth stood at merely HK 500,000 to HK 600,000, and he had invested nearly HK 400,000 into his textile venture. Naturally, Lin Ji Chao intended to support him. After all, he was soon to become his father-in-law. So Lin Ji Chao added, Uncle Tang, if capital permits, consider investing in Tsuin-1 land plots. They'll double in value within 1 or 2 years. Tang Zhongyuan's eyes lit up. Understood. Though he held only HK 100,000, HK 200,000 in liquid assets, he placed unwavering trust in Lin Ji Chao, and resolved to invest every cent in land. Moreover, once production commenced, profitability was assured. Yangtze Enterprise would supply nearly half his orders. After dinner, Tang Zhongyuan departed with his wife Song Chaoling and sons Tang Xianqian and Tang Yuqian. Meanwhile, Tang Kaiying had already retreated to the boudoir with Lin Shiner. Classmates now bound by kinship, their bond naturally profound. As for Tang Tsayun, her parents instructed her to assist her future mother-in-law with household tidying before departing. In fact, after the Tang couple left, Lin Jichao gently stopped Tang Kaiyun from helping and said, "Mother, please tend to your tasks. I'd like to speak privately with Kaiyun. Soon I'll hire 2 maids for you." Wu Weiniang chuckled. "Why hire maids? I won't trouble Kaiyun either. Her hands are far too lovely for such work." By then, Lin Jichao had already led Tang Kaiyun to his bedroom. Wu Weiniang started to interject, then hesitated and let the words fade. "Never mind. My son isn't reckless." Tang Tsayun pulled into the bedroom, blushed deeply, and whispered anxiously, "Brother Jichao, how can I ever face Anding after this?" Lin Jichao laughed. "What's the harm? We won't close the door. We're merely inviting you to tour my room." And so he left the door ajar, 20 centimeters wide. Tang Kaiyun gradually calmed her genuine curiosity about Lin Jichao's bedroom, overcoming her shyness. As she began exploring, the room was simple, dominated by books. Lin Jichao remained a diligent student, recognizing knowledge as essential to business mastery. He refused to become an illiterate merchant. From behind, Tang Tsayun's elegant silhouette was utterly captivating. Moments later, he could no longer restrain himself. He drew her gently from behind into his embrace. Then he turned her to face him and leaned in, perhaps stunned by Lin Jichao's boldness, or perhaps simply overwhelmed. She yielded, and the sweetness of that first kiss, soft and warm, intoxicated him utterly. Their lips parted. Tang Tsayun flushed with indignation and shy reproach, murmured, "Brother Jichao, you're terribly forward. That was my first." Lin Jichao instantly swore solemnly, "Heaven bears witness. I swear." "Hush." She pressed a slender finger to his lips. "Who asked you to swear? I trust you." Just as they lingered in tender intimacy, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Lin Shiner and Tang Kaiying frozen in astonishment, mouths agape as if witnessing something forbidden. Tang Kaiyun sprang away from Lin Jichao like a startled rabbit, her face burning crimson. "Shiner, please escort your sister Kaiyun and cousin Kaiying home." Only Lin Jichao remained perfectly composed, calmly instructing his sister. "Oh yes, brother." Tang Kaiying, trailing last, flashed Lin Jichao a mischievous grin, as if silently warning, "Better appease me soon or I'll tell mother and father." Lin Jichao instantly responded with an exaggerated comical grimace, startling Tang Kaiying so thoroughly that she fled, laughing breathlessly. On March 21st, Sunday, it was auspicious for business openings. The Changjiang Silver House, prepared for over 20 days, officially opened at No. 36, Wenxian East Street, with friends of Lin Jichao coming in droves to show their support. "Lin, with your monthly openings, we are both happy and troubled," joked He Xiangmian, the president of the Shun Chamber of Commerce, with a hearty laugh. "Old brother, this time, I really need my friends to show up for the occasion. I'm opening a silver house and I need everyone to stand by me," Lin Jichao said with a tone that suggested he was a member of the chamber. He Xiangmian patted Lin Jichao on the shoulder and said, "Then we must come." A group of businessmen from Shund echoed in agreement. Everyone believed that Lin Jichao could become the leading figure among Shund businessmen, so they were very keen to show face, seeing this as an opportunity to strengthen the Shund business community. Before long, Jian Dongpu, He Tianliang Qiuyu, and others also came to show their support for Lin Jichao. Even Liao Baoshan arrived, smiling, as he said, "Little brother, you really plan to make a big splash in the gold trade." At first he was quite puzzled, as Lin Jichao seemed very interested in trading gold yet had not taken action. Now it seemed Lin Jichao intended to trade gold under the name of the Changjiang Silver House. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Buying gold in chaotic times is definitely a wise choice. I believe gold has investment potential. As for trading gold, I fear my abilities are limited. I'm just dabbling. My old brother is overestimating me." Liao Baoshan asked curiously, "Do you really want to stick with this shop and earn some commission? Besides, you're not an expert in gold shops. It's probably hard for you to make a significant impact." Lin Jichao smiled and introduced Li Zhaoji to everyone, saying, "This is my partner, the Golden Prodigy, from Shund, born into a family of silver house owners. With his guidance, earning some rent should definitely be no problem." Everyone greeted Li Zhaoji amicably. Li Zhaoji was surprised that Lin Jichao took the initiative to introduce him, and even referred to him as a partner, which moved him greatly. Although he considered himself extraordinary and would not remain under someone else for long, Lin Jichao's support still led him to decide to work diligently for a while, sorting out the affairs of the Changjiang Silver House and ensuring everyone performed their roles before considering resigning. Meanwhile, everyone was joyfully celebrating the opening of the Changjiang Silver House, while nearby the competitors on Wenxian East Street were discussing among themselves. The Changjiang Silver House is quite reputable. Many veteran businessmen and big shots have come. Of course, the owner of the Changjiang Silver House is Lin Jichao. If he can invite Sir He and the governor, it's clear his background is substantial. We've gained another competitor. Indeed, However, this Lin Jichao does well in real estate and zipper business. It doesn't guarantee he will profit in gold. Moreover, the Changjiang Silver House lacks reputation, so I don't see it as a concern. That makes sense. Soon, everyone dispersed. Lin Jichao inviting his fellow townsmen from Shund to support him, and even friends from the banking and silver industries, was merely to intimidate the competitors on Wenxian East Street, preventing them from engaging in petty tricks. What you can do, I can do too. As a silver house owner, you certainly lack the deep background of a boss who spans several industries. This way, Lin Jichao could avoid some troubles. The opening ceremony quickly concluded and everyone went their separate ways. Lin Jichao walked into his Changjiang Silver House, a trading room enclosed by iron bars where 3 skilled traders were present. They also understood the gold division technique, and Lin Jichao had a hard time recruiting them. Of course, although these 3 were skilled workers, they were far from Li Zhaoji's experienced level. While Li Zhaoji wouldn't always be at the counter, he spent much time on Wenxian East Street, helping to watch over the gold, and guiding the 3 skilled workers to improve their techniques. Everyone do well, earn more money for the boss so I can marry a concubine. If you have any questions, ask Manager Li for guidance. Lin Jichao said with a smile. Alright boss. The 3 cheerfully responded. Although the Changjiang Silver House was new, it had a substantial background. Not only was the boss well connected, but the trio of companies, Changjiang Silver House, Changjiang Real Estate, and Changjiang Industry, presented an impression of strength and good reputation. There was also a runner on the first floor and Lin Jichao encouraged him. Let's go sit upstairs. Lin Jichao said to his companions Li Zhaoji and Zhou Fuzhao. MHM. The Changjiang Silver House was a subsidiary of Changjiang Real Estate, with finance managed by someone transferred from Changjiang Real Estate, while Zhou Fuzhao represented Lin Jichao to review the finances here. It wasn't that Lin Jichao didn't trust Li Zhaoji, but everyone knew that Li Zhaoji was only temporarily doing this, as he still needed to go out to understand the market and conduct his own business. Currently, Lin Jichao had invested a total of 200,000 HKD in the Changjiang Silver House, including 120,000 for rent and renovation. The business was simple gold trading and foreign exchange, with the Changjiang Silver House earning commission from it. For example, mainland wealthy individuals coming to Hong Kong needed local circulating currency like HKD or GBP, while they only had gold and silver which naturally needed to be exchanged, and the Silver House could conduct that business. For instance, if someone needed to exchange for more stable currencies like USD, the Silver House could also do that, collecting commissions. However, the Changjiang Silver House had a rule that it did not exchange any currency issued by the mainland as stipulated by Lin Jichao. It's important to know that legal tender can be exchanged in Hong Kong. Even the soon-to-appear gold yuan can be exchanged in Hong Kong, since there is significant trade between Hong Kong and the mainland. However, Lin Jichao knew that the currency in the Republic of China was depreciating too quickly, so his Silver House would not engage in such exchanges. According to the market, the funds in the Changjiang Silver House would gradually turn into gold. Since there were many sellers of gold during this period, people coming to Hong Kong needed living expenses. Even so, Lin Jichao was not in a hurry to liquidate the gold at the gold and silver trading market. Instead, he planned to refine it into gold bars for collection. The reasoning is simple. Currently, gold is priced at 330 Hong Kong dollars per tael, with at least a 100 increase expected estimated price. It can be confirmed that the upward trend will end before 1949. 10. Therefore, assuming Lin Jichao holds physical gold worth 500,000 HKD, which can also be purchased from the gold and silver trading market, then within a year and a half, he would earn 500,000 HKD by cashing out early at the gold and silver trading market. He could use this profit now as funds for gold trading, short-term trading. Through this method, Lin Jichao could ensure a guaranteed profit. He only needed to stop before October 1949, which is the advantage of knowing the peak. Because once they stop accepting gold in Hong Kong, gold will naturally begin to decline. It's simple logic that there's no need to carry liquid assets, which would prevent the exchange of large amounts of gold. Meanwhile, the rise and fall of gold are also related to war. If fighting ceases, the demand will naturally diminish. Upon reaching the upper floor, it was divided into 2 areas, one for office use and the other for gold refining and trading. Hello, boss. 3 staff members greeted Lin Jichao. One was a finance officer and telephone operator, and the other 2 were gold traders from the gold and silver trading market, who also acted as telephone operators, making up the remaining employees. The entire Changjiang Silver House, including Lin Jichao and Li Zhaoji, had a total of 9 employees. The responsibility for refining gold was entrusted to Li Zhaoji, since it might only happen once a week. In the next few days, I will take care of the procedures for the gold and silver trading market, after which Ah Fu and Ah Ming can move in there. I may not trade every day, but I need you to be sharp and pay attention to the movements of Hongxing Silver House and the Chaozhou merchants in the market, such as when they buy in bulk and when they sell in bulk. These need to be monitored. This is called following the market. Lei Fu and Zhao Qianming, who had previously worked in the gold and silver trading market, quickly understood the boss's intentions and responded in agreement. After a round of arrangements, Lin Jichao had a private chat with Li Zhaoji. Zhaoji, are you interested in trading gold for me? I can share 5 of the profits with you. Li Zhaoji's heart raced momentarily, and he immediately replied, boss, I have never traded before. He was worried about incurring losses and offending people. Lin Jichao, however, smiled and said, according to my analysis, gold can at least rise to 600 Hong Kong dollars per tael. If I recently cash out gold worth 500,000 to 100,000 HKD from the gold trading market and keep it on hand, then I would be making a guaranteed profit of 500,000 to 100,000. So I'll invest 500,000 HKD for you to trade gold, and I'll give the entire team an 8 bonus with you taking 6. Li Zhaoji instantly asked, how does the boss know that gold will rise this much? Lin Jichao smiled and replied, war. So as long as I cash out the gold when the troops are approaching Yangqing, I can profit. At that point, the Republic of China will naturally be doomed and the victor will be determined. Without discussing some solid information, I wouldn't be able to convince this kid. Li Zhaoji was stunned, genuinely respecting Lin Jichao, and said, since the boss believes he can make a profit, why take the risk? He thought Lin Jichao had a large amount of capital and could simply wait for appreciation. Lin Jichao smiled and replied, who would refuse more money? Moreover, the fluctuations in gold prices at the gold and silver trading market are closely related to the smuggling situation of gold from Macau, particularly concerning Hongqing Silver House and Chaozhou merchants, especially Hongqing Silver House, which has a deep background in Macau. Therefore, as long as we pay attention to their movements, the chances of success are quite high. Meanwhile, I have some friends in the mainland who can quickly share some dynamics serving as a reference. With such abundant information provided to you co-hosting the gold trading with me, how could we not profit? Assuming in a year and a half I can turn 500,000 in capital into 100,000 HKD, you would earn 600,000 HKD. At that time, if you go out independently, wouldn't that be even better? Li Zhaoji was excited by Lin Jichao's persuasion and quickly agreed to assist him in trading gold. What Lin Jichao wanted was this effect. He never intended to focus on storefront business, and pulling in Li Zhaoji was merely a hope for him to help with gold trading. After all, Lin Jichao himself could not spend too much energy on this matter. Lin Jichao implemented a foreign fund system distributing dividends to the management team, but he offered relatively less as his information was the most crucial. Changjiang Real Estate. Lin Jichao asked the financial manager Zhou Fuzhao, can we raise 500,000 Hong Kong dollars in April to inject into Changjiang Bank? Zhou Fuzhao calculated in his mind and replied, seriously. Since the establishment of Changjiang Real Estate, you have not actually withdrawn any funds, so the capital has been ample since the Lantian Yuan sold out at the beginning of the year. Meanwhile, the debts from East Asia Bank are all loans that are repaid in installments a year later. Therefore, if you need to put in 700,000 Hong Kong dollars into Changjiang Bank at the beginning of April, Changjiang Real Estate can still operate normally without any impact. I have studied the contract you signed with the He family, and the third payment is due in the middle of the year, so paying it off in July is reasonable. At the same time, East Asia Bank will also repay the 700,000 in 6 installments at that time. Lin Jichao listened while calculating quickly, grasping the situation in his mind. He would withdraw 700,000 Hong Kong dollars to invest in Changjiang Bank, which would not affect the operations of Changjiang Real Estate, making it quite appropriate. Alright then, provide 500,000 Hong Kong dollars at the beginning of April, as I need to buy gold for investment at the gold and silver exchange. Okay, I will make detailed financial arrangements immediately, and report back to you if there are any developments. Lin Jichao nodded as the 700,000 Hong Kong dollars taken by Changjiang Bank was essentially a form of gold deposit. However, after extracting gold worth 500,000 from the gold and silver exchange, he planned to deposit this gold into East Asia Bank to see if he could obtain another loan of 500,000 Hong Kong dollars using the entire asset of Changjiang Bank worth 700,000 as collateral. In fact, the net assets of Changjiang Real Estate, including Changjiang Bank, are around 3 million Hong Kong dollars, and according to his agreement with Jian Dongpu, he could borrow 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars. Currently, Changjiang Real Estate only owes a little over 1 million to East Asia Bank excluding interest, so it is still below a reasonable level. However, considering that the Defu Garden on Ferry Street has not yet been sold, this net asset is somewhat uncertain. He still needs money. Lin Jichao has never been in a hurry to make money across industries, but has been pressured by the development of the times to quickly make money across industries. For example, in the zipper industry, if he does not take the initiative to occupy the Asian market, then as far as he knows, Arby's Yoshida Tadao has also used automatic zipper machines in recent years to create the YKK zipper kingdom. Hong Kong is already at a disadvantage. If Lin Jichao does not take the initiative he fears, he won't even qualify to sip a soup. If he takes the initiative, he can not only sip soup but also enjoy some meat. For instance, in gold trading, gold has now risen to around 330 Hong Kong dollars per tael, with about a year and a half of gold price increases. According to Lin Jichao's information, gold in the mainland is expected to soar this year. The previous increase was minor, likely beginning in April or May. The reason for the surge in gold prices in the mainland is simple: the national currency and gold bonds of the Republic of China have failed one after another, leading to a skyrocketing black market gold price. At the same time, gold traders in the mainland will choose to source from Hong Kong, which will indirectly push up the gold prices in Hong Kong. Additionally, the war in the mainland will directly affect gold prices in Hong Kong, and this year is precisely the beginning of who wins and who loses. Savvy businessmen will know the outcome around October or November from the Liaoshen campaign and will make decisive choices. Therefore, if he does not rush to enter the market, the profits will be significantly reduced. March 27th, or Saturday, is a good day to start a business. Lin Jichao arrived in Tsuan, Wan, to attend the opening of his father-in-law Tang Zongyuan's Oriental Textile Factory, with Tang Kaiyun accompanying him to celebrate the opening of her family's factory. The two looked like a golden boy and jade girl, and the guests at the opening ceremony could not stop praising them. "Congratulations, Uncle Tang, on your grand ambitions and successful career," Lin Jichao congratulated. Tang Zongyuan was immensely satisfied with this future son-in-law, especially for the help he provided to his career, being a true nobleman. From deciding to open the factory to sales channels and finally to land investment, the son-in-law has been his capable assistant. Recently, Lin Jichao even introduced the general manager of East Asia Bank, Jian Dongpu, to him. As a result, Tang Zongyuan secured a loan of 200,000 by mortgaging the Oriental Textile Factory. Combined with his original 150,000 cash, he purchased a plot of land over 80,000 square feet in Tsuan for investment. "Haha, congratulations. If it weren't for your help in strategizing for me." Tang Zongyuan tried to express his gratitude. Lin Jichao interrupted him, saying, "Uncle Tang, there's no need to be polite among family. It's important to entertain the guests." "All right," Tang Zongyuan said, without being overly formal, moving towards other guests. Tang Kaiyun suddenly linked her arm with Lin Jichao's and said playfully, "Brother Jichao, your courage is growing. Aren't we still family?" Although she said this, her face showed she was enjoying Lin Jichao's dominance. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Look at all these guests today, and then look at our current situation. It seems the whole world knows we are family now. You're so annoying, I can't win an argument against you." Tang Kaiyun shyly laughed and let go of his arm, skipping into the factory. Lin Jichao smiled. After their last intimate moment, there had been little opportunity to take advantage. However, his relationship with Tang Kaiyun was indeed growing day by day, and opportunities would certainly abound before their marriage. Many guests at the opening of the Oriental Textile Factory were businessmen from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai who had just arrived in Hong Kong. Lin Jichao was generous and joined Tang Zongyuan to meet them. "Brother Zongyuan, you've truly found a talented son-in-law. Mr. Lin's name is well known in Hong Kong," someone joked. In everyone's eyes, Tang Zongyuan was previously just a subordinate of Tang Bingyuan, but now he had taken the initiative in entrepreneurship, likely receiving some help from Lin Jichao, the local snake. "Haha, Jichao has indeed helped me a lot." Tang Zongyuan didn't mind at all, but rather spoke out, showing a completely different attitude from those who referred to him as Tang Bingyuan's subordinate. Lin Jichao humbly engaged with everyone, showing no signs of the naivety of a young businessman and appearing quite at ease. Before long, Tang Bingyuan also arrived with his wife Wen Jinmei to congratulate them. At the scene, Tang Bingyuan clearly felt that the fellow businessman had a very favorable view of his cousin Tang Zongyuan. On the contrary, there were doubts about why Tang Bingyuan had not yet made significant progress. Who will be the direct line of the Tang family in the future? "Haha, rest assured, I also plan to establish a factory this year, but it will occupy a larger area and require a longer preparation time. When the time comes for the opening, I will definitely invite everyone to attend, and I hope everyone will grace us with their presence." Tang Bingyuan took the opportunity to say, "Oh, I see. I thought Brother Bingyuan has been in Hong Kong for nearly half a year. Surely there must be some progress." "Exactly, Brother Bingyuan is a giant in the textile industry. There's no reason to just observe." Tang Zongyuan also congratulated, saying, "Congratulations, cousin. Congratulations." At this time, someone said, "I heard that Brother Zongyuan bought a plot of land of over 80,000 square feet nearby. Are you planning to keep it for expansion?" Tang Bingyuan was immediately surprised. He was also acquiring land in Tsuan, hoping for a price increase, and did not expect his usually low-key cousin to have such keen insight once again. But when he saw Lin Jichao, he finally realized that his cousin had such an outstanding son-in-law, which was the fundamental reason why he had achieved success shortly after arriving in Hong Kong. "It's still early," Tang Zongyuan said vaguely. "Haha, isn't it already late? With Chongjiang Real Estate providing you with a steady stream of orders, the Oriental Textile Factory is bound to soar. Who doesn't know that Chongjiang Real Estate is the giant in zipper manufacturing in Asia with considerable textile demands?" These guests were essentially no different from gossips. They were very curious. Lin Jichao replied, my small factory won't even use up 30 of the output value of the Oriental Textile Factory. You guys are overpraising me. After a lively exchange, the opening ceremony officially began. Afterwards, Tang Zhongyuan took everyone to tour the factory, which immediately amazed them with its excellent management. Even Tang Bingyuan noticed that the factory management was outstanding, and he couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance at Lin Jichao. What a good son-in-law. It's a pity my daughter is still young, Tang Bingyuan lamented inwardly. On the way back when Jin Mei said angrily, I'm so mad, Tang Bingyuan asked with amusement, are you really mad that Zhongyuan's factory is starting operations? He can't possibly stay under my wing for life. Although he felt a bit uneasy inside, he wasn't overly jealous. After all, he would open an even bigger factory, and was confident he could achieve more than Tang Zhongyuan in the textile field. When Jin Mei said, I'm not mad about that, no, I'm mad about this. You don't know Song Qiaoling is so proud in front of me right now. Seriously, isn't it just finding a good son-in-law? Previously, when Song Qiaoling saw her, she was full of flattery. Now she not only wants to be on equal footing but also to overshadow her, which is simply morally reprehensible. Tang Bingyuan chuckled. He understood the tricks between women. However, seeing his wife angry, he knew how to placate her. Don't worry, when our factory starts, the Oriental Textile Factory will become insignificant. He was confident that the orders from Changjiang Real Estate to the Oriental Textile Factory would be less than 30. And he also understood that his cousin Tang Zhongyuan had a knack for production but was lacking in other areas. Hong Kong can have 2 or 3 textile tycoons with the surname Tang, but he would definitely be the largest. When Jin Mei indeed calmed down and said, I love hearing that. You are the textile tycoon of the Magic City. How could you lose to Tang Zhongyuan? In the future, I want to speak highly of myself in front of Song Qiaoling. Tang Bingyuan said helplessly, why are you always competing with others? When Jin Mei raised her voice, this is a woman's business. You wouldn't understand if I told you. If I don't compete with her, she'll compete with me. Since they were already in Hong Kong and part of the Tang family, it was impossible not to compete. Whoever's husband achieves great success will have a higher status, and even in daily comparisons one must come out on top. April had just begun. In the morning, Lin Jichao arrived at the Changjiang Silver Bank, heading straight for the office area on the 2nd floor. Li Zhaoji had already arrived early and greeted, good morning, boss. Lin Jichao replied with a smile, good morning, Zhaoji. He felt quite pleased to have secured the future Asian stock god of the 4 major families. As long as Li Zhaoji was around, he didn't need to worry too much about speculating on gold. Moreover, Lin Jichao believed that Li Zhaoji could bring him substantial profits. The two of them then sat at a desk with an accountant sitting next door. Zhaoji, you need to cash out 500,000 HKD worth of gold from the gold and silver trading market for me in the first half of April. You will direct the specific operations. Li Zhaoji nodded seriously. He was full of energy now. Besides the generous commission, 6 profit from a later 500,000 investment project, he could also participate in the gold trading at the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange. He knew that previously he could only buy and sell at Wenhan East Street, which was just small-time dealings. Don't worry, boss, I will do my best to minimize costs within the stipulated time. Lin Jichao naturally felt reassured about Li Zhaoji. After all, in his previous life others had made considerable profits from gold trading. Although he didn't know the exact amount, it was certainly over 10,000 HKD, otherwise during the Peninsula War, he couldn't have opened a hardware factory. Based on this information, Lin Jichao knew that Li Zhaoji could definitely create even greater profits in gold trading. However, he needed to impart the information he knew to Li Zhaoji for his reference. So once I acquire the gold or the receipts with the cost price unchanged, I will officially hand you the 500,000 HKD speculation funds, which will be your operating capital. I can assure you that gold prices in mainland China will soar in May because the fiat currency is about to collapse. Although Li Zhaoji was somewhat surprised by Lin Jichao's foresight, he did not doubt it, as Lin Jichao had mentioned that he would operate based on his broader information. Alright, I understand. Lin Jichao then reminded, in this round of the Gold War, the opposing sides are the Cantonese merchants and the Shanghai merchants, among which the Cantonese merchants represented by Hang Seng Bank and Chaozhou merchants are particularly vigorous. The strength of Hang Seng Bank can significantly influence the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange. If you remember these, you can navigate through the waters of this battle. Li Zhaoji felt a deep sense of admiration and said, so boss wants Ajin and Ashan to keep an eye on these key member units at the Gold and Silver Exchange and summarize the information for me so that I can make decisions. Exactly. This time of gold speculation you are a team. The more I earn, the higher your commissions will be, so I hope everyone will cooperate well. The others will get a 0.5 commission settled once a quarter. Alright, boss. Li Zhaoji admired Lin Jichao's strategy and arrangement. He was even impressed that Lin Jichao trusted him so easily, as he felt confident that he wouldn't lose in gold speculation. In fact, Lin Jichao also had his reservations about Li Zhaoji. He would not disclose when to withdraw and take profits. This point was the key to Lin Jichao's decisive victory. It was like in a bull market where most people make profits, but when a stock disaster strikes, those who gained could lose all their profits. Lin Jichao, however, was akin to knowing when the stock disaster would come. After chatting with Li Zhaoji for a while, he left the Changjiang Silver Bank, unwilling to waste time on gold speculation. After all, his current focus remained on real estate and zipper manufacturing, especially the transformation of automatic zipper machines and automatic stamping machines for zipper heads. He urgently needed to find direction and then seek cooperation in Germany. Once Lin Jichao left, Li Zhaoji became serious. He thought to himself, how much could he earn with small investments? If he used the boss 500,000 HKD to make 100,000 HKD, then he would have 60,000 HKD in commissions, which was clearly more suitable for him to establish himself in Hong Kong. Moreover, he enjoyed the thrill of making large investments, as the 500,000 HKD could be leveraged to operate with 1 or 2 times more. As long as he didn't require physical gold, he could trade non-physical assets like stocks, which was even more stimulating than trading stocks. In fact, Li Zhaoji had not revealed one thing to Lin Jichao. He also had some sources of gold information. He could learn about the situation of imported gold from Macau through his brother and uncle. In central Yongle Street, today marked the day when Liao Chuangxing Silver Bank upgraded to Liao Chuangxing Savings Bank and opened for business on Yongle Street. Lin Jichao was also invited, although he was not a Chaozhou merchant. He was at least a Cantonese merchant, not to mention he had a friendship with Liao Baoshan. Liao Chuangxing Savings Bank was the first bank solely owned by a Chaozhou merchant, and Chaozhou merchants have a long-standing tradition of mutual support. Therefore, Liao Baoshan's idea was to attract the funds of these Chaozhou merchants. Of course, the shrewd and cautious Chaozhou merchants would not put all their funds into Liao Baoshan's pockets. They still trusted established banks with good reputations and strong financial capabilities. Congratulations, congratulations. Liao's bank is opening, may wealth flow in. Lin Jichao's arrival attracted the attention of many Chaozhou merchants. If we talk about prominent figures, both Chaozhou and Shund have representatives, but it was evident that Lin Jichao's prominence was stronger, having reached the top of a certain industry. Ah, thank you, Lin. Let me introduce you to some friends. This is the Thai banker Chun Baikan. This is our Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce President Chun Weinan. Lin Jichao greeted everyone one by one, and no one looked down on Lin Jichao's youth. After all, Lin Jichao had the backing of East Asia Bank, gained Sir Ho Tung's favor, and with the support of the Shun Chamber of Commerce, his strength could not be underestimated. Next, various groups congratulated the opening of Liao Chuangxing Savings Bank, which was much more grand than the opening of Lin Jichao's Changjiang Silver Bank. In terms of overall strength, Chaozhou merchants were significantly more powerful, and this was true worldwide. After the opening ceremony, Liao Baoshan also held a simple banquet which was quite grand. Lin recently Changjiang Silver Bank has also attracted quite a bit in the gold and silver trading market, truly remarkable. Liao Baoshan approached with a glass in hand. Lin Jichao clinked glasses with him, and then said, "Brother, to claim that it is remarkable in front of you, I feel embarrassed. Changjiang Silver Bank plans to buy some gold for long-term investment. In the gold and silver trading market, assuming Changjiang Silver Bank buys 1000 taels, 10 lots at 330 Hong Kong dollars per tael, the seller does not need to pay for the gold immediately. Similarly, no payment is required, and the formal settlement will occur 3 days later. If during this period the seller buys back 10 lots of gold from elsewhere, then the transaction time for A and C will begin again, lasting another 3 days. Round and round it goes. Of course, during this period there are gold merchants who can choose to cash out gold, allowing the transaction to be executed. But regardless of how it revolves, the purchase price of Changjiang Silver Bank at 330 Hong Kong dollars per tael can remain unchanged as long as they do not sell during that time." Liao Baoshan was taken aback and said, "Not speculating, but rather extracting gold." Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Currently that's the plan. We intend to invest long-term and make a little profit." Liao Baoshan didn't continue the discussion. Instead, a Chaozhou merchant chimed in, "Lin, with 500,000 HKD buying gold, if you don't trade, how much can you earn? The key to speculating on gold lies in the speculation. If you don't speculate, you might as well take the money to buy land and build buildings which would earn you more." Another added, "Haha, that's reasonable." Lin Jichao naturally remained untempted, politely stating, "My skills are limited. I find small profits sufficient." The crowd laughed, feeling that this shunned merchant Lin Jichao was somewhat undeserving of his reputation. In reality, had Lin Jichao had the time, energy, and capital, he might have been one of the standout figures in the gold and silver trading market. However, he was precisely a 3-no personnel, so he could only sip the soup. Gao Si, the owner of the Burn Machinery Factory, along with mechanical engineers Ian and Luca, arrived in Hong Kong and visited the factory of Chung Kong Holdings. "Oh, Mr. Lin, is this your factory? Although Ian told me that your factory is quite small, I did not expect it to be this small." Gao Si said in disbelief. Lin Jichao smiled and replied, "A new factory is already under construction and is expected to be operational by the second half of the year." He had invited Gao Si to Hong Kong through letters to establish trust for future cooperation. Alright, let's take a look at your factory, Gao Si said with a smile. He had also entrusted the textile machinery he produced to Chung Kong Trading Agency, hoping that Lin Jichao could secure some orders for him in the Far East. After the inspection, Gao Si was very satisfied with Lin Jichao's capabilities and inquired, "Currently, how many hours do your 3 machines operate each day?" Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Approximately 22 hours. But the orders are still far from being fulfilled." Even Lin Jichao did not expect the zipper business to be so good, so he quickly invited Gao Si to come to Hong Kong for an inspection to discuss continuing the production of machines. If Gao Si had not met Lin Jichao, the 3 automatic zipper machines might have remained in the warehouse for a long time. Thus, he considered it a windfall of over $80,000. "No wonder you are so eager. We can produce zipper machines for you, but I hope you can at least order 10 units. Lin Jichao smiled and did not answer the question immediately, but invited the 3 of them to sit down in the office building of Chung Kong Holdings. "I hope to improve the automatic zipper machine. Here are some research materials I gathered over the past 5 months. Gao Si was surprised. It turned out that this young man knew a lot. Just a glance at the materials was enough for him to realize that Lin Jichao was not just bluffing, but had genuinely developed some improvement ideas. Of course, these materials might not be professional, but they indeed provided a direction for improvement. Handing the materials to Ian, Gao Si immediately said, "So you expect us at Burn Machinery to improve the research and develop a new automatic zipper machine?" Lin Jichao nodded and said, "That's right. I also have some ideas for the automatic stamping machine for the zipper heads that I can share with you. I hope we can establish a cooperative relationship. I have already provided the direction for research and development, and you just need to continue down this path to improve the automatic zipper machine, which can increase production speed by 1.5 to 2 times, reaching over 3,000 revolutions per minute. Meanwhile, if this machine is developed and produced, I want to order 30 units. Gao Si was instantly excited and said, 30 units? 30 units would be at least a $750,000 deal, which is quite substantial. Lin Jichao confidently said, "And I also want 10 units of the stamping machine for the zipper heads." Gao Si, now calm, asked, "With so many machines, Mr. Lin, what about your funding?" Looking at Lin Jichao, he did not seem like someone who could come up with nearly $1 million. "The machines will be delivered in batches, and of course we need Burn Machinery to support the funding. Installment payments will be required. Mr. Gao Si, regardless of how things go, your investment in research and development will not result in a loss, plus I have provided the direction for your research." At this moment, Ian said, "Boss, the materials provided by Mr. Lin are extremely valuable. If the research is successful, our automatic zipper machines will have no trouble finding a market." Lin Jichao did not set any thresholds. Whatever Burn Machinery developed could be sold to anyone, except it could not be sold to the RB people. The reason is simple. He would definitely be the first customer. Moreover, the RB people have the capability to develop the same products. After some thought, Gao Si said, "If we develop it, how many units are you planning to order in the first batch, and how much funding are you prepared to pay up front?" Lin Jichao had already prepared for this and said, "I plan to order 10 automatic zipper machines and 3 stamping machines in the first batch with an initial payment of 30 of the funding, and I will clear all machine payments and interest within a year." Gao Si quickly decided to support Lin Jichao, because he saw a stream of orders flying towards Chung Kong Holdings. With just 3 machines, Chung Kong Holdings could earn $250,000 a year. If it were 10 machines, how could they not make a profit? "Okay, I agree to your cooperation proposal. The materials provided by you, Mr. Lin, will be given to us free of charge. Once we develop and produce the machines, they will only be sold to you in Asia, provided that Chung Kong Holdings continues to place orders within a year." Lin Jichao had anticipated that Gao Si would agree, as his research materials would indeed provide significant assistance, and Lin Jichao was currently the largest zipper merchant in Asia. Considering the current orders are overwhelming, Lin Jichao proposed, "Currently Chung Kong Holdings cannot keep up with the orders. I wonder if Mr. Gao could help me buy 3 more machines from Germany first. This way I would have more funds to pay you later." Gao Si was taken aback and immediately replied, "You'll have someone look for those 3 machines in West Germany. You won't want to pay for them in installments too, right? Is that not feasible?" Lin Jichao retorted, "It was quite common to pay in installments in this era. One could buy ships or even build ships this way." Gao Si said, "All right, I'll guarantee it for you." Since he had decided to support Chung Kong Holdings, he would show full sincerity at once. Today, he had heard Lin Jichao make many promises, so Gao Si almost completely believed in Lin Jichao's ability to repay. In the next 2 days, Lin Jichao took Gao Si and the others to inspect the textile market in Hong Kong. On the way back, Gao Si asked Ian, "Were those materials really that useful?" Ian nodded and replied, "Extremely useful. It can be said that relying solely on these reference materials, we can successfully develop a new automatic zipper machine within 6 months. Gao Si felt relieved that this trip to Hong Kong for inspection had not been in vain, as he had found that Hong Kong's textile industry did not have much potential, which had initially disappointed him. Fortunately, Lin Jichao, the zipper merchant, gave him great hope. He promised Lin Jichao that if the product was successfully developed, it would only be sold to him in Asia. He was not lying, but Europe and America still had a large market, so he was not worried about the issue of making money. Meanwhile, Lin Jichao was very happy after sending Gao Si and his group away. In fact, Chung Kong Holdings could still afford to pay for 3 machines at this time, as they had earned nearly 400,000 Hong Kong dollars from November last year to March this year. With the subsequent drop in costs, Lin Jichao could earn 0.35 Hong Kong dollars per zipper, and Chung Kong Holdings could produce 250,000 zippers 50,000 meters in a month. Thus 3 machines were indeed money-printing machines, earning around 80 to 90,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. If the new 3 machines can be installed by June, even if the RB introduces automatic zipper machines, I can still make 1.5 million this year. This would mean I could pay off all my debts and still have some left over. Lin Jichao began to plan for his zipper business, intending to establish a new factory in Singapore early next year, primarily to avoid the blockade of Hong Kong's manufacturing industry due to the Peninsula War, as he was preparing to break into the country market. It was said that at that time imported wax ducks from Hong Kong had to prove they were not domestically produced, which was quite strict. Therefore, building a factory in Singapore to produce zippers was very necessary, and at the same time there would be opportunities to invest in the smelting industry in Singapore. In late April, Lin Jichao arrived at the office of the general manager of Dongya Bank, where he was warmly received by Jian Dongpu. He is the largest debt king of Dongya Bank, but he has a good reputation and quality assets, so Dongya Bank is very willing to cooperate with him. This time Lin Jichao came to propose a new loan again. The speed at which Dongya Bank has recovered after the war is truly admirable, and Jian Lao has made a significant contribution. Jian Dongpu personally brewed tea for Lin Jichao to show his importance, smiling as he said, "Your flattery of Dongya Bank, and of me, could it be that you have a new loan plan?" Lin Jichao gently lifted the teacup, then set it down and said, "Indeed, I cannot escape Jian Lao's keen insight. The situation is this: Chongjiang Real Estate's Chongjiang Silverhouse plans to mortgage gold worth 500,000 Hong Kong dollars to Dongya Bank and take out a loan of 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Jian Dongpu smiled leisurely and said, "There is no reason to secure a mortgage at its original price. Moreover, since Chongjiang Silverhouse is under Chongjiang Real Estate, and your Chongjiang Real Estate owes a large debt to Dongya Bank, I'm afraid I can't issue you a loan until your project on Ferry Street is sold." He intentionally tricked Lin Jichao a bit to see what this young man would say, just to pass the time. Seeing Jian Dongpu's expression, Lin Jichao knew that the matter was already settled. It was just that others needed some justification. It's still the same saying: when 2 strong forces clash, it creates chaos, and it won't end anytime soon. The wealthy will come to Hong Kong. Thus, properties in Hong Kong are in high demand, so the Defu Garden project on Ferry Street is bound to make a profit. Similarly, the price of gold is sure to rise as the currency in the Republic of China is collapsing, and credit will eventually fall apart, resulting in a significant increase in gold in the mainland. Moreover, war will make people scramble to purchase liquid assets, and the price of gold in Hong Kong will skyrocket. Therefore, I am mortgaging gold worth 500,000 Hong Kong dollars to Dongya Bank, and even if its value drops to 400,000 Hong Kong dollars, I am willing to repay in advance. Jian Dongpu immediately replied, "Many people understand these principles, but only you can articulate them. Not only do you have confidence, but you also instill confidence in those who listen." Lin Jichao thought to himself, could this be a part of his personal charm? The ability to persuade. "Jian Lao, you could also invest in some gold. It's a sure profit." Jian Dongpu was somewhat tempted, but cautiously replied, "The key is that people are greedy. I bought at over 300 per tael, and I might hesitate to sell even if it rises to 500 per tael, only to see it drop below 300 later. Such losses often occur." Lin Jichao said directly, "That's simple. When the army enters Yongqing, that will be the time to sell, so why worry?" After all, he wouldn't profit much from gold, since he had no capital, so helping someone else get rich was not a problem. Moreover, Jian Dongpu's son Jian Yueqiang has a bright future ahead, making it worthwhile to cultivate a good relationship with the Jian family. Jian Dongpu was instantly shocked and said, "Are you saying that when the army enters Yongqing, it will cause panic in Hong Kong and gold will surge? I can then take the opportunity to sell gold because Hong Kong is the bridge to the west, and the status quo will surely remain unchanged, so everything will return to calm and the gold price will naturally gradually fall again." Lin Jichao nodded and said, "In any case, this is how I understand it, or if Yongqing is gone, the Jiang family will naturally fail and the mainland will become peaceful." Jian Dongpu blurted out, "Do you really believe so?" Lin Jichao smiled and said, "I am also analyzing it based on the scale of mainland merchants coming to Hong Kong, so it's just a gamble and the odds are in my favor." Jian Dongpu nodded, choosing not to continue the discussion as Lin Jichao had already dared to say it. In the end, Lin Jichao successfully obtained a loan of 500,000. He planned to give this fund to Li Zhaoji to trade gold, overseeing it occasionally, and reminding Li Xiaoji not to use leverage. Short-term trading can already yield more profits, so why risk leverage? There are many opportunities to make money and there is no need to take excessive risks. Meanwhile, Lin Jichao would hardly participate directly in gold trading as he lacked the energy. At 7 a.m., Li Xiaoji arrived at Changjiang Silver House, accompanied by several colleagues, gold trading expert A. Shan, A. Jin, and finance assistant A. Hao. As for the other 4 colleagues, they were staff members at the first-floor retail department, who only needed to arrive by 7:30 a.m. Let's summarize the information and analyze the buying points. If anyone has any discoveries, speak up. After all, we are a team. Li Xiaoji humbly quoted the boss term team. This team has secured 500,000 Hong Kong dollars in gold trading funds with a significant portion deposited as margin at the Gold and Silver Trading Center, and they are now formally entering the gold trading market with everyone receiving varying bonus shares, so everyone must give their all. Ashan was a very clever person and said, yesterday afternoon Hang Seng Silver House and several Chaozhou Silver Houses coincidentally bought a lot right before the market closed. Ajin immediately added, I also noticed that those 2 groups have suddenly increased their phone calls. Because the boss had told everyone that the Gold and Silver Trading Center has black and white players. Guangdong and Shanghai, Guangdong watches Chaozhou and Hang Seng, so keeping an eye on these 2 groups was one of the tasks of those present. Li Xiaoji wrote down useful information on paper and said, it seems today might be a buying opportunity. They are pushing the gold price up. Li Xiaoji thought to himself, I received information from my brother and my uncle that there is a considerable amount of gold being imported from Macau, which is about to be smuggled into Hong Kong for cashing out. By integrating this information, it can be inferred that the gold price at the Gold and Silver Trading Center will be pushed up, followed by a large amount of cashing out. As for the boss saying that gold in the mainland will rise significantly soon, that is just a macro environment. This information is also very useful because after a drop it presents another buying opportunity. Alright, you all start observing the scene and report back to me as soon as you notice the dynamics of Hang Seng Silver House and Chaozhou Gold Merchants. Remember, notify me by phone as soon as there is any movement. Understood, Manager Li. After the meeting, everyone went to their respective posts. A Hao, who is in charge of finance and reception, was always on standby for calls upstairs, while Li Xiaoji went downstairs to check on the preparations for business operations. Manager Li. Good morning, everyone. Li Xiaoji was humble but very confident, earning the respect of everyone. Moreover, everyone knew that the boss trusted Manager Li greatly and seldom visited Changjiang Silver House to inspect the business. Business has been good lately. Although our Changjiang Silver House is not an old brand in this industry, many people choose to trust large companies like us, driven by the reputation of Changjiang real estate and Changjiang industry. So everyone work hard. The boss said that you will also get bonus shares. The better the business, the more you earn. The 3 tellers and 1 runner's morale instantly surged, and they all worked hard. Li Xiaoji took another stroll around, inquiring about some situations on Wanshan East Street, and even stopped by his uncle's shop for a brief chat. After doing all this, he returned to Changjiang Silver House. Manager Li Shan just called. Li Xiaoji nodded, not in a hurry. Then he dialed the Gold and Silver Trading Center's number, inquired about the recent trading prices, and began to say, all right, if someone sells later, start grabbing orders and contact me by phone. At the Gold and Silver Trading Center in the middle of the courtyard, a gold trading expert's finger bent outward, the hand can rotate, and Ashan was already prepared, dashing forward in a flash. After feeling a couple of slaps, he quickly retreated with satisfaction. In that brief moment, he managed to acquire 2 hands, 200 taels of gold, at the price of 331.5 Hong Kong dollars per tael. After buying, A. Jin, who was responsible for answering calls, quickly dialed the number of Changjiang Silver House to report the situation and received new instructions. Continue buying. After receiving the instructions, Ashan squeezed back into the crowd. Although he didn't grab any more afterwards, he later secured another 2 hands at the price of 331.7 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Throughout the morning, Ashan frequently made moves, successfully acquiring 18 hands of gold at an average price of 332.5 Hong Kong dollars per tael, totaling 598500 Hong Kong dollars. The price of gold also rose from 331 Hong Kong dollars in the morning to 333.8 Hong Kong dollars, with a premium of 2.8 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Before the noon break, everyone rushed to the settlement department to register the transactions from the morning. Naturally, there was much discussion on the way. Changjiang Silver House was quite impressive this morning, acquiring 50 to 60,000 worth of gold, right? Is it planning to trade out more gold again? This information was promptly fed back to their boss, and for a time Changjiang Silver House became a small focal point in the market. Liao Baoshan muttered to himself in the office. What a good timing to buy. He learned through the Chaozhou telegraph station that several gold smuggling ships are set to arrive in port the day after tomorrow, indicating that gold prices will soar in the coming days, followed by a significant drop. With this information from the telegraph station, he could intervene in advance and sell at a high price. Over 345. 2 Hong Kong dollars per tael sold. 2 days later in the morning, Li Xiaoji decisively notified Ahao by phone to sell the gold in his possession. The price has risen nearly 15 Hong Kong dollars per tael during this wave of market activity, coupled with the influx of gold from Macau, ready to be liquidated, prompting Li Xiaoji to issue the command. Although prices may rise further, he cannot be greedy. Just as his boss told him the price of gold is bound to exceed $600 per tael within a year and a half, so Zhongyang Silver Company should not be too aggressive. If each month's transactions achieve a success rate of 70%, then it is possible to turn an initial capital of 500,000 Hong Kong dollars into 1.5 million. Avoid excessive leverage, keeping the total transaction amount between 500,000 and 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Li Xiaoji believes that Lin Jichao as a boss excels at strategizing, while he considers himself adept at capturing details. Thus, their collaboration holds great potential. Assuming a profit of 1 million, he would receive a bonus of 600,000 Hong Kong dollars settled quarterly alongside his invested funds and salary. Li Xiaoji believes he could amass a substantial startup capital in a year or two. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoji revealed a slight smile, then calmly awaited the call from the gold and silver trading hall. Upon receiving the directive, Ahao quickly maneuvered through the crowd. At this moment, a representative from the gold trading sector of the Magic City signaled a purchase with a price set at 345. 3 Hong Kong dollars. Ahao glanced around and noticed that everyone's reactions were mediocre. Gold was skyrocketing. Initially, he had planned to wait for a higher price to sell. However, considering that lease instructions were not to be defied, he quickly squeezed into the center of the hall. The gold trader swiftly signaled for 2 hands, indicating the Zhongyang Silver Company wanted 2 hands, and then 3 others in front each signaled for 2 hands, totaling 8 hands of gold. Afterward, the 5 exited the center, first recording transaction information in their notebooks before proceeding to register at the office, or they could do so during lunch each at their discretion. Next, it seemed that the Magic City gold traders were already caught in the net with a strong desire to purchase, so Ahao quickly sold all 18 hands of gold, with an average price of 345. Li Xiaoji, all the gold in hand has been sold out. How's the price in the market? It's still rising. Let's short sell 5 hands to test the waters. Li Xiaoji hung up the phone. Just now he had short sold 5 hands, but he actually did not possess 5 hands of gold. However, he was not anxious. He had already made a considerable profit, and now short selling was merely taking advantage of the momentum to earn more. He was confident that the gold price would drop, so by short selling 5 hands now, and later buying back at a lower price, he could profit from the different settlement in 3 days. If there are transactions in between, the settlement time would be recalculated. Other phone lines. Boss, the price has reached 345. 5 Hong Kong dollars. Zhongyang Silver Company just sold over 20 hands, making a considerable profit. Let's also sell the gold in our hands, no need to wait. All right. Many gold traders were reporting the situation to the other end of the phone line, and the scene was bustling. As Zhongyang Silver Company sold its gold, it seemed that the Guangdong traders began to sell their gold as well, while the Shanghai traders were much slower to react and continued to absorb. In terms of financial strength, the Shanghai gold traders were superior, but they were unaware that they had fallen into a trap. Guangdong traders were smuggling cheap gold through Macau and were seizing the opportunity to cash out. This wave of mini-surge was also something everyone tacitly agreed upon to speculate. The Guangdong gold traders opted for physical gold delivery and ceased buying, causing prices to quickly plummet. During this time, Li Xiaoji short sold another 5 hands, totaling 10 hands sold short. In no time, Zhongyang Silver Company began to be regarded as a star member, as their transactions amounted to tens of thousands, qualifying them as high rollers. Lin Jichao arrived at Zhongyang Silver Company. Having heard some good news, Li Xiaoji had achieved initial success, earning over 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Good, it seems, Xiaoji, you truly are a master in this field. But do not be arrogant. Remember that pride leads to failure, and a steady approach is the way to wealth. Although both were of similar age, Lin Jichao was more successful and his boss, so he could say such things. Li Xiaoji immediately replied sincerely, "Yes, boss. This victory is undoubtedly due to the information you provided to everyone. I do not dare to take credit." In his view, keeping an eye on Hang Seng and Chao merchants meant watching the market trends. Based on some information he received, he could steadily capitalize and earn more. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "It is definitely your credit. What I provided was just a rough idea. Your ability to retreat in a timely manner indicates that you have excellent observation and temperament." After chatting for a while, Lin Jichao suddenly said, "I have gathered some news. The Chao merchants have a wireless shortwave radio set up on various smuggling boats with a headquarters in Hong Kong. Any member of the Chao merchants can connect to this radio to receive information." Li Xiaoji was dumbfounded. It turned out these people had so many tricks up their sleeves. They are indeed formidable. However, we are also Guangdong merchants. They want intentionally set traps for us, and we know ourselves and our opponents. As long as we observe closely, we will inevitably sail smoothly. Li Zhaoji said confidently. In his view, according to Lin Jichao's words, Hang Sang Silver Company and Chao Merchants were both indicators. As long as he kept an eye on them, he would win more and lose less. The two then discussed the timing for buying in and unanimously agreed that a day later would be the buying opportunity, as it was expected that the smuggled gold would be nearly cashed out, predicting the gold price would be around 335 Hong Kong dollars. Originally, the lower the price dropped to that level, the more cautious everyone would be. But for Zhongyang Silver Company, that was a good opportunity. The simplest reasoning is that Lin Jichao predicted gold would rise to over 650 Hong Kong dollars per tael, and that gold in the mainland would skyrocket. In such a larger context, high selling and low buying would naturally lead to success. Zhongyang Silver Company achieved initial success in the gold and silver trading hall, making a small profit of over 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, which did not create much of a stir. After all, the daily trading volume in the gold and silver trading hall is in the tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. Zhongyang Silver Company was merely considered a high roller, and there were many others like it. However, in the eyes of those monitoring Zhongyang Silver Company, this time was undoubtedly a small moment of prominence. Liao Chuangxing Storage Bank. Is it luck or true skill? Liao Baoshan murmured. He made nearly 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in this wave, his largest gain yet, as he now had a bank allowing him to trade with depositors' money. If he is also a master at gold trading, then Lin Jichao can be considered a business prodigy. He may become a wealthy figure in the future. But he doesn't have a bank, so his funds are limited. My idea is indeed brilliant. Using depositors' money to trade gold means I keep all the profits. This way I can quickly increase my wealth and won't be outdone by Lin Jichao. Liao Baoshan had become quite serious. He was a notable figure from Chao, while Lin Jichao was a notable figure from Shund. Now everyone was watching the two, curious to see who would succeed more and go further. Hang Sang Silver Company. He Shan Hung smiled and said, from the operations of Zhongyang Silver Company, this time Lin Jichao is at least a master of gold trading. It seems we underestimated him before. He Tian pondered for a moment and said, I heard that Lin Jichao doesn't stay at Zhongyang Silver Company for long. How could he have the energy to trade gold? Perhaps Li Zhaoji is helping him trade gold. He Shan Hung was taken aback and then said, he actually trusts others this much. Then Lin Jichao is truly impressive. Well, see, maybe we can communicate further later. As May arrived, Hong Kong was already basking in the sweltering summer heat. Even in this conservative era, the graceful figures adorned in qipao and the elegantly corseted beauties of the age were a delightful sight. On Saturday evening, the Lin family and the Tang family gathered for dinner, coming together as future in-laws, and naturally they frequently shared meals. Tang Kaiyun had become accustomed to sitting next to Lin Jichao, occasionally casting a loving glance at her beloved, feeling sweet joy in her heart. Lin Jichao, on the other hand, was lively and at ease, engaging effortlessly with everyone at the gathering, enjoying the conversations while also interacting with Tang Kaiyun. Tang Zhongyuan raised his glass and Lin Jichao immediately followed suit. The father-in-law duo toasted with some drinks, celebrating the stability of life. After all, there had been many times in the past when everyone was worried about the future, but now they were finally settling down. Changjiang Industries is expected to increase the installation of 3 automatic zipper machines around June or July, and production capacity should double quickly. Uncle Tang, you need to prepare for that. Lin Jichao put down his glass and said with a smile. Tang Zhongyuan immediately showed a look of delight, saying, no problem, I'll ensure we keep up with both output and quality. I was just worried about not having enough orders. Now increasing by 2 to 3 times is simply joyous. By the way, do you really have such high hopes for the Asian zipper market? In less than a year our output is set to double. Lin Jichao replied, for the past 6 months Changjiang Industries has been overwhelmed with orders. Forget about 3 machines. I plan to add another 10 next year. This was not just bravado on his part. There was no need for that, it was merely a precautionary measure for Tang Zhongyuan. Tang Zhongyuan was taken aback. Compared to the ambition of this son-in-law, he felt like a child. Thinking of this, he was even more fond of his son-in-law. With 2 sons and 2 daughters of his own, how could he not build a grand enterprise worthy of a lifetime? Moreover, he believed that Lin Jichao was far ahead of him in business acumen, so he must cling tightly to his son-in-law. Then I'll simply build a factory on the 800,000 square feet of land I have in Tsuanwan to expand capacity. When the time is right, I can sell the current factory. This statement also implied that when Changjiang Industries expands its output, it would still need to consider his own oriental textile. Lin Jichao naturally understood this and immediately responded, sure, when I expand production I will inform you well in advance. You can then make arrangements based on your other orders. He did not mind helping his father-in-law prosper, just as he did not mind helping Li Gaofu and Li Zhaoji to get rich, as he also needed to cultivate his circle. At that moment Song Chaoling spoke up for her husband, saying, your Uncle Tang has been living directly at the Tsuanwan factory lately, saying, He wants to earn well even sleeping there with the workers at night. Upon hearing this, Tang Zongyuan's old face flushed, and he hurriedly said, I'm just worried about the machines at the factory. It's quite desolate there. Besides, I go home several times a week, what's the big deal? Lin Jichao reassured him making money is actually quite easy, Uncle Tang doesn't need to worry too much. By the way, I bought 2 second-hand cars and arranged for drivers. These cars will generally be used to pick up Shiner and Kaiying from school, and anyone who needs them can use them. Tang Kaiying immediately exclaimed, long live brother-in-law. She used to ride in a car, but now her father has not bought one to save money. The cost of living in Hong Kong is very high, so many wealthy people coming to Hong Kong are reluctant to spend. They know the principle of eating up one's savings, so they must be frugal. Tang Kaiyun shyly said, crazy girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Kaiying stuck out her tongue, and did not forget to gesture at her sister as if to threaten her. Tang Kaiyun felt a bit guilty and immediately quieted down. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by Tang Kaiying, Song Chaoling pressed Wu Weiniang, saying Sister Weiniang about the marriage of the 2 children. Wu Weiniang glanced at Lin Jichao. She certainly wanted to expedite things, but she knew that Lin Jichao was very methodical in his work. She also knew how much her son valued his career and did not want to interfere rashly. Tang Zhongyuan immediately observed the situation and said although Sister Weiniang is older than Jichao and should take the lead, Jichao has always been steady and methodical in his actions. Now that his career is so large, we should still listen to his opinion. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Jichao. He calmly stated, my plan is to hold a simple engagement ceremony during the summer vacation next year, as I want to establish a more solid foundation in Hong Kong, and the house at Lantian Yuan will also be ready for occupancy. After speaking, he looked at Tang Sayun, who appeared shy and expectant, and added, let's hold a simple engagement ceremony during the summer vacation. Tang Kaiyun involuntarily said. She then raised her head, realizing that Lin Jichao was speaking to her parents, and her face instantly flushed. Song Chaoling smiled and said, Jichao's approach is indeed prudent. Sister Weiniang, what do you think? Wu Weiniang naturally smiled and replied, sounds good. The 2 children are mutually satisfied. They have interacted frequently, and it is important to ensure peace of mind. She felt that her son was somewhat inexpressibly concerned, worried that it might attract others' gossip. Fortunately, the Tang couple, although anxious and worried, did not obstruct anything. That night, Song Chaoling said to Tang Zhongyuan in bed, we need to keep a close eye on Jichao and Kaiyin's relationship. She understood the importance of Lin Jichao to their family. Although her husband struggled in his business, this son-in-law greatly aided his career. Come on, why worry so much? I know Jichao's character well. He would never make a mistake, Tang Zhongyuan replied, accurately assessing people. Song Chaoling said, I'm not worried about Lin Jichao backing out. After all, my daughter is also excellent. I'm worried that they might get ahead of themselves. Tang Zhongyuan immediately said, if you trust someone, you must trust them completely. Otherwise, if you keep Kaiyun from interacting with him, wouldn't that offend him? Going with the flow is the best. Song Chaoling suddenly felt that her husband was not enough of a senior in front of Lin Jichao, and knew that one should be soft when eating. She leaned toward Tang Zhongyuan and said suggestively, let me see, since you've come back this long, don't you want to get close to me? Tang Zhongyuan was taken aback. His arrogance diminished by 3 points. He could only brace himself. Knock knock. Come in. Lin Jichao was reading in his study when he heard a knock on the door and turned around, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Brother Jichao, Kaiying said, she wants you to take her out to play. Tang Kaiyun cautiously stood at the door but did not step into the room. Lin Jichao put down his book and replied with a smile, why doesn't she come to say it herself? Tang Kaiying found it fun, and precisely because every time Lin Jichao took everyone out, it was the most enjoyable, whether to visit Lane Crawford, go to Repulse Bay, the Peak, or Happy Valley. Tang Kaiyun paused for a moment, then shyly said, how would I know? Lin Jichao stood up, wanting to catch Tang Sayun, and seeing her trying to escape, immediately said, no running. Tang Kaiyun instinctively paused, quickly being pulled into the room by Lin Jichao, who then closed the door and wrapped his arms around her waist. After the last surprise visit, Tang Kaiyun had intentionally avoided Lin Jichao's room, worrying about being looked down upon by him and Wu Weiniang. However, Lin Jichao, being a modern man, could refrain from going all the way, but he could not resist getting closer. Brother Jichao, I'm afraid. Tang Kaiyun said softly. Lin Jichao decisively replied, as long as I am in this world, you have nothing to fear. Sayun, in love you cannot maintain distance. We are not in an arranged marriage or a feudal one. If you keep trying to hide from me, that won't do. Only then did Tang Kaiyun lift her head and lean into Lin Jichao's embrace, saying, Brother Jichao, I will listen to you. She realized that given Lin Jichao's assertiveness, continuing to play hide and seek was not a viable option. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichao straightened Tang Kaiyun up and leaned in closer, kissing her. This feeling finally reminded Lin Jichao of first love. Even after experiencing many battles, he was still inevitably drawn into that beauty. After a long moment, their lips parted. This is what true love is about. Kissing, holding hands, embracing. is a privilege of lovers Lin Jichao imparted. Tang Kaiyun immediately asked, so brother Jichao has dated other people before? Lin Jichao replied, whether I have or haven't, what difference does it make? Tang Kaiyun insisted, of course it makes a difference. You seem to know everything while I know nothing. I'm definitely experiencing love for the first time. What about you? Lin Jichao chuckled and said, don't pry into others' pasts. Tang Kaiyun felt a tingle of curiosity. She was not jealous but genuinely intrigued. If I kiss you, will you tell me? I won't be jealous. Lin Jichao gestured for her to proceed and Tang Kaiyun awkwardly leaned in only to be firmly sealed by Lin Jichao. After a long moment Lin Jichao contentedly said no. Tang Kaiyun was overjoyed. Lin Jichao, however, felt a bit uncomfortable as he still wanted to take a concubine. Li Gaofu arrived at Lin Jichao's office and respectfully said, boss, you called for me. Lin Jichao nodded, indicating for Li Gaofu to sit down. He then asked, do you know about the port of Weihaiwei? Li Gaofu pondered for a moment before replying, Weihaiwei is in Shandong province. Before the war, Weihaiwei was a port leased to the British, so trade there has always been bustling. It was later occupied by the Japanese. After World War II it became the JF district, and since the end of last year there have been several wars over resources. It is still part of the JF district. Lin Zuhui nodded with satisfaction, noting that Li Gaofu's knowledge showed he had a broad perspective. That's right. I believe Weihaiwei will eventually reopen for trade, so as soon as there is confirmed news I plan to trade gasoline, tires, chemical, cement, and other goods from Shangjang to Weihaiwei. Then fill the cargo with agricultural products to RB, and finally return to Hong Kong with surplus materials like steel from RB. After the war, agriculture in Little RB is in chaos, and many are starving, yet there remains a surplus of strategic materials, making it a good place for trade. Recently Lin Jichao analyzed the situation with the knowledge he had in mind, and felt that once the three major JF battles commenced, Weihaiwei would likely soon open a trade port. The reason is simple: the M country and the Jiang family dynasty have imposed a blockade preventing those products from entering the JF district. Meanwhile, the JF district is entirely inland, with Weihaiwei being the only port. Therefore preparations should be made in advance. Having been involved in trade for years, Li Gaofu found Lin Jichao's analysis plausible. However, the opening of trade is still uncertain. Lin Jichao said seriously, regardless of whether this matter is certain or not, I will definitely enter the shipping industry, so I need to make early plans. Thus you should start preparing for these matters. Once the opportunity arises, I will lend you money to establish a trading company, and you will be the boss. Ships can be rented at first, and once profits are made we can buy a smaller one. Li Gaofu was taken aback and quickly said, if the boss believes this trade is profitable, I'm willing to work for you. He was quite satisfied with his current life, earning a high salary and managing a few people, which was much more comfortable than before. Lin Jichao waved his hand and firmly said, Gaofu, I'm giving you this opportunity. You should think it over carefully before responding. No need to rush, take your time to consider while preparing. He smiled, stood up and walked to Li Gaofu's side, prompting Li Gaofu to stand as well. Patting Li Gaofu on the shoulder, Lin Jichao earnestly said, I will support you in becoming a boss, but you must also learn more, network widely, and be bold enough. Opportunities often come only once, and the chance to prepare is even rarer. Many people miss their opportunities because they are simply unprepared. Li Gaofu's expression shifted. Although he still had some hesitation, he was already intrigued. Alright, I will prepare more. He supported Li Gaofu's rise because he believed this trade could earn at most a few $100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and he didn't want to directly engage in such trade as it could attract G agents' attention. He could lend Li Gaofu 100,000 to 200,000 Hong Kong dollars at most, and the risk was relatively low. Repayment was hardly a concern. Once the peninsula battles began, he could also guide Li Gaofu to transport goods to the peninsula with a ton of cargo fetching $150. If they succeeded in a couple of runs, they could almost earn back the cost of a ship, allowing for a timely exit. Lin Jichao certainly wouldn't take risks, but if Li Gaofu wanted to turn his situation around, he naturally needed to take risks. In reality, it wasn't necessary for the boss to personally oversee the transport, provided he knew those ship captains who were part of the death squad. Having a group of people to rely on is essential, just like with airships without connections who would dare to take risks. Even if you're willing to pay, you still need to find someone trustworthy and familiar. As for whether supporting Li Gaofu would impact his own shipping business, Lin Jichao was not concerned at all. There are many shipowners in Hong Kong, and in his past life there were only 5 major shipping magnates who could stand out. The key lies in having a financial backer, such as support from HSBC or TAMI. On May 5th, Wednesday, it was a good day for moving and relocating. A significant handover ceremony was being held at the 3 Tang buildings located at 4648 Shanshan Road. Lin Jichao looked at the 3 fully constructed Tang buildings, and an indescribable emotion surged within him. This was his first real estate project, now successfully completed. It's like building a towering skyscraper from the ground up, the first step in the Great Wall. In short, he was very pleased. Boss Hu, congratulations. He greeted the first client, Hu Yenliang, joyfully. Hu Yanliang said excitedly. Boss Lin, your Changjiang real estate truly has an excellent reputation completing on time, and the quality of the houses is guaranteed with innovative designs. I never thought we could own our own building. This house must have appreciated quite a bit already, said Hu Yanliang's wife Zhou Fangfang. Lin Jichao joked, if Mrs. Hu is willing, I can buy it for 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. Zhou Fangfang instinctively panicked and replied immediately, Mr. Lin, you really know how to joke. Just renting out one floor, I can charge a deposit of 100,000 and $350 for monthly rent. Lin Jichao immediately laughed and said that calculation seems not bad. However, Hu Yanliang glanced dismissively at his wife and then said to Lin Jichao, what does a woman know? Mr. Lin, ever since I bought your building, my business has been booming, earning 2,500 a month. How could I leave a perfectly good house unoccupied and rent it out instead? Lin Jichao didn't comment. Zhou Fangfang was not wrong. Renting out this property would yield over 140,000 in the first year, making frugality a consideration for startup. Shanshan Road is located in the bustling area of Tsim Sha Tsui, and in terms of location, it's slightly better than Happy Valley. Moreover, the houses at 4648 Shanshan Road are 1,200 square feet on each floor, large luxury apartments with servant quarters. On the way back to the company, Lin Jichao asked, Hu Xiaoshu, have the arrangements with the reporters been made? Yes, it's arranged. It will be in the newspaper tomorrow. The newspaper office was quite willing to publish it, as this was the first completed project of layered and phased construction which held significant meaning. They symbolically charged $200, primarily to highlight the credibility of our Changjiang real estate. Hu Xiaoshu replied earnestly. Lin Jichao nodded but said helplessly, what a pity. Our Changjiang real estate is about to have money, but the land and old buildings have appreciated too much, leaving little profit to be made, and the risks are significant. Hu Xiaoshu pondered for a moment and said, actually, there is still profit. Lin Jichao shook his head and replied, there is profit, but the risks are also high. Once the war affects Guangdong Province, Hong Kong will become a startled bird, and the prices of the houses and land will likely drop. Only the rents may remain decent. Hu Xiaoshu is an important member of the management team at Changjiang Real Estate, responsible for land purchases and property sales. Lin Jichao often likes to delegate tasks to him, as he finds him very capable. The boss still thinks long-term. I heard that Huixin Real Estate's houses are almost sold out. When will our Defu Garden start preparations for sale? Hu Xiaoshu fully believed in Lin Jichao's words, as this boss was truly impressive. Lin Jichao said, no rush. We will decide based on the actual situation in the second half of the year. Besides, Changjiang Real Estate has ample funds. Alright. At this time, there were not many properties in Hong Kong being sold as pre-sale or in layers. The most important reason was the lack of purchasing power. Even for phased sales, those who could come up with 300,000 Hong Kong dollars were definitely wealthy merchants. Another reason was that many owners still preferred leasing rather than selling, as they felt they could recoup their investment within 5 years. In short, there are probably not even 300 buildings currently being sold in layers or phases. In Lin Jichao's view, for Hong Kong real estate to become a hot industry, two conditions are necessary. First, a certain level of industrialization which would lead to purchasing power. Second, the abolition of regulations preventing residential buildings from exceeding 5 stories. Yoshida Tadao gently caressed the newly imported automatic zipper machine from the United States. A machine that had cost him 120,000 yen, approximately 400,000. After all, Yoshida's entire fixed asset base amounted to only 5 million yen. To acquire this machine, he had traversed multiple banks. Ultimately, Nippon Kojo Bank agreed to lend him the full 120,000 yen, enabling Yoshida to realize his long-cherished ambition. President, shall we install the machine now? His subordinate Kita Masataka, observing his boss cradling the machine with the infatuation of a young maiden, felt a pang of revulsion and deliberately interrupted. At once Yoshida snapped back to composure. Yes. Prepare for installation. We must accelerate production, earn more profit, and purchase even more machines. That single machine was like a brooding hen laying golden eggs, each egg hatching a new chick. Soon he would command an entire flock. Shortly thereafter, a Japanese engineer installed the machine precisely according to the manual. Yoshida could hardly wait to launch production. He had yearned for this moment for nearly half a year. Yet, when he watched the automatic zipper machine extrude its first flawless zipper, tears welled in his eyes. This is the true art of zipper craftsmanship. Those still clinging to antiquated handcrafting methods will soon be rendered obsolete by automation. Yoshida declared with unshakable resolve. Kita nodded approvingly and added smugly. When you invited them to jointly invest in an automatic zipper machine, they dismissed it as folly, blinded by their own myopia. Soon they shall pay dearly for their short-sightedness. Yoshida couldn't suppress a scornful smile. Had those men not hesitated, he could have secured the machine 4 or 5 months earlier. Meanwhile, over these 6 months, zippers mass-produced in Hong Kong had flooded the Japanese market, already severely undermining traditional handcrafted production. For Yoshida, each day had been sheer torment, his impatience mounting until he finally secured the loan. In truth, Chung Kong Industries supplied its Japanese distributors at roughly 0 Hong Kong dollars, 0.9 per zipper, while distributors marked up prices by 0 Hong Kong dollars, 0.30, 0.5. Coupled with Chung Kong's limited production capacity, handmade zippers in Japan suffered impact, but not annihilation, over this period. President, what price shall we set for our zippers? Should we undercut those distributing Hong Kong-made ones? Foolish, Yoshida retorted immediately. We need capital, not discounts, to acquire more automatic zipper machines. Moreover, competition in the Japanese market remains subdued. Why rush into price cuts? Thus our pricing shall range between 0 Hong Kong dollars, 12 and 0 Hong Kong dollars, 15 per zipper. Once we possess sufficient automated machinery, Kita added, grasping the strategy and extending it further, we shall slash prices dramatically, driving Hong Kong-made zippers entirely out of Japan. Yoshida nodded approvingly, a promising pupil indeed. Very well. Let us commence production without delay. In due course, I shall invite bankers to inspect our factory. We must act swiftly. Yes, President. Hong Kong Tsuan Chung Kong Industries factory was completed smoothly by late May, occupying 30,000 square feet on a single level. Such apparent extravagance in land use served one purpose alone: speed. Moreover, Lin Jichao's plot spanned a full 120000 square feet, zoned for 3 industrial buildings. Once high-rise factories were erected later, the existing single-story structure could simply be dismantled and rebuilt. Boss, we've fully cleared this plot. We're ready to construct a 5-story factory at any time, Huang Chonghong reported. Lin Jichao surveyed the expanse of open land before him and replied with satisfaction, good. Construction won't be delayed long. I expect groundbreaking this year. Still, are you certain the architectural technology and regulatory approvals for a 5-story factory pose no obstacles? At that time, the tallest factory in Hong Kong stood only 3 stories high, the Taikou Sugar Refinery in Quarry Bay. Huang Chonghong responded with unwavering confidence. Architecturally, there is no issue. We consulted architects and construction firms alike, all confirming feasibility. The absence of high-rise factories in Hong Kong stems not from technical incapacity, but from lack of necessity. Large factories require ample land. Small ones simply don't need such vast floor space. Lin Jichao found this reasoning sound and pressed further. What about the lands department? Huang replied, no obstacle whatsoever. I've thoroughly reviewed relevant legislation. Residential buildings are capped at 5 stories, yet commercial structures and industrial facilities face no statutory height restrictions. Once mainland factory owners flood into Hong Kong, land scarcity will inevitably compel vertical expansion, an evolution both logical and inevitable. Hearing this, Lin Jichao accepted the argument without reservation. Indeed, a 5-story industrial building, with 300,000 square feet per floor, would yield a total floor area of 1500,000 square feet. Yet zipper manufacturing alone would never require such scale. Still, anticipating future diversification into other manufacturing sectors, foresight demanded preparedness. The group then entered a cluster of wooden barracks. Employee housing Lin Jichao had commissioned, covering roughly 300,000 square feet, and comprising 80 units built at a total cost of HK 100,000. Manager Wang, each skilled technician and junior supervisor, shall receive 1 family unit. Any remaining units will house 4 workers apiece. Lin Jichao instructed. Wang Liang nodded, understood. Lin Jichao gazed upon the wooden barracks and frowned slightly. Huang Chonghong noticed at once, boss, these barracks lie at a safe distance from the factory proper, and we've also installed 2 reservoirs to handle emergencies. Lin Jichao glanced at Huang, impressed that this architectural specialist possessed such acute perceptiveness. Preparedness is always wise. Manager Wang tightened oversight of the residential zone. Enforce fire safety protocols rigorously. Understood, sir. Finally, the party returned to the factory grounds. Lin Jichao directed workers to dismantle protective casings from 3 German-manufactured automatic zipper machines. Newly arrived in port, just as the factory's completion coincided perfectly, a double celebration. The trio cost HK 380,000, a steep sum though payable in installments. Over 7 months, Chung Kong Industries had earned HK 600,000, more than sufficient to cover the expense, especially since the HK 900,000 loan remained outstanding. Yet Lin Jichao preferred debt. After all, more debt rarely burdens the debtor. Careful. Damage it and selling you wouldn't cover the loss. Manager Wang bellowed fiercely at the workers. Instantly, the laborers handled the machines with extreme caution and redoubled their efforts, terrified of liability. Even when a worker injured his hand, he refused to let go, gritting his teeth through the pain. The scene was brutal. Yet Lin Jichao felt no pity. This was still a turbulent era, and offering employment itself was an act of salvation. Not only in his own enterprise but even in major infrastructure projects later undertaken, fatalities were commonplace. Lin Jichao had already adapted to this reality. Go get that bandaged. Medical expenses will be reimbursed, Lin Jichao said calmly upon noticing a worker's bleeding finger during machine installation. His earlier sternness stemmed from concern for his equipment. This gesture cost little and required no sacrifice. No need, boss. Bleeding's already stopping. Then tend to it yourself and seek medical care if anything worsens. Yes, boss. In that instant, dozens of workers gazed upon their employer with profound gratitude, many privately declaring him a truly benevolent leader. Precisely this effect was Lin Jichao's aim. A shrewd proprietor knows when and how to win hearts. Next, he personally oversaw machine installation, his mastery of automatic zipper machinery both deep and practical. He could assemble, calibrate, and repair with equal fluency. Otherwise, his contributions to machine refinement would never have been so significant. On May 28th, Friday, it is auspicious for a business opening. Today marks the opening of the Chungkong Industrial Factory in Tsuanwan, and Lin Jichao arrived early at the site to organize. From a distance, a single-story factory covering an area of 30,000 square feet stands in the desolate Tsuan, one not far from a row of wooden dormitories. At the entrance of the factory, a truck is parked which is used by Chungkong Industrial for transporting goods. There is also a crane truck at the entrance, which is Lin Jichao's vehicle, mainly used for his transportation from Tsimsha-Sui to Tsuanwan, as well as for guest receptions and management duties. The boss reported happily all 6 automatic zipper machines are running, capable of producing over 3,000 meters of zippers daily, 150,000 pieces. After installing 3 new automatic zipper machines, Chungkong Industrial began relocating the factory from Saiwan to Tsuanwan, successfully completing it before the auspicious date. Meanwhile, production was not affected. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Then we might have a temporary shortage of orders." Despite his words, he was not anxious at all. For the previous 6 months, Chungkong Industrial had been struggling to keep up with production. Even with 3 additional machines within 3 months, the orders would surely be filled. Wang Liang confidently stated, "We have already notified all agents and buyers, and they are very pleased with our newly purchased machines. You should know that they have been eagerly anticipating this." Haha! Everyone burst into laughter. Who wouldn't want to earn a little more money? After all, previously everyone had to rely on handmade zipper products, which would likely no longer be needed for the time being. Entering the factory, Lin Jichao immediately joyfully exclaimed, "The factory space has increased 6-fold. It feels incredibly comfortable to look at." Li Gaofu chimed in, "Although there are still quite a few vacant spaces, we believe they will soon be filled." A group of management members echoed in agreement. This was not flattery but a reflection of their company's prospects. As part of the management, who wouldn't want greater prospects for themselves? Naturally, they hoped the company would continue to grow. At this moment, Chungkong Industrial had 120 workers and over 30 staff members, totaling 150 employees. Being a modern factory with high added value, it already falls within the medium-sized factory range in Hong Kong. If calculated based on economic efficiency, it could rival some large factories. Subsequently, more automatic zipper machines would be added, but they might not be as profitable. The 6 machines might not generate as much profit as the current 3 due to competitive pressure. In the morning, many guests came to visit Chungkong Industrial, both to show respect for Lin Jichao and out of curiosity about the factory in Tsuanwan. Jian Dongpu also personally came to inspect, as he was very concerned about the development of Chungkong Industrial, not only because of the 900,000 loan, but because Chungkong Industrial was supported by East Asia Bank, making both its reputation and future feedback to East Asia Bank very important. As a banker, he naturally liked to discuss matters in terms of data. Adding 3 machines, does that mean profits will double? Lin Jichao immediately smiled wryly. Jian Laojiao, there's no such good fortune. First, our orders are not yet full. It will take about 2 to 3 months. Second, if all goes as expected, RB should have competitors appearing. RB is a major consumer of zippers. Traditionally, there have been many handmade zipper manufacturers, not to mention the founder of YKK Zippers, Yoshida Tadao. Lin Jichao speculated that automatic zipper machines would soon appear in RB as well. Jian Dongpu immediately responded, "Even so, it is still a very profitable manufacturing industry, at least in the short term. If it can be profitably stable for a few years, that would mean several million in profits." He thought Lin Jichao was just a step ahead and didn't have enough competitive strength. Being able to earn steadily for a few years would be good enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichao felt that this was unacceptable. He needed Jian Dongpu to have sufficient confidence in him, or otherwise securing future loans would be difficult. Seeking stability is good, but the best defense is offense. I have already partnered with a mechanical factory in Germany to improve the automatic zipper machines, which can double the efficiency and enhance quality. Meanwhile, we are also collaborating on developing an automatic zipper head stamping machine, and once successful, we will have achieved full mechanized production. Jian Dongpu was shocked. He did not expect Lin Jichao to dare to challenge and innovate in equipment technology. Doesn't that mean investing more? Indeed, Lin Jichao confidently responded. These machines are expected to be developed and delivered next year, and I plan to purchase 10 improved automatic zipper machines and 3 automatic zipper head stamping machines requiring funds of HKD 100,000 to 150,000. Jian Dongpu contemplated. Based on Chungkong Industrial's current situation, they could earn over HKD 120,000 this year. This meant that all initial debts could be paid off, but new debts would be needed. A loan of HKD 100,000 to 150,000 seems worth considering after all others could earn it back in a year. Yes, East Asia Bank will support you in expanding your scale. Lin Jichao was waiting for this response. However, he went a step further and said the payment for the machines can be made in installments. However, I also want to build a zipper factory in Singapore. Jian Dongpu was immediately puzzled and said, in terms of conditions, Hong Kong is certainly better. Why go to Singapore? Moreover, you still have a lot of undeveloped land here. Lin Jichao replied, it's about being prepared. Producing zippers in multiple regions helps break trade barriers. Jian Dongpu felt that he couldn't quite understand Lin Jichao, who always liked to think far ahead. However, those who don't know him easily misinterpret this as recklessness. Alright, when it comes time to seek loans, we will discuss in detail. The next day, the biggest agent of Chungkong Industrial in RB Yakakawa Kanto arrived at the Tsuinwan factory. Mr. Lin, 2 companies have already emerged in RB using automatic zipper machines. After speaking, Yakakawa Kanto did not rush to continue as he was testing the waters. At this time, the wholesale price offered by Chungkong Industrial to Yakakawa Kanto was 0 Hong Kong dollars, 90 per piece, but Yakakawa Kanto still needed to pay taxes, so he could only wholesale for 1 Hong Kong dollar, 3 to 1, 5 per piece in RB. This led to a certain survival space for handmade producers. Of course, Yakakawa Kanto was also making a good profit because he was sure that this business was profitable and did not worry about customers. Lin Jichao smiled and said there should be a company called YKK Zippers, and their owner is Yoshida Tadao. As far as I know, YKK Zippers should only have 1 machine. So for now, there's no need to worry. Yakakawa Kanto, take a look at our factory. We have now added 3 more machines, and we will not refuse your orders anymore. Yakakawa Kanto was very surprised. Did this person have an office in RB, thus understanding the situation of the RB zipper industry? Originally, he had intended to use the emergence of competitors in RB to pressure Chungkong Industrial on prices, but evidently things did not go as planned. Next, Yakakawa Kanto inspected Chungkong Industrial. He then sighed and said, your factory management has always been excellent. It's something our RB people should learn from. However, are all factories in Hong Kong managed this well? Lin Jichao smiled and shook his head, saying other factories certainly are not as well managed as RB factories. Our factory is unique. Yakakawa Kanto nodded thoughtfully. He believed Lin Jichao was a Chinese who had studied abroad in Europe and America, thus absorbing management experience from Western factories. Yakakawa Kanto's visit to Hong Kong was mainly to inspect the capacity increase of Chungkong Industrial and to negotiate prices. Of course, Lin Jichao did not want to make concessions and offend the agents. Therefore, the price of aluminum alloy zippers per piece was reduced to 0 Hong Kong dollars, 85, a discount of 0 Hong Kong dollars, 05, and the price of 1 meter of zippers was reduced by 0 Hong Kong dollars, 25. At this time, Chungkong Industrial had already controlled the cost to around 0 Hong Kong dollars, 45 to 0, 5, so they could afford to make a small concession. When Yakakawa Kanto left, Lin Jichao said, Mr. Yakakawa, if you want to do zipper business in the long term, you may need to keep an eye on the manufacturers in RB and learn to adjust your prices. I believe that right now the 2 manufacturers in RB will not engage in a price war with you, but you can make slight adjustments to your pricing. This way your business will not be affected. The implication was that he should sell at a lower price and not make it easy for his compatriots. As a wholesaler, it was reasonable for Yakakawa Kanto to earn even a dime per piece, and now he was making a profit of 3 to 4 dimes per piece, which made it unreasonable to continue doing business this way. Fine, I will consider Mr. Lin's suggestion. However, I also advise Mr. Lin to reduce costs as soon as possible, or otherwise we will really lose our advantage. No problem, win-win cooperation. Without the RB market, there are still markets in Europe and America. Lin Jichao was not worried about the future of the zipper industry at all. Once his automatic zipper machines were improved, it would be time to open up the European and American markets. Yakakawa Hiroto returned to Japan and carefully reconsidered Lin Jichao's words, finding them profoundly reasonable. Chongjiang industrial supply capacity had now doubled. If he continued with premium-priced agency sales, he risked accelerating YKK's growth. Worse still, his own agency business would suffer significantly. Profit is of course paramount. Moreover, how can Japan's zipper industry mature without formidable competition? Yakakawa muttered to himself. He saw nothing wrong in distributing Hong Kong-made zippers, a move he believed posed no substantial threat to domestic manufacturers. After all, this was commerce. He picked up the phone and dialed. President Nakamura, good day. Yes, we now enjoy abundant zipper supply, priced at just 90 yen per unit, roughly 1.2 Hong Kong dollars or 30 U.S. cents. Yes, I prefer modest margins over short-term gains, for I seek enduring partnership. Yakakawa decisively slashed prices across the board. He adopted a uniform rate of 1.1 to 1.2 Hong Kong dollars per zipper. Though he knew Japan's domestic zipper industry remained severely undersupplied, he chose long-term alliance over immediate profit. Moreover, with each order he earned 15 yen daily, a proposition too advantageous to refuse. Kaida Masataka rushed into Yoshida Tadao's office and reported, President Nakamura has rejected our upcoming order, claiming we behaved unprofessionally. Yoshida recoiled in shock. Nakamura Shuji's garment factory ranked among Tokyo's largest commercial clients. How could this happen? No, I must visit him personally. Did you behave discourteously? Honestly, Yoshida exclaimed, seething with indignation. Negotiations had progressed smoothly. They'd even agreed to switch to YKK zippers. Now not only had they rejected YKK entirely but accused him of hostility. Clearly a grave misunderstanding had occurred. Kaida hurriedly insisted, I committed no breach of etiquette. Skeptical Yoshida rose immediately to depart for Tokyo. Manage production diligently here. I'll make the visit. Though orders remain plentiful, we cannot afford client misperceptions, especially as we plan to procure several new machines this year to expand capacity. Understood. Yoshida arrived in Tokyo travel-weary yet resolute and called upon Nakamura Shuji. President Nakamura, might I inquire what fault our YKK zippers committed that we failed to secure your order? Yoshida bowed deeply, his posture humble. He lowered himself deliberately. He knew that even with current order volume, future machine acquisitions would demand voluminous commitments. Nakamura's firm stood atop his most coveted prospects. Nakamura sat upright, voice dripping with condescension. President Yoshida, you operate merely one machine. I understand your desire for profit, but never imagined you'd quote such exorbitant prices, nearly deceiving me. A merchant's integrity lies not in exploitation but in mutual respect. Yoshida, bewildered, countered. To my knowledge, you've been sourcing from agents at 105 yen per unit. Incorrect. We now procure at 90 yen apiece. And even at that price, I refuse further collaboration. You misled me. Yoshida flushed crimson. He had pursued aggressive pricing solely to amass capital faster. Consumed by ambition, to acquire more automatic zipper machines to expel Hong Kong zippers from Japan. He had gravely erred, treating a valued client as mere prey. Shame surging, Yoshida bowed again, voice thick with contrition. President Nakamura, I offer my deepest apologies. My quotation lacked sincerity and I beg your forgiveness. Should you consent, we will supply at an even lower price. Very well. For now, let it rest. Return when your capacity expands. After all, with only one machine, your profit motive is understandable. The more Nakamura softened his tone, the deeper Yoshida's humiliation grew. He thanked Nakamura's magnanimity and withdrew slowly, head bowed. Back at headquarters, Kaida rushed to report, Sir. Grave news. Numerous clients deem our pricing excessive and threaten to cancel orders. It's entirely my fault. I was too greedy. Yoshida blurted. Had he not sought rapid capital accumulation, he would never have disclosed the Hong Kong agents' pricing. Now agents had collectively reduced prices. Clearly this was no coincidence. He surmised first Hong Kong manufacturers had scaled output, second distributors were coordinating against YKK. Yoshida lamented bitterly. His impatience had blinded him. He'd assumed vanquishing Hong Kong producers would be effortless, merely acquire 4 machines, then flood the market with steep discounts to drive them out. Yet suddenly multiple agents slashed prices in unison, and simultaneously boosted supply, winning swift favor from garment factories nationwide. Even at parity, YKK's pricing now struck clients as dishonest. After all, domestically produced zippers ought to hold inherent cost advantages over imported ones. Kaida urged, what shall we do? Clients are furious. Yoshida replied firmly, I must apologize personally to each and offer substantially lower rates. That may derail our target of acquiring 4 machines this year. Kaida winced. Yoshida responded with newfound resolve. Patience. No rush. Hong Kong producers possess one critical vulnerability: intermediaries. Once we establish stable operations, bankers will back us wholeheartedly. This year, expanding equipment is feasible. With 4 machines, operational constraints vanish. I will collaborate with Japanese machinery firms to manufacture automatic zipper machines in-house. Then a single Hong Kong producer will be utterly insignificant. Lin Jichao arrived at Chongjiang Industrial in Tsuanwan. Order-rained workers bustled with disciplined energy. Deputy General Manager Wang Liang approached, face alight with quiet triumph though shadowed by fatigue. Lin knew Wang had been living on-site. Exemplary dedication. Such devotion went unpraised aloud. Yet Lin rewarded it generously through salary increases. Boss. The order volume surges rapidly. Within a month, all 6 machines will run 16 hours daily. Such output meant nearly 1,000 Asian zipper workers would lose their livelihoods. And Western zippers would struggle to penetrate Asia. Lin felt buoyant. Profit beckoned. Then he asked, if we install 10 additional automatic zipper machines, will our current facility suffice? Chongjiang Industrial's factory spanned 30,000 square feet. Its 3 existing machines occupied 5,000 square feet across 2 zones. It should accommodate them. Slightly cramped but manageable. Reassured by this answer, Lin relaxed. He lacked funds to construct a new Tsuin plant. Chongjiang Industrial now faced 4 major capital expenditures: first, acquiring adjacent land parcels; second, building a factory in Singapore; third, financing new machinery; fourth, constructing another plant in Tsuin. Thus, Chongjiang Industrial would likely withhold investment capital from Lin's other ventures for 2 years. Delegate Tsuin factory management fully to department heads. Later, scout Singapore. I intend to establish a factory there. Wang cautioned Singapore may lack Hong Kong's advantages, and we still hold ample developable land here. Lin waved dismissively. That's not the concern. I'm preparing contingently for Hong Kong's uncertain future. Prudence demands no less. Wang instantly grasped the implication. Understood. I'll conduct the assessment promptly and submit detailed findings. Huarun Properties Chongjiang Real Estate Development Co., Ltd. Lin Jichao convened several senior managers and announced, I intend to launch a phased sale of the 20 residential towers at Defu Garden commencing in early next month. Do you all have confidence in this? After all, these were 100 floors, each priced between HK 30000 and HK 35000. Would Hong Kong's market still possess such purchasing power? Originally, Lin Jichao had planned the launch for October, when astute tycoons would already have relocated to Hong Kong, ensuring robust demand. Yet he reasoned that securing half the proceeds by early July would allow him to immediately reinvest and compound returns. Hu Xiaoshu spoke first. I believe the challenge is manageable. Though Hui Xian Properties' 75-story project encountered setbacks, it nevertheless sold out within 3 months. At the time, we had just completed the sale of a 130-story complex. The market's purchasing capacity simply hadn't yet recovered. More critically, Hui Xian's reputation, building quality, and sales methodology were all woefully inadequate. A resounding declaration of confidence. In his view, Chongjiang's sales strategy and credibility stood unrivaled across Hong Kong. Subsequently, Huang Changhong, Zhou Fujiao, and Chan Su voiced their unanimous support. Observing this, Lin Jichao nodded inwardly. These individuals were proving themselves both capable and steadily maturing. Though seemingly trivial, this decision revealed their unwavering self-assurance and the bearing of true real estate magnates. Very well. Manager Huang, please promptly arrange the sales office and model units at Defu Garden. Simplicity suffices. Huang Changhong, head of engineering, replied instantly, understood. I guarantee full readiness by the end of this month, June. At this juncture, the Hong Kong government had yet to enact legislation governing pre-sale regulations, either due to insufficient awareness or uncertainty over appropriate policy responses. Nonetheless, Lin Jichao predicted that once the Hong Kong crisis and the Peninsula War erupted in succession, the property sector would face mounting turbulence, prompting the government to impose stringent restrictions on pre-sales, including mandatory completion timelines prior to launch. Defu Garden had already been under construction for nearly 5 months, with completion expected in just over 8 months, thus satisfying even future regulatory standards. Lin Jichao continued, Manager who lead your department in preparing the entire sales campaign. Ensure every detail is meticulously arranged. Hu Xiaoshu nodded firmly, no problem, boss. All were seasoned professionals. Confidence came naturally. Manager Chan coordinates seamlessly with legal firms and prospective buyers. Understood. Manager Zhou conduct preliminary financial modeling, project upcoming expenditures, and determine how much capital I may allocate. Yes, boss. At that moment, comprehension dawned. The boss urgently needed liquidity. Hence the accelerated sales plan. Yet quiet concern stirred among them. Chongjiang had acquired no new land parcels. Would layoffs follow? Sensing their unease, Lin Jichao smiled and remarked, all things peak before decline. Land prices, property values, and rents have surged to unsustainable levels. Even Chongjiang Real Estate has suspended new developments, unable to afford either land plots or aging buildings. Still, there is no cause for alarm. Real estate remains our enduring vocation, our lifelong pursuit. We need only await the opportune moment. Relief washed over them. After the meeting adjourned, Lin Jichao remained alone in his office, immersed in contemplation. The Defu Garden project had incurred a mere HK 850000 land cost and a total investment under $1 Hong Kong, 9 million, with projected sales revenue reaching $3 Hong Kong, 3 million. Thus, Changjiang Real Estate's profit margin fell between $1 Hong Kong, 3 million and $1 Hong Kong per million. From this, its net asset value could be calculated at approximately 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Of this, HK 700000 had been injected into Changjiang Bank, now grown to nearly HK 900000. Still, a sum of merely 3 million Hong Kong dollars, even with accrued interest, hardly constituted extraordinary wealth. Even adding the valuation of Changjiang Industrial Holdings, his total net worth amounted to only 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Still modest by any standard. A single dilapidated 40-year-old vessel might cost HK 500000 to HK 80000. Importing such a ship into Hong Kong invited scrutiny, and often obstruction, from British certified marine surveyors. Without proper facilitation, entry would be denied outright. Therefore, Lin Jichao felt deeply unwilling to forego greater gains in this golden era of opportunity. Sometimes it was not ambition driving him forward, but the relentless pace of history itself. To hesitate was to miss prime assets when they emerged. Sunday, June 27th. Auspicious for engagement ceremonies. Lin Jichao arrived at Tang Caiyun's residence bearing gifts accompanied by his family, including the Li Gaofu household. Inside awaited the Tang Zhongyuan and Tang Bingyuan families. An engagement differs from marriage. No external guests or social networks are required. Only immediate kin as witnesses. Owing to wartime displacement, many relatives were absent from Hong Kong. Thus, all arrangements were deliberately simplified. A perfect match, truly admirable, Tang Bingyuan declared with a smile. Others chimed in with warm praise, filling the modest room with lively warmth. Lin Jichao wore a sharp Western suit, exuding youthful vigor blended with scholarly refinement and the quiet authority of hard-won success. Such a man was coveted in any era. Tang Caiyun wore an elegant floor-length gown, her makeup immaculate. A vision of grace and poise unique to Shanghai's most distinguished young ladies of this age, though tradition held that one marries for virtue and takes concubines for beauty. As a modern man, Lin Jichao sought both virtue and beauty in his wife. Surely the most exquisite ideal. They exchanged betrothal rings, completing the formal rite witnessed by close family and friends. Later they hosted an elegant banquet at a high-end central restaurant, returning home only by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother Jichao. Tang Caiyun sat beside him on the bed, shifting shyly, while Lin Jichao massaged her feet. His strong hands kneaded her slender legs, sheathed in sheer silk stockings, ostensibly to relieve fatigue after a day in high heels. In truth, Lin Jichao harbored a particular admiration for graceful legs, and hers embodied perfection, neither too slender nor too full, long and impeccably straight. These silk stockings, imported luxury items from M, were translucent as cicada wings, their smooth, supple texture enhancing the natural elegance of her limbs. As Lin Jichao grew bolder, Tang Caiyun instinctively pressed her skirt downward, to shield that most private realm from the gaze of this unabashedly amorous man. Strangely, though his boldness unsettled her, it evoked no aversion, only profound shyness. After a moment of soothing comfort, Lin Jichao rose and settled beside her on the bed's edge. Caiyun, from now on we are husband and wife. My behavior is only natural. You are so radiant that I occasionally cross boundaries. Just slightly. I trust you understand, Lin Jichao added unblushingly. Whether in this era or his former life, audacity, unapologetic and sincere, was the surest path to winning a woman's heart. Brother Jichao, we aren't truly married yet, Tang Caiyun murmured softly, twisting the hem of her sleeve. Lin Jichao suddenly rose, gently guiding her onto the bed, then gazed upon her refined, beautiful face before leaning in. Tang Caiyun soon gasped for breath, pushing him gently away, her eyes hazy as she whispered, "No further. Promise me you won't cross that final line." Lin Jichao glanced toward her chest and swallowed hard. She instantly covered herself, implying even that was forbidden. I may travel to Europe in August or September. His sentence trailed off. Tang Caiyun clenched her teeth, then slowly relaxed, closing her eyes, her lashes trembling violently. Lin Jichao paid no heed. Even if she deemed him excessive now, once they crossed that threshold she would forget all hesitation. Forever. Yet just as he leaned closer, a sound echoed at the door. Instantly he knew. This moment was lost. He rose, opened the door, and prepared to confront whoever had been eavesdropping. Instead, a fragrant breeze swept in, and a young woman caught by momentum tumbled straight into his arms. Soft, warm, and redolent with girlish charm. It was none other than the mischievous Tang Caiyun. Lin Jichao steadied her gently, then stepped back, though a fleeting curious thought flickered across his mind. Tang Caiyun quickly improvised. "I came to fetch my sister. We must go home." Mother will worry if we delay any longer. She shot Lin Jichao a defiant glance, clearly warning mock me, and you'll lose your ally forever. Lin Jichao slapped his forehead. Oh dear. 3 women watched him curiously, awaiting his explanation. We were discussing certain matters. Lost track of time. Little did we know our younger sister would grow anxious. The women burst into laughter. Tang Kaiying especially laughing until breathless, and added teasingly, trying to fool a child. You rogue brother-in-law, did you say you'd take my sister to Europe? Can I come too? I've never left Hong Kong. Lin Jichao deliberately tapped the door, then shook his head. This door's acoustics are abysmal. Who built it? A disgraceful developer. Tang Kaiying's cheeks flushed. This rogue brother-in-law had just exposed her eavesdropping. By then Tang Kaiyun had reached the doorway. She playfully pinched her sister's nose and said, Dream on. I haven't even agreed to go yet. With that she linked arms with her sister, and departed, pausing only to pinch Lin Sheener's nose once more. You're learning bad habits from her. Lin Sheener blushed crimson and whispered, I came to stop her from listening. Silence fell. Lin Sheener had just told her first lie. Private housing estate now on sale. Ideal for residence or investment. Since the placement was purchased as a news feature, not mere advertising, Lin Jichao naturally instructed his editors to craft an in-depth report analyzing Hong Kong's surging rental market, projecting robust prospects for property investment, and assessing how mainland China's evolving economic landscape would impact Hong Kong's residential sector. As most phased-in-tiered developments had yet to be completed and handed over, housing remained acutely scarce, even among Hong Kong's affluent. For the less privileged, the situation was even more dire. Consequently, renting still demanded exorbitant premium fees, a customary lump sum payment to secure tenancy. By year-end, however, the phased-in-tiered model would begin revealing its full effect. Landlords might no longer hold such overwhelming leverage, and the premium fee for a mid-levels unit could well fall short of HK20000. Yet this no longer concerned Lin Jichao. Zhang Jun of Huaxin Property Development learned of the news instantly, and a faint mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. I refused to believe their advertising alone could possibly sell out the entire project in one go. His own development had taken 3 to 4 months to sell out, a fact that had become industry fodder emblematic of Huaxin's decisive defeat in its rivalry with Changjiang Property Development. While competitors sold a 130-story tower in just 3 days, his 75-story project required 3 full months. Sun Ligua, his subordinate, had also read the newspaper and remarked to Zhang Jun, boss, there's more to this than meets the eye. This time Changjiang's campaign placed extraordinary emphasis on investment, vividly portraying Hong Kong's red-hot rental market, effectively expanding their customer base to include a whole new cohort of property investors. Not simple at all. Zhang Jun paused, startled, then reread the article carefully. Indeed, even he felt a stirring of interest. Invest in a unit, recoup costs in 5 or 6 years with steady risk-averse returns. Still, he retorted, no matter how dazzling the rhetoric, selling out within a month is utterly impossible. Sun Ligua dutifully echoed his superior, absolutely. Selling out in 3 months is already impressive. The market simply lacks such formidable purchasing power. Before the sales launch, Hu Zhaoshu trained a group of unconventional buyers. Remember, once on site, you are genuine customers. You'll tour the premises while conversing with each other, and your dialogue must highlight the merits of our property. For instance, if you two are friends touring together, you might say, this is an excellent investment. Delivery begins next spring. By then, premium fees for mid-levels units will hit HK10002000 per floor, and annual rent alone reaches HK4000, meaning full cost recovery within 5 years. Or, if you're father and son, you might remark, this residence is truly outstanding, safe, reliable, and graced with gardens and pavilions. In every exchange, conclude emphatically, we're buying it. Such an exceptional investment opportunity won't last. Ultimately, these lines are meant not for you, but for real customers listening nearby. As Hu Zhaoshu conducted the training, he mused inwardly, the boss's strategy is nothing short of brilliant. People hesitate, or at such moments sales staff exert limited influence. Yet peer influence proves decisive. A prospective buyer overhearing such enthusiastic exchanges nearby would act without delay. This was the 3rd such cohort he had trained, each comprising roughly 20 individuals, some employees of Changjiang Industrial Group, others from Changjiang Property Development, and still others recruited from friends and family. Outsiders were paid $8 per day plus 1 meal, so eager participants readily enlisted their acquaintances. The compensation was extraordinarily generous. Of course, they needed at least one presentable outfit, easily borrowed if necessary. These were plants, a subtle yet ingenious tactic proposed by Lin Jichao to alleviate concerns over sluggish sales. The objective was straightforward: to generate palpable on-site momentum, the timeless psychological pull of crowds. Friday, July 2nd. The Defu Garden private housing estate on Ferry Street, Yao Ma Ti, officially launched sales. Changjiang Property Development had run intensive advertisements for 3 consecutive days, drawing affluent Hong Kong residents to inspect the site. Many came from Hong Kong Island motivated purely by investment considerations, especially landlords who had recently reaped windfalls from soaring premium fees, now eager to acquire additional properties for rental income. Meanwhile, mainland China's political and economic landscape had grown volatile. The Republic of China's currency, the Fabi, had depreciated catastrophically, severely undermining the Jiang family regime's credibility, akin to losing a major battle. When the gold yuan was introduced in August, its value collapsed almost immediately, prompting Shanghai's elite to flee en masse. The Tiger Hunt campaign further accelerated this exodus. In truth, confidence in the Jiang family had already evaporated well before the 3 major campaigns began. Shanghai's wealthy had already turned to Hong Kong as a sanctuary. Given this context, Hong Kong real estate naturally surged in appeal. So many people already hear this early. Before 8 a.m., a married couple arriving at the Defu Garden sales office exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, nearly 100 people filled the sales hall, roughly 30% of them plants, and the atmosphere buzzed with animated chatter. It's a private housing estate. Only 2 exist across all Hong Kong, both developed by Changjiang Property Development. A nearby plant chimed in casually. The couple's desire to purchase intensified instantly, and they strode purposefully toward the sales office. At the scale model display, Hu Xiaoshu greeted the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Defu Garden, the second private housing estate developed by Changjiang Industrial Group. What advantages does purchasing our property offer? Punctual delivery, thoughtful design. Take Defu Garden for instance. Every floor comprises a 1,000 square foot luxury residence, ideal for either owner-occupation or rental. Sales performance undeniably plays a pivotal role in determining whether units sell, and Changjiang Property Development possessed unquestionably the highest sales proficiency in all of Hong Kong. Moreover, Lin Jichao possessed an uncanny grasp of Hong Kong's prevailing psychology. This price per square foot seems rather high. The location doesn't justify 35 Hong Kong dollars per foot. A customer interjected bluntly. Hu Xiaoshu smiled warmly. Sir, Ferry Street in Yao Ma Ti is an excellent location. And consider how sharply rents and premium fees have risen this year. Our pricing, 30 Hong Kong dollars to 35 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, remains aligned with early year levels. Furthermore, as a private housing estate, Defu Garden inherently elevates its prestige. We guarantee upon delivery next year annual rent will reach at least HK 4000 and premium fees no less than HK 10000, ensuring enduring demand. That means nearly half your capital recouped within the first year alone. Where else can you find such value? This is indeed a superb investment. Owning property secures lasting stability. Rental income alone ensures comfort for the entire family. Quite right. It's equally splendid for owner-occupation, boasting exceptional standards, 24-hour security patrols, professional cleaning services. 24-hour security patrols represented a pioneering initiative by Changjiang Property Development. Refugees arriving in Hong Kong carried substantial wealth. And who wouldn't seek safety above all? I'll take 1 floor. I'll move my whole family into this private housing estate next year. Certainly, sir. This way, please. Hold on. Let's examine more options first. There are 100 floors to choose from. There must be nearly 200 people here already. In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with fervor. On the 5th day, Changjiang Property Development announced the complete sellout of Defu Garden, though notably slower than anticipated, clearly reflecting Hong Kong's constrained purchasing power. No other property developer could have achieved such a feat. Changjiang Property Development. Zhou Fuzhao entered Lin Jichao's office and reported, boss, all initial payments have been collected, totaling 1 Hong Kong dollar, 666 million, exactly half the total purchase price. Lin Jichao looked up and asked, if I withdraw 1 million Hong Kong dollars, will it disrupt company operations? Zhou Fuzhao replied, immediately, not at all. In fact, operations will remain unaffected until completion of our 3 projects in Shanghai Street, A Happy Valley, and Ferry Street. Lin Jichao nodded. After all, he had withdrawn only 1 Hong Kong dollar, 7 million from Changjiang Property Development, while the company's 4 real estate ventures would yield 2 Hong Kong dollars, 4 million in profit plus HK 750000, in principal, yielding a net asset value of 3 Hong Kong dollars, 1 million. Good. I'll refrain from tapping Changjiang Property Development's funds for now. Also prepare HK 500000 for Sir Ho Tung. Understood. Upon receiving this payment, Sir Ho Tung's capital recovery from the Lan Tianya Yuan project reached 1 Hong Kong dollar, 8 million, up from the 1 Hong Kong dollar, 3 million he would have received a year earlier. It was a resoundingly successful partnership, and an additional HK 300000 in profit distribution would be settled by year-end. With Chongjiang Property Development's 5-day sellout of a 100-story tower, splashed across headlines, Hong Kong's real estate industry watched in. Industry observers inevitably compared Huaixin Property Development with Chongjiang, yielding an inevitable conclusion. Zhongjun took 3 months to sell 75 stories. Lin Jichao sold 100 stories in 5 days. Once again, Lin Jichao stood at the epicenter of attention. His string of successful property ventures left observers speculating wildly about his profits. Even without precise figures, all agreed his gains were extraordinary. Overwhelmed by newfound prominence, Lin Jichao decided to hire additional bodyguards and a personal driver to safeguard both himself and his family. On the second floor of the Yangtze Silver Bank, Lin Jichao and Li Zhaoji sat together sipping tea and conversing. Lin Jichao did not regard Li Zhaoji as a subordinate but as an equal partner. Not merely because they hailed from the same hometown of Shund, but more importantly due to Li Zhaoji's exceptional ability and integrity, both of which merited Lin's full support. Lin Jichao slid a thick envelope across the table toward Li Zhaoji and said, "This is your performance bonus for April through June. Paid in full per our agreement." During that period, Li Zhaoji's team had traded gold at the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange with a capital of HK 500,000, generating a profit of $1 86 million. Their performance was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the price of gold at the exchange surged from 330 Hong Kong dollars to 380 Hong Kong dollars per tael, a rise of nearly 20%, meaning Li Zhaoji had decisively outperformed the broader market. The Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange bore little difference from today's stock markets. Indeed, it even permitted modest leverage for those with established credibility, and in many respects led global gold markets. In a past life when gold prices collapsed abruptly worldwide, only the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange maintained normal trading and settlement, while London and New York suspended operations entirely, a testament to its institutional robustness and unwavering credibility. Li Zhaoji accepted the substantial envelope and exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, boss." Per their agreement, he was entitled to a commission of HK 11100, an exceptionally generous sum. In truth, he felt slightly undeserving of the 6% profit share, knowing full well how instrumental his boss had been in enabling their gold speculation. Yet from Lin Jichao's perspective, Li Zhaoji was unquestionably worthy of this reward. Lin had provided only macro-level guidance, the overarching trend and key events to watch, but without Li Zhaoji, Lin himself would have had to remain stationed at the Yangtze Silver Bank, an impractical arrangement. No one else could possibly manage the operation with such skill. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Everyone involved in the gold trading receives a share. This is what you've earned." Other team members received commissions ranging from 0.5 to 1% allocated according to individual contribution. Still extraordinarily generous. Boss, gold prices dropped significantly today, currently standing at 372 Hong Kong dollars. 20 per tael, reported how the finance officer and switchboard operator immediately after receiving a call. Gold prices at the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange fluctuated wildly. Swings exceeding 30 Hong Kong dollars per tael within a single month were commonplace. Yet the overall trajectory remained resolutely upward. "What do you think?" Lin Jichao asked. After a moment's reflection, Li Zhaoji replied, "Given this trend, we can begin accumulating positions gradually." Recent severe weather had severely delayed maritime smuggling, while Macau's gold reserves had just undergone a major liquidation, bringing them close to their cyclical nadir. Hang Seng Silver Bank Teochew gold merchants Liao Baoshan and Shun Baikan served as Lin Jichao's key benchmarks. Underground gold trading in Shanghai and Guangdong province also exerted subtle influence on Hong Kong's gold market. With that in mind, Lin Jichao declared, "Very well. I'll execute a transaction. I intend to liquidate 1 million Hong Kong dollars worth of gold through the Gold and Silver Exchange. The funds are already secured." Li Zhaoji was astonished. His boss had already liquidated HK 500,000 in gold, and now sought to withdraw another 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Clearly, Lin held an exceptionally bullish outlook on gold's future. Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange. Shan, the Yangtze Silver Bank's chief gold trader, rushed repeatedly into the central courtyard, placing massive buy orders for gold. His transactions, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars, quickly stunned the many small-time speculators present. Could it be that Yangtze Silver Bank has transformed into a full-fledged bank? This boldness rivals Liao Baoshan's own style. Yangtze Silver Bank turning into a bank so soon. There are only a handful of prominent Shun businessmen. Surely Lin Jichao has just made millions from real estate or chain stores and is now entering gold trading. Remarkable. Not only does he generate wealth through property development, he's also built a large-scale factory. A true master of enterprise. Shan and Jin, the Yangtze Silver Bank's gold traders, swelled with quiet pride. Knowing their boss possessed such formidable financial clout, instantly commanding respect from every gold merchant and silver bank present. Liao Baoshan stood on the second floor conversing with Chun Baikan, a fellow Teochew merchant. "Brother, shall we short the market for a few days? To blunt Lin Jichao's momentum, Chun Baikan chuckled in reply. Short selling meant selling large volumes of gold without holding physical inventory, so long as delivery could be fulfilled 3 days later. If gold could then be purchased more cheaply elsewhere during that interval, the difference would constitute pure profit. Teochew merchants were famously cohesive. Seeing Lin Jichao's sudden ascendancy in the gold market naturally stirred competitive instincts. Liao Baoshan shook his head. Brother Lin Jichao is no ordinary man. The more aggressively you short, the bolder he may grow in buying. Moreover, if you precede Hang Seng Silver Bank, and others may feel compelled to buy as well, since their aim is to drive up gold prices and liquidate Macau smuggled gold. Chun Baikan, after all, was still relatively young. Just a jest, brother. Don't take it seriously. Still, Lin Jichao is extraordinary, audacious, self-reliant, and unafraid to act boldly. Even without the backing of an established silver bank, he commands 2 highly profitable enterprises. Naturally, his capital base is formidable. At that moment, Liao Baoshan realized he had gravely underestimated Lin Jichao's acumen in gold trading. He had previously assumed Lin would falter at the gold and silver exchange. But clearly the Yangtze Silver Bank had proven remarkably astute, securing consistent profits. Once again, Lin Jichao entered the managing director's office at the Bank of East Asia. Jian Dongpu sat beside him on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. The Bank of East Asia supported Lin Jichao, while Lin reciprocated by reinforcing the bank's growth. A mutually beneficial partnership. Having forged deep trust and credibility, the bank extended loans to Lin Jichao with complete confidence. Trustworthiness formed the cornerstone of banking. Lenders assessed character first, assets second. Why did many foreign banks prefer dealing exclusively with compradors rather than directly with Chinese entrepreneurs, opting instead to lend to compradors first, who would then lend to Chinese clients? The answer was simple: compradors possessed impeccable reputations, effectively serving as guarantors for these loans. Of course, as Hong Kong's Chinese community rose in prominence, foreign banks gradually revised this mindset. Come for a loan, then? Jian Dongpu said with a smile. Lin Jichao set down his teacup and replied naturally, I've come to borrow money. Jian Dongpu teased, can't we simply enjoy each other's company? Must every visit revolve around business? How could anyone not cherish such an outstanding fellow townsman? Moreover, Lin Jichao was the Bank of East Asia's flagship entrepreneur, the very embodiment of a gilded reputation. A sudden idea struck Lin Jichao. Actually, there is a personal favor I'd like to ask Elder Jian. Jian Dongpu, in high spirits, replied, alas, I have no daughter of marriageable age. If I did, I'd certainly seek you as my son-in-law. Go on, what is it? Though he did have daughters, they were all considerably older. He himself could serve as Lin Jichao's grandfather, while his granddaughters were far too young. This reality weighed upon him as a quiet regret. Lin Jichao responded promptly, I would be deeply honored if Elder Jian would officiate my wedding ceremony. Jian Dongpu broke into laughter. No, it is I who am honored. You are now Hong Kong's most celebrated figure. I accept, of course. Which young lady is the fortunate bride? And on what date is the wedding set? Lin Jichao then outlined the details. Intrigued, Jian Dongpu asked, you're marrying a woman from Shanghai. Does Hong Kong offer no suitable Teochew or Cantonese matches? He did not disdain Shanghainese families. Rather, he viewed Lin Jichao as a paragon of Cantonese entrepreneurship. Lin Jichao smiled and replied, once in Hong Kong, we are all Hong Kong people. It was ultimately a matter of fate. Before meeting her, no influential figure had ever considered him a suitable son-in-law. Otherwise, he would have accepted long ago. His tone carried genuine lightness. Haha, well said. We are all Hong Kong people. Lin Jichao then turned to business. Elder Jian, I wish to pledge 1 million Hong Kong dollars in gold with the Bank of East Asia as collateral, and obtain a loan of HK 500000. Jian Dongpu immediately asked, is this gold newly liquidated from the gold and silver exchange? Lin Jichao nodded. Yes. Jian Dongpu furrowed his brow. Gold at the exchange has risen 100 Hong Kong dollars per tael over the past year. Aren't you concerned about a reversal? It was merely a probing question. Lin Jichao smiled and replied, the mainland's fiat currency has already collapsed. In Guangdong and Shanghai, Hong Kong issued currency now accounts for 2/3 of all circulating notes, revealing just how dire the financial environment has become. With the Zhang family's monetary system in ruins, gold must surge. Hong Kong is no exception. Thus, I am convinced gold retains substantial upside potential, especially since full-scale war has yet to erupt. Jian Dongpu had heard numerous analyses from Lin Jichao before. Each time he found himself drawn irresistibly into Lin's logic. So your plan is to liquidate your gold holdings at peak prices before the Guangzhou JF event. Precisely. By then, gold will surely reach at least 600 Hong Kong dollars, and perhaps even 700 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Jian Dongpu himself had recently acquired some gold investing on behalf of his family, trusting Lin Jichao's judgment implicitly. Very well. I can approve the HK 500000 loan. Lin Jichao dared not request a larger sum. Though confident in gold's profitability, He had already committed $2 7 million of his entire real estate capital to gold investments. Yet he remained utterly confident. His position was risk-proof. Of his total investment, $1 5 million had gone toward purchasing physical gold, assets scheduled for liquidation in October next year, or earlier should gold exceed $600 per tael. The initial HK 500000 and the current HK 500000 were allocated for short-term speculation, carrying inherent risk. But Lin Jichao had meticulously prepared contingency plans to balance any potential losses. He entrusted the entire HK 500000 from the new loan to Li Xiaoji as capital for gold speculation. Li Xiaoji, however, spoke with palpable unease. "Boss, the sum is enormous. I fear I may bungle it." Lin Jichao encouraged him. "Xiaoji-1 must possess unwavering self-confidence. I have absolute faith in your capability." Although he had just added another HK 500000 to Li Xiaoji's capital, Lin Jichao instructed him not to commit the full amount at once, neither in long positions nor short sales, capping any single trade at 1 million Hong Kong dollars, while reserving the remainder for flexible deployment. When his capital had been only HK 500000, Li Xiaoji habitually traded HK 60000070000 per transaction. Now, with nearly 1 Hong Kong dollar, 2 million at his disposal, he felt unexpectedly hesitant. "Very well. I shall never exceed 1 million Hong Kong dollars per position." Lin Jichao paused thoughtfully, then added, "But that need not be an absolute rule. For instance, if you purchase 1 million Hong Kong dollars worth of gold and observe its price continuing to fall, perhaps sharply, yet remain convinced it will rebound, adding another HK 2000005000000 is perfectly acceptable. This strategy lowers your average acquisition cost. Consequently, any subsequent rise yields greater profit. Regardless, I firmly anticipate gold reaching 400 Hong Kong dollars before mid-August. You must hold firm confidence." He was after all a seasoned gold trader, and moreover he believed the imminent collapse of mainland China's fiat currency would inevitably drive surging demand for gold, especially on the black market and the Hong Kong dollar. After careful consideration, Li Xiaoji remarked, "Gold has remained remarkably stable lately, oscillating steadily around 372 Hong Kong dollars. Clearly, this is an opportune moment to accumulate further holdings. You handle the arrangements. Closely monitor the trading activities of Hang Seng, Lu Baoshan, and Chun Baikan. This will reveal the impact of Macau's gold imports. As for mainland influences, gold prices are already surging dramatically and numerous mainland gold merchants are flocking to Hong Kong to procure supplies." "Understood. I'll proceed accordingly." Li Xiaoji ceased his hesitation. Confident in his own abilities, he possessed exclusive intelligence channels on gold markets and acute sensitivity to shifting market signals. Thus he harbored no fear of loss. Later, Lin Jichao reviewed the branch's operations and found them thriving. Monthly profits hovered between HK 5000 and HK 6000, comfortably covering rent and delivering a solid return on investment. Clearly, Li Xiaoji was not merely speculating in gold for Lin Jichao. He was also diligently managing Changjiang Silver House. Lin Jichao could not help but reflect securing the right talent brought far greater ease than earning wealth oneself. Early morning. Lin Jichao sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. Wu Weining bustled about in the kitchen. Lin Shiner had yet to rise. The household exuded serene harmony. A news item caught Lin Jichao's attention yesterday, July 16th. Pan American Airways, Macau maiden crashed en route from Macau to Hong Kong, claiming the lives of 27 passengers and crew members. At this time, flights between Macau and Hong Kong operated via seaplanes. Not modern jetliners, but propeller-driven aircraft. Pan American Airlines maintained this route primarily to serve gold smugglers. Piracy still plagued the waters between Macau and Hong Kong, compelling many gold traffickers to rely on air transport instead of sea routes. Lin Jichao knew the crash stemmed from a hijacking attempt by bandits intending to force the plane down at a mainland airport and rob the gold smuggling passengers. The precise cause of the crash remained unclear, but the most likely scenario involved the pilots being shot down. Gold prices are poised for a sharp surge. A faint smile flickered across Lin Jichao's lips as he drew this conclusion. Already the complete collapse of mainland China's fiat currency had triggered a mass conversion into Hong Kong dollars, gold, and foreign currencies, propelling gold prices upward on the mainland. Now, with the Macau-Hong Kong smuggling corridor suddenly disrupted, Hong Kong's gold prices would inevitably climb even higher. Consequently, Changjiang Silver House's recent 1 million Hong Kong dollars short-term gold speculation stood to yield substantial returns. With gold currently trading at 375 Hong Kong dollars, both external and domestic market conditions appeared exceptionally favorable. Contemplating this, Lin Jichao resolved to discuss the matter with Li Xiaoji that day, and upon Monday's market opening seized the opportunity to acquire an additional 20 contracts, approximately HK 750,000, thereby indirectly boosting gold prices while amplifying their gains. Of course such a move would entail leveraged buying beyond initial capital, though the leverage remained moderate, exceeding the original HK 500000 by a manageable margin. Brother, please take this tea. Lin Sheener knelt slightly, presenting the cup with both hands, her voice sweet and tender. Lin Jichao accepted it, sipped gently, then handed the cup back to her. Once Lin Sheener set the cup aside, Lin Jichao resumed reading his newspaper, aware of her intentions yet feigning obliviousness. Lin Sheener promptly seated herself beside him, her small hands kneading his shoulders, her face lit by a pleading, winsome smile. To her dismay, Lin Jichao accepted her attentions without asking, "What is it you want?" prompting her to grow flustered. "Brother, please take me and Sister Kai Ying out this weekend. We promise not to disturb your date with Sister Kai Yun." Lin Sheener finally blurted out her request. Hong Kong was deeply unsettled at the time. Two 15-year-old girls rarely ventured outdoors unaccompanied, unless escorted by Lin Jichao or trusted adults like the Tang Zhongyuan couple or Wu Weining. This very concern had prompted Lin Jichao to purchase another vehicle for family safety. He now owned 4 cars, 1 sedan, and 1 truck allocated to the Tsuanwan factory, and 2 more on Hong Kong Island. One of the Hong Kong Island vehicles served the family exclusively. "You've picked up Sister Kai Ying's mischief. Take care you don't end up unwed," Lin Jichao teased deliberately. In truth, Tang Kai Ying was spirited, vivacious, and radiant. He was simply playfully ribbing his younger sister. To his surprise, Lin Sheener pondered earnestly before replying, "If Sister Kai Ying remains unwed, brother, may simply claim her yourself. And if I remain unwed, brother shall support me for life." Lin Jichao nearly flushed. His composure cracked as if his innermost thoughts had been exposed. So he adopted stern gravity and tapped her forehead with a crisp snap. "Speak recklessly again, and I'll send you straight back to Shund." Though Lin Sheener feigned fright, she knew her brother would never do so, and instead nestled her arm through his, cooing affectionately, "Brother." Lin Jichao, unwilling to encourage excessive familiarity, believing as elder brother he bore paternal responsibilities, gently disengaged her arm. "No more childish antics. I'll take you both out this weekend, but henceforth speak plainly. No more roundabout schemes." Perhaps because Lin Jichao had always yearned for a sister, he treated Lin Sheener with exceptional kindness. So she merely stuck out her tongue, carefree and unself-conscious, then skipped away merrily. Watching her go, Lin Jichao shook his head. Tang Kai Ying truly was a ray of sunshine. Lin Sheener, once reserved and quiet, had grown noticeably livelier. As classmates who traveled together daily and shared familial bonds, their friendship had blossomed warmly. After breakfast, Lin Jichao prepared to leave for work. Descending the stairs, he encountered his landlord Ho Saiman, the adopted son of Ho Tong, and Tang Zhongyuan conversing outside. Lin Jichao immediately approached them, greeting warmly, "Good morning, Mr. Ho. Here to collect rent." Ho Simon, who had been rather formal with Tang Zhongyuan, instantly broke into a broad smile upon seeing Lin Jichao. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." "Mr. Tang's lease is nearing expiration, so I've come to inquire whether he intends to renew." His tone subtly implied non-renewal would be preferable for Hong Kong landlords universally coveted vacant premises. Naturally, Tang Zhongyuan had already paid a premium transfer fee, giving the landlord no legitimate grounds to evict him outright. Lin Jichao interjected smoothly, "Mr. Ho, Mr. Tang is my future father-in-law. I am to marry Miss Tang early next year. I sincerely hope you'll attend our wedding banquet." Ho Saiman was visibly startled, turning hastily to Tang Zhongyuan. "My deepest apologies, Mr. Tang. You've secured an outstanding son-in-law, and Miss Tang, of course, is equally exceptional." He had met Tang Kai Yun only once, last year during the initial apartment rental. Tang Zhongyuan responded with modest humility. Thus, though Ho Saiman inwardly felt a pang of disappointment, he declared graciously, "Since we're practically family now, Mr. Tang may continue paying last year's rent." Originally planning a rent hike, his hopes were dashed. Lin Jichao added promptly, "We've purchased a residence at Lantian Elegant Garden in Happy Valley, and plan to move in by November." He left the sentence hanging. Ho Simon's face involuntarily brightened, and he replied at once, "Congratulations. May your new home bring abundant joy. In that case, Mr. Tang need pay no further rent. The remaining 3 months on Mr. Lin's lease will offset the balance." Though merely a few $100s, Lin Jichao adhered strictly to the principle of prudent economy. Tang Zhongyuan chuckled. "Does this not deprive Mr. Ho of 1 or 2 months' income?" Ho Saiman beamed. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Lin is a valued partner of the Ho family. We'd intended to waive his rent this year, but he insisted on paying." Lin Jichao smiled inwardly. If Ho Saiman truly wished to waive rent, why had he visited personally at the start of the year? Lin Jichao, of course, would never have accepted such a gesture. With the Lin and Tang families relocating in November, Ho Saiman stood to earn another substantial premium on his 2-story property. Evidence indeed that Lin Jichao possessed remarkable social acumen. After Ho Saiman departed, Tang Zhongyuan chuckled. Landlords in Hong Kong these days are shrewd beyond measure. Lin Jichao suddenly shifted topics. Uncle Tang Hong Kong is about to grow considerably livelier. Tang Zhongyuan instantly grasped Lin Jichao's meaning, and felt profound admiration for his prospective son-in-law's foresight and strategic vision. Had it not been for this young man, he might still be dreaming of returning someday to Shanghai. Now his resolve was firm, he would put down roots in Hong Kong. Currently the Tang family held two major assets there. One was the Eastern Textile Factory established with a HK400000 investment. The other land in Tsuanwan spanning over 800,000 square feet valued at HK350000. The Eastern Textile Factory generated a steady monthly profit exceeding HK20000, a fact that filled Tang Zhongyuan with quiet pride. On the weekend Lin Jichao took 3 beautiful women to shop at Lane Crawford in Central. In this era there are too few places to go and date in Hong Kong, but shopping remains a timeless and decent choice. Lane Crawford is one of the 2 high-end department stores in Hong Kong, the other being the British-owned large department store Marks Spencer. For the people of Hong Kong, especially the middle-class population, the education they receive from childhood teaches them that as a member of the middle class or an even higher tier they should shop at Lane Crawford. Going there is not just about shopping but also about consumer recognition of their own social class. Lin Jichao, of course, does not need such class recognition. It is merely the allure of the European and American designer stores at Lane Crawford that attracts the women around him. Moreover, Lin Jichao enjoys shopping at department stores, considering it a form of learning, as he will also venture into retail in the future. Tang Kaiyun walked out from inside asking with hopeful tone. Lin Jichao turned to look at Tang Kaiyun trying on clothes, his eyes instantly brightening at the sight of a floral princess dress. The skirt was slightly puffy, while the upper body was fitted, complemented by beautiful white high heels. It was incredibly fashionable, elegant, and beautiful, in line with Lin Jichao's modern aesthetic. If she weren't the daughter of a prominent family from the Highlands, she wouldn't have been able to pull off such a stylish look. Lin Jichao, being a modern man, never considered marrying a Mrs. Zhang or Mrs. Li as a supporting wife, for their appearances simply did not meet his standards. Jichao Gu, you're mesmerized, aren't you? Tang Kaiying teased playfully. Tang Kaiyin's face flushed slightly. While delighted, she shot her sister a reproachful glance. Lin Jichao promptly said, it's beautiful. Kaiying is right. I'm momentarily dazzled. I'll take this one. By the way, Kaiying Sheener, you should hurry and pick yours too. They'll pay for everything later. As long as they are girls, Lin Jichao enjoys flattering them, not even sparing his sister. Naturally, he indulges this sister of his, as he is quite fond of her. Hey, thank you, brother-in-law. Tang Kaiying, who had been envying her sister, was thrilled to discover that she would also receive something. When she called him brother-in-law, it signified that Lin Jichao was treating her or had made her very happy. The group quickly gathered their purchases and proceeded to the restaurant at Lane Crawford for a meal. This era's large department stores not only offered goods for sale, but also had coffee shops and restaurants resembling the early prototype of a shopping center. The only difference between the two might be that they operated on a self-service basis. Due to the cheap labor in this era, department stores could afford to hire a large number of staff, which naturally did not give rise to shopping centers. While dining, Tang Kaiying suddenly exclaimed, brother-in-law, you seem to be especially nice to us today. Are you hoping I could set up a date for you and my sister? Tang Kaiying was not only lively and agile, but also quite bold. Earlier she had seen Lin Jichao and Tang Kaiyun embracing. The next day she interacted with Lin Jichao as if nothing had happened, showing no signs of shyness. In contrast, Lin Sheener would be shy about such matters in front of her brother for 3 days. Being with 3 beautiful girls naturally put Lin Jichao in a good mood, and he deliberately sighed first. This way all 3 women focused their attention on him. Lin Jichao then deliberately stated, to be honest, I feel a bit guilty. In the coming year I might have to compete against you Shanghai businessmen in the marketplace. As a son-in-law from Shanghai, I feel somewhat ashamed. Hence I thought I would earn their money and present it to both of you beautiful Shanghai ladies, which could be seen as buying my peace of mind. He lowered his voice, as this joke could not be spread around, or otherwise he might easily get beaten up. Tang Kaiying blurted out, then earn more of their money. Why should you feel ashamed? Her implication was, what does it have to do with me? You earn money and I can spend it. Their money is not for me to spend. Lin Sheener stared at Tang Kaiying, thinking to herself, aren't you from Shanghai? Tang Kaiyun shot her sister a glance, signaling her to be mindful of her image, then turned to Lin Jichao and said, business is like a battlefield. Earning money from anyone is a skill. As long as it's not illegal or unethical, there's no need to feel guilty. Lin Jichao pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and said, now I have no psychological burden and my wife is so reasonable. It was a double entendre. Who is your wife? We aren't married yet. Their marriage was already arranged for January 1949. So Lin Jichao's words were just playful. This era is not absolutely conservative, especially since both their families have approved of their relationship and they are already engaged. Of course, the fundamental reason lies in Lin Jichao's different mindset. After the 4 had lunch, they returned to Seymour Road's arcade. Just then the Tang couple came out with their two sons, and Lin Jichao gave Lin Shiner a knowing glance. Lin Shiner naturally understood what her brother meant, but feeling shy she blushed slightly, and said, "Sister Kaiying, Sister Tsayun, come to our house to play." Tang Kaiying, having tasted sweetness today, did not think twice, and urged her sister Tang Kaiyun to head upstairs. Soon Lin Jichao had Tang Kaiyun invited to his room alone. With Tang Kaiyun seated on his lap, just inhaling the scent of the woman made Lin Jichao eager to act. He had been pent up for a long time. In fact, many times during social gatherings Lin Jichao had the opportunity to indulge, but he always felt it was not worth the risk. Life is long, and there is no need to act recklessly. Tang Kaiyun nestled in Lin Zuhui's embrace, feeling the man's rapid breath. She was both enchanted and worried. "Jichao Gu, we will be getting married in just over 5 months." Tang Kaiyun reminded carefully. Lin Jichao placed his hand on Tang Kaiyun's sheer stockings, feeling the unusual texture, and then gently began to caress. "Sayun, do you really want to go to Europe with me?" Tang Kaiyun nodded, eager to travel abroad and see the world. Lin Jichao then said, "You need to think this through. I'm planning to treat this trip to Europe as our honeymoon." Such straightforward words left Tang Kaiyun at a loss. She bit her lip, gently, appearing both shy and cute, her delicate hands fidgeting with her skirt. "Originally, if I were going alone, I would have just taken a direct flight from London to West Germany and probably spent 2 to 3 days at the Bern machinery factory before setting off. If you are going too naturally, we must have a good time exploring London." Seeing Lin Jichao's words become less direct, Tang Kaiyun feigned forgetting what was just said and nodded. "I want to go." Lin Jichao was internally overjoyed. The reason he had been unable to indulge was not due to moral constraints. After all, the idea of indulging in forbidden fruit was not unheard of in this era. The real reason was to give face to Tang Zhongyuan and Song Chaoling as a couple. However, if they all went to Europe for vacation, there would be no need for concern, and he could act openly. The two sweetly lingered for a while, but Lin Jichao still let Tang Kaiyun go without taking any excessive actions, including undressing. In mid-August, Lin Jichao had been in this world for 2 years without realizing it. During these 2 years, he had embarked on 3 ventures: real estate, zipper manufacturing, and gold trading. Real estate, Changjiang Real Estate had undertaken 4 residential projects with total profits ranging from 2.3 to 2.4 million Hong Kong dollars. Due to skyrocketing land prices, profits had become thin, prompting Lin Jichao to temporarily halt development in this area. Zipper manufacturing, starting from July, Changjiang Industries had been making around 1,200,000 Hong Kong dollars in profit each month, with an expected total profit of about 1.5 million by the end of the year over 14 months. After repaying all loans and interest, there remained a cash flow of around 1,000,000, along with 6 automatic zipper machines, a factory covering 120,000 square feet, and some raw materials. Of course, the company's valuation cannot be calculated in such a simplistic manner. Changjiang Industries is undoubtedly a golden goose with a total worth exceeding 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Gold trading, Changjiang Silver House held 4160 taels of physical gold, which was mortgaged at East Asia Bank's vault, purchased at an average price of 362 Hong Kong dollars per tael, while the current gold price was around 420 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Meanwhile, profits from gold trading were also substantial. August 16th. On Monday morning, Lin Jichao arrived early at the 2nd floor of Changjiang Silver House. The members involved in gold trading had gathered, including boss Li Zhaoqi, finance officer, and receptionist Ahao, gold trader Ashen and Ajin. Although this team only consisted of 5 people, they had generated a profit of 300,000 Hong Kong dollars from mid-July to mid-August, achieving a return rate of 25. During this month, the price of gold at the gold and silver trading market had risen to over 420 Hong Kong dollars per tael, which represented an increase of nearly 50 Hong Kong dollars per tael, marking a rise of 13. Changjiang Silver House had gained some fame in the gold and silver trading market. "When trading opens, we will gradually close all our gold positions. Do not hesitate." Lin Jichao made a decision to first close positions and observe the situation. Since starting gold trading at the end of April, in less than 4 months, Changjiang Silver House had invested 1 million Hong Kong dollars in short-term trades and had already earned over 450,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was far more than the 30 increase of gold from 330 Hong Kong dollars per tael to 420 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Meanwhile, Lin Jichao remembered that the mainland was going to issue gold yuan certificates confiscating gold from the public, and that Shaojiang was going to the Magic City to fight tigers. Thus, gold prices might temporarily drop. However, the gold yuan certificates would not last long, and would soon experience rampant devaluation, and the fighting tigers would rebound quickly, signaling that the Zhang family dynasty was nearing its end. According to this analysis, it was likely that wealthy merchants from the Magic City would start flocking to Hong Kong for refuge from September, as no one would want their family's wealth to be completely confiscated by the Zhang family forced exchange of gold and silver for gold yuan certificates. At this moment, Li Zhaoqi expressed his dissent. "Boss, according to the information we received, Hang Seng and Chow merchants are still pushing gold prices higher. It seems that gold imported from Macau will take several more days to arrive. I heard from Macau that a large quantity of gold has indeed not yet reached there. Lin Jichao knew that Li Zhaoqi's success in gold trading was not only due to his talent, but also because his brother worked at a silver house in Macau which was a property of his uncle, thus giving him some advantages. However, this time Lin Jichao decided to proceed with caution, saying it's fine. Making a little less profit is no problem. Moreover, according to my information, the Magic City is brewing financial reforms and the unknown factors are too great, so it's better not to profit. He preferred stability. He would rather profit from familiar opportunities than confront the unknown. Li Zhaoqi's role was to seek successful trades, while Lin Jichao provided the general trend and details. Li Zhaoqi felt a tightening in his chest. The gold price in Hong Kong was closely related to that of Guangdong and the Magic City. If the boss had indeed received some early warnings, it would indeed be wise to proceed with caution. What the boss said makes sense. Lin Jichao revealed a satisfied expression. He and Li Zhaoqi balanced each other perfectly, with one focusing on the big picture and the other on the details. At the gold and silver trading market, Ashen quickly stood in the middle of the courtyard, fingers bent outward with palms naturally facing out, and soon a dozen people rushed forward to get close to Ashen. Ashen swiftly tapped each of the 5 people on the shoulder, indicating that he would sell them 1 hand of gold. 100 taels per hand, priced at 422,000 Hong Kong dollars. In just a few seconds, a transaction worth over 200,000 had been completed. Such transactions would not immediately begin a second round, as various telephone operators were busy reporting the situation in the market. Boss gold priced at $422 per tael sold 5 hands. Chongjiang Silver House has made the sale. Everyone reported the market situation truthfully, awaiting the boss instructions. We also sold 5 hands. We need to buy 10 hands. As the orders were communicated, trading quickly became vigorous. Ashen frequently stood in the middle of the courtyard, each time selling 5 hands of gold, with the gold price gradually rising to around 424 Hong Kong dollars. At this time, some people quickly noticed the frequent sales from Chongjiang Silver House. Boss Chongjiang Silver House has successively sold 25 hands of gold. Yes, it seems they still have stock. On the second floor of the gold and silver trading market, He Shanheng and He Tianzheng from Hang Seng Silver House observed the situation. He Shanheng was the chairman of the Gold and Silver Trading Markets Council and the helmsman overseeing gold trading at Hang Seng Silver House. Strangely, Chongjiang Silver House has always kept a close watch on us at Hang Seng Silver House. Yet this time they took the initiative to sell. It's curious, He Shanheng remarked. The strategies of Chongjiang Silver House could certainly be discovered by the astute. However, trading gold relied on each person's skill, which was perfectly reasonable. Moreover, everyone was from Guangdong, and it was normal for them to share the same sentiments. In fact, due to the rise in gold prices, most gold traders were making profits, with only a small number not benefiting. He Tian nodded, saying, "It is indeed strange. We and the Chow merchants are currently pushing gold prices higher, yet they are actively retreating. Perhaps Li Zhaoqi is taking profits while he can." He Shanheng nodded, soon dismissing the matter. Although the amount was considered substantial in the grand scheme of the total transactions in the gold and silver trading market, it was merely a small sum. Liao Chuangxing Savings Bank. Liao Baoshan also received information from the gold and silver trading market, and immediately said on the phone, "Continue to buy, do not care about Chongjiang Silver House." What is Lin Jichao up to, not taking the money he could earn and now starting to close positions? Is it because he has made too much money? Although the Chow merchants were united, the entire Guangdong community was also a collective, albeit a loose one. Even the Chow gold traders operated independently. For instance, Chun Bicheng, due to poor weather affecting shortwave communications, could only print information through the post office. He sent someone to stake out the post office and ended up receiving news before his Chow counterparts, taking the opportunity to act first. Who would truly share the same sentiments? 2 mornings later, Lin Jichao returned once more to Chongjiang Silver House. Upon learning that the gold price had risen to 430 Hong Kong dollars per tael, he felt no regret. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Have Ashen sell short 5 hands of gold first. Ahau immediately picked up the phone to relay Lin Jichao's order to the dedicated line at the gold and silver trading market. Li Zhaoqi felt somewhat helpless as Lin Jichao had taken over the command. With Lin Jichao issuing short-selling orders, one after another, Chongjiang Silver House had already sold out 50 hands of gold in one morning, totaling over 1 million. Seeing Li Zhaoqi's concern, Lin Jichao smiled and said, "Don't worry. If this short selling results in a loss, it won't count against your performance." Li Zhaoqi quickly replied, "Boss, that's not what I meant. I just think it's a bit risky to sell short at this time, especially since everyone is buying. There hasn't been any news of a large import of gold from Macau, and it might take several more days." Lin Jichao replied, "Just because many people are doing it doesn't mean it's right. Gold has recently surged by 60 Hong Kong dollars per tael, and it clearly needs to be adjusted. Li Xiaoqi understood that Lin Jichao might have received some insider news from the mainland and chose not to say more. As it turned out that afternoon, the price of gold in Hong Kong began to inexplicably drop, leaving many perplexed about what was happening. Until the next day, Hong Kong newspapers reported on August 18th. The government ordered the implementation of currency reform replacing fiat currency, with gold yuan certificates with a deadline for the public to exchange gold, silver, and foreign currency for gold yuan certificates. This information suggested that the demand for gold in the mainland had been temporarily frozen, suppressing gold prices. Thus, imports of gold from Hong Kong would naturally decrease. Consequently, gold merchants who received the news in advance rushed to sell short, causing the gold in the Hong Kong gold and silver trading market to begin to adjust. At Changjiang Silver House, Li Xiaoqi looked at Lin Jichao with admiration, saying, "Boss must have connections in the mainland, allowing him to foresee this news in advance. I truly admire you." Lin Jichao thought to himself, "It's a matter of luck. I just happened to stumble upon it." Naturally, he also felt that gold had been rising too quickly recently, and recalled that the gold yuan certificates would be issued in August, so he took a gamble. If he lost the bet, it would only be a small loss, something he could afford. "I just happened to guess right," Lin Jichao said modestly. Lin Jichao said seriously, "The gold yuan certificates won't hold up for long before they will devalue again. At that time, the Zhang family dynasty's credibility will be ruined. Prices in the mainland national occupied areas will soar, and the black market gold Hong Kong dollars and US dollars will escalate continuously. Therefore, once the price adjusts below 400 Hong Kong dollars, we will close our short positions. As for how to operate afterward, I won't interfere. I can only tell you that it is not impossible for gold to exceed 500 Hong Kong dollars by the end of this year. After all, the collapse of gold yuan certificates and the outbreak of gold smuggling incidents will impact the price trends in Shangjang. A significant surge later in the year is a possibility." Li Xiaoqi nodded seriously, saying, "All right, I will certainly take these factors into careful consideration." After this, Lin Jichao decided to intervene less in Li Xiaoqi's gold trading, granting him sufficient trust and liberating his own energy. With the situation in the mainland, the gold in the Hong Kong gold and silver trading market began to decline, while the performance of Changjiang Silver House in this instance could only be described as stunning. Could be said to have truly gained fame in one battle. Of course, this reputation was limited to a small circle. At the beginning of late August, Lin Jichao embarked on a journey to Europe with Tang Kowloon. As his career expanded, Lin Jichao could no longer limit his business to Hong Kong, thus, he had to travel abroad frequently. Worrying about the safety of flights was futile, as he had no choice. This time he was going abroad for an inspection because Changjiang Real Estate had no new projects and Changjiang Silver was already under the management of Li Xiaoqi, while Changjiang Enterprises needed new development opportunities to rise further, or otherwise it would only regress. Before leaving, Lin Jichao still arranged everything with his lawyer as a precaution. "Uncle Tang, Aunt Song, don't worry, I will take good care of Kowloon." Standing outside the arcade, Lin Jichao was bidding farewell to his family. Tang Zhongyuan and Song Qiaoling were not foolish. They already understood that their daughter had completely devoted herself to Lin Jichao. Thus, what would happen during this trip abroad was already obvious. Although Song Qiaoling subtly reminded Tang Kowloon to be mindful of a girl's reputation before departure, the couple was still very worried. Fortunately, their wedding was scheduled for January next year, and many friends had already received invitations. So even if something occurred, it was not completely unacceptable, or otherwise they would not have allowed Tang Kowloon to go along. "You are calm and knowledgeable in your work, and you are proficient in various languages. With you taking care of Tsayun, I feel very reassured." Tang Zhongyuan felt unable to be tough in front of Lin Jichao. After all, Lin Jichao was the support of his career. Especially if the zipper factory expands again, he has already envisioned the prospects of his textile factory also expanding. He has 2 sons, so his career is very important, possibly even more so than his daughter. Song Qiaoling came to Tang Kowloon's side and the mother and daughter quietly exchanged a few words. Then Tang Tsayun with a slight blush walked over to Lin Jichao. Lin Jichao also bid farewell to his family, reassuring Wu Weining and Lin Shiner not to worry. Soon he took Tang Kowloon into the car and headed towards the central pier. The third day. What was Britain like in 1948? Sitting in the taxi, Lin Jichao and Tang Kowloon curiously observed the streets, noting traces of World War II bombings and buildings under reconstruction. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Having just hosted the Olympics, London exuded a palpable sense of post-war recovery, with women and children on the streets no longer fearing bombings. Of course, none of this could halt the decline of the British Empire. As colonies gained independence one after another, the economy on the British mainland also faced challenges. According to Lin Jichao's memory, the British pound would devalue by 30 in September next year. Due to the continuous decline of the British economy, worsening inflation, a long-term trade deficit, severe capital outflow, and dwindling foreign reserves, the credibility of the pound was eroding. Devaluing the pound could strengthen Britain's export competitiveness. The devaluation of the pound naturally also meant the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar, as at this time the Hong Kong dollar was pegged to the pound at a fixed exchange rate of 161. Jichao, the security here seems very good. Tang Kaiyun remarked as she looked at the harmonious scene of women and children on the streets. With the increase in Hong Kong's population, the crime rate began to rise with incidents of murder occurring in the streets. Coupled with Lin Jichao's heightened vigilance in protecting his family, Tang Kaiyun felt that the environment in Hong Kong was becoming increasingly harsh. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "At present the security environment in London is not particularly good. The city is filled with cheap firearms, many of which were brought back from overseas with American soldiers selling them for just £25, and British soldiers also bringing back plenty from abroad. Moreover, people's general resentment towards material shortages and rampant black markets means that what you see is merely surface phenomena. When going out, one must still be cautious." Although he would not let Tang Kaiyun go out alone, it was better to take precautions. As expected, Tang Kaiyun was startled and instinctively clung to Lin Jichao's arm, the softness making Lin Jichao's heart sway, eagerly anticipating the evening's activities. "If I stay close to you, I'll be safe," Tang Kaiyun whispered. This was an instinct. As long as she stayed close to Lin Jichao, her fear dissipated. Lin Jichao naturally replied gentlemanly, "Of course. I will protect you well." Scaring the girl first and then stepping in as the White Knight was a tactic that never failed for men. To avoid trouble, the two communicated in English to prevent excessive discrimination from the locals. Thus, after hearing Lin Jichao's words, the taxi driver said, "Sir, I feel that Britain is quite safe. Regarding the issues you mentioned, while they do exist, the crime rate in London has actually begun to decline since this year. Especially since we hosted the Olympics, a symbol of peace. The security in London is now very good. Of course, I hope you have a pleasant journey." Lin Jichao naturally would not argue, as he did not want to stir up trouble, and quickly said, "That's wonderful. Actually, I'm here for business. This would be beneficial for elevating his status. Our Britain is a nation built on commerce. You will surely gain something." After a brief chat with the taxi driver, they arrived at their destination. The taxi stopped at the Langham Hotel in Mayfair, a luxurious hotel located in an upscale neighborhood founded in 1865, which pioneered many firsts in the hotel industry, such as being the first to install electric lights, the first in Europe to provide hot and cold water, and the first to install elevators. Everything went smoothly, and they encountered no unpleasant incidents. After placing their luggage in the hotel room, Lin Jichao began to inspect the hotel room, which was his habit. Furthermore, in this hotel room, he and Tang Kaiyun were about to experience a significant moment in their lives for the first time. After confirming that everything was fine, Lin Jichao gentlemanly approached Tang Kaiyun. "Madam, would you like to take a hot bath?" Tang Kaiyun shyly nodded and replied, Following that everything was very gentlemanly, Lin Jichao did not make any excessive moves and took good care of Tang Kaiyun. In the bathroom, while washing, Tang Kaiyun's face showed a shy expression, thinking about her outing with Jichao, filled with both anticipation and shyness. Jichao is so charming. Surely, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. If my father had not brought the family to Hong Kong for refuge, I would never have met Jichao. Tang Kaiyun thought to herself, and a hint of a happy smile appeared on her face, feeling grateful that her father brought her to Hong Kong. Soon she began to think about what was about to happen. Her face started to flush and her breathing quickened. She knew that Lin Jichao was perfect in every way except for being a bit too shy. Having been together for a short time, Lin Jichao had already crossed certain boundaries multiple times, though limited to kissing, touching hands and legs, and hugging. Every time Jichao's gaze is so intimidating. However, today he was particularly gentlemanly. After Tang Kaiyun finished her bath, she stepped out with her hair wrapped in a towel, her face flushed. Lin Jichao curiously asked, "Is the water inside very hot?" Tang Kaiyun's blush deepened as she sweetly replied, "Jichao, you'll know if you wash up." After saying this, she pushed Lin Jichao towards the bathroom. Lin Jichao smiled, picked up his clothes, and walked into the bathroom, preparing to enjoy a comfortable shower. Unexpectedly, he soon discovered an enticing sight. Tang Kaiyun's dirty clothes were carelessly placed on the rack. Lin Jichao couldn't resist stretching out his guilty hand. At this period, undergarments had no underwire or padding, so they did not provide any shaping or gathering effect. The West had also just shed corsets pursuing body liberation, and the same was true for China. Shanghai was already very fashionable, and European luxury perfumes were commonplace. At this time, women's underwear resembled shorts made of soft silk with elastic bands on the inner thighs to prevent exposure. Beneath the elastic, there was also a decorative edge a few centimeters wide, enhancing the overall aesthetic. During this period, glass stockings were almost worn year-round, becoming a fashion statement. At this moment, Tang Kaiyun suddenly remembered that she forgot to tidy up the clothes she had just taken off, and couldn't help but walk towards the bathroom. Arriving at the door, she hesitated to enter, and could only let her imagination run wild. "It doesn't matter. After all, I will soon be Mrs. Lin." Tang Kaiyun reassured herself. Seeing that there was no sound of water, Tang Kaiyun couldn't help but call from the doorway, "Jichao, why aren't you showering yet? I'm so hungry." She vaguely guessed something. Inside, Lin Jichao heard Tang Kaiyun's voice, took a deep breath, and then mixed his clothes with Tang Kaiyun's, planning to hand them over to the hotel for cleaning later. Is Kowloon coming in? No way. You take your time. Startled Tang Kowloon hurriedly fled. When Lin Jichao stepped out of the bathroom, he mixed their clothes together. Seeing this scene, Tang Kowloon's heart raced. These clothes should be sent to the hotel for cleaning. The undergarments are in the bathroom. You can wash them later. Lin Jichao said matter-of-factly. Tang Kowloon immediately replied, Okay, you should also give me yours. We can wash them together later. At that moment she forgot her shyness as she needed to be virtuous. In her relationship with Jichao, although she was a wealthy young lady, she felt that she was far from being as excellent as him. Jichao could speak multiple languages, was knowledgeable, very responsible, and possessed great business acumen. Therefore Tang Kowloon felt that she shouldn't act spoiled at all. She needed to be a virtuous waifu, of course. Because Lin Jichao treated her very well, she willingly wanted to do even better. The two soon headed towards the restaurant, planning to enjoy a delicious meal to relieve their travel fatigue. Returning to the hotel room, Tang Kowloon seemed to sense something and said, Brother Jichao, it's only 2 p.m. Should we go for a stroll in London? What a joke. After 2 layovers, spending over 3 days, and risking my life, how could Lin Jichao possibly want to see a dilapidated and smoggy London? This must be one of the world's most expensive hotels. Lin Jichao said earnestly, We need to relax after such a tiring journey. Then he found the record player and started the music. As the gentle melodies began to play, Lin Jichao moved to Tang Kowloon's side, extending a hand with gentlemanly charm. The two danced gracefully to the music, easing the stress of their journey. Of course, the social dance felt like a slow-acting aphrodisiac, and before long their adrenaline was surging. Gazing at the beautiful and elegant face so close to him with a shy demeanor that seemed to invite him, Lin Jichao slowly leaned in. After a while he asked, Brother Jichao, were you plotting this all along? Tang Kowloon said coyly. Lin Jichao replied with a smile, It's just an open scheme. Of course it was an open scheme. You're so annoying. Tang Kowloon pouted playfully. Then she said earnestly, Before I left, my mother reminded me multiple times to pay attention to a woman's modesty. But I understand Brother Jichao's intentions and believe he won't let me down. I just hope my husband will cherish me. As she finished speaking, Tang Kowloon lowered her head, revealing a hint of shyness. Love often involves reckless abandon, like a moth drawn to a flame. Lin Jichao secretly felt proud, yet said, Silly girl, leave everything to me. Your future and your life will be in my hands. Tang Kowloon nodded, thinking to herself, Brother Jichao seems to be naturally flirtatious. Will he only love me in the future? Such thoughts suddenly crossed her mind, but were quickly washed away by Lin Jichao's actions. Lin Jichao invited Tang Kowloon to the sofa and removed her high heels. Her beautiful legs, encased in sheer stockings, could be considered a masterpiece. Of course, Lin Jichao preferred black stockings and hoped to see Tang Kowloon wear them at home in the future. Seeing Lin Jichao holding her legs, as if they were treasures, with admiration in his eyes, Tang Kowloon felt a different sensation surging within her. Of course, there was also joy, as this man regarded her as a treasure. Too much makes it fat, too little makes it thin. Tang Kowloon stood at 163 centimeters, which was considered tall for a woman in this era. Her legs were straight, neither thick nor thin, and her skin was delicate and fair, making her deeply admired by Lin Jichao. It's not that Lin Jichao only liked legs, but he had high standards for them. No crooked knees, no fat or thin calves, and the ratio of calf to thigh length needed to be aesthetically pleasing. After placing Tang Kowloon's legs down, Lin Jichao raised his head, appreciating his wife's figure, which was certainly excellent by normal standards. He preferred natural beauty over that of those who resorted to enhancements. With her fair and delicate skin, curvaceous figure, and a beautiful, elegant face combined with an air of refined charm, he felt she was more than worthy as a wife. Yet the more extraordinary a woman is, the harder it might be for him to take a concubine. Luckily, Lin Jichao was also very accomplished. It was time for a test. Afterwards, Lin Jichao leaned against the bedside table, while Tang Kowloon snuggled against him like a little kitten. Sayun, tomorrow we'll go buy a diamond ring for your wedding band, Lin Jichao said, holding Tang Kowloon with his left hand, feeling very pleased. Tang Kowloon rested her head on his chest and said lovingly, Isn't that too expensive? A gold one will do. Lin Jichao lifted her chin with his right hand and said, Of course, marrying such a beautiful wife requires a significant investment. Moreover, diamonds symbolize enduring love. A diamond is forever is a saying that will last through time. He knew it was misleading advertising, but some things just develop that way. Of course, Lin Jichao had a budget. He would only consider diamond rings under 2,000 pounds. But he estimated he could buy a decent one, ideally over 2 carats. It can't be too expensive. I don't want something too pricey, Tang Kowloon said thoughtfully. I'll buy you the biggest and best diamond ring in the world later on. Lin Jichao was very satisfied with Tang Kowloon's attitude and made a promise. Tang Kowloon felt very happy, snuggled in Lin Jichao's arms, feeling a strong sense of security. After a while, Tang Kowloon suddenly asked, Husband, is there a chance I might get pregnant? Lin Jichao affectionately stroked her hair and said, "It's very possible. Ah, will that look ugly at the wedding? Haha, don't worry, it's not that big, and it might not happen on the first try. I hope I do get pregnant if I won't look bad at the wedding." The two whispered sweet nothings to each other, not realizing they would be overheard by thousands, deepening their feelings. As for the possibility of Tang Kaiyun getting pregnant, Lin Jichao would let nature take its course, and would not avoid it, especially since he was about to turn 21. Moreover, he was already wealthy and successful. Not considering children would clearly be abnormal. The next day, the two visited a jewelry store in London, where they found diamond products not available in Hong Kong. This year De Beers had just developed the slogan "A diamond is forever," so it wasn't yet popular worldwide. Generally speaking, it wouldn't be until the 1960s that this would become popular in Asia, particularly in regions like RB and Hong Kong. "Sir, miss, how can I assist you?" The salesperson did not show any disdain for the two being of Asian descent. On the contrary, she believed in their purchasing power, or else they wouldn't have stepped through the door. Lin Jichao said, "I want to buy a diamond ring for my fiancée." "Great, please follow me." The salesperson was delighted. Tang Kaiyun looped her arm through Lin Jichao's, feeling very happy. Soon Lin Jichao's anxiety eased. A 2-carat diamond ring was priced at only £800, 28 million Hong Kong dollars. This was below his budget, and Tang Kaiyun was very satisfied. "This setting is made of platinum, right?" Lin Jichao pretended to be an expert. The salesperson nodded and said, "Yes, this is this year's new model made of platinum. Platinum has significant military applications because it is an excellent catalyst with a high melting point. Thus, during World War II, platinum was prohibited from being used in jewelry by countries like M. Furthermore, platinum settings are more durable than gold, making them perfect for diamond rings. Moreover, gold's color can seem somewhat vulgar for young women, hence platinum jewelry is more suitable for youth." Tang Kaiyun immediately looked at Lin Jichao with admiration, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. This was exactly the reaction Lin Jichao desired to earn the adoration of his woman, and to conquer her body and soul. He then picked up a 2-carat diamond ring and said, "I heard that Mrs. Jiang Missong has a 5 or 6-carat rare African diamond, given by President Roosevelt of the United States, which cost between $70,000 and $80,000 at cost. This one is slightly smaller, but it suits our current status and wealth. How about this one? In a few years, it'll get you a 6 or 7-carat one." The salesperson was touched by the young man's confidence, and did not doubt that Lin Jichao was just boasting to impress a young girl. Tang Kaiyun was even more moved and said, "I'll listen to you." She said nothing more and did not decline, as she wanted to give her husband face. Moreover, she believed her husband was not the type to show off for the sake of appearances. After spending 3 days in London, Lin Jichao brought Tang Kaiyun to the Bern Machinery Factory in the Federal Republic of Germany. The purpose of this trip was to finalize the specific cooperation model with the Bern Machinery Factory, and to confirm the progress of the improvements to the automatic zipper machinery and the development of the automatic zipper pull stamping machine. After some introductions, Gauss respectfully remarked, "Mr. Lin, although you are not married yet, you have already achieved such success, which is truly admirable." Lin Jichao humbly replied, "Compared to my career, I'm still far behind you." Gauss was unaware of the specifics of Lin Jichao's career, thinking that Lin was solely in the zipper industry, so he said, "We are different. I inherited this factory from my parents, while as far as I know you started from scratch. So you are more impressive than I am." He genuinely admired Lin Jichao not only for being the first in Asia to implement automatic zipper machinery production, but also for actively pursuing improvement plans and developing the automatic zipper pull stamping machine. It can be said that just these accomplishments indicate Lin Jichao's keen insight. Let's not flatter each other. Why don't we go and see the research and development situation of the machines? Lin Jichao said with a smile. Gauss nodded and stood up to lead the two to the factory. Throughout the entire process, Tang Kaiyun stayed close to Lin Jichao like a little bird. She had been feeling a mix of pain and joy these past few days, and at this moment her reliance on Lin Jichao was strong. Thus, he did not leave her at the hotel, as he was not entirely at ease. Upon arriving at a research area, old friend Ian greeted them joyfully and exchanged pleasantries. Although engineer Ian had not switched jobs to work for Lin Jichao, Lin had changed his life. Due to Lin Jichao's business, Ian became the project leader for the zipper machine research and development, and his salary increased significantly. "Mr. Lin, the materials you provided are very sufficient, and our current research and development have made tremendous progress, almost reaching the final stages." Gauss nearly stumbled at this point. Ian was too straightforward. With this, when it came time to discuss pricing later, they would lose an advantage. Unfortunately, Ian was a blunt engineer, not a businessman, and coupled with his admiration for Lin Jichao's intelligence, he inadvertently revealed too much upon meeting. Of course, Gauss was also a very sincere partner and would not truly take advantage of Lin Jichao. Lin Jichao did not care about patents. In reality, there were none, just references. He was only concerned about obtaining the improved automatic zipper machine. While Bern Machinery could not sell it in Asia, the same requirement applied to the automatic zipper pull stamping machine. "That's good. So when can you deliver 10 automatic zipper machines and 3 automatic zipper pull stamping machines to me? This time Ian did not make any grand promises but said technically we can complete it by September. As for production you will need to ask Mr. Gauss. Lin Jichao looked at Gauss with an expression indicating he was in a hurry. Gauss immediately replied at the beginning of next year, I believe we can deliver these devices. We can discuss details later. Mr. Lin can first see if he is satisfied with the research and development situation or suggest improvements. Lin Jichao nodded, then began to learn from Ian, while Tang Kaiyun was arranged to sit in a designated area. The next day Lin Jichao and Tang Kaiyun arrived at the conference room of Burn Machinery to formally negotiate the purchase of machinery. Mr. Lin, I would like to know your company's monthly profit and other financial situations. Gau's first topic was so straightforward. The reasoning was simple. He knew that Lin Jichao did not have the funds to pay in full at once, but he had already promised Lin Jichao to support the development of the zipper production industry for Changjiang Industries. In fact, it was not so much support as a win-win cooperation model. Changjiang Industries would order various machines in batches and make installment payments. Meanwhile, Burn Machinery could continuously receive machine orders from Changjiang Industries, and Changjiang Trading would act as an agent for its textile machinery for sale in the Far East. This cooperation model was very reasonable and normal. The only downside was that the two companies were not in the same country, nor even the same continent, requiring a strong level of trust. Lin Jichao recalled that in his past life YKK Zippers had collaborated with RB Hitachi Machinery, ultimately establishing a unique industrial enterprise. Currently, the monthly profit can reach over $30,000 and the overall financial situation is good. Regarding the development of this batch of machinery, my main thought is to break into the zipper market in Europe and America. Mr. Gauss has visited my factory and knows that Changjiang Industries management is very modernized, so I believe the quality of the zippers we produce is on par with European and American products and may even surpass them. At the same time, we have a price advantage. Starting from early next year, Lin Jichao planned to establish his own research institute for long-term development goals. Although Hong Kong is short on talent, it does not mean there is no talent. There are chemical engineers and mechanical engineers available from the mainland, and even overseas hiring is possible. After all, it is not about manufacturing cars or airplanes, so the technological level does not need to be that high. Gauss nodded and said, your development is indeed very smooth. Moreover, even if competitors join the market, I believe you will still capture a good share. Alright, I agree to produce the improved automatic zipper machines and zipper pull stamping machines for you. As for the price, I can offer you $28,000 for each automatic zipper machine and $12,000 for each zipper pull stamping machine. How could this price be acceptable? It clearly did not account for his contributions, which was unacceptable. Without Lin Jichao, how could Burn Machinery have this lucrative opportunity? Mr. Gauss, I can only offer you $25,000 for each automatic rice machine and $11,000 for each zipper pull stamping machine. I made a decisive contribution in this transaction for Burn Machinery. The improved automatic rice machine can reach 4000 RPM, nearly double that of the previous automatic rice machines, and the quality is even better. I want to say that the profits you earn from selling in Europe and America also include my contributions, or of course I will not ask for compensation as we need trust. Gauss knew that Lin Jichao would definitely calculate the patent fees, or of course, he was already aware that Lin liked to bargain, so he had left some room. Unexpectedly this time the bargaining was quite severe. $25,000 for a new type of automatic zipper machine was significantly cheaper than the $40,000 for an old-style automatic zipper machine in M country, nearly 40 cheaper. Immediately he began to ponder. Of course, he did not think Lin Jichao's patent fees were worth that much. Rather, he was optimistic about the long-term development of Changjiang real estate. But you do not have the funds for cash on delivery. Instead, you need to make installment payments. Lin Jichao smiled and said, we pay interest, so why should this become a bargaining chip? Mr. Burn supporting the development of Changjiang Industries strengthens the development of Burn Machinery. We are progressing together. He spoke the latter part with a firm tone. At this moment, Tang Kaiyun looked at her man with admiration. She also understood the back and forth of this deal. If it were her, she would genuinely worry that Burn Machinery would take her achievements and collaborate with others. As for why Lin Jichao was not worried, it was because he had also obtained Ian's research results and Changjiang Industries had already won over Gauss. Next, Gauss made a concession and agreed to trade at Lin Jichao's price. Thus, the first transaction amount reached a staggering $28,300 equivalent to over 1 million Hong Kong dollars, with only a 30 down payment required. After spending a full 3 days at Burn Machinery, Lin Jichao left the Federal Republic of Germany satisfied, preparing to return to Hong Kong. Both objectives of this trip were perfectly achieved. In early September, after returning to Hong Kong, Lin Jichao first visited Changjiang Industries in Tsuen, accompanied by two real estate generals Huang Changhong and Hu Xiaoxiu. Upon arriving at the factory's open space, Lin Jichao held the blueprints for the factory. Each floor is 28800 square feet, totaling 3 floors, which amounts to nearly 90000 square feet of factory space. As Lin Jichao examined the blueprints, he continued, once the new factory is operational, Chung Kong Industries will rank among the large factories in Hong Kong, likely becoming the largest factory owned by Chinese people. He felt a sense of pride. The growth of Chung Kong Industries had been remarkably swift. Even now, the company comprised a workforce of 200, making it the largest factory in Tsuen-wan. Lin Jichao calmly stated, expanding production means we need new customer sources. Next year we will implement improved automatic rice dispensing machines and automatic stamping machines for zippers, which will enhance the quality further. Therefore, the key is to open up sales channels in Europe and America, while otherwise relying solely on the Asian market we may not be able to support such a massive investment. However, that's not entirely true. Even if the Asian market allows Chung Kong Industries to earn 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars in a year, it could still support the company's second round of expansion. The second round of expansion for Chung Kong Industries includes 1. Purchasing a new batch of machines budgeted at 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars, 2. Establishing a branch factory in Singapore budgeted at 400,000 Hong Kong dollars, 3. Building a second factory in Tsuen-wan budgeted at 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, 4. Acquiring land surrounding Chung Kong Industries budgeted at 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars, approximately 300,000 square feet. This round of expansion requires nearly 3 million Hong Kong dollars. If we exclude the investment in Tsuen-wan land, we only need 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars, which is about a little over a year's profit. Logically, there should be no need to worry about the European and American markets. Just the Asian market's profit suffices for over a year, especially since the factory itself is an asset. However, Lin Jichao understood one principle. Since he was in this industry, he needed to seek continuous breakthroughs. At this moment, Wang Liang thought to himself that as the chief general under Lin Jichao, he should present superhuman performance to establish his status. Boss, I am willing to go to Europe and America to promote our products. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichao felt a sense of appreciation. However, he replied, your primary responsibility is to manage production. That is the most important. Moreover, once the factory in Singapore is confirmed, you will need to run between the two locations, as that factory is also very important. Wang Liang nodded and said, all right, I understand. Next, Lin Jichao said to Huang Chonghong from Chung Kong Property, let's get this factory project prepared, organize the construction as soon as possible with Chung Kong Property in charge and finances managed by Chung Kong Industries. Huang Chonghong immediately replied, no problem. We guarantee completion in 10 months and assure quality. Preliminary preparations had already begun, such as blueprints and approvals. At this time, Huang Chonghong said to Lin Jichao, boss, it seems that Boss Tang is also planning to build a 3-story factory. Should we ask him to build it together? The engineering department will soon have the Defew Garden project completed. 126, Missouri Dew Street has already been perfectly concluded. The Lantian Yayuan in Happy Valley will also be completed in 2 months for inspection. Chung Kong Property supports 20 people, so we naturally need to keep busy. They'll ask him later. Okay. Tang Zhongyuan had been intending to build a large textile factory on his 8,000 square feet of land in Tsuen-wan. He was now ambitious and planned to make a significant move. His Dongfang textile could earn about 200,000 Hong Kong dollars a year, and knowing that Lin Jichao wanted to expand the zipper factory only boosted his confidence. Although Tang Zhongyuan was Lin Jichao's father-in-law, Lin Jichao had always personally overseen the quality of the textile fabric without any relaxation. Fortunately, Tang Zhongyuan had previously been a senior executive in a production-focused textile factory, so he did not disappoint Lin Jichao in this regard. Next, Lin Jichao said to Hu Zhaoshu, starting recently I plan to purchase the remaining land of about 300,000 square feet around here. You handle this aspect of the work and report any developments to me. Hu Zhaoshu confidently replied, don't worry, boss. The land here isn't a hot commodity. Securing it won't be a problem. The rise in Tsuen-wan land prices will have to wait until 1950, when there will be no suitable places to build factories on Hong Kong Island, and everyone will turn their attention to this wasteland. Of course, Lin Jichao was not planning to speculate on land prices, but to reserve it for future factory construction. This area would become his industrial park. Finally, Lin Jichao said to Wang Liang, is the site selection for Singapore ready? Wang Liang and Li Gaofu had both gone to Singapore for inspections, but they were only the advanced team. The real decision-maker was Lin Jichao. Moreover, Lin Jichao intended to personally inspect Singapore, as he planned to regard it as his second base. Although the person from Qingdao wasn't keen on private entrepreneurs, they still required private entrepreneurs. If he befriended them before they rose to prominence, the Lin family would be secure in Singapore. Generally, wealthy individuals from Southeast Asia prefer to establish their second bases in Hong Kong. Yet Lin Jichao was doing the opposite, setting up his second base in Southeast Asia. He knew the development prospects of Singapore were vast. Have the materials prepared. They'll bring them to you later. Yes. If possible, I'll set off to Singapore soon and finalize the factory site selection. The next day, Lin Jichao arrived at Chung Kong Silver, receiving a work report from Li Xiaoji. Gold has fallen to 390 Hong Kong dollars per tael, which I did not anticipate. So when the price of gold was 398 Hong Kong dollars per tael, I closed the previous short position. Then I bought 40 lots of gold with a cost price of 396 Hong Kong dollars per tael, 3.96 million per lot, but I closed this position at 391 Hong Kong dollars per tael, incurring a loss of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Although having wins and losses is normal, Li Xiaoji still felt a bit guilty and was somewhat anxious to enter the market. Lin Jichao, however, said nonchalantly, "You did very well. If I am not mistaken, many gold merchants from Guangdong have suffered significant losses this time, right?" Li Xiaoji's mood instantly improved. His boss was not the type to fixate on small profits. He had observed Lin Jichao and noticed that he did not appear distressed, only calm. Under such charisma, Li Xiaoji naturally felt convinced. He then stated, due to the issuance of gold yuan coupons in the mainland, individuals are not allowed to hold gold and prices are fixed. Thus, the number of gold merchants in the mainland significantly decreased in extracting gold from the Hong Kong gold and silver trading market. Moreover, some merchants from Shanghai intentionally shorted to suppress gold prices. Therefore, even if Hang Seng Silver and merchants from Chaozhou intended to stabilize gold prices, it was futile. The price of gold dropped by as much as 40 Hong Kong dollars per tael within half a month. Why did the merchants from Shanghai suppress gold prices? It is not hard to guess. They wanted to lower the prices before importing gold cheaply from Hong Kong. Why did Hang Seng Silver and merchants from Chaozhou want to stabilize gold prices? It is also easy to guess, because they had channels to smuggle gold from Macau, hoping for an increase in gold prices to profit from it. In this confrontation, the Guangdong merchants were at a disadvantage due to the overall environment in the mainland. Of course, the strength of mainland merchants and bankers was also stronger than that of Guangdong merchants. However, Guangdong merchants excelled in understanding market trends. Once the situation changes in the mainland, the scales of victory would tip in their favor. As prices drop, we stand to profit. Nevertheless, as far as I know, prices in the mainland have already risen sharply, indicating that the time to enter the market is approaching, so there is no need to worry about where gold prices will drop to next. Since the issuance of gold yuan coupons on August 18th, half a month has passed. Logically, the timing should be nearing, Lin Jichao speculated. Yes, I think so too, Li Xiaoji replied seriously. Alright, I will be in Hong Kong recently, and will discuss the timing of buying with you. Okay, boss. Lin Jichao did not completely delegate authority to Li Xiaoji. He wanted both to cooperate. He understood the broader environment while Li Xiaoji grasped the finer details, making them a perfect combination. At this point, the 1 million Hong Kong dollars in gold trading funds short-term at Chung Kong Silver had appreciated to 1.6 million Hong Kong dollars, marking a significant victory. In the central district at the Datong restaurant, after the surrender of Japan, Feng Jianqing, the founder of the Datong restaurant in Yongqing, came to Hong Kong to establish the Hong Kong Datong restaurant, feeling disheartened after his restaurant was forcibly confiscated. Later, the Datong restaurant in Yongqing was acquired by Tanjinan, who was known as the king of tea houses in Yongqing, through the auction of enemy properties, thanks to his acquaintance with the officials handling the enemy assets. However, as fate would have it, although Tanjinan worked hard to manage the Datong restaurant in Yongqing, he was unaware that in a few years it would be subjected to public-private operations, leading to its eventual demise. Feng Jianqing, the founder of the Datong restaurant, saw through the state of affairs and left Yongqing in tears, continuing to run the Datong restaurant in Hong Kong, knowing that at that time Hong Kong was no match for Yongqing and far from it. The unpredictability of life meant that a few years later Feng Jianqing would probably wake up from dreams laughing. Lin Jichao arrived at the Datong restaurant to attend an important gathering. Under the guidance of the waiter, he walked into a private room where many acquaintances were present, including He Shanheng, He Tian, Liao Baoshan, and Chan Biqing, all prominent gold traders from the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Trading Hall, and all from Guangdong province. Lin Jichao understood that although there was no evidence in later years to indicate that Guangdong gold traders collaborated to battle against the gold traders from Modu, it was evident that such things certainly existed. Now, wasn't this just a premeditated scheme? After introductions, everyone sat down and had the restaurant serve the dishes. Upon observation, these people were actually divided into two factions, the Hang Seng Silver House and the Chaozhou gold traders, which were two major forces. The invitation for Lin Jichao came as a surprise to him. After all, he was still a small fry. He Shanheng was the first to say, "Lin Sheng has seized a great opportunity this time and made quite a fortune." The others echoed in agreement. Lin Jichao quickly humbly replied, "Our capital is small. Forgive me for making you laugh. It is not worth mentioning. Indeed, recently we lost several tens of thousands." Liao Baoshan immediately stood up and said, "Brother, you are being too modest. Your short selling is at least in the millions. Even I feel ashamed in comparison. What impresses everyone even more is that you short sold just before the issuance of the gold yuan notes in the mainland. Your grasp of the timing can be deemed as the skill of a gold trading master. He Shanheng then added, as far as I know the Yangtze Silver House is skilled at capturing our movements, seemingly already knowing themselves and their opponents achieving victory in every battle. Upon hearing the numerous compliments, Lin Jichao felt not joy but rather some anxiety. After all, he just wanted to earn money steadily and did not seek fame. As for the fact that these people dared to play tricks, he certainly was not worried. After all, he had the support of the Hometown Merchant Association and powerful backers. At this time in Hong Kong, while Chaozhou merchants were united, they had not yet grown large. Meanwhile, the shunned Merchant Association and the Friendship Association behind Lin Jichao, although not as united and large as the Chaozhou Merchant Association, were still a force to be reckoned with. Thus Lin Jichao, a prominent figure from Shund, naturally had no fear of anyone. In fact, many merchants from Modu and Ningbo later recalled that although Guangdong people were united, they never seized others' properties. This means that Guangdong people were indeed united in business, competing against people from other regions, but they did not directly rob others. It is like trading gold, even though many Modu gold traders later complained that Guangdong gold traders deliberately inflated gold prices, taking advantage of Modu people's unfamiliarity with the market, luring Modu gold merchants and financiers into their traps, then cashing out at high prices from gold smuggled from Macau. In the end, many Modu gold merchants and financiers went bankrupt or suffered severe losses. Nevertheless, this was also a form of market competition within the bounds of legality and reason. Gentlemen, today's gathering isn't a Hongmen banquet, is it? Lin Jichao casually made a joke. Haha. Everyone laughed heartily. Then he Shanheng stood up and said, Lin Shang, we are all Guangdong gold traders. We should naturally have some camaraderie. Liao Baoshan quickly added, brother, your outstanding performance this time shows your analysis of the mainland situation is quite precise, so everyone wants to frequently communicate with you. Qian Biqing eagerly said, this time the sudden issuance of gold yuan notes in the mainland caused Modu gold traders to short sell, and we also want to discuss the upcoming situation with Lin Shang. So it turned out, in fact, the primary means these people profited was through smuggling gold from Macau and cashing out at high prices, not like Lin Jichao, who bought low and sold high without any physical gold for immediate cashing. Now that the gold price has been suppressed, they naturally do not want to see it. Seeing that Lin Jichao performed excellently this time, they then had the idea of pulling him into their ranks. Lin Jichao, of course, would not easily join, as he was currently like a fish in muddy waters, and a small boat could easily turn around. There were 190 member units in the gold and silver trading hall, most of which were scattered forces, and the Yangtze Silver House was no exception, unless there were benefits. Thus Lin Jichao immediately looked at several Chaozhou gold traders and said, I heard that the Chaozhou Gold Trading Group in Hong Kong has a wireless shortwave radio station, one end connected to the gold ships coming from Macau and the other to the Chaozhou gold traders. I wonder if I can connect to this channel. In fact, finding someone to help crack it is also possible. Lin Jichao was merely testing the waters with everyone. Liao Baoshan and others exchanged glances, wondering how this person knew about such a confidential matter. He Shanheng and He Tian were also curious. This young man truly had many channels for information, quite impressive. After a while, Liao Baoshan said, Lin Shang, we can agree to this, but you also need to provide some useful information channels from the mainland. This is called an equivalent exchange. Lin Jichao immediately replied, no problem. I can analyze some situations from the mainland, and as for the truthfulness, everyone can judge for themselves. Here are all Guangdong people. If there is beneficial cooperation, Lin Jichao also wants to expand his connections and influence within this circle. Everyone became interested. He Shanheng immediately said, Lin Shang has information channels in the mainland. No wonder he could buy high and sell low this time and make a considerable profit. The Hang Seng Silver House indeed had the capability to import gold in large quantities from Macau. They had the channels. However, if the gold price cannot be driven up, then the profits from cashing out would naturally be low. As for controlling the gold prices in the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Trading Hall, the Hang Seng Silver House currently could not achieve that. First, the broader environment was not conducive, and second, the Hang Seng Silver House had not yet imported a significant amount of gold. The Hang Seng Silver House might be importing several thousand taels of gold at present, but once the gold prices soared to an outrageous level, they would import 20 to 30,000 taels at once, thus controlling the gold and silver trading hall. Lin Jichao knew that he had to show some capabilities to establish himself in this circle. This decline in gold prices is merely the one-sided wish of the Modu gold traders, who believe that the mainland gold prices are being suppressed, and the demand is no longer strong, and all of this traces back to the gold yuan notes. However, according to my analysis, any administrative interference in the financial market will inevitably have counterproductive effects. Therefore, the gold yuan notes cannot last long and will depreciate. Meanwhile, prices in Guangdong Province, Hankou, Jiangxing, and Beijing have already begun to rise, showing the initial signs. So I suggest everyone start to gradually absorb gold to raise the gold prices. Just think, if you were a wealthy person in Modu, would you be willing to see the wealth of several generations being completely plundered by the Jiang family? Therefore, these people will start to exchange HKD gold and USD in the black market, then come to Hong Kong to seek refuge. Even ordinary people, once they see the depreciation of the gold yuan notes, will immediately join in and exchange large amounts of gold in the black market. At that time, mainland gold merchants will inevitably stock up significantly in Hong Kong, while we have already driven up the gold prices. Whether cashing out gold or closing positions for profit, it will all be beneficial for us. The logic is actually quite simple, but how could these people have such confidence, especially since who knows the gold yuan notes will depreciate so quickly? He Shanheng was the first to say with reason and evidence. I think it is time for us to enter the market and stabilize the excessively high gold prices. In fact, these people had already tried buying in to stabilize prices. However, unfortunately, in the face of the overall trend, everyone was still unable to reverse it. Subsequently, everyone echoed and expressed they would start absorbing gold tomorrow. Lin Jichao also decided to join everyone tomorrow and purchase gold extensively. The capital of the Yangtze Silver House was actually not low, almost half that of Liao Chuangxing Savings Bank, while Liao Baoshan was a major player in the gold and silver market. The next day, at the Gold and Silver Trading Hall, as soon as the market opened, a gold trader from Shanghai began employing old trick signaling to sell gold at a price of only 388.5 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Recently, the trading activity of gold in the market has significantly decreased, especially in the past few days, with very few buyers. Thus, the gold trader standing in the middle of the courtyard murmured to himself, "It's best if no one buys. I can lower the price later." Because the instruction from the boss was to suppress the price of gold. As for the subsequent actions, the gold trader understood that the Shanghai traders could take the opportunity to buy cheap gold and sell it in the mainland. However, this time, the gold trader was disappointed as a dozen colleagues quickly surrounded him. He could only tap each of the 5 nearest shoulders, indicating he would sell 1 lot each. After that, with each sale of gold, dozens of colleagues would quickly rush over and the price of gold began to rise rapidly. "Boss, the price of gold has risen to 390 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Yes, today the buyers are quite active." The telephone operator quickly reported the situation to the boss on the other end of the line. "Then let's sell another 20 lots and see how active the buyers are." The gold trader on the other end spoke decisively. "Okay." At this moment, the Shanghai gold trader did not notice anything unusual, as there had been slight rebounds in the past. Lin Jichao and Li Zhaoji sat together drinking tea, directing a Shan and a Jean to frequently purchase gold at the Gold and Silver Trading Hall. "Leave the radio matters to you. Whatever the cost is, it's worth it. This will greatly help our gold speculation. Of course, you also can't trust the radio entirely. There are too many factors affecting gold prices." Lin Jichao instructed. Li Zhaoji admired, saying, "I didn't expect the boss could infiltrate the internal radio of the Chaos Han people. They are major players in smuggling gold in Macau. Of course, in terms of deep connections, Hang Seng Bank is still the most formidable, as they cooperate with Macau tycoons like Luo Bao and He Xian." Lin Jichao smiled indifferently, saying, "Without these we can still profit. It's just that the profits might be a bit less. As for the Chaos Han radio issue, if I really wanted to use it, I could just hire a decoding expert, which wouldn't cost much. In this gold speculation, the most important thing is to retreat in one piece without earning the last penny." Li Zhaoji was struck, feeling as if thunder had struck him, and pondered Lin Jichao's words seriously. After a long while, he earnestly said, "I've learned a lot." He knew that, in the boss' eyes, when the price of gold reaches 600 Hong Kong dollars per tael, or right before the Guangdong province's JF, that would be the signal to retreat. He did not doubt the boss' determination. If the boss lacked resolve or self-control, he would never have entrusted the gold speculation to him, as it would imply the boss did not have a gambling addiction. "Boss, all 45 lots have been bought." Just before the market closed, a Hao reported. "Okay, let's leave it at that," Lin Jichao said decisively. "Next, I'll leave the rest to you. With the recent battle between bulls and bears, just pay attention to the market conditions." Unbeknownst to them, Changjiang Bank had bought 45 lots in just one morning, marking them as today's big spender. After all, this amounted to nearly 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars in transactions. "Alright, I understand." Later that night, a dozen Shanghai gold traders gathered at a high-end restaurant, discussing the day's gold situation. "Something feels off today. The buyers seem extremely powerful. It might be an organized effort to drive up the gold price," said Wang Buyuan, a banker from Shanghai. He was an experienced financier and had invested in many industries, with a fortune of several $million, certainly considered a wealthy tycoon. At this moment, however, the collective strength of Hong Kong's wealthy was far inferior to that of the Shanghai rich. "So what? It's not like they haven't retaliated before. Let's short sell for a few more days and test their strength," said Zhao Kejian, a Shanghai gold trader, unconcerned. A while back, the Guangdong traders had also retaliated, but it only lasted 2 days before the gold price plummeted again. There was no way around it. The so-called forces on both sides were merely a small fraction of over 190 member units, while other gold traders operated according to the market. Wang Buyuan tapped the table, saying, "Our goal is to suppress the gold price, and we have already achieved that. If the gold yuan note goes out of control, the situation will change rapidly." "Not so fast. Besides, the price has only dropped by less than 40 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Let's make one last effort. If it doesn't work, we can buy in quickly. I agree. Regardless of the outcome, we have significantly lowered the price and gained an import advantage. Seeing that most had decided to short sell again, Wang Buiyuan could only follow, but he had resolved not to short sell in large amounts anymore. Moreover, the timing was not right. He decided to buy gold immediately to minimize losses. The next day, both sides clashed again, but soon gold prices rose again, quickly breaking through 400 Hong Kong dollars per tael. In just 2 days, the price of gold had risen by 10 Hong Kong dollars per tael, and many people realized that something was amiss. Meanwhile, with the soaring prices in major cities in the mainland, people began to realize that the gold yuan note was an unreliable thing. Particularly in Yangqing, prices surged by 80 just 15 days after the issuance of the gold yuan note. Although prices in the National Unification Zone had been frozen by the government before August 19th, private enterprises did not care if some shops even closed down to prevent goods from being purchased with the gold yuan notes, which were becoming increasingly worthless. Many people began to rush to buy any goods, with some even storming into pharmacies to buy unnecessary medications. The merchants angrily exclaimed, "Do you know what this penicillin is for? I don't care what it's for, it's better than the gold yuan note." Everything was heading towards the collapse of fiat currency. On the weekend, the Tang sisters came to the Lin family to play. Tang Kaiying looked for Lin Xiner while Tang Kaiyun went to Lin Jichao's study. Upon meeting, Lin Jichao pulled Tang Kaiyun into his embrace. No. Seeing Lin Jichao's hands becoming restless and his breathing growing heavy, Tang Kaiyun gently pushed him away. Brother Jichao Kaiying is still outside. The two had returned to Hong Kong for 10 days and had naturally not had the chance to be intimate. Lin Jichao, being impatient, had no choice but to consider the Tang family's reputation. Taking advantage of Tang Kaiyun's moment of adjusting her clothes, Lin Jichao sniffed his fingers, enjoying the alluring fragrance lingering in the air. This immediately drew the charming girl's playful protest. But having already completed the last step, the two naturally would not harbor any other thoughts. They'll trick them into going shopping and you stay at home with me. Lin Jichao's eyes lit up as he thought of a good plan. Tang Kaiyun blushed, saying Kaiying is very clever. Indeed, she's quite crafty. Soon after, Tang Kaiying began searching for Lin Jichao, intending to have this future brother-in-law take them out to play, eventually finding him in Lin Jichao's bedroom. At this moment, Lin Jichao was lying on the bed, while Tang Kaiyun sat at the edge. "Brother-in-law, why are you still lying in bed being lazy? Didn't you say you would take us out?" Tang Kaiying boldly walked to the front of the bed. At this time, Tang Kaiyun said somewhat weakly, "Brother Jichao's head feels a bit dizzy." Tang Kaiying immediately asked with concern, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" This little sister-in-law was worth her weight in gold. Lin Jichao pretended to be weak and shook his head, saying it might be due to staying up late studying. "I just need to rest a bit. Xiner, let your mother take you both out for a stroll, and call Xue Junshan to drive you." Lin Xiner couldn't react in time, and being more concerned about her brother's health, she immediately said, "I won't go. If my brother is unwell, I want to stay with him." "Aren't you afraid of your sister-in-law getting jealous? What a thoughtless little sister." Lin Jichao immediately shot Lin Xiner a glance and then said, hurry up. If there are too many people, I won't be able to rest properly. Kaiyun can stay at home. If something happens, she can take care of you." Lin Xiner felt a little wronged all of a sudden, and Tang Kaiyun also showed some concern. For a moment, Lin Jichao began to doubt whether this strategy was failing. So he quickly added, "It's just overexertion. What good does it do for you to worry? It would be better to go out and buy some good food for me to replenish my body." Only then did Lin Xiner realize, not that she realized he was trying to trick her, and said, "Okay, Kaiying, let's go. Let's have Mom take us to the market." Tang Kaiying nodded. Soon after, Wu Weining came to the bedroom looking worried. Before she could speak, Lin Jichao said, "Mom, it's fine. I'm just tricking these two girls out. You keep an eye on them for me." Wu Weining, being an experienced person, immediately said, decisively, "Got it. Then please take care of Jichao Kaiyun. We're going to buy some supplements." "Canny." After Wu Weining left, Tang Kaiyun shyly said, "Brother Jichao, will your plan backfire on us?" Lin Jichao held her delicate hand, smiling. "After all this time together, you still don't know your mother-in-law well." Tang Kaiyun then felt reassured that this mother-in-law was naturally easy to get along with. With the sound of the door closing, the entire world became quiet, yet the temperature in the bedroom rose sharply. "Brother Jichao, be gentle. If walking becomes difficult, it will be obvious." "That's reasonable. But since your brother Jichao is so strong, if you want to suffer less, you're going to have to contribute in another area." "How annoying. Always wanting to demean me." Lin Jichao met with Bao Chunlai at the Chungkong Industrial Factory in Tsuanwan. Upon meeting, Bao Chunlai immediately expressed his grievances. "I shouldn't have ignored the boss advice back then. I almost couldn't return to Hong Kong this time, nearly getting stuck in Shanghai Tan." Lin Jichao curiously asked, "What happened? I remember you always dealt in gold and foreign currencies, so how could you be fundamentally harmed by legal tender or gold yuan?" Logically, with his guidance, Bao Chunlai shouldn't have suffered a loss, which Lin Jichao considered out of concern for his colleague. Bao Chunlai sighed and then said, "It's also my fault for being too greedy. I was caught off guard by others and coincidentally, as Xiao Jiang went to Modu to hunt tigers, I was framed for hoarding foreign currency and gold, almost facing execution. If I hadn't bribed the officials with my last bit of money, I would have probably been stuck in Shanghaitan, and at that time my wife and children wouldn't know how to survive." "I see. At that time hoarding supplies in Shanghai Tan was a serious crime, and hoarding foreign currency and gold was also a crime. Bao Chunlai only accepted foreign currency and gold which infringed on the interests of local zipper manufacturers, so it's no wonder he ran into trouble. It's good that you returned safely." Lin Jichao could only comfort him. Bao Chunlai's face turned slightly red. After hesitating, he said, "Boss, I would like to find a job here, just a worker to support my family." He felt very guilty as the boss used to value him, and he was so focused on becoming a boss himself. Now he had lost all his assets and even owed a debt and everything had to start over. "I thought it would be something serious. No problem, I just happen to have a task for you. Let's see if you're willing," Lin Jichao said cheerfully. Although Bao Chunlai had left his job, it wasn't a betrayal since he had expressed his thoughts long ago. Moreover, he needed people at this time, and Bao Chunlai, someone who dared to take risks and had a certain perspective, was exactly what he needed. "Please tell me, I am willing to do any task," Bao Chunlai said earnestly. At this moment he had completely lost his arrogance, or his desire to be a boss had long dissipated as he no longer had the qualifications. Lin Jichao nodded and said, "In a few days go with me to Singapore, I plan to open a branch there. So in the future I want to invite you to Singapore to manage that branch." "Thank you for your support, boss. I will definitely work hard and contribute all my effort to the company," Bao Chunlai immediately replied. To him Singapore was no different from Hong Kong. In fact, he wanted to distance himself from the painful mainland. "All right, you will temporarily serve as the deputy factory manager of Chung Kong Industrial Learning Factory Management under manager Wang Liang. Meanwhile, you will also participate in the preparations for the factory in Singapore." Bao Chunlai had received an education and was a good talent being a boss and a manager without being cunning. "Thank you, boss." In the evening, when Bao Chunlai returned home, he immediately frowned as several relatives and creditors had all come crowding the small rented room. "Chuanlai, I heard you almost faced execution in the mainland and your assets were confiscated, is that true?" his cousin bluntly asked. Bao Chunlai nodded and said, "Yes." His cousin immediately asked eagerly, "Then what about the money you owe our family?" "That was money we had saved up with great difficulty. We are usually reluctant to spend an extra penny. If we lose this money, if we get sick or something, we will have to meet the Yama." At that moment everyone began to complain and the meaning was clear. Bao Chunlai's wife protected their children in the corner, trembling in fear. "Don't worry, I will definitely repay the money I owe." "What will you repay it with? You think it's still when you were the boss? You think you are still the manager? We calculated it, you owe nearly 3000 yuan in total. Yes, now the salary in Hong Kong is only 50 to 60 yuan. Even if you don't eat or drink, it will still take 5 years. You weren't meant to be a boss, you wanted to take risks, and now look where that got you. I don't care, you must repay the money you owe our family. We only earn 90 yuan a month." At that moment Bao Chunlai truly felt the coldness of the world. You must know that these people were the ones he called from Shanghai Tan to Hong Kong skilled zipper workers, so there should be some bond. When he said he could make a fortune back then, everyone eagerly handed their money to him. Now it was good. He had just returned and everyone came to his door and every word was harsher than the last. Meanwhile, Bao Chunlai was grateful for his boss' continued support. If it weren't for the boss, he didn't know when he could repay these debts nor how much suffering his family would endure. "Enough, stop arguing. It's just 3000 yuan, I guarantee I will repay it in 2 years. You say you will repay it, but where is the proof? I have found a job now, still working for my original boss. He does not hold past grievances against me, and has given me a deputy factory manager position with a monthly salary of 200. Chung Kong Industrial has about 200 workers in Suan, one the largest zipper production factory in Asia, and as the deputy factory manager I can surely repay your money." At that moment several relatives were left speechless. Then, "I told you Chunlai is a promising person. How could he not repay the money? You had to come and ask. See, you were slapped in the face." His sister-in-law was the first to speak. Little did they know she had been the most enthusiastic just a moment ago. I just came to see brother Bao, I'm just glad he returned safely." Soon the smoke cleared and everyone bid farewell with no further requests for Bao Chunlai's promises. Because they understood that a deputy factory manager of a large factory could not only repay debts but also belong to the middle class in Hong Kong, someone not to be offended. After everyone left, Bao Chunlai hurriedly comforted his wife and children. His wife complained, "I told you to work hard, yet you insisted on causing this trouble. You almost got scolded to death just now. Fortunately, Boss Lin does not hold past grievances against you. You must work hard from now on." Bao Chunlai could only repeatedly agree, feeling it was wrong to involve his family. Boss, the price of gold has risen to 405 Hong Kong dollars per tael, and the buying power is very strong. After Wang Buyuan received the call, he decisively arranged. We will buy gold immediately, and we must act quickly. All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Wang Buyuan revealed a hint of bitterness. He estimated that this time selling short on gold would earn very little, because he had sold a lot below 400 Hong Kong dollars, and now needed to buy back at a high price to cover his positions. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the greater his losses would be, as the gold yuan in the mainland had already begun to depreciate and prices were becoming uncontrollable. At that time, the phenomenon of legal tender collapsing would continue to manifest in the gold yuan. Lin Jichao arrived at Chung Kong Silver, pondering the bustling scene on the first floor. Originally, he had opened the silver store just to trade gold, but unexpectedly, his luck was particularly good. The business of buying and selling gold and exchanging foreign currency at the front desk was also doing well. Currently, the monthly business at the front desk could already earn 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. If this continued to develop, it was estimated that in the next year earning 200,000 a month would be quite possible. After all, more and more wealthy people were coming to Hong Kong to seek refuge. However, with that came a problem: the issue of safety. Currently, Lin Jichao had recruited 2 security personnel for Chung Kong Silver, and with Lin Jichao's connections, ordinary people would certainly not dare to have any ideas. However, as the collapsing troops arrived in Hong Kong, some would inevitably take risks, and the important thing was that they had guns. The security measures at Chung Kong Silver were also quite good, just like banks in later generations, merely surrounded by iron bars. Moreover, the front desk only stored a small amount of foreign currency and gold, while other assets were kept in safes on the second floor, making it impossible for outsiders to enter the internal space. For those with guns, it was certainly unsolvable. After all, if they pointed to the counter, the teller would have to obediently hand over the assets on the first floor. Ultimately, Lin Jichao had to shake his head. Such risks were nothing to him, just a trivial matter. When he reached the second floor, Li Zhaoji was also there. Boss, it seems that gold merchants from Shanghai have also started buying gold, and the price is rising quickly, already climbing to 408 Hong Kong dollars per tael. Lin Jichao sat down and said, as expected, they sold so much gold short, it would be strange if they didn't rush to cover their positions now. Li Zhaoji said with a smile. Moreover, with the rising prices and the depreciation of the gold yuan in the mainland, they are so smart, how could they not replenish their stock at this time? Therefore, next we just need to keep an eye on the frequency of gold cash-outs in Macau. The overall trend is an upward market. However, every time they cash out gold, the price will certainly drop somewhat. No problem. They have already set up the telegraph machine over there. We now have another channel for information. Chung Kong Silver rented a 200-square-foot office nearby, specifically to receive messages from the radio, which would then be passed to Li Zhaoji for reference. After chatting for a while, Lin Jichao took his leave. At this time, Li Zhaoji was full of confidence and high spirits. He calculated in his heart that rewards would be distributed in October, and he might receive a reward of 300,000 Hong Kong dollars because Chung Kong Silver had already made a profit of 500,000 Hong Kong dollars in the third quarter. With this, he had been in Hong Kong for less than a year, and his net worth had already reached nearly 500,000. This life is becoming more and more promising, Li Zhaoji thought to himself. He was very grateful to Lin Jichao. The boss contributions to trading gold also played a part, but he had never mentioned it, instead often saying that rewards would be distributed on time. Lin Jichao sat on the sofa in Jian Dongpu's office, savoring the tea personally brewed by Jian Dongpu, feeling somewhat as if he was in his own office, or of course, his office was quite humble and comparable to that of the general manager of the largest Chinese-funded bank. The deposits of Dongya Bank had reached 60 million Hong Kong dollars, making it a behemoth among Chinese-funded banks. If it weren't for Dongya Bank's overly conservative approach in later years, it wouldn't have been surpassed by Hang Seng Bank, which had already overtaken Dongya Bank before being acquired by HSBC. Are you here to apply for a loan from Chung Kong Holdings? Jian Dongpu took the initiative to get to the point, realizing that this young man was even more composed than himself, as if he had Dongya Bank firmly in his grasp. Yes, Chung Kong Holdings is about to repay its first loan of 400,000 Hong Kong dollars to Dongya Bank. Therefore, I would like to borrow another 1 million Hong Kong dollars for a 2-year term. In this era, the risks of bank lending are quite high, but the annual interest rate is around 15, which is quite lucrative. Of course, even with such high profits, most Chinese-funded bankers are not satisfied. They believe that lending to themselves would yield even greater returns. The bank's money is your own money. They probably think this way, which is why all Chinese-funded banks later collapsed, leaving only the stable Dongya Bank. Jian Dongpu suddenly became serious and asked, "What is the purpose of the funds? As far as I know, you are purchasing machines through installment payments, so you shouldn't need so much money, right?" Lin Jichao then explained his 4 plans for developing Chung Kong Holdings: building a factory in Tsuen Wan, acquiring land in Tsuen Wan, building a factory in Qingdao, and purchasing machines. Why do you want to build a factory in Qingdao? Jian Dongpu immediately seized upon the biggest question. In this era, information is not very accessible. Who would invest in a factory across borders among small and medium-sized enterprises? Although the flight from Hong Kong to Singapore takes only a few hours and both are British colonies. Lin Jichao had already prepared his reasoning and analyzed. The zipper products of Chung Kong Holdings will ultimately face direct competition from RBM country and Europe. To prevent them from setting up trade barriers, one day Chung Kong Holdings can fully leverage the advantages of overseas factories. Although this step is still far off, I have to plan ahead. Jian Dongpu immediately admired Lin Jichao's broad vision. He did not doubt Lin Jichao's capabilities, as he had successfully improved automatic zipper machines and developed zipper stamping machines, which were high-tech endeavors. One might ask, such a business genius, could he not go further in the manufacturing industry? Is a loan of 1 million Hong Kong dollars enough? A piece of land in Tsuen Wan should be worth over $1 million, right? Jian Dongpu inquired. Lin Jichao sincerely replied, the land in Tsuen Wan is not a necessary investment project. Although I believe Tsuen Wan will become a factory paradise for entrepreneurs from the mainland to Hong Kong, so it can be gradually absorbed. If the new loan of 1 million Hong Kong dollars starts repayment in a year, the funding situation should still be manageable. At this moment, Jian Dongpu said, Dongya Bank can lend you 1.5 million also to be repaid in installments starting a year later. But still following the old rules, the entire Chung Kong Holdings will be mortgaged to us, including your land factory and machines. Lin Jichao immediately agreed, no problem. He was not afraid of having too much debt, he was afraid of not being able to borrow. Jian Dongpu nodded and said, I am mainly thinking if your new batch of machines is put into use, then perhaps you could earn 3 million in a year, and doubling the profits is not impossible. Why should I be stingy? This is the fundamental reason. Imagine Lin Jichao utilizing 6 automatic zipper machines could earn 1.5 million in a year, and now with more advanced machines increasing the number of machines by more than double, earning 3 million is not impossible. Even earning 2 million would justify a loan of 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Opening the zipper market in Europe and America, I believe there is a great chance to double the profits. Lin Jichao said seriously. At this time, there should still be a full 2 years before M country announced a trade blockade against Hong Kong. During this period, it would be enough time for Chung Kong Holdings to earn a lot of money. Meanwhile, Lin Jichao seemed to remember that RB had not blocked any trade with Hong Kong. On the contrary, it had offered many benefits. The reasoning is actually quite simple. During the Peninsula Campaign, RB took on a large number of orders from M country, thus its economy began to take off. After World War II, RB had a significant shortage of ships, and coupled with its inherent resource scarcity, it couldn't avoid Hong Kong as a trade port. Based on this analysis, Lin Jichao even felt that the RB government might not impose trade barriers or sanctions on Hong Kong's zipper products. If that's the case, then it would be a fair competition principle. Lin Jichao, along with Wang Liang, Bao Chuanlai, and Huang Changhong, arrived in Singapore. After visiting Bukit Road, Lin Jichao spotted a familiar sign, Yang Xiao Chang Soy Sauce Factory. Is this Yang Xiao Chang Soy Sauce Factory quite large? He pointed to a factory and said. Wang Liang, having traveled back and forth between Singapore and Hong Kong multiple times, was quite familiar with the area and replied, yes, it was purchased last year, covering 10 acres. 60 mu. Lin Jichao nodded. This Yang Xiao Chang Soy Sauce Factory is owned by the Yang Tianan family, which will eventually open a factory in Hong Kong. Precisely because it owns so much land, it later attracted the attention of real estate developers and was acquired by the Huang Tingfang and Guo Lingqin families. Of course, when a family business is eyed by outsiders, it often leads to internal family strife, or otherwise how could outsiders easily break through? After surveying the surroundings, Lin Jichao returned to the chosen site with Wang Liang and others. We have limited funds, so purchasing 2 acres, 12 mu 72000 square feet is sufficient, Lin Jichao said with a smile. Wang Liang immediately said, yes, the price is around 250000 Hong Kong dollars. This land is cheaper than Tsuen Wan. Of course, the economic development of Singapore is far behind that of Hong Kong. At this time, Hong Kong still had some industry, but Singapore relied almost entirely on trade. Therefore, even though Bukit Road in later years became a high-end residential area, currently, it was just a remote area with prices not even reaching those of rural Tsuen Wan. All right, this piece of land it is. Lin Jichao did not hesitate for too long. During this trip, Lin Jichao primarily surveyed 2 locations in Singapore, Bukit Road and Orchard Road. Bukit Road was intended for setting up a factory, while Orchard Road was planned for future large land purchases for commercial real estate investment. Next, Lin Jichao arranged, let's rent an office here as a headquarters. The first purpose is to supervise the progress of the factory's construction, and the second is to serve as a sales point for zippers. Manager Huang is responsible for construction and will occasionally fly to Singapore for supervision. Manager Bao is in charge of zipper sales in Southeast Asia and is also involved in factory construction running back and forth between Hong Kong and Singapore. Huang Chonghong and Bao Chunlai both immediately replied in unison, "Understood, boss." Subsequently, the team formally signed the factory land purchase agreement with the new colonial government. Prior communications had already taken place multiple times, so it was just a matter of handing over the payment totaling 238,000 Hong Kong dollars, which was quite inexpensive. In Tsuanwan on Qingshan Road, Tang Zhongyuan and Song Chaoling stood joyfully on a piece of land that was already carpeted and decorated for the groundbreaking ceremony of Dongfang Textile's second factory. The first factory of Dongfang Textile occupied just over 30,000 square feet and was a single-story building. Thanks to orders from Chungkong Industries, its development was rapid, and the order status was quite favorable. As Chungkong Industries prepared to expand, Lin Jichao naturally had to inform Tang Zhongyuan to consider investing in a new factory. Thus, Dongfang Textile immediately prepared to build a 3-story industrial building on a plot of land covering 80,000 square feet. Lin Jichao had every reason to support his father-in-law, especially since he would eventually need his father-in-law and mother-in-law to lend a hand. At the same time, he also required his commercial alliance. Tang Zhongyuan was a veteran in the textile industry with no issues in management and technology. His shortcomings lay in his decisiveness and sales ability. Of course, with Lin Jichao as a backing, Tang Zhongyuan's decisiveness and sales skills were improving. It was akin to a mediocre student receiving tutoring from an outstanding one, which always yielded excellent results. "Congratulations, brother Zhongyuan," exclaimed Wang Tongyuan, a textile tycoon from Shahatong, who came to offer his congratulations. "Brother Tongyuan, welcome." Tang Zhongyuan responded happily. In the past, in the eyes of these textile tycoons from Shahatong, he was merely Tang Binjiwan's cousin with his identity as a member of the Tang family and a shareholder and executive of Tang Textile Factory. Now, everyone seemed to regard him as being on the same commercial level, a change that Tang Zhongyuan found quite enjoyable. "That's a significant investment," Wang Tongyuan praised. Tang Zhongyuan humbly replied, "Not at all, it's just a 3-story factory. Unlike you, brother Tongyuan, who is a leader in our industry with the largest scale." Wang Tongyuan had ordered a batch of textile machines from the UK in February 1947, but the nationalist government later informed him that due to severe foreign exchange shortages, imports were prohibited. Hence, Wang Tongyuan arranged for the machines to be shipped to Hong Kong and invested in a factory. This year, 1948, Wang Tongyuan brought 80 excellent workers and technicians from Shahatong to Hong Kong, running back and forth. "You're being modest. Your scale is not small either." They exchanged pleasantries when soon more people approached. With the rampant devaluation of the silver dollar, Shanghai's wealthy were unwilling to see their fortunes swallowed by the Zhang family dynasty, leading them to sell off assets and prepare to migrate to Hong Kong and overseas. Many had already come to show their support. Tang Bingyuan also arrived with his wife Wen Jinmei to congratulate them, as they were all members of the Tang family, and it would be unreasonable not to show face. Wen Jinmei, known for her frankness, said, "Zhong, ever since you arrived in Hong Kong, you seem like a different person. I truly didn't expect you to have such decisiveness." Tang Zhongyuan naturally wouldn't argue with a woman, so he smiled and replied, "Sister-in-law, you're joking. It wasn't until I got to Hong Kong that I realized money doesn't grow on trees. Just sitting and eating won't work. When forced, a person naturally gains a bit of courage." His words were eloquent and seamless. However, when Jean Mei insisted on making a point, laughing, "You found a good son-in-law." Tang Zhongyuan's reliance on Lin Jichao was no secret in this circle, as nearly 2/3 of Dongfang Textile's orders came from Chungkong Industries. As soon as when Jean Mei finished speaking, people around began to pay attention. Someone said, "So Chungkong Industries is going to expand again?" Tang Zhongyuan was unconcerned and smiled, saying, "It's not clear yet. Anyway, he expects the orders for next year to double, so I just happen to be expanding the factory. Moreover, I have high hopes for the development of the textile industry in Hong Kong. We not only need to export products to Southeast Asia, but also to Europe and America." "Good brother Zhongyuan is ambitious," someone among the guests echoed. At that moment, when Jean Mei felt a bit outdone, as her husband had just opened a factory this year. Before long, Lin Jichao arrived with Tang Caiyun, accompanied by Jian Dongpu from East Asia Bank, which certainly gave Tang Zhongyuan a face. Of course, for Jian Dongpu, Dongfang Textile was also a lending client of East Asia Bank, so attending a groundbreaking ceremony was not a waste of time. When Wang Tongyuan conversed with Lin Jichao, Lin's first thought was not that Wang Tongyuan was a textile tycoon from Shahatong, but that he had a nephew named Wang Guojing. This Wang Guojing was a playboy, and in his past life was the ex-husband of Guan Jiling, although their marriage lasted only a few months. Looking at many textile figures from Shahatong, Lin Jichao lamented that the future of Hong Kong's textile industry would belong to the people from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, as next year Chun Tinghua, Tang Xiangqin, Chao Guangbiao, and Zijia and Zhou Wenshuan would gather in Hong Kong. However, what about the ready-made garment industry? It seemed that the garment tycoons in Hong Kong were mostly from Guangdong province, such as Lin Baixin, Luo Dingbong, and Chen Ruiqiu, which made Lin Jichao ponder. After all, he would eventually enter the clothing sector, and intervening early was evidently necessary. However, intervening early did not mean jumping in immediately. If it was merely to help with OEM for Southeast Asia and Africa, he certainly wouldn't find it worthwhile. It would waste his time and energy, and he wouldn't learn any experience. He planned to create a brand. Lin Jichao's eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a good option. As far as he knew, the Hong Kong crocodile shirt, established by Germans in 1911, had been confiscated by the Hong Kong government, and the brand had not yet been sold. If he could acquire it and develop shirts, blouses, leather shoes, and leather goods, establishing a mid-to-high-end clothing brand in Hong Kong would clearly be an excellent choice. Thinking of this, Lin Jichao revealed a faint smile. He hadn't expected that seeing so many textile tycoons would inspire him, making this trip worthwhile. After participating in the groundbreaking ceremony of Dongfang Textile, Jiandongpu followed Lin Jichao to inspect Chung Kong Industries. Lin Jichao was the largest creditor of East Asia Bank, with an amount reaching around 3 million Hong Kong dollars, so Jiandongpu had to take it seriously. East Asia Bank was constantly monitoring his industrial development to avoid significant losses. I didn't expect such a small zipper industry to have such prospects. Truly, a person's vision determines its development. Jiandongpu couldn't help but praise Lin Jichao. Inside Chung Kong Industries, factory workers were producing in an orderly manner, with machines continuously spitting out zippers, a scene reminiscent of visiting a banknote printing factory. Lin Jichao smiled and said, "I also face considerable pressure. RB has already started mechanized production of zippers, and competition is imminent." Jiandongpu had great confidence in Lin Jichao and said, "Haven't you already improved the automatic zipper machine and pioneered the stamping machine for zipper heads? I believe Chung Kong Industries will make zippers a global product and become an industry giant." What a joke! He had inspected Chung Kong Industries many times, so he naturally knew the complexity involved mechanical improvements. Lin Jichao said, "This is indeed a direction we must work hard towards." Chung Kong Industries had already established mechanical cooperation with Burn Machinery, which would allow them to outpace other competitors. Regarding raw material issues, Lin Jichao had considered that whether it was aluminum, copper, or future nylon, it was essential to invest as much as possible. Even building factories in Taiwan and Southeast Asia would be a good choice. By the way, did you buy up all the surrounding land? Are you planning to speculate on land? I see that the textile industry from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai is beginning to establish factories in Tsuanwan. Do you think this area will appreciate rapidly?" Jiandongpu asked again. He was optimistic about Lin Jichao's business talents and supported him wholeheartedly. After all, supporting such a business tycoon, once successful, would undoubtedly benefit East Asia Bank. "Appreciation is certain, but I may not speculate on land. These plots will likely be used for factory construction in the future. I believe that Hong Kong's industrialization will reach a high ratio with the arrival of mainland entrepreneurs, skilled workers, machines, and capital. I certainly do not want to fall behind and want to make a mark in the manufacturing industry." Jiandongpu couldn't help but sigh. Lin Jichao was ambitious at a young age, and a large factory of 60 to 70 mu would have significant output and scale. Meanwhile, he captured a useful piece of information from Lin Jichao's words, which was that Hong Kong's industrialization prospects were very promising. He had a relatively positive view of Lin Jichao, so this information would be helpful for East Asia Bank's reference to increase loans for the manufacturing industry. Subsequently, Lin Jichao took Jiandongpu to visit the 3-story factory under construction. In this wild Tsuanwan, Chung Kong Industries appeared as a rising pearl, gradually illuminating the entire Tsuanwan. While touring, Lin Jichao was also considering a question. It was time for Chung Kong Industries to establish a research institute, as more people from the mainland came to Hong Kong. Among them were many talented individuals, and if they didn't recruit now, when would they? He needed talents in machinery management and more. In mid-October, Li Gaofu arrived at Lin Jichao's office and respectfully said, "Boss." Since he started working for Lin Jichao, he has always addressed him as boss, even in private meetings, though Lin Jichao still calls him Brother Gaofu. When Lin Jichao first sought him out, he knew how to conduct himself, and now that Li Gaofu works for him, he also knows how to behave. Nobody at Chongjiang Industries knows that Li Gaofu is Lin Jichao's cousin. At most, they consider them fellow townsmen. Of course, this is not something Lin Jichao has done intentionally, but rather something Li Gaofu has chosen to do. Have you seen the newspaper? Waiti City is open for trade. Waiti City is near Weihaiwai, and the G Army has retreated to HLD after JF Yantai, so the trade routes in that direction are much safer. Moreover, ships from Hong Kong often fly British flags, ensuring a level of safety. Li Gaofu nodded and said, "I saw the news this morning. Does the boss mean that trade will open in Weihaiwai? I have been gathering information at Huayun Company, and if trade opens at the first opportunity, I will definitely get the news firsthand." For more than half a year, he has been preparing, even making a special trip to Japan for inspection, anxiously awaiting the opportunity. Lin Jichao confidently stated Sherdao will definitely open for trade soon. Both M country and the Republic have begun to block the economy in the JF area, and now that a great war is unfolding, the demand for gasoline, chemical products, tires, and plastics is immense. They can only obtain these from Hong Kong. Then he took out a stack of money and placed it on the table. So you should resign from my company immediately and start your own business. Here is 100,000 Hong Kong dollars considered a personal loan to you. No matter if it is to repay or to support, this amount is nothing to him, especially since it is a loan. At this moment Li Gaofu felt no anxiety or unease as he approached the desk to pick up the banknotes. Don't worry boss, I will pay it back as soon as possible. Lin Jichao waved his hand and said casually, no need to rush, I am not in a hurry for the money. Although the funds were drawn from Changjiang Industries, which also came from loans, he truly was not in a rush. Li Gaofu knew that Lin Jichao did not like to hear pleasantries, so he nodded seriously, turning thousands of words into one statement, I will work hard. At the same time, he seemed to realize that Lin Jichao had some reservations about being involved in such business matters, so there was no need to say more. In fact, Lin Jichao was not very reserved. He is himself and Li Gaofu is Li Gaofu. They are merely distant cousins, and it is not common in this era to hold grudges. Moreover, what Li Gaofu is doing now is trading with the JF area, which will not be sanctioned by M country. As for the future during the Peninsula campaign, if Li Gaofu is willing to take risks, Lin Jichao will not stop him. He can make a few runs and cease operations in time. By then Li Gaofu would be independent and would not involve Lin Jichao. Chao Wenjin indeed made some money from transportation to the peninsula in his past life, but later was sanctioned by the Eagle country only to have the sanctions lifted in the early 60s. However, although Chao Wenjin earned a lot, the risks were extremely high. Eventually he had no choice but to move to Southeast Asia to carry stones, only regaining his footing when the Eagle country lifted the sanctions. Zhao Zongyan was much smarter. After making a few runs and earning money, he immediately stopped and began doing business with the RB people. In fact, in the early to mid-1950s, the Eagle country had a significant prejudice against Hong Kong, viewing it as a haven for smuggling. Later, even the governor of Hong Kong went to M country to give a speech, and coupled with M country's commercial needs to re-enter the Far East, the situation gradually changed. After Li Gaofu left, Lin Jichao revealed a slight smile. He had already supported 3 potential businessmen, Tang Zhongyuan, Li Zhaoji, and Li Gaofu. These people would naturally grow to become Lin Jichao's commercial allies and perhaps even younger brothers. After resigning from Changjiang Industries, Li Gaofu immediately arranged to meet 3 friends. He had been planning for this 6 months prior, so he had carefully observed which individuals would be suitable as partners. The first rule is not to gamble. Secondly, it is best if they can work full-time, so potential partners had already been selected. The 4 of them met in a tea house, and a friend named Huang Tingue joked, it seems Brother Gaofu has been promoted again, inviting us to the Luyu tea house, must have spent quite a bit. Li Gaofu's social status is not low, or he is the deputy general manager of Changjiang Industries, earning 3600 Hong Kong dollars a year plus a year-end bonus, barely qualifying as part of Hong Kong's middle class. However, coming to the Luyu tea house is obviously a rare occasion, as he still has a family to support. Li Gaofu smiled and responded, what promotion? It's all thanks to the boss' favor. I am already below 2 people, and it is obviously impossible to go any higher. So I proposed my resignation and planned to start my own business. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them looked at Li Gaofu in surprise, knowing that he did not have much of a background. If there was any, it was as the deputy general manager of Changjiang Industries, backed by the newly emerging tycoon Lin Jichao. What business do you plan to do? Huang Tingue asked curiously. Li Gaofu then elaborated on the trade matter and extended an invitation at the end. His 3 friends are all in management or come from wealthy families. For example, Huang Tingue's family is engaged in trade. However, Huang Tingue has many siblings and has long wished to break away. Good idea. But we're not familiar with the trade route to Sherdao and don't know what the people there are like, Huang Tingue said with concern. Li Gaofu had already done his homework and confidently replied, I know a shipowner who has an old ship of 1200 tons. He is quite familiar with that route and the ship's tonnage is just right. As for the people there, I believe that since they are opening for trade, they will not do anything unfair, and they also do business in Hong Kong. Then Li Gaofu shared his experiences from his inspection trip to Japan, which instantly gained everyone's approval. Huang Tingue said, in. One of the remaining 2 asked tentatively how much capital is needed. Li Gaofu replied, the total capital is 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. I will invest 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for a 50 share. The remaining 50 of the shares can be distributed among you proportionally. Immediately the 3 looked at Li Gaofu in astonishment, unable to believe that he would put in 100,000 Hong Kong dollars right off the bat. Li Gaofu smiled wryly and said, it's all borrowed. The 3 subtly understood from whom he borrowed, and their confidence in this business grew. Huang Tingue immediately said, I will invest 50,000 Hong Kong dollars for a 25 share. If you 2 cannot contribute, I can increase my share. If either of you has objections, feel free to speak up. He calculated that the remaining 2 did not have much wealth. Indeed, after some discussion, the remaining 2 decided to each contribute half of the remaining 25, thus holding a 12.5 share. Even so, they would need to borrow some money. Li Gaofu returned home feeling excited. He had been restless lately, but he finally took the first step. The four partners rented a 200-square-foot office in Central as the trading firm's office. They were almost just waiting for the news that Sherdao would open for trade before organizing the trading trips going in pairs to trade. What is making you so happy? Chen Shufang immediately noticed her husband's unusual demeanor. In the past 2 years, she had been very hopeful with their savings increasing and life getting better. If her husband had something to be happy about, she naturally would too, thinking perhaps that cousin of his had given him a raise. Oh my, if he could earn 5,000 Hong Kong dollars in a year, wouldn't that mean they could buy a house in just a few years? With this thought, Chen Shufang immediately looked at Li Gaofu with affection, unaware that a man with money could change. Seeing this, Li Gaofu knew it was time to discuss things with his family, so he explained everything from beginning to end. You're crazy. How can you borrow 1,000,000? Chen Shufang jumped up and said, Son, what were you thinking? Li's mother spoke in a tone as if it were the end of the world. Only Li's father remained silent, staring intently at his son, wanting to know what Li Gaofu was thinking. Seeing this, Li Gaofu pretended to be confident and said, once I settle down, I can earn at least 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars, and I would get 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. After a few trips, Shufang, you could buy a house. Why are you all making such a fuss over this good opportunity? Although he was somewhat unsure, he did not want to show it in front of his family. Although Chen Shufang was immediately tempted upon thinking of the 1,000,000 debt, she immediately said but, not daring to voice it, fearing bad luck, and 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars was a staggering amount to her. Li's mother worried for her son's safety and said there are risks in shipping. Li Gaofu immediately replied, there are always risks, but think about it. The boss has a net worth of over $1 million and often travels abroad for inspections. Isn't his courage and ambition worth my learning from? As for the 1,000,000 debt, you can rest assured, if I can make money, I can pay it back. If I don't make money, I will continue to work for the boss and I can pay it back slowly. He won't rush me for it. After much persuasion, they finally alleviated the family's doubts and worries. In the end, Chen Shufang excitedly said, you can earn 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars from one trip. Li Gaofu confidently replied, that's about the amount, but each trip takes a little over a month. Now it was Chen Shufang's turn to lose sleep as she kept thinking about earning 1,000,000 from one trip, so 5 trips would make 5,000,000. Her husband could take home 2,50,000, enough to buy 8 houses. She would wake up smiling from her dreams. Only Li Gaofu understood that although he had made many preparations, there were too many unknowns. Would this route really not be checked by the Ji army? Being checked would be a good thing. If they were shot down, he would be doomed in the vast sea. Ji Chao is so benevolent. He will take care of my wife and children. Fortune comes from heaven, life and death are determined by fate. If I don't take a gamble, how can I succeed? Ultimately, Li Gaofu set aside his apprehensions and ignited his determination. In this world, is there truly a business without risks? He was prepared to risk his life. In fact, if there were trusted old partners, there would be no need to go with the ship personally, but since Li Gaofu and the others were starting from scratch, the venture was naturally difficult.